From a Stronghold NPC to the final boss chapter 612 to chapter 629. Black Crow Taoist had killed a powerful figure of the demon clan. This news. Yuan Pavilion had already sent a message over at the first moment. After receiving the news, Qin Shujian also had to say that it was awesome. The Flood Dragon was equivalent to the current royal family of the Great Zhao Empire in the Demon Clan and had a great status. A Flood Dragon at the 8th level of the Heaven-Human realm. Its status among the dragons was definitely not low. Now that it had been killed by Black Crow Taoist, the Demon Clan would be heartbroken for a long time. This time, Yuan Sect sent a message. It was because Black Crow Taoist had come to submit the task. Soon. Qin Shujian sent the message back. Now that the sect competition was about to end, he had no intention of leaving immediately. So Qin Shujian simply asked Black Crow Taoist to wait in the East City. After the matter here was dealt with, it would not be too late for him to go there. Soon. 4 days passed quietly. The sect competition was finally completely over. As the first sect competition, the rewards were also very generous. In addition to the rewards that were originally set, Qin Shujian also gave out other rewards. The first place in the basic realm was rewarded with a middle-grade spiritual weapon, a bottle of 5th-grade elixir, and an upper-grade truth rank martial art. The first place in the real martial realm was rewarded with an upper-grade spiritual weapon, a bottle of 6th-grade elixir, and an upper-grade spirit rank martial art. The first place in the spiritual martial realm was rewarded with 2 upper-grade spiritual weapons, a bottle of 7th-grade elixir, and an upper-grade god rank martial art. As for the top 10, they were also rewarded with a lot of things. The reason for doing so. Qin Shujian also wanted to spur these disciples so that they would not slack off. After the rewards were given, the disciples who got the rewards were naturally ecstatic. The disciples who did not get the rewards were so envious that their eyes turned red. This was not a sect competition. It was clearly a robbery of contribution points. Among other things, the elixir alone was enough to make everyone jealous. A bottle of elixir was not as simple as one pill. It could be called a bottle. There were at least 10 elixirs in it. And these elixirs directly increased one's strength and were even more useful. If the rewards that were originally set were included, it could be said that the first place in this sect competition had already earned a lot. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian sat there unperturbed. Standing in front of him was Ningbo, who was ranked first on the martial entry roll. At this moment, he stood in front of Qin Shujian. Ningbo's heart was beating rapidly. He was very clear. He had obtained first place in the martial entry list's large competition, so why had Qin Shujian suddenly summoned him? What was the reason for this? He looked at Ningbo, who was forcing himself to calm down. Qin Shujian asked, "Are you suppressing your cultivation state by force?" "Yes. For the sake of obtaining first place in this year's martial entry tournament?" "Yes." Ningbo answered Qin Shujian's question seriously. Qin Shujian glanced at him. Soon after, he lightly smiled and said, "I gave you a year's time, but right now you are only in the basic martial realm and have not broken through to the true martial realm. One of the criteria for me to accept you as my disciple is to break through to the true martial realm. A year's time hasn't passed yet." Ningbo took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Yes. A year's time hadn't passed yet. He had calculated according to the time. There were still 2 days before the 1 year's time limit. In the remaining 2 days, Ningbo had news that he had broken through to the true martial realm. Qin Shujian knew what he was thinking. He waved his hand and replied, "Then you can go back. I will only wait 2 days for you. If you can break through to the true martial realm in 2 days, you can come here to find me. If you can't break through, you can also choose one of the many elders to be your disciple. I believe that your potential is clear for all to see. If you want to be my disciple, no one will refuse. This disciple only wishes to serve the sect master. That depends on whether you have the opportunity. This disciple will take his leave first." Ningbo bowed and left. After Ningbo left, the Godslayer's voice sounded, "You really want to accept him as your disciple?" Senior, what do you think? Qin Shujian didn't answer but asked a question. The Godslayer said, your talent is average. You are destined to become a true immortal in the future. If you accept a disciple with average talent, it won't be a good thing for you. The human race is declining now, but there must be a lot of geniuses. You can definitely choose one or two with better talent. Accepting a disciple was a serious matter. There were a lot of things that were involved later on. Sometimes, karma was not so easy to explain. In the Godslayer's opinion, Nyingbo's talent was really average. His future achievements would stop at the mighty figure level. For others, to be able to cultivate a disciple with the mighty figure level was already a pie in the sky. However, Qin Shujian was destined to become an immortal. How could the first disciple of a true immortal stop at the mighty figure level, if word got out? It would be a joke. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, Senior, have you noticed anything other than talent? What do you mean? The Godslayer was stunned. Senior, haven't you noticed that his luck is very strong? Luck. The Godslayer was stunned. He really didn't pay attention to this matter. To be honest, it was generally difficult to see whether a person's luck was strong or not. Only at the level of Qin Shujian and the human emperor, the Godslayer could sense it. Nyingbo's luck was strong. But it hadn't reached this point. So, the Godslayer didn't notice it much. Yes, luck. Qin Shujian said calmly, his luck is very strong. Although it's not as good as mine and the human emperor's, as long as he doesn't die, he will have great achievements in the future. It determined a person's growth. In addition to talent, luck was also very important. People with good luck could turn misfortune into blessings. When they encountered bottlenecks, they could have an epiphany and break through. It could be said that, with strong luck, the path of cultivation would be smoother. Compared to the last time he saw Nyingbo. This time, the other party's luck was even stronger. It was just that this kind of concentration hadn't reached the point of transforming into blue. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, maybe if the other party got some more opportunities, there would be a chance for him to transform into blue luck. But before that, the rich yellow providence was actually enough. Taking in a disciple was a big deal. If the disciple's luck was strong, and his own luck was also strong, they could complement each other. Of course, if a person's luck was low, but he took in a person with strong luck as his disciple, then there would be two results. One was to be restrained by the other party's luck and die a violent death. The other was to be nourished by the other party's luck, and thus become prosperous. Qin Shujian was very confident in his own luck. Although Nyingbo's luck was strong, it couldn't threaten him. In this case, taking the other party as a disciple would only nourish his own luck. Hearing that, the Godslayer didn't say more. Qin Shujian had a lot of secrets, and it was even more extraordinary to be able to see through his luck. He didn't ask anything. After all, the other party's inheritance came from the existence above the rules. It seemed to be understandable that he had so many means. After returning to the residence of the outer disciples, Nyingbo immediately went into closed-door training. With his foundation, it wasn't difficult to break through to the real martial arts realm. Almost in less than a day, Nyingbo had broken the shackles from the basic martial arts realm to the real martial arts realm and successfully promoted to the real martial arts realm. After the breakthrough, he didn't immediately go to Qin Shujian. Instead, he swallowed a 5th-level elixir and completely consolidated his cultivation at the peak of the 1st level of the real martial arts realm. The next day, in the courtyard, Nyingbo had come again. You swallowed the elixir? Yes, I consolidated my realm. Nyingbo nodded. Qin Shujian said, don't take too many elixirs. Focus on your own cultivation. Taking too many elixirs can easily cause elixir toxicity and lead to a weak foundation, which is not good for your future growth. I understand. Nyingbo looked solemn and nodded. Then, Qin Shujian looked at him again and said, but if you're at a bottleneck, it's not impossible to break through by taking elixirs. You should know how to be flexible in everything. Ningbo was silent. Then Qin Shujian said, since you've broken through to the real martial arts realm and won the first place in the competition, I'll officially accept you as my disciple according to my promise. Speaking of this, he suddenly looked solemn and shouted coldly, Ningbo, are you willing to worship me as your teacher? I'm willing. Ningbo immediately knelt down and said ecstatically. There are not many rules in my sect. Only deceiving your teacher and killing your ancestors is intolerable. If you dare to violate them in the future, I'll personally clean up the sect. I understand. In this case, you're my first disciple. I kowtow to you, master. Ningbo solemnly kowtowed several times. Qin Shujian also sat still. After that, he said faintly, get up. Thank you, master. Ningbo stood up with a respectful look. In this way, the apprenticeship ceremony was completed. Originally, with Qin Shujian's identity, if he wanted to accept a disciple, it would definitely not be so simple. It was just that he had always been afraid of cumbersome things. So he simply didn't make such a big fuss. Moreover, Ningbo's strength was not strong now. If it was publicized too much, it would not do him any good. Accepting a disciple was not about the form. The other party's kowtows just now were already connected with his own luck. Looking at Ningbo in front of him, Qin Shujian said, give me your identity token. Yes. Ningbo consciously took his identity token and handed it over respectfully. Qin Shujian's divine thought fell. That was to change the other party's identity from an outer disciple to a personal disciple. Then he returned the identity token back. With this token, you can freely enter the first 4 floors of the book pavilion. Every 3 months, you have a chance to enter the secret realm to cultivate for 7 days. In addition, every month, you have a chance to enter the spirit vein to cultivate for 7 days. A few simple words. It made Ningbo's heart beat wildly. Freely entering the first 4 floors of the book pavilion could save a lot of contribution points. As for the chance to enter the secret realm, needless to say. Although he had not really entered the secret realm, now the function of the secret realm had already been spread in the sect. As for the spirit vein, Ningbo did not know much. But he was not worried. Qin Shujian would tell him about these things sooner or later. Immediately, Qin Shujian pointed out. Ningbo suddenly stood still. A huge memory surged in his mind. At that moment, Ningbo thought that his head was going to explode. After an unknown period of time, Ningbo completely digested that memory. What I pass to you is the foundation of our sect, the Guiyuan ancestral canon. Among them, the basic martial arts to the divine martial arts have all been given to you. But the divine access chapter is on the 5th floor of the book pavilion. If you have the chance in the future, you can find it yourself. Seeing that he had woken up, Qin Shujian said faintly. The Guiyuan ancestral canon that he passed to Ningbo was also an emasculated version. There was no way to cultivate the red lotus of purgation. However, except for the red lotus of purgation, Qin Shujian had passed on the rest. And in order to fit the other party's cultivation, he also made a little change. With Qin Shujian's current realm, it was not difficult to modify the cultivation methods below the celestial being level. Even if the Guiyuan ancestral canon was deduced by the system, it was the same. The cultivation methods of the world would not really reach a perfect level. The Guiyuan ancestral canon was the same. There were some flaws in it that Qin Shujian could not see in the past, but now he could see clearly. Of course, these so-called flaws were only relative. Everyone's physique was different. If Qin Shujian cultivated it himself, there would naturally be no flaws. But if it was Ningbo who cultivated it, there would be flaws. In the end, the deduction of the Guiyuan ancestral canon was also based on Qin Shujian himself. Everyone's talent and aptitude were different. Therefore, even when cultivating the same cultivation method, one would encounter different difficulties. In addition, I have temporarily sealed the spiritual martial arts chapter and the divine access chapter. When you reach the peak of the real martial arts, you will naturally unlock the next level of cultivation method. Thank you for teaching me, Master. Nyingbo bowed solemnly. He did not have much knowledge, but the Guiyuan ancestral canon in his mind, which only had the cultivation method of the real martial arts realm, already made him feel boundless. Just flipping through it a little. It made Nyingbo feel dizzy. Qin Shujian said, cultivation methods are the foundation, martial arts are the means to fight the enemy. I saw that you mainly used palm techniques in the competition, but you did not draw your long sword. Do you prefer palm techniques or sword techniques? I prefer sword techniques. Nyingbo answered truthfully, it's just that the sword technique I cultivated is a bit powerful. If I really use it, I will either die or be injured, so I dare not use it easily. Show it to me with all your strength. Let me see. Qin Shujian said calmly. Hearing that, Nyingbo was stunned, but quickly reacted. He took 2 steps back and said in a deep voice, Master, please give me some pointers. I have offended you. He was not pretentious. He cultivated this sword technique. Although he thought that it was powerful. But this was only relative. Nyingbo was very clear about his own strength. It was impossible for him to injure his master with this swordsmanship. After that, Nyingbo immediately calmed down. He looked at Qin Shujian and held the sword hilt with his left hand. At that moment, his aura changed completely. It was originally neutral and peaceful, but at this moment, it was like a magic weapon that had been sealed for a long time and was about to be unsheathed. Vaguely, a sword intent was quietly born. Good. Seeing this, Qin Shujian nodded slightly. He had just broken through to the real martial arts realm and was about to give birth to sword intent. This was partly due to the swordsmanship, but it was also due to the other party's talent. However, this sword intent was too weak and had not fully formed. In Qin Shujian's view, it was like a candle in the wind, which would be extinguished at any time. Qin Shujian did not care too much about this. Not to mention the sword intent that was not fully formed. Even the sword intent that was at the great achievement level was not of much use to him. At this moment, Nyingbo's mind was completely calm. A sense of enlightenment surged from his heart. Then he held the sword hilt and pulled hard. Whoosh, a sharp and harsh sound of the sword rang through the courtyard. Then, a frosty sword light seemed to cut through the air and came in front of Qin Shujian in a flash. This sword was very fast. It was so fast that it could kill a real martial arts realm warrior instantly. And at the moment when the long sword was unsheathed, Ningyu's originally weak sword essence also became stronger as she slashed out with her long sword. This sword, it gathered the peak of his essence, qi, and spirit. However, Qin Shujian simply stretched out a finger. The next second, all the sword light and sword sound disappeared without a trace. The tip of the sword stopped on the tip of his finger and could no longer move forward. Seeing this scene, Nyingbo was shocked. He had known that his sword could not hurt his opponent. But like now, he was caught so easily. It still surprised him. But after the surprise, Nyingbo sensibly put the sword back into the sheath, then bowed and said, I was rude. I hope Master won't blame me. You don't have to be so polite in front of me. Qin Shujian slowly withdrew his hand and then thought for a while. If I'm not wrong, your sword technique should be based on storing the sword intent in the long sword. It's usually sharp and reserved. Only when it's out of the sheath can it be earth-shattering. Your sword strike is quite similar to Test Jianfeng's 7 kills of gods and demons against the stars. They are both extremely powerful sword arts. But if this strike doesn't work, it will be difficult to continue. Nyingbo stood aside, silently listening to Qin Shujian's words. These things, he didn't know much about it. Because when he got this sword technique from the book pavilion, he only saw the action of drawing the sword. Then, with Bai Chang's guidance, he figured out this sword technique. But compared with the 7 kills of gods and demons of Test Jianfeng, your sword technique is more extreme. If the sword is not out of the sheath, there is room to maneuver. But if the sword is out of the sheath, it must be a life and death battle. Your sword technique not only cuts the body, but also the spirit. The sword cuts the body, the intent cuts the spirit. This is the path that your sword technique should take. If that's the case, I have a martial art that is suitable for you. If you can apply it to your sword technique, its power will definitely reach a new level. The martial art that Xianxia was talking about was undoubtedly the spirit-severing martial art. The divinity martial art of the Heavenly Corpse sect was a move that specialized in attacking the spirit. Thinking about it this way, Xianxia couldn't help but wonder about one thing. That was, did the Heavenly Corpse sect really get the legacy of the heavenly being that Ningbo got? There were so many books in the book pavilion. 99% of them were seized from various sections. Xianxia couldn't be sure which sect the heavenly being's legacy came from. But now that he thought about it carefully, that sword technique just happened to be compatible with the spirit-severing martial art. Maybe it was something left behind by the ancestors of the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, Xianxia didn't think too much about it. It didn't matter whether it was or not. Anyway, the Heavenly Corpse sect had already been destroyed. All the martial arts were the inheritance of the Origin sect. In front of Ningbo, Xianxia took out a piece of spiritual paper and spread it flat on the stone table. Using his hand as a brush and the spiritual tea as ink, he started to write on it. After a few breaths, the light cyan spiritual paper had already transformed into a pure cyan color. The word severing. It was vivid on the paper. Xianxia folded the spiritual paper and then used a sealing technique on it. Then he handed it to the other party. Seeing this, Ningbo took it with both hands. You can take this back and study it carefully. But don't easily damage the seal on it. If you encounter a life-threatening situation in the future, you can use your true essence to remove the seal on it. It will save your life. But if you do that, the spiritual paper will be completely destroyed. As for how you use it, it's up to you. Xianxia said. The seal on it was very subtle. It could be removed with a true essence impact. He didn't dare to set up a seal that was too difficult. Otherwise, a small practitioner in the real martial arts realm wouldn't be able to remove the seal even if he used all his strength. Hearing this, Ningbo solemnly put the spiritual paper into his arms and said gratefully, Master, I will never forget the treasure you gave me. Go. Don't bother me if there's nothing important. Xianxia waved his hand to drive him away. Hearing this, Ningbo respectfully retreated. As for teaching disciples, to tell the truth, Xianxia didn't have much experience. So when he met Ningbo, he just taught him everything he could. As for how much he could comprehend and how far he could go, it depended on his own luck. Xianxia didn't have the idea to change his mind. Anyway, he had given the benefits that should be given. The back door that should be opened was also opened. The rest was up to him. Xianxia wouldn't give him cultivation resources and elixirs for free. After all, being able to enter the secret realm to cultivate was already a great benefit. As for the rest, it was up to Ningbo to fight for it himself. In the Sea of Consciousness, Godslayer said faintly, Is this how you teach your disciples? Otherwise? What else can I do? Xianxia's rhetorical question made Godslayer choke. After a long time, Godslayer said, When the strong take in disciples, they always bring their disciples with them to guide their cultivation. They will give appropriate guidance on how to take every step so that their disciples won't take any detours. But for someone like you, to be honest, it's really the first time I've seen someone like you. People like you shouldn't take in disciples so easily in the future. After all, geniuses are rare. Don't harm them casually. These words. The god-slaying saber spoke earnestly. Xianxujian's face was as dark as ink. What did he mean? Don't harm them. Was sect master Qin's method of teaching disciples so bad? Xianxujian thought carefully. He didn't find anything wrong with him. He gave him the cultivation method. He gave him the martial arts. He had given him the authority to access the secret realm and the library. Except for the lack of elixirs for his 3 meals a day, he didn't seem to have missed anything when he went out with bodyguards. Wait. Bodyguards? Xianxujian suddenly understood and said, I know what's wrong. Protectors. That's right. As my disciple, how can he not have a protector? What a mistake, if Godslayer hadn't spoken, he would have almost forgotten about this matter. His disciple. He still had to have the necessary cards. Protectors. Qin Shujian thought for a while and finally took out a communication jade token. Seeing this, Godslayer didn't bother to say anything. After doing these things, Qin Shujian also got up and went to the 100,000 miles territory of the human race. The things that Yuan Zong needed to deal with now were almost done. Even if there were still some things that hadn't been resolved, they could be handed over to the other elders to deal with. There was no need to stay in the sect anymore. Moreover, Black Crow Taoist had gone to the East City for a few days. Black Crow Taoist was a powerful expert after all. It was a little rude to let him wait like this. After 2 or 3 months. At the entrance of the passage, the guard had been replaced by another person. As for that celestial being, Qin Shujian was a little unfamiliar. He had only seen him once during the war, but he didn't know who he was. He was a 4th-tier celestial being Saint Realm Cultivator. There was no need for him to take him to heart. Looking at the sky-reaching mirror, Qin Shujian suddenly stopped and said, "Senior, is there a way to block the detection of the sky-reaching mirror? I don't need to block all information. I just need to block some combat strength." "Yes, the heaven list in your sea of consciousness can do this," Godslayer said lightly. The sky-reaching mirror was not the complete sky-reaching mirror. If it was the complete top true treasure, no one could hide in front of the sky-reaching mirror. But now the sky-reaching mirror was broken. No matter how amazing the power of the fragment was, it would be reduced after all. After receiving the Godslayer's reply, Qin Shujian immediately tried to connect to the heaven list. Then a mysterious force covered his body. Standing in front of the sky-reaching mirror, his attributes were all blank. Seeing this, Qin Shujian secretly removed part of the blocking force. Suddenly, his life and race were all exposed. The celestial being guarding the entrance of the passage saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. He had been guarding here for 2 months. Countless cultivators came in and out. Even the Saint Realm cultivators passed by. But even so, he didn't see anyone who could block the detection of the sky-reaching mirror. In the end, Qin Shujian did it. Sect leader Qin. Just as the celestial being was about to speak, he had already seen Qin Shujian walk into the passage. He could only shut his mouth helplessly. If it were anyone else, if they dared to block information in front of the sky-reaching mirror, he would have intercepted them. But Qin Shujian didn't dare. Or rather, in the human race, except for the human emperor, probably no one dared to offend him. The news of Emperor Qiju being killed instantly, it had already spread throughout the eastern continent. Therefore, Qin Shujian's strength was also deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. On the other side, Qin Shujian had officially entered the human race's 100,000 miles territory. In the eyes of ordinary people, 100,000 miles of territory was vast and boundless. But in front of those celestial being experts, 100,000 miles of territory could be traversed in the blink of an eye. He took a few steps forward. Qin Shujian had already shortened the 100,000 miles of territory to a foot. Not long after, he appeared at the eastern city gate. Flood Dragon? His footsteps paused slightly. Not far from the city gate, the corpse of a flood dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long lay there. Blood was still slowly seeping out of the injuries on its body, as if it would never stop. A powerful pressure spread out from there. He only took a few glances. Qin Shujian walked into the eastern city. Although this was the first time he had seen a flood dragon, he had seen a true dragon several times. The Star Saint of Heavenly Pattern Island. The Demon Emperor of the Demon Clan. Both were considered true dragon bodies. It was hard to say who was stronger between the two, but Qin Shujian still leaned towards the Demon Emperor. Although the Star Saint had lived for a long time. But after so many years, it had long been crippled. Compared to the Demon Emperor, it was a completely different concept. Soon, Qin Shujian entered the Yuan Pavilion, and then walked to the inner hall under the guidance of the deacon. Black Crow Taoist priest was sitting right there. In the past few days, He had not left the place at all, sitting still like a wooden man, which made the people of Yuan Pavilion feel helpless. Noticing Qin Shujian's arrival, Black Crow Taoist opened his closed eyes, then stood up, cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Emperor Qin." "Emperor Qin?" Qin Shujian looked puzzled. Black Crow Taoist said with a smile, "Emperor Qin already has the strength of an emperor of a clan, and is also the strongest of a top clan. Naturally, he is qualified to be called an emperor, but there is only one emperor in a clan. The human clan already has an emperor, so it is not appropriate to call him that. So, I boldly call him Emperor Qin. I hope Emperor Qin doesn't mind." "Haha, what's wrong with what you said?" After Qin Shujian understood, he suddenly felt happy. Emperor Qin, good lord, he had never thought that he would have this title one day. But thinking about it carefully, Black Crow Taoist seemed to be right. He had the strength comparable to an emperor, and it was enough to be compared with the strongest of a top clan. Then, it seemed that there was no problem to call himself an emperor. Emperor Qin, this title sounded better than sect leader Qin. Qin Shujian was worried that this title would be too arrogant, but soon found that his worries were completely unnecessary. Emperor Qin. Then, he would call him Emperor Qin. As for sect leader Qin, well, it didn't matter if he called him that in the Eastern continent. But in front of the foreigners, if he still called him sect leader Qin, it didn't seem very domineering. Without the two words Emperor Qin, it would be more intimidating. "Brother Black Crow, please sit down." After Qin Shujian sat down on the main seat, he looked at Black Crow Taoist, who was still standing there, and said enthusiastically, "Thank you, Emperor Qin." Black Crow Taoist was a little flattered by Qin Shujian's enthusiasm, and he sat down again after saying thanks. At this time, in the Yuan Pavilion, Luo Xing, the pavilion master, had served the two spiritual tea as a servant. He was sitting here. Needless to say, Qin Shujian, Black Crow Taoist, was also a famous top powerful figure. Luo Xing's status was not low, but in front of the two, he was dispensable. So, he consciously played the role of a servant. Qin Shujian picked up the spiritual tea and said with a faint smile, "Some things happened in the sect a few days ago, so I came a few times late. Brother Black Crow, sorry to have kept you waiting." "Don't mention it, Emperor Qin. It's only a few days. It's enough to be received by Emperor Qin." Black Crow Taoist was respectful. Compared to the last time, this time, his attitude was completely different. Qin Shujian said, "Brother, have you collected all the materials needed to cast a magic weapon this time?" "Yes." Black Crow Taoist nodded and said, "These days, I went to various places to collect materials, and I have got some of them. In addition, the Flood Dragon's body outside the East City is also one of the materials. I wonder what grade of spirit weapon can be forged with this material." While talking, his eyes were a little hot. To kill the Dark Flood Dragon. On the one hand, he wanted to take revenge on the demon clan, and on the other hand, he wanted to use its body as a material to cast a magic weapon. The Flood Dragon was naturally different from the ordinary demon clan. The things he possessed were all extremely precious. Qin Shujian said, "If the complete Flood Dragon's body is used as a material, it can at least be cast into a top spiritual weapon comparable to a six-seal Taoist weapon." A top spiritual weapon comparable to a six-seal Taoist weapon. The smile on Black Crow Taoist's face was even more obvious. A magic weapon of this level. Except for the fact that it couldn't suppress fate, it was no different from a six-seal Taoist weapon. As for suppressing fate, Black Crow Taoist didn't need such a thing. The Black Crow clan was long gone. Although he called himself Black Crow Taoist, it was just to pay tribute to the former Black Crow clan. As long as he died, the Black Crow clan would be completely destroyed. Suppressing fate. There was no way to say it. While the two were talking, Luo Xing stood aside quietly. But when he heard Black Crow Taoist call Emperor Qin, he couldn't help but feel excited. Not long after, a deacon came in from outside. "Master, Cabinet Master. Didn't I tell you not to disturb us unless it's urgent?" Luo Xing frowned and said unhappily. The deacon bowed and said, "Huazhan, the lord of the East City, is here, hoping to see you and Master Black Crow. This, Luoxing hesitated and looked sideways at Qin Shujian on the main seat, waiting for him to make a decision. Qin Shujian said, Lord of the East City is here. Ask him to come in. Yes. The deacon left respectfully. Qin Shujian was a little confused about Huazhan's purpose of coming here at this time. More strangely, Huazhan even asked to see Black Crow Taoist by name. When he looked at Black Crow Taoist, Qin Shujian also saw the confusion on his face. Obviously, Black Crow Taoist didn't know the situation either. In less than 15 minutes, Lord of the East City came in from outside. When he saw Qin Shujian, he cupped his hands and said with a smile, Master Qin. Lord of the East City, please sit down. Thank you, Master Qin. After Lord of the East City sat down, Qin Shujian said, Lord of the East City, what brings you here? He didn't beat around the bush. Hearing this, Lord of the East City said with a smile, I heard that Master Qin came to my East City. How can I not see you? Besides, I also have something to discuss with Taoist brother Black Crow. What's the matter? Black Crow Taoist, who was sitting aside, looked confused. Lord of the East City stopped smiling and said in a deep voice, there are some juniors in the Hua family who need to lay the foundation, so I want to ask Taoist brother Black Crow for some blood of the fled dragon. This, Black Crow Taoist priest hesitated for a moment, then looked at Qin Shujian and said, Emperor Qin, if the flood dragon loses a little bit of its blood, will it affect the forging of magic weapons? Ordinary blood is no problem, as long as the blood essence is not lost. Hearing this, before Black Crow Taoist said anything, Lord of the East City said first, I only need some ordinary blood. Blood essence is not necessary. In this case, no problem. Black Crow Taoist was willing to give face to Lord of the East City. Thank you, Taoist brother Black Crow. The East City Lord's face was full of smiles, but his heart was heavy. Emperor Qin, if he didn't hear it wrong, Black Crow Taoist called him that. P.S. It's not easy to write, please support the original version. I am really decent on the Qidian Chinese network. There is a promotion of Qin Shujian's character in the comments section. Those who need a fan title can participate. When he walked out of Yuan Pavilion, the East City Lord was in a trance. Emperor Qin, he suddenly had a premonition that things were going to be troublesome. Two tigers cannot live on the same mountain. The human clan already had a human emperor, and now there was another Emperor Qin. If one of them was not handled well, perhaps the human clan would face collapse. Yes, collapse. The East City Lord believed that his worries were not unfounded. This was also the biggest drawback of the human clan. In the East State, on the surface, the Great Zhao controlled the human clan. In fact, the human clan was divided into two forces, the Great Zhao and the Cultivation world. In the past, the Cultivation world was weak. Even if it was separated, it would not affect the Great Zhao. But now it was different. The rise of Qin Shujian made the Cultivation world seem to be out of the control of the Great Zhao. In the past, this drawback had not been revealed. But now, Black Crow Taoist priest's words made the East City Lord feel that there was a sign. Emperor Qin, if Qin Shujian wanted to claim the title of emperor, what would the Great Zhao do? They would tacitly agree that he was the emperor. Or they would forcibly suppress him. The East City Lord thought about it. If he was the human emperor, he would not tolerate the existence of a second emperor. If the human emperor attacked Qin Shujian, then the human clan would be in turmoil. Maybe the human clan would be divided. When that time came, the situation that the human clan had barely stabilized would be gone. Without Qin Shujian, without the human emperor, the strength of the human clan would be weakened a lot. When facing the attacks of the other clans, they would not be able to resist. For a moment, the East City Lord's mind was in a mess. He suddenly regretted going to Yuan Pavilion at this time and hearing Black Crow Taoist priest's words. If he had not heard the words Emperor Qin, he would not have to think so much. Alas, it is not a good thing to know too much. But what can I do now that I know? What if Qin Shujian really wants to claim the title of emperor? Things are going to be difficult. The East City Lord sighed deeply. Things were really going to be tricky. It was the first time that he felt so annoyed since he had cultivated to such a state. The East City Lord was already considering whether to report this matter to the imperial court. What happened? A familiar voice sounded in his ears. The East City Lord looked at Dan Hao and shook his head. It's nothing. It's just a small matter. He didn't say much to Su Zhan. There was no need for that. Before Qin Shujian became the emperor, the East City Lord did not want to spread the news. And in his opinion, Dan Hao was also a little stupid. If the other party knew about this matter, it might push things to an irreversible extent. On the other side, after settling Black Crow Taoist priest down, Qin Shujian stood on the balcony of the attic, clasping his hands behind his back as he looked towards the City Lord mansion. The East City Lord thought that he hid his emotions very well. But in reality, how could it be hidden from him? It was just that Qin Shujian did not expose him and let the East City Lord leave. Emperor Qin. Qin Shujian recalled the strange behavior of the East City Lord, and quickly connected the dots. To tell the truth, he had never thought about becoming an emperor, nor did he think about competing with the human emperor for the orthodoxy of the human race. No matter if it was the Great Zhao or not. It didn't matter if it was the cultivation world. Qin Shujian treated everyone equally. He didn't want to get involved in many things, and there was only one reason why he didn't want to get involved. It was meaningless. If it were an ordinary person, hearing the two words Emperor Qin, they would either be ecstatic or immediately distance themselves from the matter. But Qin Shujian did not do that. He accepted the title calmly. So what if it was the Emperor Qin? So what if it was not the Emperor Qin? For Qin Shujian, it didn't matter. It was just a title, an honorific. And with his current strength, he was qualified to accept this honorific. If the human emperor fell out with him because of this, he was destined to be a narrow-minded person, so there was no need to say more. In the ancient times, the Emperor of Heaven ruled all races, and there were also human emperors in the human race. In fact, the human race was ruled by the Emperor of Heaven and the human emperor. The god race only has a high priest at the 10th level of the celestial being realm, but there is no second nirvana realm powerhouse. It's the same for the demon race. There are still some things that can't be exposed. Qin Shujian thought of the various big clans. As far as he knew, among these big clans, there was only one emperor. Qin Shujian would never believe that after so many years, there was no second nirvana realm powerhouse among the various clans. But there was none now. There was only one possibility. The emperors of the various clans were suppressing them, so that the others did not have the chance to break through to the nirvana realm. Or rather, those powerhouses also knew that they could not break through to the nirvana realm. Once they did, they might face a death tribulation. Just like the high priest of the god race. As for that person, Qin Shujian thought that the other party's strength was enough to break through to the nirvana realm. But in fact, he did not break through. There was only one reason. The high priest of the god race was suppressing his realm and did not dare to let him break through. Because once he broke through, it might cause the division of the human race. In this way, in fact, when a second emperor is born in every clan, they will face such a situation. The two words, Emperor Qin, are just picking up everything from the dark side to the bright side. However, Black Crow Taoist openly said the two words, Emperor Qin. What is his purpose? Is it unintentional or intentional to divide the human race? Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. However, he only thought about it in his heart and did not have the intention to find out the truth. So what if it was divided? So what if it was not divided? If the human race treated him with sincerity, then he would treat the human race with sincerity. If the human emperor really wanted to break off with him, at most, he would just ignore the mess of the human race. With his own strength, he was qualified to rule over a region wherever he went. And without the restraint of the human race, Qin Shujian believed that he could do things more freely. Maybe his strength could grow even faster. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian whispered to himself, if I really become an emperor, what will you do? Will you tacitly accept my existence or suppress me? In ancient times, the human race also had many emperors. It's not as complicated as you think. Godslayer's voice sounded in the sea of consciousness. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, maybe. Complicated or not. It was not a big problem. His current strength was enough to support him to do a lot of things. Even if he left the human race, there would be no problem. He had enough strength. Qin Shujian was also very confident. The next day, Qin Shujian, Black Crow Taoist, and East City Lord went out of the city. Outside the city, the body of the fled dragon was still there. In the eyes of the three, that pressure was nothing. It is rumored that the Demon Emperor came from the fled dragon clan. I wonder if it is true. Looking at the fled dragon in front of him, Qin Shujian said lightly. Compared with the giant dragon that occupied the galaxy when he saw the star sage, the fled dragon in front of him was really too weak. Black Crow Taoist said, the Demon Emperor is indeed from the fled dragon clan. There is a dragon transformation pool in the demon clan, which is a supreme treasure left from ancient times. All the experts of the fled dragon clan will enter the dragon transformation pool when they reach the 10th level of the celestial being realm. Once they succeed, they will transform into the body of a fled dragon and become a true dragon. But if they can't get out, then the dragon transformation pool will absorb the experts who enter it and transform them into their own strength. Dragon transformation pool, hearing this name. Qin Shujian and East City Lord looked at each other. Obviously, the two of them were very unfamiliar with this name. In the Sea of Consciousness, Godslayer said, the Dragon Transformation Pool is the supreme treasure of the ancient demon clan, which is comparable to the immortal ranking of the myriad clans and the heavenly mirror. But this supreme treasure should be broken. I don't believe that the Dragon Transformation Pool can be intact after the great tribulation of the ancient times. But even if it is broken, it can still transform the body of a true dragon, so its grade must be high. If you have the chance to get it, it will be a rare supreme treasure. He had the know-it-all. Qin Shujian soon understood what the Dragon Transformation Pool was. It was indeed a top supreme treasure that was comparable to the immortal ranking of the myriad clans and the heavenly mirror. It is said that the Dragon Transformation Pool is the top supreme treasure of the demon clan in ancient times, which is comparable to the immortal ranking of the myriad clans in the heavenly court. I wonder if the Dragon Transformation Pool in the hands of the demon clan is intact. You are really knowledgeable, Emperor Qin, Black Crow Taoist sighed. He didn't expect Qin Shujian to know about the existence of the Dragon Transformation Pool. Then he shook his head and said, the Dragon Transformation Pool has been broken long ago. But even so, it is still an 8-seal Taoist instrument, the real foundation of the demon clan. Without the Dragon Transformation Pool, the luck of the demon clan will drop by at least 1/3. Brother Black Crow, do you hate the demon clan a lot? The Black Crow clan was destroyed by the demon emperor. Hatred is not enough to describe it. The meaning of my existence is to destroy the demon clan and avenge the millions of creatures of the Black Crow clan. If Emperor Qin wants to take the Dragon Transformation Pool, I can lead the way for you. But the Dragon Transformation Pool is heavily guarded, and there are many powerful flood dragons. It is not easy to take it quietly. If there is a big noise, it will alert the Demon Emperor. It is very difficult. Black Crow Taoist said with a serious expression. He and the Demon Clan would fight to the death. If he could get the Dragon Transformation Pool, the Demon Clan would definitely go crazy. The East City Lord stood to one side and listened to the conversation between the two in silence. He also felt it was ridiculous. What are they doing? They are plotting. No, they are trying to take the Dragon Transformation Pool openly. Aren't they afraid that the Demon Clan will go crazy? After thinking for a while, the East City Lord felt it was normal. Qin Shujian had always been unscrupulous. He had killed several powerful figures of the Demon Clan and chopped off the fingers of the Demon Emperor. He was not afraid of angering the Demon Clan. As for Black Crow Taoist, he was completely barefooted and not afraid of wearing shoes. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. I still need to think about it. The Demon Clan is not weak. I don't want to take the risk without full confidence. Although it was a refusal. But the meaning in his words was obvious. He did not take action now because he was not strong enough. If he was strong enough, the dragon transformation pool would definitely not belong to the demon clan. Then, Qin Shujian looked at the East City Lord and said, "The City Lord wants to collect the flood dragon's blood. Take out the vessel." Hearing that, the East City Lord immediately took out a palm-sized copper basin. On the copper basin, there was a lid. "Sect Master Qin, please fill it up." "It's not a big deal." Qin Shujian waved his hand. A strong wind cut open the flood dragon's body, and hot blood immediately flowed out. The East City Lord immediately opened the lid, and then the copper basin was enlarged and all the blood flowed out was put in. The flood dragon's body was thousands of feet long. The blood contained in it was comparable to that of a river. About an hour later, the East City Lord said, "It's enough." Seeing that, Qin Shujian took out a box from his sleeve. After opening the lid, the box was directly enlarged to catch the blood that continued to flow out. The flood dragon's blood was the most precious treasure for casting the foundation. It was incomparable to the blood of other demon clans. The East City Lord wanted the flood dragon's blood for the descendants of the Hu clan. Qin Shujian still had more than 200,000 disciples waiting to be fed, so he needed such a precious treasure. After this release, he directly released it for half a day. The originally plump flood dragon's body had almost shrunk by half. Qin Shujian sealed the wound, then closed the jade box and solemnly put it away. After doing all this, he turned his head to look at Black Crow Taoist and said, "Do you want the flood dragon's blood? It's useless for me. You can take it if you want, as long as it doesn't affect the effect of the magic weapon. Then it would be impolite for me to refuse." Qin Shujian was not pretentious. He took out 3 more jade boxes and continued the bleeding. Seeing that, the East City Lord felt a little heartache. He found that he only brought 1 utensil here. It was a big loss. The flood dragon's blood. It was the most precious treasure that could only be found by chance. Black Crow Taoist obviously didn't want it. If he gave more at this time, there would be no problem at all. Unfortunately, the East City Lord had nothing to pack. Therefore, he could only watch Qin Shujian take away all the flood dragon's blood. That was because there were a few more wounds added. This time, the bleeding became faster. Only about an hour later, the 3 jade boxes were all filled. Until now, the whole flood dragon's body had dried up. But even so, the pressure did not weaken much. For this, Qin Shujian was not surprised. Because the blood they released was just ordinary blood. The real essence of the flood dragon's body was the essence blood hidden deep in the body. As long as the essence blood did not dry up, the pressure would not weaken much. The next second, Qin Shujian held the flood dragon's body with one hand and left the East City. The East City Lord did not follow, because he knew what Qin Shujian was going to do. This time, he came here just to get some flood dragon's blood. If he kept following, it would be a little shameless. On the other side, Qin Shujian and Black Crow Taoist left with the flood dragon's body. This time, the casting. Qin Shujian did not cast it in the human clan's territory of 100,000 miles, nor in the East continent. Instead, he directly left the human clan's territory. On a strange plain, a huge flood dragon's body fell down. Qin Shujian waved his hand and set up a defensive formation around. Then he looked at Black Crow Taoist and said, "Please protect me and don't let anyone disturb me. Otherwise, if it fails, I will not be responsible." "Don't worry, Emperor Qin. No one will disturb you." "Well, I'm going to start." Qin Shujian did not talk nonsense. He directly ignited the furnace of heaven and earth and swallowed the whole flood dragon's body. The furnace of heaven and earth burned. The surrounding temperature rose sharply. Black Crow Taoist stood in the void, paying attention to the changes around. Not long after, an anomaly appeared in the sky. Many experts within a radius of 100,000 miles began to approach the area when they sensed the anomaly. Seeing this, Black Crow Taoist shouted in a deep voice, "This is the divine weapon made by Emperor Qin of the human clan. I hope you will not disturb it." In the void. After hearing this, the nearby experts were confused at first, But soon they realized it and could not help but show a look of horror on their faces. Emperor Qin of the human clan, who in the human clan was qualified to be called Emperor Qin, almost without thinking. They thought of Qin Shujian. Among the human clan. Not counting the human emperor. Only Qin Shujian, who killed Emperor Qiju, was qualified to be called an emperor. Qin Shujian, Emperor Qin, that would make sense. Moreover, there were only so many experts who were proficient in casting in the 4 continents. Only one person could trigger the anomaly of heaven and earth. Black Crow Taoist did not need to say anything. These people could guess who was doing it. Therefore, after hearing Black Crow Taoist's words, an expert immediately said, "Don't worry, Taoist brother Black Crow. We just heard about Emperor Qin's order and came here to observe. We have no intention of disturbing you." That's right. Why would we disturb Emperor Qin? The other experts chimed in as well. If it were others, they would not explain so much. If they had the chance, they would even snatch the divine weapon. But Qin Shujian was different. He was an expert who was comparable to the strongest experts of the top clans. Who dared to provoke such an existence, even the top clans such as the Monster Clan and the Deity Clan. If they did not have a grudge against the human clan, they would never want to offend him. As for the commotion he had caused, Qin Shujian did not pay attention to it. He devoted himself to casting the divine weapon. Looking at the melting body of the flood dragon. Then looking at Black Crow Taoist who was guarding him. An alien expert could not help but ask, "Taoist brother Black Crow, why are you guarding Emperor Qin while he is casting the divine weapon?" Is it because, his meaning was obvious. He just wanted to ask if Black Crow Taoist brother had turned to the human clan. As a rogue cultivator. Black Crow Taoist brother was quite famous in the 4 continents. After all, no matter what. His strength was close to that of the emperors of the small clans. In the 4 continents, he was a top-ranked expert. Black Crow Taoist brother said, "Even if I wanted to turn to the human clan, Emperor Qin might not take me seriously. It's just that I took the task of Yuanzong and got the qualification to ask Emperor Qin to help me cast the divine weapon." Yuanzong's task. Upon hearing this, many experts began to ponder over the situation. They naturally knew what Yuanzong's task was. It was the task of Yuanzong to reward the God Clan, the Demon Clan, and the Blood Eldar. As long as they killed the experts of the 3 clans, they would get the opportunity to cast the divine weapon by Qin Shujian. However, this task was released. No one had the guts to hunt down the 3 clans and submit the task except for Black Crow Taoist brother. No matter what. The power of the 3 clans was destined. Other clans could not afford to offend them. The experts who had the strength to take action did not dare to act rashly because of the power of the 3 clans. The cultivators who dared to break the pot were not strong enough to complete the task. After all, the top rogue cultivators like Black Crow Taoist brother were very few. The other experts at this level mostly had their own clans behind them. They had their own clans. They had their fetters. There was no doubt about it. Casting the divine weapon was not something that could be done in a day or 2. As time went by, the news that Qin Shujian was casting the divine weapon here had been completely spread. Many experts of the clans came here to observe. Although the casting of other continents had declined. In fact, many clans wanted to cultivate strong enough forgers. A clan. Once they had a strong forger, their overall strength would improve a lot. After all, in addition to relying on themselves, the divine weapon was also indispensable. Therefore, as the top forger in the 4 continents, Qin Shujian's reputation had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. It was just that he did not cast the divine weapon many times in public. Moreover, he was always in the human territory. Other cultivators had no chance to observe. This time, Qin Shujian was out of the human territory. Therefore, after the news spread out, it immediately attracted many cultivators. I've always heard that Emperor Qin is the top forger in the 4 continents. Today, I've seen it for myself. It's indeed extraordinary. The seemingly simple hammering technique secretly conforms to the rules. It's exquisite, really exquisite. Sigh, such methods are already earth-shattering. It's amazing. The experts of the various clans who came because of the fame were all amazed when they saw Xianxia casting the divine weapon. The outer sect watched the show, while the inner sect watched the skill. For cultivators who did not understand the Tao of forging, Xianxia's casting method was at most pleasing to the eye and powerful. But for cultivators who were proficient in the Tao of forging, every step of Xianxia's casting was extremely exquisite. It had reached a point where it could turn something rotten into something magical. After just observing for a few minutes, this was enough to convince these cultivators. At some point, an oppressive aura came. Someone looked up at the sky and said, "The thunder tribulation is coming." Hearing that, quite a number of people tactfully retreated. The thunder tribulation was coming. When it struck, it would not have eyes. If they were struck by lightning because they were too close, it would be awkward. Soon, the thunder tribulation fell with a bang. The entire casting process was extremely smooth. No experts came to interfere, and no god clan or demon clan came to stop it. Black Crow Taoist priest watched the divine weapon take shape bit by bit, feeling a little excited. He also knew a little about the reason why the major clans did not make a move. It was nothing more than Xianxia's strength was too strong. And the divine weapon this time was not comparable to the 8-seal Dao artifact at all. Even if they came to interfere and make the other party fail, there would be no loss. On the contrary, if the experts of the various clans made a move, they would definitely anger Xianxia. When that time came, at least a few mighty figures would have to die. In order to stop the other party from forging a divine weapon, they would have to pay the lives of several mighty figures. As long as they were not fools, they would not do that. After all, mighty figures were not cabbages. In any clan, they were rare experts. A few days passed. The thunder tribulation had dissipated. And the moment the thunder tribulation dissipated, a beam of sword light cut through the sky and earth. Immediately after, a spiritual sword soared into the sky. The sound of the sword, like a dragon's roar, resounded throughout the greater world. All the cultivators who were illuminated by this sword light felt a chill in their bodies and a faint tingling pain on their skin. All of a sudden, the way these cultivators looked at the spiritual sword also changed suddenly. They knew that the divine weapon forged by Xianxia must be extraordinary. But they did not expect that this divine weapon would reach such a level. With just the sword light, it had already shown that it was extraordinary. If it was really activated, it would definitely be an earth-shattering scene. "Brother Black Crow, take the sword," Xianxia said loudly. Black Crow Taoist had been itching for a long time. Now that he heard the other party's words, he could no longer hold back. He took a step forward and rushed to the side of the spiritual sword, directly holding the sword hilt with his palm. Ignoring the spiritual sword's struggle, he forced a drop of blood from his body and dripped it on the spiritual sword. However, before the blood completely touched the spiritual sword, it was destroyed by the burst of sword chi. Xianxia said, "Although this sword is a top spiritual weapon, in terms of power, it is not weaker than a top 6-seal Dao artifact. And its killing power is even stronger. Brother Black Crow, if you wanted to recognize you as its master, you'd better fuse with it with your essence blood." Hearing that, Black Crow Taoist was not surprised, but the other cultivators' expressions changed drastically. A top spiritual weapon comparable to a 6-seal Dao artifact. Such a divine weapon. It was definitely one of the best in the 4 continents. Even if it did not have the effect of suppressing fate, it would still be the same. On the other side, Black Crow Taoist followed Xianxia's instructions and fused a drop of his essence blood into the spiritual sword. In an instant, the sword trembled violently, and bursts of dragon's roar resounded through the world. Black Crow Taoist suddenly held the long sword in his hand and suddenly slashed toward the void. The condensed sword chi directly cut through the void, crossed thousands of miles, and flattened a 10,000-foot mountain. "Ha ha ha, good sword, it's really a good sword." Black Crow Taoist looked up to the sky and laughed. He almost did not activate the sword just now. It was completely relying on the sharpness of the long sword to achieve such an effect. As for the others, They had completely fallen into a daze. Strong, it was really too strong. Black Crow Taoist was reluctant to let go of the long sword. Then he looked at Qin Shujian and said, "May I ask what is the name of this sword?" "This sword has no name. Brother Black Crow, you can bestow it yourself." Hearing that, Black Crow Taoist looked at the spiritual sword in his hand and muttered to himself, "Since this sword is based on the body of the fled dragon, then it will be called the dragon-slaying sword." "That's right. From now on, you will be called the dragon-slaying sword." Dragon-slaying sword, dragon-slaying sword. The grudge between Black Crow Taoist and the demon clan was not a secret. At this moment, the other party gave the spiritual sword this name, and his thoughts were already clear. Dragon-slaying, it was not an ordinary dragon, but the current demon emperor. From this, it could be seen. Black Crow Taoist was eager for revenge. At this moment, Qin Shujian also looked at the experts of the other clans and said in a clear voice, "The mission that I have issued is still valid. If you can kill the almighty of the three clans, you can get a divine weapon that is not weaker than the dragon-slaying sword. If you can kill the saint of the three clans, you can also get a top divine weapon that is comparable to a 5-seal Dao artifact. If you are transcendent, you can get a divine weapon that is comparable to a 4-seal Dao artifact. If you are worried about exposing your identity and being hated by the three clans, then assassination is fine. Anyway, send someone to send the corpse to the Eastern City Origin Pavilion, and I will forge the divine weapon. At that time I will secretly send the divine weapon to your hands, ensuring that no one will know. Remember, this mission is valid forever. You can think about it carefully." As soon as his voice faded, Qin Shujian suddenly looked at the void in the distance, then took out the Godslayer and slashed in that direction. The stone saber was unparalleled. In an instant, the vacuum was shattered. In the distant void, a hidden expert's expression changed greatly, and he turned around and fled without thinking. At this moment, the heavenly list flew out from the sea of consciousness. The power of the 8-seal Dao artifact filled the sky and forcibly suppressed the cultivator. In the next moment, the stone saber slashed down. The cultivator didn't even have time to resist and was directly cut in two by Zhu Bing. He died. Looking at the overflowing rule power, the expressions of many experts changed greatly. Many people recognized that it was a mighty figure of the Blood Eldar. Many people didn't know. There was a mighty figure of the Blood Eldar hiding in the side. They didn't expect that Qin Shujian would kill him with a single slash. It was as if he didn't kill a mighty figure, but a slightly stronger ant. Just as that mighty figure was about to perish, a terrifying aura erupted from the blood spirit's secret realm. The void collapsed. A middle-aged man had already stepped out, looking at Qin Shujian indifferently. "You killed a mighty figure of the Blood Eldar in the North Continent. Do you really think that the Blood Eldar has no one?" Blood Ling Huang. Seeing the person who came, all the cultivators' expressions changed greatly. Some of the onlooking experts retreated without hesitation. As for Black Crow Taoist, his expression instantly became solemn as he landed directly beside Qin Shujian. He didn't escape, because Qin Shujian was still there. However, facing Blood Ling Huang, Black Crow Taoist was also under great pressure. His opponent's strength. He was comparable to a demon emperor. As for how strong a demon emperor was, for Black Crow Taoist, it was a nightmare. Although he dared to name the divine weapon Dragonslayer, it was actually just for show. If the demon emperor was standing here, Black Crow Taoist's first reaction would not be to rush up, but to turn around and run. How dare you secretly covet it? So what if I kill you? Qin Shujian put his hands behind his back, looked at Blood Ling Huang in front of him, and said calmly, "Why, Blood Ling Huang, are you going to stand up for him? You're arrogant." Blood Ling Huang's indifferent expression gradually became gloomy. After he finished speaking, no one spoke again. The two of them faced each other in the void, and the two terrifying auras had already silently collided. The space quietly collapsed. It could be in the past breath, or it could be in the past hour. Qin Shujian suddenly took out the heaven list and suppressed Blood Ling Huang. Boom, the long river of law surged. Blood Ling Huang punched out, and the terrifying power directly exploded on the heaven list. However, the Heaven List was an 8-seal Dao artifact, and it was also a treasure of luck. In terms of power, it was not inferior to an ordinary 9-seal Dao artifact. So when Blood Ling Huang punched out, the Heaven List only shook slightly, but his fist was cracked by the force. Looking for an opportunity, Qin Shujian took a step forward, and the Godslayer slashed down. Zhu Bing's edge was unparalleled. Even the long river of laws could not stop it. Blood Ling Huang took a step forward, and the injury on his fist instantly healed. The long river of laws under his feet surged. The moment he pushed out with his palm, the sea of blood rose in the void, as if to swallow Qin Shujian. However, the moment the sea of blood rose, the Heaven List fell again. The power that was enough to suppress heaven and earth directly condensed the sea of blood. At the same time, the Godslayer slashed out, and the blade aura tore the sea of blood. Blood Ling Huang took a step back, and the long river of laws shook, forcibly breaking through the suppression of the Heaven List. The monstrous sea of blood recovered again. The speed of the two's battle was neither fast nor slow. But every time they collided, it turned the void thousands of miles into turbulence. When the onlookers saw this scene, they were all shocked and did not dare to look away for a moment. So strong. This was the only thought in everyone's heart. What they said was so strong. It was not referring to Blood Ling Huang, but Qin Shujian. Blood Ling Huang's strength. It had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. However, there were many people who had witnessed Qin Shujian's strength with their own eyes, but more people were still in a state of hearing. Moreover, although Emperor Qiju was an emperor, he had not stepped into the Nirvana realm. Qin Shujian was able to kill him, so there was no need to deny his strength. However, whether he could really rival the supreme powerhouses of the top clans was still up for debate. But at this moment, no one doubted it anymore. Because there was no need. Blood Ling Huang personally made a move and fought with Qin Shujian. But until now, Blood Ling Huang did not have the upper hand. From this, it could be seen. Qin Shujian's strength was already comparable to the supreme powerhouses of the top clans. Boom, heaven and earth was used, and a giant tens of thousands of feet tall stood proudly in the sky. The long river of laws tore through the air. Qin Shujian grabbed the sea of blood with both hands. His body was corroded, and he forcefully tore the sea of blood into pieces. Then, he took another step forward and forced Blood Ling Huang to retreat with his saber. His left hand had already blasted out like lightning. Blood Ling Huang could not dodge in time and directly took Qin Shujian's punch. A terrifying power erupted. His body collapsed. However, Blood Ling Huang was also a ruthless person. When his body collapsed, he did not retreat. Instead, he approached and also punched Qin Shujian's chest. That terrifying power. Even the 9 tribulations immortal body could not resist it. Both of their bodies exploded at the same time. As the terrifying shockwaves erupted, both of them retreated 100 miles. Immediately after, they collided fiercely again. Boom, boom. Boom, terrifying power swept through heaven and earth and spread out in a mighty manner. After an unknown period of time, the suppression of the Heaven List fell and the void shattered. When Blood Ling Huang bombarded Qin Shujian's body until it collapsed, his shoulder was also shattered by the suppression of the Heaven List. In the end, he tore the void with one hand and turned to leave. At the same time, Qin Shujian did not exchange blows with his opponent. The god-slaying saber split open the void and disappeared from where it was. The two of them came quickly and retreated quickly. Only the unquenchable power was left raging in the void. Many of the onlookers were speechless. After a long time, only then did a cultivator break the silence. Who won this battle? Yes, who won? Blood Ling Huang was gone. Qin Shujian was also gone. It seemed that both of them were seriously injured. Under such circumstances, who was the winner? It should be a tie. Some cultivators sighed. The other cultivators were silent. A tie, it was actually a draw. All the cultivators could foresee that after today, Qin Shujian's name would spread in the 4 continents again. Qin Shi Huang. It was unknown who said this. It immediately attracted the approval of others. Xianxia Huang, after today, perhaps these two words would be even more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people than Qin Shujian's real name. They came back to their senses from the battle between the two emperors. Some cultivators' eyes also flickered. Bloodling Huang could not do anything to Xianxia Huang. In other words, Xianxia Huang's mission was indeed effective. After all, there was no need for an expert of this level to lie. Thinking of the dragon-slaying sword in Black Crow Daoist's hand, and then thinking of what Qin Shujian had said. Some of the cultivators' hearts were already stirred up by quite a bit of waves. Subsequently, these cultivators also retreated. At the same time, the two words, Xianxia Huang, also officially spread. P.S. I'll update immediately after writing. Get ready to sleep. Good night. The battle between the human clan's Jin Emperor and the Blood Eldar, Bloodling Huang, in the North Continent. It shocked the world. Every clan would have an emperor. However, there were only a few top-notch emperors. Before the human clan left the East Continent, there were only 4 emperors who stood at the top. The Blood Eldar, Bloodling Huang, the God Clan, Divine Emperor, the Monster Clan, Monster Emperor, the Ancient Buddha Clan, Ancient Buddha Emperor. The 4 of them were the ones who stood at the top of the 3 continents. The rest of the emperors, and even the strongest of the Nirvana realm, even if they were powerful, they were still slightly weaker than the 4. But now, behind the 4, there was one more human clan's Jin Emperor. As for the human emperor, he was above all the cultivators. In the battle when the East Continent opened, the human emperor fought against the emperors of the 4 clans, and vaguely had the title of the strongest of the 4 continents. It was just that the clans resisted the human clan. They didn't admit that the human emperor was the strongest of the 4 continents. But they didn't admit it. But the truth was the truth. The fact that the human emperor was above all the other emperors. Now, there was another Qin emperor. The human clan's power was unparalleled. On a mountain peak, Qin Shujian stepped out of the void. At this time, the aura on his body was slightly weak, but his broken body had completely recovered. He sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain. Qin Shujian breathed in and out the aura of heaven and earth. After half a day, he opened his eyes again. As expected of the 4 emperors, Bloodling Huang is indeed powerful. But it seems that his injuries haven't completely recovered. This battle is about the same. For outsiders, they couldn't tell who won and who lost this battle. But for Qin Shujian, this battle was serious. In fact, he lost a little. Because Bloodling Huang's injuries hadn't completely recovered. In this case, he couldn't gain any advantage. Naturally, he lost. But the difference was very subtle. It was negligible. However, it wouldn't be difficult to make up for it. Qin Shujian looked into the distance, and the battle seemed to be replaying in his eyes. As long as I break through to the next level, I should be able to crush Blood Spirit Emperor, and as long as I refine another emperor, I will be able to refine him. My strength will also officially stand on the same level as Xueling Huang and the others. He was referring to the same level. This referred to the situation where he did not borrow the Dao artifact Zhu Bing, and did not belong to experts like Xueling Huang. In the battle just now. In fact, Qin Shujian had borrowed the power of the Dao artifact and Zhu Bing to fight to a draw with Bloodling Huang. If you discard these, he was still no match for Xueling Huang. However, although external objects were external objects, they were still a part of a cultivator's strength. Then, Qin Shujian took out the heaven list. Then, he took out a lot of blood from his storage ring and dripped it on it. Immediately, a lot of information appeared on the heaven leaderboard. Name, race, age, 12 to 36 realm, heaven being 10th level, nirvana, combat strength, 38 400 talent assessment, genius 38,400. Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows slightly. Xueling Huang's combat strength was neither high nor low. He was referring to the 4 emperors. Except for the ancient Buddha Emperor. He had already obtained the attributes of the other 3 emperors. Among them, the Demon Emperor's combat strength was the highest. The Divine Emperor's combat strength was the lowest. However, there was not much difference between the highest and the lowest. This also explained it from another perspective. The strength of the several emperors was very close. If they fought to the death, both sides would suffer. And in their respective secret realms, they were in an invincible state. Xianxia finally understood why the major clans were able to remain relatively unscathed. Under the circumstances where they could not destroy the other party's clan, no one would easily start a big dispute. At most, there would be some friction on a daily basis, but it was unlikely to use all the strength of the clan to fight. At this time, Xianxia put away the heaven leaderboard and then turned his head to look in a certain direction. Not long after, a man stepped on the air and landed in front of Xianxia. Qin Emperor. Brother Black Crow's perception is sharp. Looking at Black Crow Taoist in front of him, Xianxia said lightly. The other party could sense his presence. Such perception was naturally very sharp. But the magic weapon has been cast. Why did you come to me instead of leaving on your own? I came this time for Qin Emperor. What's the matter? Xianxujian's expression did not change. Black Crow Taoist said, I just want to remind Qin Emperor that there is only one emperor in each big clan for generations. The reason is that there is only one emperor. 5,000 years ago, there was a supreme master of the demon clan who had just broken through the Nirvana realm, but he suddenly died when exploring a secret realm. 3,000 years ago, there was a master of the Blood Eldar who was about to enter the Nirvana realm, but he also died in the hands of the demon royal in a conflict with the demon clan. In the past 10,000 years, no Nirvana realm master of the God clan died, but the high priest of the God clan stayed at the 10th level of the celestial being realm for thousands of years and never took that step. Black Crow Taoist did not say too much. He just used the various clans as an example. How could a supreme expert of the Nirvana realm die just like that in the secret realm? The Nirvana realm master who died in the hands of the demon royal was also full of accidents. The most straightforward one was, there were two powerful figures of the God clan in the human territory in front of him. The Emperor God had not recovered from his injuries and the bloodling Huang was more powerful. How could he not do it? These things Xianxujian also understood in his heart. Then, he looked at Black Crow Taoist and said lightly, so you called Qin Emperor in front of me to remind me? Exactly. Black Crow Taoist priest nodded and said, the Qin Emperor is indeed extremely powerful, but each clan can only have one emperor. In fact, the name of the Qin Emperor has already been spread among some clans since that great war. But at that time, the name of Qin Emperor was not widely spread, and many practitioners had never heard of it. But paper can't wrap the fire. Qin Emperor's name will be spread all over the 4 continents one day. And before that, the human race will certainly get the news. If Qin Emperor knows nothing about it, and if the human emperor takes any action, Qin Emperor will be plotted against. Xianxujian looked at him quietly. He believed half of what Black Crow Taoist said at most. More importantly, he was not related to Black Crow Taoist, so why would he be so kind to remind him? There was no such thing as being kind for no reason. Black Crow Taoist must have his reasons for doing so. Xianxujian asked, why did you do that? His voice was calm, but there was an invisible pressure coming from the void, which made Black Crow Taoist's face change slightly. That pressure. It was like a sharp blade hanging over his head, which would fall down at any time. However, Black Crow Taoist was not afraid, but said bluntly, I have an endless hatred for the demon race. But my power is limited, and it is impossible for me to destroy the demon race. Many clans and forces in the other continents are also dissatisfied with the demon race, but this dissatisfaction is not enough to make them fight against the demon race. Only the human race can go out of the East continent and become the enemy of the demon race. If there is a chance, the demon race will destroy the human race, and so will the human race. It's just that the human race is weak now, and only the human emperor and Qin Emperor have the power to deal with the demon race. Of the two, I am more familiar with Qin Emperor, who is decisive in killing, and shows no mercy to the demon race. Therefore, I don't want to see anything happen to Qin Emperor, so that the demon race will have one less threat. Black Crow Taoist said what was on his mind. Because he knew. In front of such a powerful practitioner, lying was not very useful. The more powerful he was, the more he could see through his mind. In Black Crow Taoist's view, Qin Shujian must be a powerful practitioner in the Nirvana realm, and he had to be at least in the 10th level of the celestial being realm if he wanted to lie in front of him. Besides, if he lied at this time, it would inevitably make the relationship between them fall to the freezing point. Therefore, Black Crow Taoist decided to tell Lin Fan everything that was on his mind. Hearing that, Qin Shujian understood Black Crow Taoist's plan, and then looked at him with a faint smile. Are you afraid that if I die, there will be one less person to deal with the demon race, or you want to use me to deal with the demon race? I dare not. Black Crow Taoist looked at that smile and felt his scalp tingling. How dare I use Qin Emperor? Although I have a selfish idea, it is definitely for Qin Emperor's sake. Well, I already know about it. Qin Shujian looked away, and the smile disappeared, and his face became calm again. Seeing that, Black Crow Taoist cupped his hands. Then I will leave now. If there is a chance in the future, I will see you again. After that, Black Crow Taoist stepped into the air and left. On the top of the mountain, Qin Shujian looked at Black Crow Taoist's back as he left, but he still did not use the knife in his sea of consciousness. Forget it. Now that I finally have an advertising spokesperson, it is better not to act casually. Although Black Crow Taoist's idea is not so pure, it does not harm my interests. Qin Shujian shook his head and decided to let Black Crow Taoist go. If the other party had any bad idea, he would have already slashed with the knife. On the other side, after Black Crow Taoist left Qin Shujian's sight, he felt that his back was soaked in cold sweat. In front of the other party, he always felt that the two eyes seemed to contain endless sharpness, which would turn into a shocking power at any time. With Qin Shujian's strength, if he really wanted to kill him, he would definitely not be able to escape. Fortunately, Black Crow Taoist thought that he did not mean to harm Qin Shujian, so he was not so flustered. However, that pressure was still present, until he was completely out of Qin Shujian's sight. Only then did Black Crow Taoist have the illusion of surviving a disaster. In the future, I can't casually be alone with such an expert. The longer I cultivate, the more abnormal these people's hearts are. If they are in a bad mood and really want to make a move, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. For the sake of his life, Black Crow Taoist decided not to be so reckless in the future. Breakthrough, he had to break through, not to mention breaking through to the Nirvana realm. He had to at least step into the 10th level of the celestial being realm. As long as he stepped into the 10th level of the celestial being realm, even if a supreme expert like Qin Shujian were to make a move, he would still have the confidence to escape. He would not be like now, without any sense of security. After rejoicing, Black Crow Taoist's eyes became cold again. Looking in the direction of the western region, his heart was boiling with killing intent. Demons, just you wait. If I don't kill you until you don't dare to walk out of the secret realm, my name will be written upside down. In the next moment, he had already summoned the dragon-slaying sword. The spirit sword seemed to have sensed Black Crow Taoist's killing intent. The astonishing sword light swallowed and spat out traces of overflowing sword chi, cutting the surrounding space apart. With the dragon-slaying sword, Black Crow Taoist was confident that even if it was an expert of the 10th level of the celestial being realm, he would still have the strength to fight. As for cultivators of the same realm, he was even more confident in killing them. There were a few 10th level celestial being realm experts in the demon clan. At most, there were only one or two of them, and they were all guarding the demon clan's secret realm. Black Crow Taoist's target was not these 10th level celestial being realm experts. His target, it was the demon clan cultivators below the 10th level of the celestial being realm. Thinking of his hatred for the demon clan, Black Crow Taoist's pitch-black eyes flashed with a bloody light. He immediately licked his lips and revealed a cruel and cold smile. Demon clan, wait for your death. Boom, a long sword cut through the void. A Taoist stepped on the sword as if he was flying on a sword. Just this immortal. It seemed that his killing intent was a little heavy. On the other side, Qin Shujian also left the North Continent and returned to the human territory. The reason he dared to recuperate in the North Continent, It was because he had just fought with Xueling Huang, and the other party was also seriously injured. Under such circumstances, Xueling Huang would not be so stubborn as to continue to hunt him down. In the North Continent. Except for Xueling Huang. The only one who could pose a threat to him was the ancient Buddha Emperor. However, the ancient Buddha Emperor is not doing well now. Xianxia's growth is too fast. It's surprising. What happened in the ancient Buddha clan had long been spread. How could Qin Shujian not know? As for Xianxia, Qin Shujian did not have any ill feelings toward him. If possible, he would like to meet with him and have a good chat. Even under such circumstances, there was no problem in letting him return to the human race. Xianxia had caused a big commotion. However, it was only targeted at hostile races. They were hostile to begin with. Was he afraid that they would go crazy and bite him? It was just that Xianxia's whereabouts were erratic. In addition, the human race did not have much control over the other 3 continents. Yuan Pavilion was completely suppressed in the human territory. As a result, Yuan Sec's information about the other 3 continents was also very weak. After returning to the human territory, Qin Shujian directly entered the passage and returned to the East Continent. Just as he stepped into the entrance of the passage, the person guarding the passage was still the same heavenly being. However, Qin Shujian left too quickly. That person did not have a chance to speak. Qin Shujian had already left. Just as Qin Shujian was about to use the portal, his heart suddenly moved. He turned his head to look at a certain place. He stopped in his tracks and then stepped into the void to leave. A peak that was thousands of feet high. But it seemed to have been cut in half. The originally precipitous mountain peak had already become flat and level. And on the platform of the peak, there seemed to be a faint imprint. A wave of pressure that did not dissipate spread. It was even stronger than the pressure of the flood dragon's corpse. On the platform, a person stood with his hands behind his back. Not long after, Qin Shujian also came here. This is where the heavenly demon temple of the East Continent's demon clan used to be. That is the powerful imprint left by Zhu Bing. This pressure will not dissipate for the next few hundred years. The human emperor is not in the central state prefecture today. Why are you here? Qin Shujian glanced at the imprint of the heavenly demon temple, and then his gaze fell on the human emperor. The human emperor came at this time. He had some guesses in his heart. However, Qin Shujian could not figure out the human emperor's purpose for the time being, so he came to see him. Hearing this, the human emperor turned around, looked at Qin Shujian, and said with a faint smile, "A few days ago, the imperial court received some news that sect master Qin has already claimed the title of emperor, so I came to see if it's true." At the mention of the word emperor, the surrounding atmosphere also became more solemn. Qin Shujian said calmly, "If it's true, what will the human emperor do? Was he going to suppress him, or was he going to turn a blind eye to this news?" He also wanted to know what the human emperor was thinking. "I only want to ask you, do you want to be the Qin emperor?" The human emperor did not answer but asked instead. Did he want to be the Qin emperor? This question made Qin Shujian fall into deep thought. Did he want to be the emperor? In fact, even he himself did not know about this matter. But it was good to be the emperor. It did not matter to Qin Shujian whether he was the emperor or not. On the contrary, it was the human emperor's idea. He had to know. So after a short silence, Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, "If I want to be the Qin emperor, what should I do?" As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent. Immediately after, the human emperor said slowly, "If you want to be the Qin emperor, then you are the Qin emperor." Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the long river of laws in the sky shook as if responding to the human emperor's words. At the same time, the great Zhao's luck was shaking. The luck of the human clan was also shaking. Such a change. All the humans in the East Continent seemed to have sensed something. They looked up at the sky, but they could not see anything. On the platform on the peak, Qin Shujian's expression suddenly changed. He did not expect the change in front of him. What did that mean? Did the human emperor approve of his position? But if he approved of his position, why would it cause such a big change? Qin Shujian was a little confused. The change in front of him was beyond his expectations. No. Everything that had happened since he returned to the East Continent was beyond his expectations. The human emperor put his hands behind his back and looked at Qin Shujian with a burning gaze. What is the human emperor? In my opinion, the human emperor's duty is not to rule the human clan, but to expand the territory and establish a foundation for the human clan. In ancient times, the human clan had 5 emperors. In ancient times, the human clan also had 2 emperors. There has never been more than 1 emperor, however, as the human clan declined, the number of emperors that could be born became fewer and fewer, so it gradually evolved into what it is today. If you become an emperor, you have to shoulder the responsibility of the human clan's rise and fall. If the human clan is destroyed, the emperors will not be complete. If the human clan rises, the emperors will prosper. The human emperor's voice was not loud, but it was like the sound of the heavens. It echoed in the world and even the entire East Continent. Under the long river of laws. The long river of time flowed over. In Qin Shujian's eyes, he could see broken images in the long river of time. Some experts ruled the human clan and expanded the territory for the human clan. Some experts sacrificed themselves to pass on the human clan's torch. Some experts, those scenes flashed in front of Qin Shujian's eyes. The human clan has existed since the birth of heaven and earth. In every generation, there were human emperors who either used shocking power to expand the territory or sacrificed themselves to pass on the torch, allowing the human clan to survive until today. When the human clan was at its peak, the heavenly court was established and ruled all races. When the human clan declined, there were many enemies and bloody battles. If you become an emperor, you have to shoulder the responsibility of the human clan's rise and fall. Qin Shujian of the human clan. Are you willing to become an emperor? The human emperor's voice was like thunder. All the living beings in the world were shocked. Qin Shujian stood rooted to the ground. Are you willing to become an emperor? The human emperor's words made him feel like a blow to the head. Qin Shujian had never thought that he wanted to be the human emperor, nor did he want to shoulder the responsibility of the human clan's rise and fall. His goal had always been. It was to cultivate peacefully and steadily, and then improve peacefully and steadily. As long as he was faster than the players in every step, he would be safe and worry-free. When he cultivated to the immortal realm in the future, he would be able to roam the world freely. But he didn't know when it started. Qin Shujian found that his actions seemed to have changed. When the vassals besieged the imperial city, if the imperial court didn't send any representatives and only sent someone to invite him, would he go back? If the demon clan wreaked havoc in Bayun Mansion, would he sit back and do nothing? If the human clan left the eastern continent, would he fight to the death for the human clan? The top clans of the 3 continents suppressed the human clan. Why would Sky Origin sect take the lead? Everything that had happened in the past. All of them flashed through Qin Shujian's mind. It turned out that he didn't know when it started, but deep in his heart, he had already considered the human clan. He also didn't know when it started. He had already completely integrated into this world. It might have been when he became the master of Mount Liang, or when he established Sky Origin sect. Qin Shujian found that the more he did, the deeper his bond with Sky Origin sect and the human clan. In other words, if the human emperor attacked him now and drove him out of the human clan, in the future, when the human clan faced the crisis of extinction, would he stand by and do nothing? Qin Shujian fell into deep thought. He suddenly found that the human clan was quite good, and it was also quite good for him to be a human clan. It was just that he had never thought about it. There would be a day when he would shoulder the responsibility of the human clan's rise and fall. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian thought of a sentence. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. If his current strength wasn't enough to rival the top experts, it wouldn't be his turn to carry this banner. But obviously, there were no ifs. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer fell silent, which was rare for him. He didn't say anything unnecessary, not even a sound. Obviously, Godslayer wanted Qin Shujian to make his own choice. Qin Shujian of the human clan. Are you willing to be the emperor? His voice was as vast as the sound of heaven, and it directly woke Qin Shujian up. This was the human emperor's second question. Are you willing to be the emperor? Qin Shujian looked at the human emperor, looked at the river of time, looked at the vast destiny of the great Zhao dynasty and the human clan. Everything flashed through his mind one by one. Finally, he bowed slightly. This bow was not to the human emperor, but to the entire human clan's destiny. Qin Shujian of the human clan is willing to be the emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, heaven and earth shook. The human emperor took out the great Zhao imperial jade seal and said loudly, "From today onwards, you are the Qin emperor, and I am the Zhao emperor." Eastern continent. The destiny of the human clan was rolling. P.S. Support the original version, Jidian Chinese networks. I am decent. Qin Shujian felt something in his heart. The heaven list in his sea of consciousness was also taken out. From today onwards, I am the Qin emperor. Boom, the providence of the heaven roll exploded and shot straight into the clouds, resonating with the providence of the great Zhao dynasty. Meanwhile, in the cultivation world, all the sects' fortunes soared into the sky. The providence of the heaven roll, which was originally inferior to that of the great Zhao dynasty, had now grown to a level comparable to that of the great Zhao dynasty. Boom! The heaven list's aura was vast and mighty, suppressing the heavens and earth. In the meantime, the imperial jade seal in the hands of the human emperor, also known as Emperor Zhao, also exploded with a shocking amount of fate. Above the eastern continent, the fortune of the human race appeared out of nowhere. The extremely dense yellow providence turned into a river that ran through the entire eastern continent and even reached the human domain. A ranking list, imperial jade seal, it appeared in the river of providence, as if it was suppressing the providence of the entire human race. At this moment, all the humans felt the same way, bowing and shouting. Greetings, Zhao Emperor. Greetings, Emperor Qin. The voices of the people reached the heavens. At this moment, not only was the eastern continent shocked, even the other three great continents were affected. The powerhouses of the various races raised their heads and looked in the direction of the eastern continent, as well as the surging river of providence in the human territory. The heaven list and the imperial jade seal's shadow. At this moment, it was being displayed within. What happened? Why is there such a change? The human race is so prosperous. Are we really going to regain our ancient glory? Qin Huang. Zhao Huang. Regarding the changes of the human race, the experts of all the races were shocked beyond words. The voices of all living beings of the human race. It even spread beyond the human territory. Who was the Qin emperor, who was Zhao emperor? Many experts were puzzled when they heard these two names, but they quickly came to their senses. Demon race mystic realm. The demon emperor, who was in seclusion, suddenly came out of seclusion. Looking at the surging fortune of the human race, his face was as gloomy as water. Zhao Huang. How could he not know who Emperor Zhao was? However, what the demon emperor didn't expect was, the human sovereign was so bold that he was willing to rule the human race with Qin Shujian. Originally, what the human race did had nothing to do with the demon race. But for some reason, the demon emperor suddenly felt offended. What surprised him even more was that the human race's providence was so vast that even the demon race's providence paled in comparison. A centipede dies but never falls down. If we don't get rid of it, there will be endless trouble in the future. The demon emperor's face darkened. He knew about what had happened to Qin Shujian. Even the name of Emperor Qin had been pushed by the demons in the dark. Gradually, they wanted to make this matter bigger and make the human emperor wary, which would eventually cause the human race to break apart. In the end. But the human emperor's way of doing things turned the tables on him. Not only did the human race not split up, but their fortunes had also become even more prosperous. Zhao Emperor, compared to the original title of human emperor, strictly speaking, the other party's status had been downgraded. It was very simple. If he became the human sovereign, he would be the only supreme ruler of the human race. That was the only way. Only then could they be named after their race. This was the case for the monster emperor of the Yao clan and the deity emperor of the Shen clan. If there were multiple sovereigns in one race, In that case, although these sovereigns were still human sovereigns, they could no longer call themselves human sovereigns. Because the sovereigns were not the only ones. As a result, the human sovereign would be downgraded and called Zhao Emperor. Downgraded directly. It meant that the fate of the human race was no longer completely under their control. Such boldness, it made the demon emperor both angry and powerless. If it were him, he would never be able to do this. The demon clan, they could only have one sovereign. At this moment, not only the demon clan's secret realm, but even the sovereigns of the god clan, Blood Eldar, ancient Buddha clan, and other top clans were alarmed by the changes in the human race. The ancient Buddha emperor's face was even uglier than the demon emperor's. Qin. Emperor. The stone man's face was ferocious as he gritted his teeth. After becoming an emperor, Qin Shujian's strength would definitely be stronger. It would not be easy for him to kill the other party. The ancient Buddha emperor had also received the news. Qin Shujian had fought with Blood Ling Huang not long ago. In the end, the two of them retreated without a winner or loser. This news, he firmly believed it. If Blood Ling Huang could kill Qin Shujian, then the other party would definitely not retreat. The Blood Eldar was also a firm faction that wanted to destroy the human race. If there was a chance to weaken the human race, he would definitely not let it go. However, Blood Ling Huang retreated. This proved that his strength was not enough to kill Qin Shujian. For this, the ancient Buddha emperor felt even more pressure. On the path of the rule of power, he had already secretly killed all the cultivators who walked on the rule of power and might pose a threat to him. The ancient Buddha emperor originally thought, he was confident that he would achieve the Tao. In the end, however, there was a variable like Qin Shujian. After a long time, the ancient Buddha emperor finally calmed down the anger in his heart. The change in the human race was something he did not expect. But now that the ship had been sailed, there was no point in saying anything more. I can only recover from my injuries and then take advantage of the fact that Qin Shujian has not fully grown to master the rule of power. As long as I can achieve the Tao, all the problems can be solved. The ancient Buddha emperor closed his eyes again. What he meant by not fully grown was that he could still suppress the other party for now. If the time came when he could no longer suppress the other party, then it would be really troublesome. Walking on the same path of the rule of power, the two were destined to have a battle. It was unavoidable. In the secret realm of the god race, the divine emperor, who was in seclusion, was also awakened by the change in the human race. However, the divine emperor did not come out of seclusion. After passing the order to increase the suppression of the human race, he immediately went into seclusion. The more changes in the human race, for the god race, the more troublesome it was. The rise of the human race, they could not destroy the monster race or other races, but they would never let the god race go. Because the divine emperor knew, for traitors, the human race hated them very much. Although he did not think the god race was a traitor, they had broken away from the human race after all. Just like how the god race wanted to annex the human race would not tolerate the existence of the god race. Emperor Qin. Emperor Zhao. Black Crow Taoist beheaded a monster race celestial being in front of him with a sword. Then he looked in the direction of the eastern continent, his face full of shock. He knew that Qin Shujian's ascension to the throne would definitely cause a great change in the human race. So, that was why Black Crow Taoist risked defending Qin Shujian to pass the news to him. The purpose of this was so that he could be prepared. After all, any expert who wanted to kill the monster race was an ally in Black Crow Taoist's eyes. Such an ally, how could he let the other party die so easily? At least, it would not be too late to let the monster race die after they paid a sufficient price. Black Crow Taoist believed. As long as he warned in advance, with Qin Shujian's means, he should not fall into the human emperor's trap. But, now the change in the human race shocked Black Crow Taoist. Not only did the human emperor not attack Qin Shujian, but he also recognized Qin Shujian's position. Not only that, he also demoted from human emperor to Emperor Zhao. In this way, even if he and Qin Shujian ruled the human race together, he would no longer be the sole ruler. Good courage. Black Crow Taoist took a deep breath and immediately said with emotion. Looking at the 4 continents, among the innumerable races and forces, there was no emperor of any race who could have the courage of the human emperor to enjoy the luck of a race alone. The benefits were unimaginable. Only the emperors of those races could firmly control their emperors' positions. Every time the emperors changed, it would be accompanied by the outbreak of a great war and a bloody storm. Only the human emperor had such courage and was willing to demote his position. At this moment, Black Crow Taoist was already certain that as long as the human race was stable for 1,000 years, it would definitely usher in a great prosperity. There was no other reason. It was purely because the human race had a figure like the human emperor. Monster Emperor, you are not as good as the human emperor. Not only is your strength inferior, but also your courage inferior. You still want to become an immortal, wishful thinking. Black Crow Taoist withdrew his gaze from the East continent and immediately looked at the monster race. In his eyes, it was full of killing intent. There was one thing he did not tell Xianxia. That was that the supreme powerhouse of the monster race that died in the past was from the Black Crow clan. And after that supreme powerhouse died, some powerhouses of the Black Crow clan found out something and found the traces of the monster emperor's activities. Before the powerhouse of the Black Crow clan could reveal this matter, the monster emperor uprooted the entire Black Crow clan on a groundless charge. The other powerhouses of the monster race watched coldly from the sidelines. If the supreme powerhouse of the Black Crow clan was still there, then there would be powerhouses who would stand up to the monster emperor because of his tyranny. But that supreme powerhouse had already died. For a fallen powerhouse, no one would offend the monster emperor because of this. So, the Black Crow clan was destroyed, and it was destroyed very quickly. In just a few days, the Black Crow clan, which was considered a large clan in the monster race, had all their powerhouses fallen, and all their clansmen in the monster race's secret realm were killed. Not only that, even the Black Crow clan members who were training outside were hunted down by the monster race. Only Black Crow Taoist had some means to survive until now. At this time, the change in the human race, Black Crow Taoist saw the hope of the monster race's destruction. Boom, the void shattered, and 3 powerhouses of the monster race stepped out from the void. But just as they walked out, they saw Black Crow Taoist leaving on his sword. His speed was so fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Damn it, he escaped again. A monster race powerhouse's face was gloomy, looking at the celestial corpse that fell to the ground, his heart surging with great anger. Another one, including this fallen celestial, no less than 5 celestials of the monster race had been killed by Black Crow Taoist. The fall of the dark fled dragon last time, it had already made the powerhouses of the dragons angry. For this, the monster race sent out many powerhouses to hunt him down. Unfortunately, the Black Crow clan was extremely fast, and could be considered one of the best in the monster race. In addition, Black Crow Taoist was alone and had no weaknesses. As a result, the pursuit of the monster race powerhouses had not made much progress. Not only that, Black Crow Taoist also took this opportunity to kill other celestials of the monster race. At this moment, another monster race powerhouse said coldly, "Continue to chase, I want to see how he can escape." In addition, inform the other powerhouses to join forces to encircle and suppress him. I want to make him have no way out. The Black Crow clan is too fast, it's not easy to surround and kill him, and the power of the spirit sword in his hand is unparalleled, ordinary powerhouses can't contend with it at all. As long as we block him and set up the array, he can't escape. As for a mere divine weapon, what can it do? Chase. After a simple communication, several monster race powerhouses immediately chased in the direction of Black Crow Taoist's escape. Although the other party's speed was fast, but his aura did not dissipate so quickly. If they wanted to chase, they could still catch up. The Eastern Continent. The human race. At this moment, the human race's destiny was vast. Qin Shujian held the heaven list in his hand, and a sense of enlightenment surged in his heart. At that moment, he found that the destiny of the Eastern Continent's cultivation world was already under his control. The vision did not last long, it had already slowly faded away. The human emperor put away the imperial jade seal, looked at Qin Shujian, and said, "Congratulations to you for ruling the cultivation world, Emperor Qin. I wonder if you want to build a palace now. If you need, the imperial court can also help." An emperor, of course, he should have his own palace. Qin Shujian said with a smile, "Thank you for your concern, Emperor Zhao. Ben Huang can deal with this matter by himself. Building a palace should indeed be considered. But as the Emperor Qin, it would be a bit embarrassing if he needed the help of others to build a palace." Therefore, Qin Shujian refused directly. "Emperor Qin, since you already have an idea, Ben Huang will not force you. I'll leave first after this matter is over. If you have time in the future, you and I can have a chat in the imperial city of Zhongzhou State." "Okay." Qin Shujian nodded slightly. At this moment, a carriage broke through the air, and the ones pulling the carriage were two Kylin with golden red scales and a height of more than 100 feet. Each Kylin exuded a powerful aura. Then, the human emperor flew into the air and landed on the carriage. The next moment, the Kylin pulled the carriage and left through the void. At this scene, Qin Shujian's eyes turned red. Kylin pulling the carriage. These two Kylin can break through the space. They are at least at the 4th level of the celestial being. Sacred Kylin pulling the carriage is really low-key and luxurious. They were both human emperors. Emperor Zhao could use two sacred Kylin to pull the carriage, but he, the Emperor Qin, still had to rely on himself to walk. The gap was immediately apparent. Qin Shujian thought for a moment. What kind of powerful demon clan could he use to pull the carriage? He was the first one. He thought of Sage Fire and the others. But soon, Qin Shujian gave up this plan. Sage Fire and the others were mighty figures at the 8th level of the celestial being, and he was only at the 5th level of the celestial being. It was disgusting to use such strong people to pull the carriage. At least, it would be more comfortable to pull the carriage with the 8th level of the celestial being when he reached the Nirvana realm. Not considering Sage Fire and the others, then the next level would be Neodali. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian shuddered. A green ox pulling the carriage, an ox carriage. Emperor Zhao used a Kylin to pull the carriage, while he used a green ox to pull the carriage. Moreover, it was a green ox in the god martial arts realm. He felt that he could not afford to lose face. In the demon ox cave on the lion-tiger plain, a certain green ox shuddered, and then it opened its bell-sized eyes to look around suspiciously. When it did not discover anything unusual, it closed its eyes again. At this moment, after the strange phenomenon disappeared, the humans of the eastern continent were also speechless for a long time. Emperor Qin. In the Traceless sect, Yin Banqing pulled off his beard, but he still did not notice anything. The current him, he was still completely immersed in the scene just now. Things had changed too quickly. It was so fast that Yin Banqing did not expect it. He had become an emperor just like that. His eyes were full of confusion, and then he quickly came to his senses. His excitement made his face tremble. "I've made a fortune. I've made a fortune." Now that Qin Shujian had become an emperor, the Origin sect would definitely soar and become the #1 holy land in the cultivation world. As an ally of the Origin sect, if the Traceless sect could get a little bit of glory, it would be enough for them. In the past, Yin Banqing thought that after he broke through to the celestial being realm, he could make the strength of the Traceless sect rise sharply. But after opening up the 3 continents, only then did he suddenly realize. The celestial being realm, it seemed to be useless. At most, he was a little stronger, but he was not qualified to affect the situation at all. Not to mention the celestial being realm, it was the same even for the saint realm. Those who could really have the right to speak were at least mighty figures above the 7th level of the celestial being realm. And the ones who could really decide fate were the strongest in the Nirvana realm. The 1st level of the celestial being realm, that was just a slightly bigger ant. The cultivation world seemed to be huge, but its strength was extremely weak. Not to mention anything else, if the imperial court wanted to deal with the cultivation world, it would be enough to exterminate all the strong figures with a breath. But it was different now. There was one more Emperor Qin in the human race, one who ruled the cultivation world. As a result, the strength of the cultivation world rose sharply. It was not completely comparable to the imperial court, but it was definitely not too far away. Supreme Elder, what should the Traceless sect do now? Jing Bianyan of the sect was also in a daze now. As the head of the Traceless sect, he was connected to the fate of the sect. Just now, when Qin Shujian collected the fate of the sects in the world, Jing Bianyun received the feedback of the way of heaven. From now on, the cultivation world was no longer in a state of disunity. All the sects had a common ruler. Emperor Qin. This was the feedback of the way of heaven, and no one could disobey it. At this moment, Jing Bianyun felt that his position as the head of the sect did not seem so good anymore. There was one more big boss above him. Not everyone would like it. Yin Banqing glanced at him and said lightly, "What else can we do? Emperor Qin is now ruling the cultivation world. Even Emperor Zhao and the fate of the human race have recognized his position. The traceless sect is weak. What else can we do except obey? Don't think too highly of yourself. In such a big cultivation world, how many celestial beings are there now? How many saints and mighty figures are there? None. The strength of the cultivation world is too weak. It is so weak that it will be destroyed by the foreign races if it leaves the East continent and the territory of the human race. With such strength, what else do you want to do? Do you really think that Emperor Qin is a pushover? If you annoy him, all the sects will not have a good end." Yin Banqing's words were very cold. At least when Jing Bianyun heard it, his heart trembled. Does he want to be the enemy of the entire cultivation world? You think too much. Yin Banqing smiled disdainfully. Why does he need to be the enemy of the entire cultivation world? As long as he kills all of you who refuse to submit, the rest will naturally be willing to submit. No ruler would be truly merciful. The birth and fall of every ruler would be accompanied by a rain of blood and a foul wind. I advise you to put away the thoughts in your heart that you shouldn't have. If you insist on going your own way, it will only cause the traceless sect to fall into eternal damnation. At that time, I will personally clean up the sect and not let the 1,000-year foundation of the traceless sect be destroyed. In the end, a faint killing intent emerged from Yin Banqing. Jing Bianyun's face turned pale. Yin Banqing's words were very straightforward. If he dared to disobey Qin Shujian, this grand elder would take his head to apologize to Sky Origin even without Yuanzong's help. All of a sudden, Jing Bianyun found that many things were different from what he had imagined. Yin Banqing looked at him with an exasperated look, shook his head, and said, "You've been in the Baiyun mansion for too long. You've been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. If you have time, you'd better go to the 3 continents. The power of Emperor Qin is beyond your imagination. The peak stage of the divine martial arts realm and the celestial beings are just non-entities." Jing Bianyun was a non-entity. Yin Banqing was also a non-entity. The entire cultivation world was a non-entity in front of Qin Shujian. If one didn't reach that level, it was impossible to understand how terrifying that level was. Yin Banqing didn't know much about it himself, but he could see a trace of it from the process of looking up. Jing Bianyun's expression kept changing. After a long time, he recovered, but his face was still pale. "You're right, Grand Elder. I was too reckless. Fine, you come with me to the Liang Mountain spiritual domain and pay a visit to Emperor Qin." Yin Banqing didn't mean to scold him. No matter what, Jing Bianyun was still the sect master. It was enough for him to scold him as the Grand Elder. If he really wanted to scold him, it would also embarrass him. To be honest, Yin Banqing was quite optimistic about Jing Bianyun. After him, this sect master was the last one who had the hope of breaking through to the celestial being realm. Fallen Moon Mansion. Heavenly Array Sect. Fang Xinglan was also speechless for a long time after hearing the news. Mu Liang was sitting opposite him with a strange expression. "Uncle Master, I've received feedback from the way of heaven. Qin Shu and Emperor Qin are now ruling the entire cultivation world. This is something that the human clan has recognized. What should we do now?" He didn't have any opinions. After Fang Xinglan broke through, most of the things were decided by this uncle master. Hearing this, Fang Xinglan came back to his senses, and a strange expression appeared on his handsome face. He immediately shook his head and said, "What else can we do? The Emperor Qin is ruling the cultivation world, and this is something that no one can change. While we still have some friendship with the Sky Origin sect, let's go and pay a visit. I only hope that Emperor Qin still remembers our Heavenly Array sect. That's enough. I'll go and prepare now." Mu Liang nodded. He wasn't dissatisfied with Qin Shujian's title of emperor and ruling the entire cultivation world. To be precise, he didn't dare to have any dissatisfaction. What a joke. There was no one in the world of cultivators who could resist Qin Shujian. The title of Emperor Qin was not given by him. That was the recognition of the human emperor. The human clan's fate also recognized this title. From that moment on, the cultivation world evolved into another imperial court. The Emperor Qin ruled the world, and all the sects were like his subjects. At this moment, the top sects of the cultivation world were all shocked. After that, they all sent people to the Liang Mountain Spirit region to meet the Qin Emperor. The cultivation world was shocked. The Liang Mountain Spirit region was also shocked. The entire Sky Origin sect fell into silence. Emperor Qin, their sect called itself Emperor, whether it was the main sect or the branch sects, they all fell into silence. After a long time, a disciple said slowly, "Then should we call him Sect Master or Emperor Qin in the future?" As soon as he finished speaking, the silence was instantly broken. Damn, Emperor Qin, the Sect Master called himself Emperor. That long river just now is the human clan's fate river, right? It's the first time I've seen it. It's so King spectacular. By the way, why did I know it was the Fate River when I saw it for the first time? That shadow just now, is it the Heaven List? It looks very familiar. Emperor Qin, the sect master called himself Emperor. Then wouldn't our Sky Origin sect become the holy land of the entire cultivation world? If that's the case, we're no different from the great Zhao imperial family. All the disciples were discussing intensely. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. Emperor Qin, their sect master called himself Emperor. At this moment, they were more excited than anyone else. Everyone could understand that with their sect master calling himself Emperor, the Sky Origin sect status would definitely reach a transcendent level. When that time comes, as disciples of the Sky Origin sect, they would naturally enjoy many benefits. The local disciples were excited. The players were also excited. There was no other reason. When Qin Shujian called himself Emperor, they could be said to be the Emperor Qin's disciples when they walked out in the future. When that time comes, accepting and completing missions would be much easier than before. This was the most direct benefit. Emperor Qin. Xinghong was absent-minded. He vaguely remembered. When he was still the Lord of Chaotic Gold Mountain, he was subdued by Qin Shujian and joined the Cold Mountain Stronghold. At that time, the Cold Mountain Stronghold. It was still an insignificant stronghold. It seemed to be very strong, but in fact, it could only act like a tyrant in the ordinary realm. The strongest person had not even reached the real martial arts realm. He did not know when it started. He seemed to have changed from a small bandit leader of Ruwa Mountain to a cultivator with one foot in the god martial arts realm. Everything was changing silently. He had forgotten many things. But when Qin Shujian called himself Emperor, Xinghong suddenly realized that everything was different. Their sect master called himself Emperor, that proved that their Sky Origin sect was no longer the original Cold Mountain Stronghold, the bandits that everyone hated. If the Sky Origin sect was just a layer of skin over it, then the moment Qin Shujian called himself Emperor, everything was different. Xinghong was laughing. As he laughed and laughed, his tears flowed down. Emperor Qin. God bless the Sky Origin sect, God bless the human race. Xinghong suddenly raised his arm and shouted, covering all the voices of the celestial beings. Immediately after a short silence, the disciples of the Sky Origin sect made a shocking sound. God bless the Sky Origin sect, God bless the human race. God bless the Sky Origin sect, God bless the human race. It was not just the Sky Origin sect. At this moment, the other branches were also boiling with excitement. In the main sect, Su Yuanming felt something and looked at the sky. The sky was still the same. In his eyes, it was completely different. He called himself Emperor. Everything is different now. A smile appeared on Su Yuanming's face. Different. From this moment on, everything was different. For the other disciples of the sect, Qin Shijian's ascension to the throne was a joyous occasion. But for them who had followed the Sky Origin sect, Qin Shijian called himself emperor. It was a metamorphosis, a true metamorphosis. In the drill hall, Zheng Fang looked into the distance, a gratified smile appearing on his wrinkled face. God bless the Sky Origin sect, God bless the human race. Immediately after, a mysterious fluctuation surged from his body. Not long after, Zheng Fang's body shook slightly, and a powerful aura spread out from his body. I broke through. Looking at his palm that seemed to be younger, the smile on his face became even more obvious. At the same time, in the main sect, powerful auras rose one after another. Sky Origin sect elder Zheng Fang has an epiphany, breaking through to the first level of the divine martial realm. Sky Origin sect elder Niao Feng has an epiphany, breaking through to the first level of the divine martial realm. Sky Origin sect elder Xing Hong has an epiphany, breaking through to the first level of the divine martial realm. Sky Origin sect. Qin Shijian, who was originally rushing back, paused slightly at this moment. Looking at the system notification, his expression was a little strange. They broke through. Why did it seem like they were on drugs? In the past, they were all half dead and couldn't break through without a few years. But now, they all broke through together. Just a few breaths ago, there were more than 10 names on the divine martial realm list. This proved that Sky Origin sect just had more than 10 divine martial realm cultivators. Regarding this, Qin Shijian was also puzzled. Although he was called an emperor, other than being able to mobilize the luck of all the sects in the world, he didn't have any other benefits, nor did he have any strange phenomena such as the 3 flowers at once prominence and the 5 qis convergence. There was also no situation where the spirit qi in the world was all in the Sky Origin sect. Even Sky Origin sect's luck didn't increase at all. In this case, how did they break through? Qin Shijian was confused. Soon, he shook his head and got rid of this confusion. No matter what the reason is, it's a good thing that they broke through. Since I'm called an emperor, Sky Origin sect has more than 10 divine martial realm cultivators. In this case, it can barely be considered a double blessing. Then, Qin Shijian associated this matter with Emperor Zhao again. Since returning to the eastern continent, many things had happened that he didn't expect. He inexplicably became an emperor. Sky Origin sect had more than 10 divine martial realm cultivators. Qin Shijian thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect the human emperor to admit his existence so easily. This matter, Qin Shijian really couldn't figure it out. If he were the Zhao emperor, he probably wouldn't have been so bold. After all, how could he allow others to sleep beside him? No one would like to have an expert who could threaten his position. He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out at all. At this point, Qin Shijian could only admire Emperor Zhao's magnanimity. Senior, did you predict that Emperor Zhao would do this? He thought of Godslayer, who hadn't spoken for a long time in his sea of consciousness. Godslayer was a talkative person. It didn't make sense for him to be silent for so long. This time, he didn't speak for a long time, which made Qin Shijian wonder if he had expected this. Hearing this, the stone saber in his sea of consciousness finally moved. A little, but I didn't expect him to be so straightforward. I always thought that the path he took was the path of an emperor, which was domineering and unparalleled. But now it seems that I underestimated him. He didn't take the path of an emperor. He took the path of the human clan. The human emperors of the past all took the path of an emperor, which was domineering and unparalleled, or the path of a benevolent person who cared about the world. But Emperor Zhao is different. He took the path of the human clan. He was a pioneer who was truly willing to carry the burden for the human clan. Those who walk on this path, no matter what their cultivation is, are worthy of respect. Respect, this was the first time Qin Shijian had heard those words from the god-slaying saber. This stone saber had always been proud and arrogant. It had a disdainful attitude toward many things. But only this time, Qin Shijian could tell from the god-slaying saber's words that he respected Zhao Emperor. The human clan, the path of the human clan, Qin Shijian recalled everything that the human emperor had done. He seemed to have considered the entire human clan from the beginning to the end. I can tell you with certainty that if the great tribulation of the demon abyss doesn't happen in a few hundred years, and if Emperor Zhao doesn't die halfway, the human clan will definitely be able to restore the glory of the ancient times under his leadership. Godslayer said in a deep voice. Qin Shujian's face was solemn. Senior, you have such a high opinion of Emperor Zhao? Yes. Godslayer said, I'm not sure how high you will grow in the future, but you are indeed inferior to Emperor Zhao now. In this regard, Qin Shujian was silent. Was he inferior to Emperor Zhao? Looking at it now, it was indeed a little lacking. However, Qin Shujian didn't care. He still had a lot of time. One day, he would grow to a level that was not inferior to Emperor Zhao, or even surpass him. Senior, do you think Emperor Zhao can break through and become an immortal before his lifespan ends? Qin Shujian changed the topic. He didn't continue to discuss who was stronger between him and Emperor Zhao. That would only make him feel uncomfortable. Compared to this point, Qin Shujian was more concerned about whether Emperor Zhao had a chance to break through and become an immortal. After all, Emperor Zhao didn't have much lifespan left. The first few times were fine. After this time, Qin Shujian found that the aura of Emperor Zhao was very serious. It was as if he would reach the end of his lifespan at any time. Thus Emperor Zhao didn't have much lifespan left. If he really died, then the human clan would have to rely on himself to support it. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian suddenly woke up with a start. Did Emperor Zhao ask him to become Emperor Zhao because of this? He was worried that he couldn't break through and become an immortal. Then, he would find a successor in advance to prevent the human clan from falling into chaos after he died. The more he thought about it, Qin Shujian felt that it was more likely. As for why Emperor Zhao didn't choose Xianxia, it was very simple. Xianxia was too weak to hold up the banner of the human clan. It was just as Godslayer said. Emperor Zhao walked the path of the human clan. Everything he did was to ensure that the legacy of the human race would not be extinguished, and that the torch would be passed on. Godslayer said, it's hard to guess how high the probability of becoming an immortal is. But if I'm not wrong, Emperor Zhao is already on the verge of a breakthrough. But it's hard to say how long it will take to cross the edge. He might be able to break through tomorrow, or he might still be in the same place after 100 years. But it would be a pity if such a person died because of the end of his lifespan. As for Emperor Zhao, Godslayer really admired him. Such a person should be the emperor of the human clan. Only such a person would be able to lead the human race to a new height when it was at its weakest. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was originally in a good mood, but now, his mood was somewhat heavy. But soon, this heavy feeling was suppressed by him. It was useless to worry. It was better to become stronger. In that case, even if Emperor Zhao died, he would be able to protect the human clan. P.S. The Emperor Zhao character card you want is open. Go and give it a heart. Qin Shujian didn't use the teleportation gate. From the original hinterland of the demon clan to the Liangshan spirit domain, there was more than one big mansion between them. Even with his speed, it was not possible to cross such a long distance in a short time. When Qin Shujian returned to Yuan sect, the elders of all the branches had all gathered here. In Chenggu Hall, Qin Shujian sat on the main seat. All the elders stood up and bowed. Greetings, Emperor Qin. They didn't address him as sect master. Because compared to the title of sect master, Emperor Qin was a more honorific title. Regarding this, Qin Shujian said lightly, Elders, please sit down. Thank you, Emperor Qin. Many elders sat down again. Everyone's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. It was different from what they had seen before. Now when these elders saw Qin Shujian, they felt a terrible pressure, forcing them to look away and not dare to look at him. This pressure. It was not Qin Shujian's own pressure. It was the pressure given by the destiny of the human clan after he became emperor. I don't think Ben Huang needs to say more about what happened before. You all know. Looking at everyone, Qin Shujian's expression was calm. Hearing this, Zhongfang cupped his hands and said, "It is a great honor for us to have Emperor Qin become emperor. This is a blessing for Yuan sect and the human clan." The other elders also nodded in agreement. They were honored. When Qin Shujian became emperor, they were even more excited than the people involved. Qin Shujian said, "Now that Emperor Zhao is in charge of the imperial court and Ben Huang is in charge of the cultivation world, it is no longer appropriate for Yuan sect to exist in the form of a sect. Therefore, Ben Huang has decided that from today onwards, Yuan sect will be renamed Xianyuan Sacred Ground. All the sects in the world respect the sacred ground." Xianyuan Sacred Ground, everyone was shocked. Although they had guessed it a long time ago, when it really happened, they still couldn't help but be shocked. In other words, from this moment on, Yuanzong was no longer Yuanzong, but Xianyuan Sacred Ground, a sacred ground that was above all other sections. In addition, after the establishment of the Qianyuan Sacred Ground, all elders above the God Martial Realm can become elders of the sacred ground. Qin Shujian made another announcement. Xinghong cupped his hands and said, "Dare I ask the Qin Emperor, if the other members of the sect are all incorporated into the Holy Land, what about us?" Yuan sect was changed to Qianyuan Sacred Ground. In that case, the original main sect system would have to change a lot. There were a lot of things involved. Xinghong was not the only one who was puzzled. The other elders were also very concerned about this. Hearing this, Qin Shujian said calmly, "Ben Huang already has a plan, but now is not the time to implement it. In addition, don't disclose anything about the Qianyuan Sacred Ground for the time being. 1 month later, Ben Huang will open up the Holy Land secret territory. Apart from that, there is one more thing that I need you to do, and that is to build the Renhuang Palace." The construction of the human emperor's palace. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. Regarding this matter, they weren't too surprised. Their sect master had already become the emperor, so it was natural for him to build the Renhuang Palace. After all, Emperor Zhao was sitting in the imperial city. How could the Qin emperor not have the Renhuang Palace? Subsequently, Qin Shujian said, "The matter of collecting materials will be left to the first elder." "Yes, Qin emperor. In the next month, if anyone from the sect comes to see me, tell them that I have made a breakthrough in my cultivation and that it is temporarily inconvenient for me to see guests." "Yes. You can all leave. We will take our leave." In Chenggu Hall, many elders bowed and left. Qin Shujian sat alone in the main seat. After rubbing his eyebrows, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. This time, he had made a lot of money. Originally, he hadn't noticed how many benefits there were to becoming the Qin emperor. But now, Qin Shujian saw it. In less than half a day, his life force source had soared to nearly 1 billion. This increase, it was 10 or 20 times faster than before. Such a change. Qin Shujian only needed to think for a moment before he understood the reason. After he became the emperor, he had already controlled the entire cultivation world. This was not a verbal control. It was a control recognized by the luck of the human clan. In other words, Qin Shujian was no longer simply the leader of a sect. The entire world of cultivators was actually considered to be under his control. Therefore, that was why his vitality grew so fast. Because it was no longer a single Yuan sect disciple who provided him with vitality, but all the cultivators in the cultivation world. In less than half a day, it has increased by 1 billion. In a day, it will be at least 2 billion. In a month, even if I lie down and don't move, there will be 70 to 80 billion vitality. In a year, there will be about 1 trillion vitality. After seriously calculating, Qin Shujian's fingers couldn't help but tremble. 1 trillion, that was the source of 1 trillion life forms. If it was in the past, it would take at least 10 to 20 years to gather so much life force. But now, 1 year was enough. No, it's not just 1 trillion. Now that the human clan has just gone through a great war, a large number of top cultivators in the cultivation world have died, and a lot of other cultivators have also died. It can be said that the strength of the cultivation world has fallen to a freezing point. But given a little time, with the huge population base of the cultivation world, powerful cultivators will definitely be born one after another. At that time, the life source provided to me by the entire cultivation world will definitely increase by several times. Xianxia suddenly realized. What he lacked seemed to be time. As long as he had enough time, the human clan cultivation world would be able to produce enough powerhouses. When that time came, if he wanted to upgrade the Guiyuan ancestral canon to perfection, it would be as simple as eating and drinking. Even if the human clan stopped moving forward. With the current speed of harvesting vitality, Xianxia felt that in a few decades, it should be enough to upgrade the Guiyuan ancestral canon to perfection. The Guiyuan ancestral canon was upgraded to perfection. 129,600 acupoints were opened. At that time, Xianxia believed that he could truly achieve the level of a celestial being to go against a perfected immortal. But what I have to do next is to improve my foundation as much as possible. The stronger the foundation, the greater the increase in the breakthrough. He soon thought of the corpse of the perfected immortal in the void turbulence. If it was possible. If he refined that perfected immortal and obtained the legacy of that perfected immortal, it should be able to increase his foundation by a lot. At this moment, in the sea of consciousness, the Godslayer looked at Qin Shujian with a silly smile. He almost thought that the newly promoted Qin Emperor was so surprised that he lost his mind. But thinking about it, something was wrong. If he really lost his mind because of the surprise, he would have lost his mind long ago. Why would he wait until now? It couldn't be. It was because the other party was slow to react. Senior, with my current strength, do I have a chance to obtain the corpse of that perfected immortal? Qin Shujian's words interrupted the Godslayer's guess. Hearing this, the Godslayer pondered for a moment. Although your realm is still at the 5th tier of the celestial being realm, in terms of strength, you are no weaker than a Nirvana realm cultivator. And your understanding of the laws has also reached a very deep level. It is possible for you to enter the void turbulence with such strength. But still, it would be best if you could improve your physique a little more. It would be best if you could cross the void turbulence. Improve my physique? Qin Shujian nodded thoughtfully. Then he looked at his life source and the 9 tribulations immortal body that had been upgraded to the 7th tribulation. There was nothing to think about. He only saw that 20 billion life source had been consumed, and the 9 tribulations immortal body had been upgraded to the 8th tribulation. Buzz. His physical body had been upgraded to the 8th tribulation. Qin Shujian's physical body flashed with a faint silver-white luster, and his skin quickly returned to normal. Then, more than 50 billion life source had been consumed, and the 9 tribulations immortal body had been upgraded to the 9th tribulation. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted from Qin Shujian's body. The surrounding void silently collapsed. However, the moment the void collapsed, it condensed again, as if time and space had stopped. Suppressing the void with his physical body. The Godslayer was stunned. What was going on? How did the other party's physical body become so strong that it could suppress the void all of a sudden? If Qin Shujian was so strong, there was no way he wouldn't know. Could it be that he had been hiding his strength all this time, and even he hadn't noticed? The Godslayer fell into self-doubt. At this moment, Qin Shujian felt that his physical body had reached an unprecedented height. As the 9 tribulations immortal body had been upgraded to perfection, a terrifying aura nourished his body, wanting to forcibly open the other apertures. Seeing this, he immediately suppressed this aura, then turned it into energy to nourish the apertures that had already been opened. Boom! His physical body shook and roared. In the sky above Mount Liang, a phantom surrounded by lightning suddenly appeared, standing proudly in the sky. When everyone looked over, Yi Zichen looked over. The illusory figure slowly disappeared. This unforeseen event. The people in the main sect weren't too shocked. That was because they knew that the only person capable of causing such a commotion was the Qin Emperor. With the means of an emperor, it was natural for him to cause such a disturbance. After a long time, Qin Shujian finally used up all this aura. He stood up from his seat and moved his body. A wisp of aura leaked out, turning all the tables and chairs around into dust. If they hadn't discovered it in time, the huge inherited martial hall would have been turned into dust. Senior, with my current physical body, I should be able to cross the void turbulence, right? Ah, it's fine. The Godslayer came back to his senses and hurriedly replied. Until now. He couldn't figure out how Qin Shujian had done it. All of a sudden, he had reached the point where his physical body could suppress the void. The strength of his physical body had reached an extremely terrifying level. In the ancient times, among the experts who hadn't reached Tao, there were very few who could have such a physical body. Although the Godslayer was Zhu Bing. But no matter how experienced and knowledgeable he was, he couldn't understand the existence of the source of life, let alone the joy of cheating. However, the Godslayer didn't understand. Qin Shujian had a deep understanding. Looking at the source of life that had fallen to less than 20 billion, he wasn't afraid at all. With the current rate of increase of the source of life, it wouldn't take many days to replenish all the consumption. Immediately afterward, Qin Shujian took out the heaven list again and checked his attributes. He found out now. Looking at the attributes on the heaven list was much better than looking at them with the system. Because the combat strength displayed on the heaven list was more detailed. Even if he didn't break through his realm. If his strength changed, his combat strength would change accordingly. Therefore, Qin Shujian preferred to look at the heaven list now. In this way, he could feel that his strength was improving every moment, and it wouldn't affect his state of mind because he hadn't broken through his realm for a long time. Of course, even if he couldn't break through in the next few years, Qin Shujian's state of mind wouldn't change much. After all, he was only 31 years old. Compared to the lifespan of a celestial being of 7,000 years, 31 years old could be said to be too young. However, the heaven list was also very useful to others. But there weren't many who could show their combat strength now. Not many people knew about this function for the time being. When there were more celestials on the heaven list in the future, then this function would be highlighted. Players can see their own attributes, and maybe there's an experience bar or something. So if the natives can see the changes in their combat strength, it's quite beneficial for their cultivation. Qin Shujian said to himself. Looking at the heaven list in his hand, he already had a plan in his heart. Since he was now in charge of the cultivation world, then he would do something big. Let's wait a little longer. We'll wait until the secret realm is successfully opened and the human emperor's palace is built. Naturally, he couldn't be careless in building the human emperor's palace. At least, the materials needed wouldn't be less than the materials needed to build Cold Mountain City. After many times of consumption, Yuanzong already had a lot of materials in hand. But Yuanzong didn't. The other sects had a lot of materials in their hands. Thinking in his heart, Qin Shujian had already quietly left the main sect and went to the void turbulence. At this moment, the person guarding the entrance of the passage had been replaced by Duan Sun. After seeing Qin Shujian's arrival, Duan Sun's expression froze, then he bowed and saluted. Greetings, Qin Emperor. His attitude was respectful. There was nothing wrong with it. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, General Duan, you don't have to be so polite. Thank you, Qin Emperor. Duan Sun straightened up. When he looked at Qin Shujian's eyes, there was already a lot of emotion. Although he had known for a long time, Qin Shujian would grow to a height that he could look up to. But he didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Qin Emperor, he was called Emperor, the human emperor of the Great Zhao was called Emperor Zhao, and Qin Shujian was called Emperor Qin. Both of them were now human emperors of the human clan. The difference was, Emperor Zhao ruled the Great Zhao, and Qin Emperor ruled the cultivation world. Logically speaking, as a subject of the Great Zhao, Duan Sun shouldn't need to salute Qin Shujian. But there was one thing to know. Before Duan Sun became a subject of the Great Zhao, he was still a human. Since he was a human, he had to salute when facing a human emperor. Although Qin Shujian only ruled the cultivation world and didn't have much to do with the imperial court, he was still a human emperor. So, Duan Sun didn't dare to be rude. If he really angered him, Qin Shujian would kill him for disrespect. Emperor Zhao wouldn't say anything, and the others wouldn't dare to object. This was an emperor, he had absolute power over life and death. Qin Emperor, are you here to prepare to enter the 100,000 li territory? Duan Sun said in a low voice. Qin Shujian shook his head. Ben Huang is going to enter the void turbulence this time. If General Duan has something to do, go ahead and do it. You don't have to pay attention to me. The void turbulence. Duan Sun's expression changed. He often guarded here, so how could he not know about the void turbulence? It could be said. If there was any danger in the passage now. Then the only danger. It could be that the power to stabilize the space dissipated, so the void turbulence took over that place again. That kind of power. Even if he went in with his strength, he would end up with nothing left. Thinking of this, Duan Sun couldn't help but remind him, the void turbulence is very dangerous. If you want to go in, you have to be careful. He was very confident in Qin Shujian's strength. But Duan Sun didn't forget. Last time, the sky-reaching mirror showed that he was in the 5th level of the celestial being realm. A person in the 5th level of the celestial being realm broke into the void turbulence. Even if the other party's battle prowess was exceedingly high, could he really be safe and sound? Duan Sun wasn't sure. Now that the Qin Emperor had just taken the throne, if he died in the void turbulence, it would be a big blow to the human race. So, in his opinion, Qin Shujian shouldn't take the risk. After all, even if a ruler only stayed in the eastern continent and did not move, he could still make people excited. And intimidate the other races. Besides, the Qin Emperor's achievements were very shocking. He severely injured Ling Huang and forced him to seal the Earth Spirit's secret realm. He killed Emperor Qiju and forced the Qiju Kite clan to seal the secret realm. He fought Ling Huang in the North Continent, and the result was a tie. Every achievement was shown. It was enough to make all the experts of other races afraid. General Duan, don't worry. Ben Huang has his own plans. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. He knew Duan Sun's worries. However, since he was already here, how could he go back, hearing that? Duan Sun had to make way. I hope the Qin Emperor will be careful. Qin Shujian nodded softly, then walked to the border of the void turbulence. Now, the void turbulence still occupied a large area, separating the East continent from the other 3 continents. Emperor Zhao had opened the restriction of heaven and earth. He only opened a hole in the void turbulence for the human race to pass through. The rules of heaven and earth. They also flowed out from the crack, complementing the rules of the 3 continents. It could be said that now, the 4 continents were not really connected. Because the void turbulence had not been settled. The hole that was opened now might be swallowed by the void turbulence again. Unless, the entire space turbulence had been flattened. The day I become an immortal will be the day the East continent appears. Qin Shujian sighed with emotion with his hands behind his back. Then, he took a step forward. The void vibrated. The originally violent void turbulence suddenly froze after Qin Shujian entered. It even retreated to the left and right, as if it had encountered a terrifying existence. This scene. Duan Sun was dumbfounded. Qin Shujian's words were still echoing in his mind. The day I become an immortal will be the day the East continent appears. Duan Sun originally thought that Qin Shujian was talking about becoming an immortal too early. But now, seeing the other party use his physical body to suppress the void turbulence, he was speechless. Emperor Qin. The heavens bless the human race. Duan Sun could not help but sigh. Qin Shujian strolled leisurely in the void turbulence, as if he was not walking in a dangerous place that even mighty figures would be afraid of. It was more like he was in his own courtyard. This figure. It was deeply engraved in Duan Sun's mind. Originally, Duan Sun planned to send this news back to the imperial court. But now, he hesitated. Leaking the whereabouts of a human emperor without permission would also offend the other party. Perhaps Emperor Zhao would also punish him because of this. So, Duan Sun gave up on this plan. He decided to stand here and wait for Qin Shujian to come out again. On the other side, before entering the void turbulence, Qin Shujian felt something. After pretending to be cool in front of Duan Sun, he really stepped into this place. It was different from the last time he had to rely on energy to protect his body. This time, The void turbulence did not have a chance to threaten him. His physical body suppressed the void, that was it. The martial arts of the Heavenly Corpse sect seemed to be very powerful in the end. Qin Shujian could not help but think of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Spirit severing, law embodiment of heaven and earth, 9 tribulations immortal body, 3 divine martial arts. When cultivated to a high level, they would have extraordinary power. In comparison, the heavenly cloud god sealing finger that he had integrated seemed a little useless. It was also a perfect martial art. The 9 tribulations immortal body could allow a cultivator's physical body to suppress the void. The performance of the heavenly cloud god sealing finger was really ordinary. Senior, what do you know about divine martial arts? Qin Shujian could not help but ask. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer pondered for a moment and explained, divine martial arts, as the name suggests, are martial arts that have reached the point of communicating with heaven and earth and touching the rules. At this level of martial arts, there is no difference between high and low. Because there is no difference in the rules, martial arts that touch the rules are the same. It is just that the rules that each martial art touches may be different, so to a certain extent, you will feel that there is a difference in strength. But as long as you cultivate yourself to the point of controlling the rules, then all martial arts are actually the same. And as I said before, after becoming a true immortal, you cultivate the rules. At that point, you can directly see the essence of any cultivation method or martial art and thus touch the rules. It is just that it is not easy to touch many rules, so many true immortals only control one rule. Godslayer's explanation was not very clear. However, Qin Shujian understood what he meant. After becoming a true immortal, all cultivation methods and martial arts were useless. No, it was not that they were completely useless. Before becoming an immortal, these cultivation methods and martial arts had built a strong enough foundation for oneself. It was just that after becoming an immortal, true immortals mainly cultivated the rules. Compared to the rules that touched the essence of heaven and earth, all cultivation methods and martial arts were a level lower in front of it. Therefore, even if one used these cultivation methods and martial arts, they would not be very useful. Only the foundation accumulated before becoming an immortal was strong enough. Only after becoming an immortal could one improve one's strength as much as possible. If one wanted to improve after becoming an immortal, it was impossible to increase one's strength through cultivation methods like before becoming an immortal. Unless, if one could touch the second rule, then it would be different. But according to Godslayer's words, it was very difficult to touch the second rule, and there were not many true immortals who could do it. In this regard, Qin Shujian also had a deep understanding. He did not forget that the last time he broke into a rule, he was directly destroyed by the other party. From this, it could be seen. How difficult was it to master the second rule, if one did not pay attention? Perhaps it would be the end of one's life. Then according to what Senior said, true immortals who have mastered many rules are actually much stronger than other true immortals? Not necessarily. Godslayer hesitated for a moment and said, the strength of a true immortal depends on the size of the rules and how far they have gone, and the strength of the rules also depends on the strength of the true immortal. The two complement each other. If you have comprehended many rules, but each of them is only 100 or 2 feet wide, and another cultivator only has one rule, but it is 100 feet wide. Who do you think is stronger? If they are of the same length, the latter is definitely stronger. This is because it is very difficult to completely integrate many rules. The latter is not only wider, but also can use more power. Therefore, it is not necessarily good to master more rules. In the end, Godslayer said again, actually, you don't have to understand these things now. What you need to do now is to improve your realm and strength as much as possible. You can talk about it when you become an immortal. He did not intend to say too much to Qin Shujian. The matter of true immortals. Only after becoming an immortal would he understand it. The other party was only at the 5th level of the celestial being, so there was no need to understand so much. Qin Shujian said, Senior, you once said that the realm is just a rule set by the strong. As long as I master the rule, I can directly abandon my current realm and advance to the true immortal realm. If I master the rule of strength and enter the long river of rules with my current strength, Do I have any hope of becoming an immortal? Becoming an immortal required the physical body to enter the long river of rules. Then, it would undergo a transformation. According to Godslayer, one must have a strong enough physique to withstand such a transformation. Therefore, only then would the rule of the cultivation technique realm appear. This was to prevent other cultivators from directly mastering the rule of strength, but resulting in their physical body not being strong enough and directly being annihilated in the long river of rules. If that was the case, Xianxia felt that his physical body should have reached an extremely strong level. Then, did he have the qualifications to become an immortal in a single step? Hearing this, Godslayer was silent for a short while, then slowly said, "Your physical body is very strong, not weaker than a cultivator at the peak of the celestial being realm. I don't know how you cultivated your physical body to this level. But as you said just now, as long as you walk to the end of the rule of strength and enter the long river of rules with your real body, you have a great chance of becoming an immortal." His physical body suppressed the void. He was already qualified to directly enter the long river of rules. However, you have to walk to the end of the rule of strength before the long river of rules will come out of the battlefield and lead your physical body into it. Then, you will be cleansed by the long river of rules and transform into an immortal body. But before that, you have no way of entering the mother stream of rules with your real body. The dangers in the mother stream of rules are much stronger than you think. Godslayer did not say too much on this matter. Regarding this, Xianxia did not ask further. Anyway, he now knew a lot of things and had some idea of becoming a true immortal. According to the other party, right now, he only needed to cultivate in seclusion and then control the rule of strength step by step. In the end, he would be able to open up the battlefield of rules and directly jump from the 5th level of the celestial being realm to the true immortal realm. However, this was not in line with Xianxia's goal. Becoming an immortal on the spot was naturally good. But what about after becoming an immortal? Right now, his foundation could still be broken and he could still improve step by step. When he cultivated the Gui Yuan ancestral code to perfection, he would be at his peak state when he became an immortal. If he directly became an immortal now, who knows, his foundation might be stopped at this point. Godslayer's words were half said and half left behind. These were all Xianxia's own guesses. But he was sure of one thing. The stronger one was before becoming an immortal, the stronger one would be after becoming an immortal. Moreover, it would be much easier to become stronger before becoming an immortal than after becoming an immortal. Otherwise, why would the ancient powerhouses accumulate their foundation at the celestial being realm? Wouldn't it be better to become an immortal quickly? Besides, with the current speed of the increase of his life source, Xianxia felt that he would not need many years to cultivate the Gui Yuan ancestral code to perfection. Becoming an immortal a few years earlier, it was about the same as becoming an immortal a few years later. Moreover, whether one became an immortal or not, it was only the difference in lifespan. If his strength was comparable to a true immortal, then who in the world dared to say that they were not an immortal? It doesn't matter whether I'm an immortal or not. I still have a long lifespan. As long as I can kill an immortal, then even if I'm not an immortal, I'm still an immortal in the eyes of others. Rules, transcending the rules, interesting. Xianxia thought of the powerhouse who set the rules and shook his head and laughed. In his sea of consciousness, Godslayer fell silent when he heard Xianxia's words. Indeed, the other party had now seen through some kind of essence. Such a powerhouse would be the most terrifying when he grew up in the future. No, the other party had already grown up. Now that there were no true immortals in this world, Xianxia was one of the top powerhouses in the world. Xianxia Huang. Godslayer thought of the other party's honorific title and realized that he could no longer call him a brat. After all, he was Zhu Bing of the human race. This was the human emperor of the human race. If he continued to call him a brat, it would be disrespectful. Godslayer did not say anything. Xianxia did not say anything either. At this moment, he was walking in the void turbulence. His body emitted a terrifying power, forcing all the void turbulence near him back and stabilizing that space. However, not long after Xianxia left, the pressure dissipated, and the void turbulence filled back up. To this, Qin Shujian did not mind. He was now extremely confident in his body. At the same time, Qin Shujian also realized he no longer needed to enter the human territory through the passage. He could directly cross the void turbulence. In the void turbulence, he could not sense the passage of time. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Shujian felt the familiar pressure again. However, the pressure that had once caused him to shrink back was now nothing in front of him. Qin Shujian stepped forward. Step by step, he walked into the depths of the void turbulence. The further he went, the stronger the pressure became. His body, which was enough to suppress the void, was emitting a dense luster, resisting the erosion of this pressure. Now, Qin Shujian could already see the blurry figure in the depths of the void turbulence. Last time, he had felt endless pressure from a glimpse. In the end, he had no choice but to retreat. This time, Qin Shujian walked here again. When he saw that figure, the pressure was still strong. But this pressure, it was still within the range that he could bear. An immortal of the middle 3 grades. Qin Shujian took a deep breath and then walked forward. The void turbulence here had already calmed down. Even if a true immortal died, his corpse was enough to suppress the void. However, although there was no void turbulence here, the pressure was even more terrifying than the void turbulence. The closer he got, Qin Shujian felt that the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. For this, his expression gradually became solemn. My body can already suppress the void. Just as Godslayer said, I have reached the limit of a celestial being. As long as I reach the point of opening up the battlefield of laws, I can now break into the long river of laws with my body. But even so, I still feel a great pressure in front of this pressure. If an ordinary celestial was here, he would have exploded and died. Are all true immortals so terrifying, or only those who have reached the middle 3 grades have such power? Qin Shujian was not sure. This was the first time he was facing the pressure of a true immortal so directly. The further he went, the more obvious the pressure was. It was an unprecedented pressure. This is not an ordinary middle 3 grades true immortal. When he was alive, he was at least at the 5th grade. Godslayer's tone was solemn. 9th grade immortal, after stepping into the middle 3 grades, the transformation of each grade was an extremely terrifying change. He also did not expect. After the destruction of the ancient times, the human race could still give birth to such a terrifying expert. 5th grade immortal and 6th grade immortal, Godslayer was not sure. Because this kind of strength was already close to the level of the ancient emperors. What he did not expect was an existence of this level would still fall here. The battle 200,000 years ago. Godslayer thought that it was tragic enough, but now it seemed that the degree of tragedy was much greater than he thought. In the ancient times, experts of this level rarely fell by accident. At most, their lifespan would be exhausted and they would die. As for the voice in the sea of consciousness, Qin Shujian turned a deaf ear. To him, there was no difference between a 5th grade immortal and a 6th grade immortal. What he needed to do now was to walk in front of this immortal and then think of a way to see if there were any opportunities left. As he got closer, his body became clearer and clearer. A green robe, long hair draped over his shoulders. It seemed that the distance was not far, but Qin Shujian spent a lot of effort to completely get close to this immortal. Boom, he took a step forward. The void trembled. Qin Shujian felt as if he had passed through a thin film and entered another world. Then, a mountain collapsing pressure hit him in the face, forcing his body to erupt with terrifying power. Boom. The two pressures collided. Qin Shujian's body faintly cracked, and there was a fishy taste in his throat, but he quickly suppressed it. Then, he took another step forward and forcibly pushed back all the pressure that hit him in the face. Then, he looked up and saw the scene in front of him clearly. A green robe, long hair draped over his shoulders. His body was like jade, and terrifying Tao rhymes were circulating in it. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back, as if he could suppress heaven and earth. It was also at this moment the true immortal's eyes abruptly opened, and boundless Taoist ripples of laws could be vaguely seen within them. You've come. You're here. Yes, I'm here. You shouldn't have come, but I'm still here. Qin Shujian couldn't help but have such a conversation in his mind. But soon, he dispelled this distracting thought. When he came back to his senses, Qin Shujian's expression had changed greatly. In the void, the genuine immortal in green opened his eyes and put his hands behind his back as if he was suppressing the world. Qin Shujian stood opposite him. No one spoke. It was like a meeting between peerless masters. The scene looked good. But in fact, Qin Shujian's palms, which were folded in his sleeves, were already soaked in sweat. He didn't expect the genuine immortal in front of him could speak. Was he alive? No. Qin Shujian immediately reacted. The lifespan of a genuine immortal was only 129,600 years. According to the Godslayer, no genuine immortal could break this shackle. The genuine immortal in front of him. He was a master from 200,000 years ago. No matter how strong he was. Then, he should have died by now, thinking of this. Qin Shujian felt a little relieved. Then he looked at the genuine immortal in green in front of him, cupped his hands and said, I'm the human emperor of the human clan. Greetings, genuine immortal. He could feel it. The genuine immortal in front of him had the blood of the human clan. As the human emperor, Qin Shujian was very sensitive to this. Hearing this, the genuine immortal in green said with a faint smile, You don't have to be nervous, Emperor Qin. You know me? Qin Shujian looked surprised. He had never said that his surname was Qin, but the other party knew his name. Could it be? The genuine immortal in front of him really knew that he would come here. The genuine immortal in green said, A few days ago, the luck of the human clan shook, which awakened my remnant soul. I knew it under the order of Emperor Qin. As for why he was sure that Qin Shujian was Emperor Qin and not Emperor Zhao, he didn't explain much. However, Qin Shujian keenly caught the words of the genuine immortal in green. Remnant soul, the genuine immortal in front of him was not a genuine immortal, but his remnant soul, thinking of this. Qin Shujian's expression changed again. The cyan-clothed true immortal seemed to have seen through the other party's thoughts. He said with a faint smile, A true immortal's lifespan is only 129,600 years. Even the ancient emperor of heaven couldn't get rid of this limitation. I was born 270,000 years ago. Even if I didn't die by accident, my lifespan should have been exhausted. However, before I died, I saw a glimpse of the future in the river of time. The great calamity of the Devil Abyss, which destroyed the ancient times, is about to return after 1,000,000 years. Now that the human race is weak, it is not as prosperous as it was in the ancient times. It will not be easy to survive the great calamity of the Devil Abyss. Therefore, before I died, I left a remnant of my soul sealed in my physical body. I hoped that in the future, I would have a chance to use it. It's a pity that the fortune of the human race shook recently, causing the sealing power in my body to disperse, causing my soul fragment to awaken prematurely. If the Qin Emperor still doesn't come, it won't be long before my soul fragment disappears completely. It's the will of the heavens for the Qin Emperor to come. The cyan-clothed true immortal didn't give Qin Shujian a chance to speak. These words he seemed to have prepared for a long time. When he spoke, he didn't pause at all. After that, the cyan-clothed true immortal raised his hand. A bronze ring fell from his finger and flew toward Qin Shujian. This is what I left behind. It's also the only help I can give to the human race. Qin Shujian reached out his hand. He caught the bronze ring. He could feel that there was a strong sealing power on the ring. It seemed that there was something terrible inside. The cyan-clothed true immortal said, In the ancient immortal realm, there is half of the rules of my Tao. Although the path of the rules is cut off, if you merge with it, you can still step into the true immortal realm. If there is a chance in the future, you may be able to reconnect the cut-off path. However, this is my Tao after all. Whether you really want to walk it or not, you have to think about it yourself. Boom, half of the rules, the Tao of immortal ascension. Qin Shujian originally came to find the remains of the true immortal. He wanted to see if there was any possibility of improving his strength. However, he definitely didn't expect that. There was still a remnant soul in the true immortal's remains. Moreover, the other party had given him half of the rules. Wait, why was it half of the rules? Xianxia couldn't help but look at the void turbulence around him. He already understood. The cyan-clothed true immortal said, "In that battle, I shattered half of the rules and turned this place into a void turbulence. Then, I cut a section of the river from the long river of time and space and turned it into a barrier to protect the eastern continent. As for the remaining half of the rules, I plucked it from the world and merged it with this place." Plucked the rules, such shocking words came out of the mouth of the cyan-robed true immortal, but it was an understatement. The strength of a true immortal in front of him. It was terrifying. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, "Senior, if no one touches your remnant soul, won't you stay here forever?" "That's right." The cyan-clothed true immortal nodded and said, "If the human race's fortune doesn't change, my remnant soul won't awaken. However, if the chaotic void turbulence here is broken, I'll still awaken." Hearing that, Xianxia finally understood what the other party meant. When the cyan-clothed true immortal died, he sealed his remnant soul in the power of his physical body, so that he didn't completely die after 200,000 years. If the human race triggered his remnant soul, then they would be able to obtain the inheritance left behind by the cyan-clothed true immortal. However, if the foreign race calmed the void turbulence and triggered the cyan-clothed true immortal's remnant soul, they would definitely not obtain the inheritance. He looked at the true immortal in front of him. Although the other party said that he was a remnant soul. However, judging by the power of his physical body alone, he could suppress the void and the world. Even if he was a remnant soul, he probably still had the power to fight. When that time came, he was afraid that the foreign race would be doomed. After understanding the other party's plan, Xianxia also admired him from the bottom of his heart. 200,000 years ago, at the cost of his own life, he protected the inheritance of the human race in the eastern continent. 200,000 years later, the remnant soul still remained, passing on the torch for the human race. Such an expert. Xianxia couldn't help but admire him. He could even feel that the human race's fortune was trembling, as if it had also sensed the existence of this true immortal. Immediately after, the cyan-clothed true immortal said with a smile, "To be honest, you weren't in the future image I saw in the long river of time and space, but you just happened to appear. From this, it can be seen that you will be a variable for the human race. The Qin Emperor might not be interested in my half-rule. If you don't want to use it, then you can do whatever you want with it." Variable, there were good and bad things. In the cyan-clothed true immortal's opinion, Xianxia in front of him was a good thing for the human race. In the image he saw, the human race's fortune shouldn't be as prosperous as it was now, and the situation shouldn't be like this. Xianxia said, "I wonder what the future image you saw was like." "I can't say." The cyan-clothed true immortal shook his head. "There are countless changes in the long river of time, and the image I saw was just one of them. The future is changing every moment, just like your arrival. It's actually not good to pursue the future. Because you know too much, what you do will no longer follow your heart. At that time, what you hope for may not be what you think." The cyan-clothed true immortal's words were a bit ambiguous. Xianxia understood. Immediately after, he looked at the cyan-clothed true immortal and said, "Senior, what happened 200,000 years ago? The ancient times collapsed, and the human race was weak. In the first few 100,000 years, it was fine, and there were still many human experts. However, as time went by, and with the suppression of the other races, more and more human experts died. In the end, there weren't many human experts left, and they could only hide in one place to survive. However, the other races were very clear about the potential of the human race. They were worried that the human race would have a chance to rise in the future, so they wanted to destroy the human race while it was declining." The cyan-clothed true immortal said calmly. However, Xianxia could hear the anger contained in his words. At that time, were all the races against the human race? Did the human race have no allies? Allies? The cyan-clothed true immortal glanced at him, shook his head and said, "You should know that allies are the most unreliable. When the human race was in power, they naturally had many allies. But when the human race was in power, how many allies could they have? The other races wanted to destroy the human race. Any force that stood on the side of the human race would suffer a destructive blow. No one would put their own race on the verge of destruction for the sake of their so-called allies. It was fine in the beginning, but as the human race became weaker and weaker, the allies gradually became neutral, and finally became enemies. I can tell you clearly that now all the races in the 4 continents, except for the Eldar, had their hands stained with the blood of the human race. This can never be washed away. The other races wanted to destroy the human race, and the human race wanted to destroy the human race. The Emperor of Heaven was too merciful, which led to the current disaster. If you have the chance in the future, you must remember not to give the other races a chance to rise again. A centipede dies but never falls down. Either you don't take action, or they will never have the chance to rise again. In the void. The cyan-clothed true immortal started to talk about the past. Xianxia listened attentively from the side. After a long time, Xianxia said, "What happened in the end? Senior, what happened in the end? Was your strength not enough to fight against the powerhouses of the other races? Or were the other races very powerful 200,000 years ago?" To tell the truth, he couldn't understand how powerful the other races were 200,000 years ago. The cyan-clothed true immortal said, "Well, they shouldn't have been very powerful. I remember that there was a level 4 immortal of the demon race, and another level 4 immortal of the ancient Buddha race. The others were all immortals of the lower 3 levels. In total, there were about 20 immortals of the other races at that time. The human race was not powerful 200,000 years ago. When the other races joined forces, the human race could not resist them. So, I took half of the rule and blew up all the 20 immortals, separating the eastern continent from the 4 continents in an instant. However, there seemed to be some demons who sneaked in. It shouldn't be a big problem. I don't think those demons are very strong. The human race should be able to deal with them. If they really can't deal with them and are destroyed by the demons, then there's nothing we can do. It's the will of the heavens." The cyan-clothed true immortal said casually. It was as if what he did was just something insignificant. Xianxia's expression was completely stunned. He took half of the rule. He blew up all the 20 immortals. Those were more than 20 immortals, not 20 pigs. In the end, they blew up just like that. Xianxia swallowed with difficulty and said, "Then, are all the 20 immortals dead?" "More than 10 died, and a few escaped. But it doesn't matter. I've already drawn the sunken river down, and I've directly cut off the laws of heaven and earth. With the talent of those few pieces of trash, I reckon they won't be able to break through the boundary. 200,000 years have passed. They should all be dead. Although they didn't die from the explosion, it doesn't matter if they die sooner or later." What a ruthless person. Xianxia worshipped the cyan-clothed true immortal. What was a big shot? This was a big shot. But unfortunately, the other party had died in the end. Even such a talented person couldn't escape the fate of death. Regarding this, Xianxia also felt that it was a pity. The genuine immortal in cyan robe said faintly, "Everyone is destined to die. Even a genuine immortal can only live for 120,000 years. Since he will die sooner or later, it is better to have a vigorous battle than to pass away in silence. It's good that I can expand the territory of the human race. If not, I can only preserve a little bit of life. That's the best I can do. Maybe." Xianxia muttered in his heart. Then he looked at the cyan-clothed true immortal and said, "Senior, may I ask if you left any true immortal's essence blood? If so, why don't you give some to Benhuang for other uses?" Xianxia finally remembered the purpose of his visit. He was here to look for essence blood. If he could refine the essence blood of a true immortal, his strength would increase exponentially. Essence blood of a true immortal? The cyan-clothed true immortal was surprised. He shook his head and said, "If you came 100,000 years earlier, there should still be some. But now, the essence blood of a true immortal has long melted. The pressure here is very strong. Apart from the suppression of my physical body, the rest is the effect of the essence blood of the fallen true immortal." "Huh." Qin Shujian was stunned. What did he mean? Did he not have the essence blood of a true immortal? That didn't make sense. The Nirvana realm essence blood of a star sage could be preserved for tens of thousands of years. There was no reason that the essence blood of a true immortal couldn't be preserved. Seeing this, Qin Shujian didn't give up and asked, "Is there not a single drop of essence blood?" "No." The cyan-clothed true immortal shook his head and said indifferently, "This is the void turbulence. When it was just formed, there were still many broken laws. Although the essence blood of a true immortal is powerful, it can't withstand the erosion of the laws. Besides, I've already died and don't have the means to preserve my essence blood. As time passed, the essence blood of a true immortal will naturally be consumed bit by bit under the erosion of the laws." It was really gone. Qin Shujian suddenly felt a pain in his chest. It was a heartache. He hated it. He hated himself for not coming 100,000 years earlier. If he had come 100,000 years earlier, there should have been a lot of essence blood of a true immortal here. After all, more than 10 immortals had died, so there would be a lot of essence blood. If he could refine all the essence blood of a true immortal, Qin Shujian had a hunch. His strength would definitely reach a very terrifying level. At that time, it would be easy for him to punch the demon emperor of the western continent and kick the divine emperor of the southern continent. But now, there was nothing left. Qin Shujian was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Looking at the other party's pained expression, the cyan-clothed true immortal was also confused. However, he didn't think too much about this matter. Instead, he said, "There's something I want to tell you, Emperor Qin." Hearing that, Qin Shujian came back to his senses from the heartache. "Senior, what advice do you have for me? If you can't guarantee the inheritance of the human clan, then let the demonic abyss come. Don't sacrifice the human clan in order to fight against the demonic abyss. The Emperor of Heaven in ancient times had already made a mistake. This time, I hope the human clan won't make a mistake again. You haven't experienced hundreds of thousands of years ago, so you don't understand the situation of the human clan. But I do. All the clans, they don't have the right to make the human clan work for them. If it's really to the point of no return, even if this world is completely destroyed, don't let the other clans eat the flesh of the human clan and drink the blood of the human clan to survive." The cyan-clothed true immortal's aura fluctuated a little, and his calm expression gradually became a little distorted. But soon, he recovered and looked at Qin Shujian with a little more hope in his eyes. "The human clan has done enough for the other clans. I hope the emperor of the human clan is only the emperor of the human clan. The Emperor of Heaven cared about all living beings, but he forgot that all living beings were different races. His mistake caused the human clan to decline for 1,000,000 years. I hope you won't repeat the same mistake and let the human clan experience another 1,000,000 years of decline. Maybe after 1,000,000 years, there won't be any more human clan in the world. If there are no more human clan, then the existence of the world is meaningless. Without the human clan, the existence of the world is meaningless." Qin Shujian looked at the cyan-clothed true immortal quietly. He was a little confused about his bigoted words, but he understood more. After a while, he nodded. "Ben Huang is only the emperor of the human clan, not the emperor of the other clans. With your words, I have no regrets." The cyan-clothed true immortal seemed to have fulfilled some of his wishes, and the expression on his face became a little more real. Then, the cyan-clothed true immortal's body, which hadn't moved for a long time, suddenly trembled. Then, he took a step forward, and there seemed to be a broken long river of rules under his feet. The originally chaotic void. When the cyan-clothed true immortal took a step forward, it completely calmed down. Qin Shujian looked shocked. What was the cyan-clothed true immortal doing? He had some guesses in his mind. But he wasn't sure. At this moment, the world was shaking. In the sky above the 4 continents, boundless blood covered the sky. Blood-red thunderbolts lingered in it. All the living beings and cultivators looked up at the sky at this moment, and their minds couldn't help but tremble. What happened? What's going on? What happened? Countless living beings were shocked, and the hands and feet of the celestial being cultivators were shaking. No one knew what had happened. The shaking that covered the 4 continents completely shocked these cultivators. The ancient Buddha clan. The ancient Buddha emperor had just entered seclusion, but at this moment, he suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and looked at the blood-red thunderbolts outside the ancient Buddha's secret realm, and his face was full of horror. What the hell happened? He had no idea what had happened. In front of the blood-red thunderbolts, the ancient Buddha emperor realized how small he was. It was as if the thunderbolts in the sky could bombard him into pieces at any time. That terrifying power, even the most powerful Nirvana realm cultivators were trembling. At this moment, the ancient Buddha clan, the monster clan, the god clan, Bloodling Huang, and many other top experts woke up one after another. Looking at the blood-red clouds and thunderbolts that occupied their vision, their eyes were filled with horror. No one knew what was happening at this moment. The Eastern Continent. In the imperial city of Xianxia, Emperor Zhao also looked up at the blood-red thunderbolts that covered the Eastern Continent with a solemn expression. That power, it shocked even him. The great tribulation of the demon abyss hasn't arrived yet. What kind of tribulation can cause such a big change? Emperor Zhao was also confused now. Although he knew a lot of things, he wasn't omniscient. The current situation, Emperor Zhao felt a little troubled. However, although he was shocked, Emperor Zhao wasn't too shocked in his heart. Now that the human clan's luck was gradually flourishing, he was in the imperial city of Xianxia. If there was really a change, he could deal with it. In the void turbulence, the cyan-robed true immortal stepped out. The void turbulence that stretched for an unknown length of time had been completely suppressed by now. From the Eastern Continent, it was as if the entire sky had been opened, and the world had become different. If the passage was originally opened, if it was just tearing a hole in the void turbulence, then the current void turbulence would be forcibly suppressed. The Eastern Continent was shocked. The human clan's 100,000 miles territory was also shocked. What's going on? Why did the void turbulence disappear? The East City Lord was about to go crazy. The void turbulence was now the most important barrier for the human clan to control the Eastern Continent. Now that the void turbulence was gone, then the Eastern Continent could be considered to have completely merged with the four great continents. If that was the case, the human clan occupying 100,000 miles of territory would be a joke. Because compared to the void turbulence, 100,000 miles of territory was not even 1/10 of it. If that was the case, what could they use to stop the various clans from entering the Eastern Continent, although the East City Lord had the idea of letting the various clans enter the Eastern Continent, that was under the situation where the human clan could control the situation. He definitely wouldn't open the door of the entire Eastern Continent for the other clans to step in like now. The East City Lord was shocked. Dan Hao was also shocked and angry. Quick, send a message to His Majesty immediately. They were in big trouble, the void turbulence was gone. It would not be so easy for the human clan to monopolize the Eastern Continent. And once the war started, the various clans would cross the human clan's 100,000 miles of territory and directly charge into the Eastern Continent. At that time, the casualties would be indescribable. The East City Lord wasn't the only one who went crazy. The city lords of the other three cities, as well as the experts in charge, all felt like they were going crazy. It was also at this moment. An endless pressure spread out from the void turbulence, sweeping out in all directions like a wave. Everyone who was affected by this power. They all felt as if their hearts were being gripped tightly by a large hand, and they almost suffocated. What happened again? The East City Lord couldn't breathe properly. First, the blood-red lightning covered 100,000 miles of the human clan's territory, then the void turbulence completely disappeared, and now a terrifying aura swept across the world. He understood. This was definitely something unpredictable that had happened. Could it be that there was still a terrifying expert sleeping in the void turbulence that had finally woken up, soon? The East City Lord thought of this possibility. But what kind of sleeping expert could cause such a commotion? At this moment, the East City Lord turned his head with difficulty and looked at Dan Hao. They could see the answer from each other's eyes. Immortal, an immortal from hundreds of thousands of years ago, thinking of this. Their hearts skipped a beat once again. If it was really a sleeping true immortal that had woken up, it would be fine if it was the human clan. But if it was an outsider, it would really be a nightmare. In the void turbulence, Qin Shujian's ears were still echoing the words of the cyan-robed true immortal. There's not much I can do. Let me do my last bit for the human clan. Hearing this, Qin Shujian could not help but follow the footsteps of the cyan-robed true immortal. At this moment, the cyan-robed true immortal was walking in the void, and the grey river beneath his feet surged, crossing the void between heaven and earth. 100,000 miles of the human clan's territory. At this moment, all the cultivators raised their heads and saw the grey river streaking across the sky. In front of the grey river, the cyan-robed true immortal stood with his hands behind his back. A terrifying power spread out, and the blood-red thunderbolts finally reached their peak, continuously striking the other party. The thunderbolts were terrifying. They shattered the vacuum. The power of each thunderbolt was enough to make a Nirvana realm expert's heart palpitate. The cyan-robed true immortal reached out his hand and easily caught the falling thunderbolts in his palm, and then threw them back, destroying each other with the falling thunderbolts. Just as the others were shocked, a person followed the cyan-robed true immortal closely. When they saw that person, the others' faces changed again. That's Emperor Qin. Emperor Qin is here. The human emperor of the human clan is here. He will be fine. When the humans saw Qin Shujian, after a brief moment of silence, a relieved smile appeared on their faces. Emperor Qin, for the human clan of 100,000 miles of territory, Emperor Qin was their spiritual pillar. In the past, Qin Shujian killed Emperor Qiju and the powerful figures of the various clans here. Such power. It was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Even the Zhao Emperor might not be able to command such prestige. The people's hearts were shaken because of the many changes. When they saw Qin Shujian, they calmed down a lot. Emperor Qin is here. The East City Lord also let out a sigh of relief. When the sky fell, there was a tall man to hold it up. Although he didn't think Qin Shujian would be a match for the cyan-robed true immortal, at least he felt more at ease when he came. Dan Hao on the other side. It was the same. At this moment, Qin Shujian looked at the cyan-robed true immortal's back as he left. He suddenly took out the heaven list and shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, send off the true immortal of the human clan." His voice was loud. It spread across 100,000 miles of territory. Send off the true immortal of the human clan. Hearing this, a confused look appeared on everyone's faces. However, at this moment, the luck of the human clan on the heaven list was vast, and it directly flowed into the grey river. Suddenly, a dense light rose from the cyan-robed true immortal's body, and all the falling blood-red thunderbolts were blocked by this power. Seeing this scene, all the humans felt something in their hearts, and they immediately bowed to the cyan-robed true immortal. The cyan-robed true immortal laughed loudly. Today, Xianxia of the human clan will kill the demons for the human clan. His voice rolled and spread across the sky. At this moment, the grey river shattered the void, and the cyan-robed true immortal had already descended on the western prefecture. He slapped down. Heaven and earth collapsed. Many demons below looked up and saw that the sky had completely darkened at this moment. A terrifying power fell. All of the monsters exploded. In the demon clan's secret realm, the demon emperor was furious. A 100,000 feet true dragon soared into the sky, holding the heavenly demon temple in its mouth, and it was already charging towards the cyan-robed true immortal. Zhu Bing's power was activated. The heavenly demon temple suppressed the void. A mere Nirvana realm cultivator is just an ant. The cyan-robed true immortal looked at the demon emperor with disdain in his eyes. He pointed a finger from afar. The heavenly demon temple shook violently, and a terrifying power erupted. The demon emperor's body immediately exploded. Next, the cyan-robed true immortal punched out again, and the heavenly demon temple was completely smashed into the void. The demon emperor's body suffered the power of this punch, and half of it shattered. He screamed and fell. In the demon clan, all the powerhouses were speechless. No one expected the cyan-robed true immortal to be so powerful. As the strongest powerhouse of the demon clan, the demon emperor couldn't even last 2 rounds. At this moment, in the demon clan's mystic realm, An aura that was even more terrifying than the demon emperor's rose. A broken dragon body tore through the void, and the huge dragon head looked at the cyan-robed true immortal and said slowly, "Xiaoyi, why do you have to do this? You're indeed still alive." The cyan-robed true immortal looked at the old dragon, and the disdain in his eyes did not diminish at all. "I let you escape back then. The reason why you're still alive now is all because of the dragon transformation pool. Although I'm not dead, I'm almost there." The old dragon's expression was normal, but he looked at the cyan-robed true immortal with a complicated gaze. "You're only left with a wisp of remnant soul. You can't destroy the demon clan, so why do you have to do such a useless thing? Whether I can destroy you or not is another matter. I'll be happy to be able to kill your billions of demons." The cyan-robed true immortal said calmly, "I let you escape back then. Today, I'll kill you and then settle the score with the demon clan." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already struck with his palm. The old dragon let out an earth-shattering dragon roar and charged towards the cyan-robed true immortal. The two of them fought fiercely. The void collapsed. The void within a million miles was covered by terrifying fluctuations, and the blood-red lightning in the sky kept striking down, trying to annihilate this existence that didn't belong to this world. Boom, boom. Boom. Not long after, the old dragon fell into the void, and his already broken dragon body became even more unbearable. His aura was like a candle in the wind, and it seemed like it would be extinguished at any moment. But soon, the old dragon rose into the air again, and this time, he brought the heavenly demon temple with him. A great battle. There was another eruption. Xianxia watched this scene from afar, but he didn't have any chance to intervene. "Senior, who do you think will win?" he was asking the Godslayer. In his sea of consciousness, the Godslayer said in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter who wins or loses. That old dragon should be the trump card of the demon clan. I didn't expect him to hide in the dragon transformation pool, and that's why he hasn't completely died after 200,000 years. However, this old dragon has been forced out, and regardless of whether he wins or loses, he'll definitely die. Heaven and earth have already sensed his existence. The blood-red lightning is the punishment of the rules of heaven and earth. It punishes those who violate the rules until they completely break free from the shackles of the rules or completely die." The old dragon was doomed. The cyan-robed true immortal was also destined to die. Xianxia looked at the two people fighting in the sky, and then at the demon clan. All the experts of the demon clan had been alarmed. The demon emperor was severely injured. However, the demon clan was still extremely powerful. Moreover, it happened so suddenly. If the human clan had been prepared, now would be a good time to attack the demon clan. But now was not the time. Things happened so suddenly. Although he was strong enough, it was impossible for him to exterminate the demon clan in front of so many demon clan experts. Regarding this, he was also a little indignant. It was such a rare opportunity, but it was wasted just like that. Xianxia said, "Senior, if that true immortal senior also has Zhu Bing, can he kill that old dragon and then take the opportunity to destroy the demon clan?" "Impossible." The Godslayer said, "The heavenly demon temple is known for its defense, and that true immortal is just a wisp of remnant soul. Now that the thunder tribulation has fallen, he can't hold on for too long. Even if he has Zhu Bing, it's impossible to destroy the demon clan. Moreover, Zhu Bing will also be injured under the thunder tribulation. His current goal is very simple, which is to use the last of his strength to cause as much damage to the demon clan as possible." That old dragon was forced to use the heavenly demon temple to fight. After this battle, the heavenly demon temple will definitely be damaged, but it's hard to say how much. Just as the Godslayer was speaking, the battle between the two had reached a tragic level. The cyan-robed true immortal was a wisp of remnant soul after all. Although a true immortal's physical body was strong, it had been worn down in the shattered laws for so many years, so it was not light. Although the old dragon was not as strong as the other party, he had the heavenly demon temple in his hands. After a great battle, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. At this moment, the blood-red thunderbolts of the 4 continents had all gathered in the western continent. Thunderbolts fell one after another. Every bolt of lightning was capable of causing the death of a Nirvana realm expert. Neither of them paid attention to the existence of the Thunder Tribulation. Instead, they focused on dealing with the powerful enemy in front of them. After an unknown period of time, the old dragon suddenly let out a tragic wail. The broken dragon body shattered inch by inch under the Thunder Tribulation. Then, the cyan-robed true immortal punched and forcefully destroyed the other party's body. Boom, the true immortal died. There was a rain of blood in the western continent. All the demon clan members were filled with indescribable grief. As for the heavenly demon temple, when the old dragon died, a corner of his body was also shattered by the Thunder Tribulation and fell toward the demon clan's mystic realm. The cyan-robed true immortal's physical body was broken, but his aura was still strong. At this moment, the Thunder Tribulation of laws had reached an extremely terrifying level. Countless blood-red thunderbolts devoured the cyan-robed true immortal. However, the moment he was completely devoured, the cyan-robed true immortal pointed a finger. The terrifying power tore the demon clan's mystic realm apart. The two demon clan mighty figures did not have to dodge and were directly turned into dust. The remaining demon clan members were also killed and injured. Xianxia looked at the sky. The cyan-robed true immortal was also looking at him with a faint smile. That's all I can do. Hearing that, Xianxia was a little dazed. By the time he came back to his senses, the cyan-robed true immortal was no longer in the sky. It was just that the blood-red thunderbolts were raging. Unlike the demon clan's true immortal, the cyan-robed true immortal had died 200,000 years ago. Therefore, his death did not cause any heaven and earth phenomenon. However, the human clan's fortune was shaken. The hearts of all the humans were filled with uncontrollable sorrow. Xianxia of the human clan. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Xianxia watched as the blood-red thunderbolts disappeared bit by bit. The sky that was originally covered in blood gradually became clear. Xianxia, he had already memorized this name. All humans would also remember this name. P.S. Support the original, Jidian Chinese networks. I am upright. Most of the clans and factions did not expect that there would be a true immortal hidden among the humans. They did not expect that. The demon clan also had an ancient true immortal. In this era where the Nirvana realm was the emperor. True immortal, it only existed in legends. But this time, two true immortals had appeared, which shocked the world. The battle between the human Xianxia and the demon clan's true immortal. It did not last long. At most. It was only an hour or two. However, the impact of this battle was deeply imprinted in the minds of all the experts. In this battle, the demon clan suffered heavy losses. The ancient true immortal died. Zhu Bing's heavenly demon temple was damaged. Even the demon emperor who suppressed the demon clan was seriously injured by the human true immortal. Not to mention, when Xianxia of the human clan first appeared, he gave the demon clan a palm strike. Then, he gave the demon clan a final blow before he died. In front of a true immortal. And in front of a true immortal like Xianxia. Below a true immortal. He was no different from an ant. If the demon emperor did not have the heavenly demon temple, he would have died at the hands of the other party. Those demons who were weaker than the demon emperor. What right did they have to block Xianxia's attack, now that the demon emperor was seriously injured? The entire demon clan was in a state of shock. All the demon clan experts scattered in the various continents had received the demon emperor's order to return to the demon clan's territory in the western continent to prevent the various clans from attacking the demon clan. It could be said that, although the demon clan did not seal the mystic realm, it was not far off. This battle. It was completely beyond the demon clan's expectations. The demon clan, who had dominated the western continent for hundreds of thousands of years, was seriously injured. On this day, not only was the demon clan speechless, but the four continents were also speechless. Xianxia did not attack the demon clan. Because there was no need. The demon emperor of the demon clan was seriously injured, and the only hidden true immortal had died. It could be said that the strength of the demon clan had fallen to a freezing point. More importantly, Xianxia saw that when Xianxia attacked the demon clan's mystic realm, the two demon clan experts who died were also dragons. together with the dragons who died at the hands of Black Crow Taoist. Until now, the dragons had at least 3 powerful experts. One had to know. Although the demon race was a complete race, there were actually many different races within it. But the position of the demon emperor, it had always been controlled by the dragons. In the end, it was also because of the strength of the dragons that they were able to suppress the other races, that they were able to stabilize their position as the demon emperor. But now, not only did the dragons suffer heavy losses, even the demon emperor who carried the cauldron was severely injured. In this way, some of the powerful races that had been suppressed by the demon emperors and dragons would have their own ideas. Chaos. The messier, the better. Sooner or later, Ben Huang will exterminate you demons. Qin Shujian was filled with murderous intent. He took a deep look at the secret realm of the demon clan and left. There were quite a few experts in the demon clan. It was not the time to start a war. Not long after, Qin Shujian flew back and reappeared in the human territory of 100,000 miles wide. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, Xianxia of the human clan has killed the demon immortals, severely injured the demon emperor, destroyed countless demons, and strengthened the human clan. This is a great merit that should be recorded in the annals of history for future generations to admire. 100,000 miles of territory. Qin Shujian's voice was mighty. The humans of the 4 cities were all speechless. Then, Qin Shujian shouted again, the heavens bless the human clan, and the human Tao will prosper forever. As soon as he finished, the heaven list was taken out. The destiny of the human clan was vast. Immediately, the humans of the 4 cities felt something and shouted loudly, the heavens bless the human clan, and the human Tao will prosper forever. The heavens bless the human clan, and the human Tao will prosper forever. The heavens bless the human clan, and the human Tao will prosper forever. Their voices shook heaven and earth. At this moment, killing intent soared into the sky, battle intent soared into the sky, Qin Shujian flew into the air and transformed into a huge Dharma body, appearing in the eyes of all the humans in the 100,000 miles of territory. Pass down Ben Huang's order. From today onwards, all humans will take it as their duty to kill the demon clan. The human clan's territory will expand to 300,000 miles to the east continent. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed without mercy. Yes, Qin Emperor. The East City Lord was the first to respond. Then, a giant rose from the ground and advanced 300,000 miles with the East City in his hand. Then, the East City fell and divided the area. Immediately, many experts of the Western continent frowned. Some experts of the races close to 300,000 miles of territory also flew into the air and looked at Qin Shujian. They said in a deep voice, Qin Emperor, we are not enemies with the human clan. Now that the human clan is expanding their territory, they are crossing the line, 300,000 miles of territory. It was enough to infringe on the interests of many races. Every inch of land. It was all divided by the various races. At this time, the human clan had expanded 300,000 miles. The other races were fine. But for those who happened to be within 300,000 miles of territory, it could be said that their sphere of influence had been reduced by at least half. Regarding this, how could these races tolerate it? However, just as this expert opened his mouth to speak, a terrifying fist had already shattered the vacuum and blasted his physical body apart. Then, the heaven list smashed down, and this expert of the 8th level of the celestial being realm completely died. The sudden change. It made everyone's expression change drastically. No one would have thought that Qin Shujian would be so decisive and kill him just like that. One had to know. The race of the person who spoke just now was also considered a neutral race. Under such circumstances, Qin Shujian still killed him. He was so domineering. It made the other experts frown. Qin Shujian held the heaven list in his hand and looked in the direction of the endless void. He said coldly, Ben Huang is not negotiating with you. Whoever is not convinced, just come over. The human clan will take them all. If you don't dare, then get lost. Do you really think that the human clan is a weak race? Any cat or dog dares to come over and bark. If the demon clan occupies 300,000 miles of territory, do you dare to say no? His voice shook the surroundings. In the endless void, many experts were enraged. But thinking of Qin Shujian's strength, they suppressed their anger. The human clan. They really couldn't afford to offend them. Originally, some clans dared to attack the human clan because the human clan was hostile to many big clans and thought that the human clan had no strength left to fight back. But now, the experts of the human clan appeared one after another. And now, an ancient true immortal had appeared and crippled the Yao clan. Now, a true immortal of the human clan had fallen. Qin Shujian was obviously in a killing frenzy. At such a time, whoever dared to show up would be a target to be attacked. So, these experts simply fell silent. Humph. Qin Shujian's cold eyes swept across the void, and finally landed on the East City Lord. Without the permission of the human clan, anyone who dares to set foot in the human clan's territory will be killed without exception. If there is any disobedience, the East City Lord will bring his head to see me. Yes, Qin Emperor. The East City Lord bowed his head and accepted the order. Right now, his mind was also in turmoil. When the human clan had such a tough attitude. The situation in the past. It was only when the other clans came to their door that the human clan fought back. Otherwise, the human clan wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble. Because the human clan had too many enemies. If they took the initiative to cause trouble, they might cause more trouble. But this Qin Emperor obviously didn't have such considerations. He was decisive and ruthless. He was simply unscrupulous. For such a person, the East City Lord was worried but also a little excited. If he really had the strength, who would be willing to be a grandson? If he wanted to be a grandson, he was still not strong enough. At this time, Qin Shujian looked at the endless void and said, "We humans can't wipe out the Yao and Shen races, but it's still easy for us to wipe out races like yours. There's no need for the true immortals of my race to do anything. I can uproot all of you. In the future, think carefully about whether those big clans really have the ability to protect you. Or else, if you dare to interfere, it will be the time of your clan's extinction. If you don't believe me, come and try." After saying that, Qin Shujian didn't even look at the experts of those clans and immediately flew away. At this time, where the restriction of heaven and earth was. With Xiaoyi's death, the pressure that suppressed the void turbulence gradually weakened. Not long after, the void turbulence broke through the seal of the pressure and turned the rest of the area into an impassable forbidden area. Looking at the void turbulence in front of him, Qin Shujian also felt slightly relieved. If the void turbulence really disappeared, it wouldn't be a good thing for the human clan. Don't be fooled by what he said just now. In fact, the human clan's strength was still not enough. If it was enough, now it was time to send troops to attack the demon clan and try to destroy the demon clan, instead of simply expanding the territory of 300,000 miles. With the current strength of the human clan, it's not a problem to attack the demon clan with all their strength. I'm just afraid that if the human clan attacks, the blood Eldar of the god clan won't be able to sit still. After all, in the matter of dealing with the human clan, these clans are considered allies. They would be happy to see the demon clan suffer heavy losses, but if the demon clan is destroyed, they won't sit still. Qin Shujian didn't need to think carefully to understand the key points. If the human clan didn't exist, then if the demon clan was destroyed, these large clans might add insult to injury. But with the human clan, things were completely different. Compared to the threat of the human clan, the importance of the demon clan was not small. With one more clan to contend against, the pressure on the other clans would be less. But if they wanted to use the power of the entire clan to destroy the human clan, those large clans were unwilling, afraid that they would work for the other clans. It was precisely because of this idea. Only then would the human clan be stable. In another 100 years, no, not 100 years, give me a few more decades, there shouldn't be a problem for the various clans. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. As long as he improved the Gui Yuan ancestral canon to perfection, His combat strength would definitely reach a level that could pierce through heaven and earth. When that time came, even if a perfected immortal appeared, he would have the strength to fight. Immediately after, Qin Shujian looked at the ancient immortal ring on his right hand. That was what Xiaoyi had left for the human clan. Half a rule. Senior, what kind of storage ring do you need to seal the rules? He was very curious. How could a ring seal the rules? Could it be that with the sealing power on it, it was obviously impossible? The Godslayer said slowly, a storage ring can't seal the rules. I see that the ancient immortal ring on your hand is not as simple as a storage ring. I suspect that there is a small world inside. The current him. He also recovered from the matter of Xiaoyi's death. As Zhu Bing. Although the Godslayer was used to seeing life and death, he couldn't help but feel some emotions when he saw the fall of a human clan expert. A small world. Qin Shujian was shocked. A small world, that was something that could only be opened by array formation grandmasters above the third realm. He had only seen 3 small worlds. They were on Heavenly Pattern Island, the foundation of the human clan, Eldar, and demon clan. Those 3 places. They were all small worlds. After a short period of shock, Qin Shujian's face showed a smile. Originally, I planned to break through to the third realm of Array Formation Grandmaster and then open up a secret realm as the foundation of the Qianyuan Sacred Ground. But now it seems that there is no need at all. Compared to the secret realm of the third realm of Array Formation Grandmaster, a small world was more advanced. If he could use a small world as the foundation of the Qianyuan Sacred Ground, why would he need a space secret realm that was just neglecting the essentials? Moreover, although Xiaoyi said that there was only half a rule in the ancient immortal ring, there might be other treasures. But those treasures, for a true immortal, they were not important at all. He had some guesses in his heart. However, Qin Shujian did not open the ancient immortal ring to investigate now. Now that there was nothing else to do in the human clan's territory, he decided to go back to the East Continent first. This time, he did not cross the void turbulence physically. Instead, he walked through the human clan's passage. The person at the entrance of the passage was still Xiaohong. It was different from the last time. This time, when Xiaohong saw Qin Shujian, his expression was a little complicated. Greetings, Emperor Qin. Steward Xiao, you're too polite. Qin Shujian had a good attitude towards acquaintances. Hearing this, Xiaohong was a little flattered. It was just that Qin Shujian was not in the mood to talk too much with him now. After a simple greeting, he entered the human clan's passage. On the spot, Xiaohong's expression was emotional. Emperor Qin's power is getting stronger and stronger. After the other party became an emperor, the power on his body was much stronger than before. In comparison, Marquis Bayun did not have such an aura. On second thought, Xiaohong also felt that it was normal. After all, Marquis Bayun was just a duke, while Qin Shujian was one of the human emperors. Emperor Qin, the human emperor who ruled the cultivation world, Xiaohong could not believe that he had once chatted and drank tea with a human emperor face to face like an old friend. He felt that this matter was enough for him to brag about for a long time. On the other side, Duan Sun was also dumbfounded now. He never expected that Qin Shujian would cause such a big commotion not long after entering the void turbulence. The power that was as vast as an abyss. Even though it had dissipated, Duan Sun still did not dare to forget it. Not long ago, the void turbulence had completely disappeared, which scared him half to death. Duan Sun almost thought that the barrier protecting the eastern continent had completely disappeared. If that was the case, as the person guarding the passage, it seemed that there was no need for him to exist. Of course, this was not the point. What Duan Sun really cared about was the crisis that the human clan would face after the void turbulence disappeared. After all, the void turbulence covered more than 1,000,000 miles. It was undoubtedly very difficult for the human clan to seal off this 1,000,000 miles of land and ensure that no experts of other clans sneaked in. In comparison, the human clan now had a territory of 100,000 miles, no, 400,000 miles. But in fact, The place they really had to guard was just a small passage entrance. The other territories weren't dispensable, but they weren't that important either. But once the void turbulence disappeared, there would be too many places for the human clan to guard. With the current number of experts of the human clan, they could not defend at all. In this way, when the other clans entered the eastern continent, they became permanent residents. But what made Duan Sun feel extremely fortunate was that, not long after the void turbulence disappeared, it returned to normal. It did not cause any major trouble. At this moment, the entrance of the passage surged slightly. A person walked out from inside. Duan Sun was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Qin Emperor. General Duan is truly loyal to his duty." "Qin Emperor, you're too kind. This is my duty," Duan Sun said politely. He was inexplicably praised by the human emperor. He was still a little happy. In the past, Zhao Emperor rarely praised his subjects. Qin Shujian did not notice Duan Sun's expression. Instead, he turned to look at the void turbulence and said, "Just now, the void turbulence disappeared for a period of time. Send people to search along the way. If any cultivators of any race take the opportunity to sneak into the eastern continent, kill them without mercy. If you encounter an expert that you can't defeat, immediately send a message to Ben Huang." It had not been long since the void turbulence disappeared. But there might be experts of other clans who took the opportunity to sneak in. The eastern continent was the foundation of the human clan. They would definitely not allow outsiders to interfere. Hearing this, Duan Sun bowed and accepted the order. "Qin Emperor, don't worry. This general will immediately send people to investigate." Qin Shujian waved his hand and left. Seeing Qin Shujian leave, Duan Sun immediately gathered the generals and sent people to investigate the situation. At the same time, he sent a message back to Central Continent's imperial city. Although he knew, at this moment, it should have already reached the imperial city. But he still had to do it. On the other side, Qin Shujian stepped into the Liang Mountain spirit domain. A familiar feeling surged in his heart. There was no reason for it. He paused and sighed as he looked at the scene in front of him. From entering the void turbulence, from the time he came back, only 2 or 3 days had passed. But in these 2 or 3 days, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, felt somewhat tired. Especially Xia Yi's last battle, which shocked him even more. As early as 200,000 years ago, Xia Yi had already fallen. But the other party sealed his remnant soul until now, in the endless void turbulence, waiting for 200,000 years before waking up. What he did was for the sake of the human race's inheritance not to be destroyed. Qin Shujian had a premonition. If he didn't go to the void turbulence now, Xia Yi might do the same. But whether or not the ancient immortal ring could be handed over to him was another matter. Originally, Qin Shujian only planned to go to the void turbulence to find the true immortal's corpse and see if he could get any benefits. But he never thought so many things would happen. "I didn't plan to go to the void turbulence so quickly, but I suddenly felt something. Could it be that the human race's destiny also felt Xia Yi's existence, so it guided me there?" Now that he thought about it, Qin Shujian thought of something. In his spiritual sea, Godslayer said, "It's normal. As one of the human emperors, if something good or bad happens to the human race's destiny will give you a hint. As for why you were the one who sensed it and not Zhao Huang, maybe it's because you're closer to here. No one can say for sure." In the end, Godslayer gave a vague explanation. To this, Qin Shujian didn't care. It didn't matter if it was true or not. Now that Xia Yi had fallen, there was no need to investigate. "Senior, was Xia Yi also the human emperor from 200,000 years ago?" "I'm not sure." Godslayer said indifferently, "The human emperor is not necessarily the strongest of the race. Those who are recognized by the people can also become the human emperor. Xia Yi may or may not be the human emperor, but one thing is certain. Once a new human emperor ascends the throne, the fallen human emperor is no longer the human emperor. The human emperor doesn't exist in the past or the future, only in the present. So, even if Xiaoyi was once the human emperor, he has already fallen. Facing you, the new human emperor, he still has to show enough respect. The position of the human emperor is not as simple as you think. There are many benefits in the future. Feel it well. Qin Shujian sighed. Indeed. There were many benefits to being the human emperor. He now experienced one of the biggest benefits, which was that his life source was increasing at a terrifying speed. To be honest, in the space turbulence, Qin Shujian had no concept of time. But from the speed of his life source increasing, he could estimate the time. At this moment, human territory, at the center of the four cities. On a towering monument, there was an additional line of words. Human race Xiaoyi, true immortal in the year 6789, he killed the true immortal of the monster race, heavily injured the monster emperor, destroyed countless monsters, and strengthened the human race. This was the human race monument. The real main monument was in the hands of Emperor Zhao. But in the four cities of the human race, there was a secondary monument. The secondary monument was separated from the main monument. The information on the main monument would appear on the secondary monument at the same time. Seeing the words on it, all the cultivators were speechless. Even some of the players were filled with respect for him. Although they couldn't see the scene of Xiaoyi heavily injuring the monster emperor and killing the true immortal of the monster race, that shocking power was still deeply rooted in their hearts. For the players, this world was just a game world. But for some things, they couldn't help but feel touched. The heavens bless the human race will prosper forever. Someone muttered those words. The others also felt the same. On the player forums, compared to the past where many things were discussed, the forums now were much more monotonous. There was only one video. Along with a slogan, it was hung high at the top of the forums. Human race Xiaoyi killed the true immortal of the monster race here, strengthening the human race will prosper forever. For the players, what Xiaoyi had done, in their eyes, was like what had happened to them. Because they were humans too. Everyone was from the human race, so they felt it more deeply. The human race will prosper forever. The Blade Master, who was already in the spirit martial realm, laughed and shook his head as he listened to the discussions around him. He didn't listen much. Because there was no need. At this moment, along with Qin Shujian's return, Yuan sect became much calmer. Just like what he had instructed. All the sects that came to visit were sent back. In the next month, he didn't plan to see any guests. During this period of time, Yuan sect sent people everywhere to collect enough materials to build the human emperor's palace. As for how to build the human emperor's palace, Zhongfang actually didn't have any ideas. But it wasn't that he didn't have any ideas. For this, Zhongfang specially asked people to collect information about the palace, and finally added his own guesses to collect the corresponding materials. At the same time, Qin Shujian was also sitting in the courtyard, studying the ancient immortal ring in his hand. He also released the god-slaying saber from his sea of consciousness. Not sure if it was because he was addicted to the previous two transformations, but this time, the Godslayer also created a clone and sat opposite Qin Shujian. Senior, if I release the seal on the ancient immortal ring, do you think that the small world will directly come out? Playing with the ancient immortal ring, Qin Shujian didn't dare to release the seal on it. If the seal was released, if the small world directly came crashing down, it would be a big joke. Not to mention anything else, just Mount Liang alone would be crushed instantly. As for the cultivators in the sect, none of them would be able to escape. When that time came, that would be awkward. The Godslayer said, "Let me take a look at the ancient immortal ring." Here. Qin Shujian handed the ancient immortal ring over. The Godslayer took the ancient immortal ring, looked left and right, and then returned it. The material used to forge the ancient immortal ring is very strange. Although it isn't a Dao artifact or spirit artifact, it has the power to carry space. If I'm not wrong, this should be the Void Stone. Void Stone? Qin Shujian was puzzled. As the #1 blacksmith in the 4 continents, he had never heard of the Void Stone. Although all his blacksmiths came from the ancestral book of forging. But the information recorded in the ancestral book of forging was very comprehensive. Especially with the system's many deductions. A lot of the information was newly added by the system. He had never heard of the Void Stone that the Godslayer was talking about. The Void Stone is a very rare material. It was born in the void outside of heaven and earth, and then fell into this world by chance. The Godslayer explained. You have to know that there is a barrier outside of heaven and earth. The Void Stone can pass through the barrier because it has the ability to swallow the void and even carry the void. In other words, even if the seal is broken, the small world in the ancient immortal ring will not fall out. It won't. The Godslayer shook his head and said, I think the seal is only to resist the erosion of the void turbulence. The ancient immortal ring is the real body that carries the small world. As long as the ancient immortal ring is not broken, the small world will not appear. If you want to move this small world out, it's very simple. As long as you are strong enough, the moment the ancient immortal ring shatters, you can directly support the falling small world. After that, you can use the shattered void stone to corrode the space. After that, you can use this opportunity to send the small world into the void. As Qin Shujian listened to the Godslayer's words, he looked at the ancient immortal ring in his hand. He had the idea of using the small world. But he couldn't think of how to do it. The Godslayer's words. It gave Qin Shujian a lot of reminders. The Godslayer said indifferently, there are many ways to carry a small world. One is like the mystic realms of the various races, directly sending it into the space. The other is like Heavenly Pattern Island, using a powerful Tao artifact to carry the small world as the entrance. Comparing the two, I'm more inclined to the first. Because, strictly speaking, a small world is an existence that is completely independent of heaven and earth. If you send it into the void, it is equivalent to parasitizing heaven and earth. And the space it relies on is an entrance to the small world. Even if the entrance is broken, you can control the small world to leave heaven and earth at any time, or move it to another place. It won't be easily broken by strong enemies. But if it relies on a Tao artifact, it will live and die with the Tao artifact. You must know that even the strongest Tao artifact will fall. Even the immortal leaderboard of the myriad races is still a pile of fragments. This method is actually the most unreliable. After listening to the Godslayer's explanation, Qin Shujian also had a sufficient understanding of the small world. If that was the case, then he knew what to do next. The only problem he had to consider at the moment was what kind of strength was needed to support a small world. It would be awkward if he had to be a perfected immortal. Senior, what kind of strength is needed to support a small world? Your strength is basically enough, isn't it? The Godslayer answered, but he sounded a bit uncertain. Qin Shujian's face darkened. He was unreliable again at the critical moment. Basically, it was enough. If it was not enough and the small world smashed down, he, Emperor Qin, would lose all his face. Seeing Qin Shujian's darkened face, the Godslayer coughed softly and said, in fact, it has been a long time since the last cultivator who could support a small world. I don't remember it clearly, but his strength should be similar to yours. At most, he was a bit stronger than you. If he could do it, there is no reason why you can't. Because there is no problem. Don't worry. Why do I feel that there is a big problem? Qin Shujian said gloomily. Is there no problem? Is there really no problem? I feel that the more you talk, the less confident you are. Right at this moment, Qin Shujian suddenly turned his head sideways and looked outside the courtyard. Soon, a person walked in from outside. Emperor Qin, senior god slaying. Is Zhao Emperor's way of doing things always so direct? Qin Shujian's face darkened again. This is the second time. The person in front of him came to his door without greeting him the second time. If he hadn't set up a formation in advance, he might not have been able to close the gap so quickly. You are too polite, Emperor Zhao. Compared to Qin Shujian, the Godslayer was much more polite. No matter what. The person in front of him was also a human emperor. As the Zhu being of the human race, he couldn't be too arrogant. Emperor Zhao said with a faint smile, don't blame me, Emperor Qin. Ben Huang will be careful next time. He said he would be careful. However, he sat down on the stone bench consciously. Looking at him, Qin Shujian said helplessly, Emperor Zhao, why do you have time to come here? Emperor Qin should know why Benhuang is here, Emperor Zhao said seriously. Emperor Zhao's expression turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, I want to know about what happened in the human territory and the Western Prefecture. Is that human immortal the one who set up the heaven and earth restriction 200,000 years ago? That's right. Qin Shujian nodded slightly, then told him everything that he had learned so far. He didn't hide anything about the ancient immortal ring. After a long while, Emperor Zhao sighed and said, Benhuang admires what Senior Xiaoyi did. He admired this expert who kept the human race's inheritance. He admired him from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for this expert, the human race might have been wiped out 200,000 years ago. They wouldn't have survived until now. Although Senior Xiaoyi died, there is something that Benhuang didn't expect. Emperor Qin, are you talking about the immortal of the demon race? That's right. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn as he said, the demon tribe still has a genuine immortal from 200,000 years ago. This is something I didn't expect. With the demon tribe's foundation, they could still retain a genuine immortal. Can the Blood Eldar, Shen clan, Ancient Buddha clan, and other top clans have immortals from 200,000 years ago? If so, these true immortals are a great threat to the human tribe. Even if they can't attack at will now, when the time comes, what can the human tribe do to stop them? The appearance of the immortals of the demon race. That made Qin Shujian realize the seriousness of the matter. How strong were the immortals, he didn't know before, but now he fully understood. Even someone as strong as the demon emperor could be severely injured with a wave of his hand. Needless to say, the other demons were like ants in front of the immortals. They could kill a large number of them with one palm. It would be fine if the immortals of the human race attacked the demon race. But if the immortals of other clans attacked the human race, it would be a big problem. He had to grow to the point where he could fight against the immortals. Qin Shujian felt that he would need a considerable amount of time at the very least. Hearing that, Emperor Zhao said, you can rest assured about that. Even if there are immortals from ancient times in the various clans, they won't dare to walk out of the seal without permission. That's because the 129,600 years is the rule set by the heavens and earth. When any true immortal reached the end of their lifespan, they had to die. But if they dare to use other means to avoid death, the heavens and earth will send down the thunder tribulation to wipe out the existence who took advantage of the loopholes in the rules. The vast blood-colored thunder tribulation this time is the punishment of the heavens and earth. Senior Xiaoyi should have died 200,000 years ago, but now he suddenly appeared and attracted the attention of the heavens and earth. It's the same for the immortals of the demon race. It can be said that even if these immortals really walk out of the seal, they won't be able to reach the eastern continent under the thunder tribulation. And even if they can reach the eastern continent, they won't have much power under the punishment of the thunder tribulation. You know, not every immortal is like Senior Xiaoyi. Emperor Zhao wasn't too worried about this matter. He knew more about what happened 200,000 years ago than Qin Shujian. Among the immortals of the various clans, Xiaoyi of the human race was the strongest. Xiaoyi died because there were too few immortals of the human race. On the contrary, there were too many immortals of the other clans. Or else, Xiaoyi wouldn't die. Similarly, with Xiaoyi's strength, he died under the thunder tribulation in the end. The other immortals were not qualified to resist the thunder tribulation. It was fine if the immortals of these clans didn't come out. Once they came out, they would be digging their own graves. Hearing that, Qin Shujian's expression relaxed a lot. He didn't believe the words of others, but he believed Emperor Zhao's words. Immediately, he took out the ancient immortal ring and put it in front of Emperor Zhao. It contains half of Senior Xiaoyi's rules. If Emperor Zhao can't take it, you can use it. This way, the human race will have one more immortal, and you won't have to worry about your lifespan. P.S. Midnight is gone. All that's left is to write during the day. Half a rule. It was what Xiaoyi really wanted to leave for the human race. One had to know that the other party was a perfected immortal in the middle 3 levels. He was very strong. In ancient times, he would be a big shot. Such an existence. Even half a rule was stronger than the rule that an ordinary perfected immortal had mastered. If one could become an immortal with this half a rule, even if he wouldn't be too strong, he definitely wouldn't be too weak. Xiaoyi did this. Obviously, he had planned this. The other party had predicted that no one would become an immortal in hundreds of thousands of years. In this way, if the human race could become an immortal with this half a rule, they might be able to turn the situation around. As for who to give the half a rule to, it wasn't difficult to choose. Qin Shujian definitely wouldn't use this half a rule himself. After all, he had the source of life. Becoming an immortal was only a matter of time. As for the others, Qin Shujian couldn't take out the rule casually. It was very simple. If a mighty figure became an immortal with this half a rule, then what would he do as the Qin Emperor? Subdue a perfected immortal with his identity as the human emperor, or establishing another human emperor on top of the original foundation of the human race. But the current situation of the human race wasn't very complicated. It was only divided into the cultivation world and the imperial court. Now that he was in charge of the cultivation world and Emperor Zhao was in charge of the imperial court, Qin Shujian felt that this was the best situation. One more human emperor. It might break the balance. More importantly, if there was one more human emperor to take over his authority, the source of life that the entire cultivation world provided to him might be reduced by half. At that time, he would really be lifting a rock and smashing his own foot. In addition, Emperor Zhao was nearing the end of his lifespan. If the other party couldn't break through and become an immortal, he might die here. In terms of feelings, Emperor Zhao treated him quite well. In terms of reason, without Emperor Zhao, there would definitely be a lot of chaos in the human race. In addition, with the various clans around, it wouldn't be so easy to suppress one less supreme expert. So no matter what, Emperor Zhao was the only person who could use this half a rule. The only problem was, with the other party's vision, would he use Xiaoyi's half rule, as expected? Emperor Zhao looked at the ancient immortal ring in front of him and shook his head slightly. Senior Xiaoyi's laws are good, but Ben Huang is ultimately walking on his own path. His lifespan is nearing its end. But no matter what, there's still some time. There's still time. Zhao Huang refused. It was unexpected, but also reasonable. Qin Shujian calmly kept the ancient immortal ring and said, Zhao Emperor, are you sure you can become an immortal? No one can say for sure that they can become an immortal. Ben Huang can only say that there is a chance. Emperor Zhao smiled faintly, but the confidence he exuded made Qin Shujian raise his eyebrows. However, now is not the time to become an immortal. The human race is not strong enough. If Ben Huang were to become an immortal, the other races would definitely come to stop them. Although only those who walked the path of laws could come forward to block the path. However, the various races might still have a way to break through the Tao. We have to seriously consider this and be fully prepared. Immortal ascension was the real problem. It was to obstruct the path. As long as the problem of obstructing the path was solved, there would be no trouble in becoming an immortal. Others can break through the Tao and enter? Qin Shujian frowned. He had never heard the god-slaying saber mention this before. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian could not help but look at Godslayer, who was sitting calmly at the side. He sensed that someone was looking at him. Godslayer rolled his eyes. Don't look at me. You know, so many years have passed and my memory is not very clear. However, Zhao Emperor is right. Although there are few ways to break through the Tao and enter, there are still some. The simplest way is to use a law to forcefully break through another law. Then, the cultivator who has mastered the law will enter and fight with the person who has achieved the Tao. However, to be honest, it's very difficult to do this. Only a true immortal can break through the Tao and stop others when they are achieving the Tao. Qin Shujian's face darkened. However, Godslayer's words reminded him of something. Only a true immortal could break through the Tao and enter. In that case, if there were really true immortals in the various races, what was the purpose of their existence? Zhao Emperor saw Qin Shujian's expression. He nodded and said, it's just as you think. If there are really true immortals in the various races, then their greatest role is to break through the Tao. If other races achieve the Tao through nirvana, then they will stop them. Similarly, if their own race achieves the Tao through nirvana, they will also help. The lifespan of these true immortals has long been exhausted. This is the reason why the various races paid such a huge price to let those powerhouses survive until now. He understood everything. Qin Shujian instantly figured out many things. If Xiaoyi did not make a move, the old dragon of the demon race should be the demon emperor's Tao protector. That's right, Tao protector, and it was a true Tao protector who protected the other party to achieve the Tao. 200,000 years ago, the various races besieged the human race. In the end, more than 10 true immortals were killed by Xiaoyi. Only a few true immortals managed to escape. As such, there were not many true immortals left in the 4 continents. At the very most, there should only be about 5 or 6 left. Moreover, they were all hiding somewhere and did not dare to appear easily. Because once these true immortals appeared, they would definitely die. There was absolutely no chance for them to make a comeback. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian said, "Do the human race still have ancient true immortals like Senior Xiaoyi?" No. Emperor Zhao shook his head straightforwardly. After the ancient times, it was difficult for the human race to survive. How could there be true immortals who had exhausted their lifespan and survived until now, to put it bluntly? The true immortals of the human race could not live until the day their lifespan was exhausted. They were all fighting for the human race. They perished together with the powerhouses of the various races and preserved the human race's fire seed in the end. If those ancestors were not willing to die, how could there be the human race today? The ancestors of the human race have already died in battle. To be honest, even Ben Huang doesn't know that Senior Xiaoyi is still alive. I have also explored the void turbulence, but I didn't go too far. Emperor Zhao sighed. If they had discovered Xiaoyi's existence earlier, the human race might not have been so simple. However, there were no ifs. The current situation, it was not very bad. The human race had left the eastern continent, but with him and Qin Shujian holding down the fort, they could ensure that the race was safe. As long as the various races did not produce true immortals, they could not break this situation for the time being. Qin Shujian said, "Now that the demon emperor is seriously injured and the Tao protector perfected immortal has died, he might not have the chance to break through to become an immortal in the next few decades. Moreover, Ben Huang has also seen his talent. It is only superior grade. With such talent, even if he is not injured, it is unknown whether he can become an immortal. The remaining 3 are the Divine Emperor, the Blood Ling Huang, and the Ancient Buddha Emperor. If they become immortals first, they will definitely attack the human race immediately. If that's the case, do you have the confidence to deal with them?" The Blood Eldar did not need to talk about it. If the God race had the chance, they would definitely destroy the human race and solidify their position. As for the Ancient Buddha race, to be honest, Qin Shujian was not worried. The Ancient Buddha Emperor wanted to become an immortal. He had to ask him. As long as the other party dared to open up a battlefield of laws, Qin Shujian would definitely go over and teach them a lesson. Therefore, seriously speaking, the biggest threat was still the Divine Emperor and the Blood Ling Huang. Now, the strongest of the various races were racing against time to break through to become a perfected immortal. Hearing that, Emperor Zhao did not look very worried. He looked at Qin Shujian and said with a smile, "If Ben Huang can't do it, there is still the Qin Emperor. If the 2 of us work together, it should not be a problem to fight a perfected immortal in the human territory. Besides, does the Qin Emperor really think that the 3 of us have the greatest chance of becoming an immortal?" Should again, Qin Shujian was now deeply disgusted by this word. However, the Zhao Emperor's words stunned him for a moment. "What do you mean? Could it be that there are still other hidden experts?" "The Qin Emperor, you are mistaken." Emperor Zhao shook his head and said faintly, "Immortal ascension is not something that can only be achieved after reaching the Nirvana realm. Strictly speaking, the Nirvana realm is actually a disguised failure. They failed to succeed in reaching the true immortal realm from the 10th layer of the celestial realm, so they became the Nirvana realm. Many cultivators in the 4 continents think that to become an immortal, one must reach the Nirvana realm. In fact, that is not the case. The 10th level of the celestial being realm is enough to become an immortal. As long as they can cross it, all the experts in the 10th level of the celestial being realm are qualified to become an immortal on the spot. It is just that the nirvana realm has a greater chance. After all, they have already taken half a step. However, even if the chance is greater, it is not absolute. The 10th level of the celestial being realm, one could become an immortal. Qin Shujian's face froze. Emperor Zhao's words instantly brought him back to reality. That's right. There had never been a rule that one could only become an immortal after reaching the nirvana realm. Just as the Godslayer said. In fact, there was no nirvana realm at all. Strictly speaking, the nirvana realm belonged to the celestial being realm. Therefore, cultivators in this realm could not increase one's lifespan. The nirvana realm was equivalent to taking a step forward from the celestial being realm. However, one could not truly cross the other side of the immortal realm. That was why it was called the nirvana realm. However, if there was an expert with outstanding talent, if one directly stepped into the 10th level of the celestial being realm, there was a great chance that one could directly cross the barrier of the nirvana realm and ascend to the other side of the immortal realm. He understood. At this moment, Qin Shujian completely understood. If there were not many nirvana realm experts in the 4 continents, then there were too many experts in the 10th level of the celestial being realm. Basically, every race had an emperor in the 10th level of the celestial being realm. This was also the foundation of a race's existence. If there were no experts of this level overseeing the race, it would be difficult for that race to maintain itself. The strong preyed on the weak. It was a very realistic thing everywhere. It was the same even in the East continent. In the past, there were many sections. If some sect experts died, they would definitely be annexed by other sections. In the other 3 continents, the result would be even more tragic. Once a race did not have enough experts to suppress it, a war would break out, and the race would be annihilated. It could be said that the races that were not strong enough had all died. Among the remaining races, there were at least emperors in the 10th level of the celestial being realm overseeing them. Even if there were strong and weak emperors, but the 10th level of the celestial being realm was the basic operation. Not to mention the East continent, how many races were there in the other 3 continents? Qin Shujian made a rough calculation. 10,000 races was definitely an exaggeration, but there were at least thousands of races. In other words, the 3 continents, there were thousands of people in the 10th level of the celestial being realm. There were so many experts. There was no guarantee that a few true immortals would jump out. This was not a wild guess. After all, it was about becoming an immortal. No one could be sure. Instantly, a sense of urgency rose in Qin Shujian's heart. There was no other way. Right now, the nirvana realm could only be considered a temporary supreme expert. In the future, when a true immortal appeared, the nirvana realm would be his younger brother. The details could be seen from the fact that the demon emperor was beaten up by Xiayi's remnant soul. Although Xiayi was a middle 3 true immortal at his peak, but he had already fallen 200,000 years ago. The one controlling his body was only a remnant soul, so how much strength could he have left? But even so, the demon emperor was still hung up and beaten. Qin Shujian shuddered at the thought of being hung up and beaten by an unfamiliar true immortal one day. No, absolutely not. When that time came, the human race would be in an even more difficult situation. Once a true immortal appeared in the other races, they would immediately target the East continent. There was no other way. After all, the human race occupied a continent alone. It would make others jealous. That was for sure. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian took a deep breath and looked at Emperor Zhao seriously. Why don't you use half of Senior Xiayi's rules to become an immortal? At least the human race won't fall behind the other races. It was better to become an immortal. After becoming an immortal, the human race would have some confidence. Hearing that, Emperor Zhao looked helpless. Ben Huang still wants to rely on himself. Actually, you don't have to worry, Emperor Qin. The human race is now at its peak. Even if a true immortal attacks the East continent, it will be difficult for them to gain any benefits. Unless it's a true immortal like Senior Xiayi, it will be more difficult to resist. The other problems are not big. Emperor Qin, if you have time, why don't you forge a few more doctrine artifacts? It will also improve the human race's luck. Emperor Zhao felt a little tired. He really wanted to rely on himself to struggle. Although Xiaoyi's half of the rules were good, to be honest, he didn't think highly of it. Xiaoyi was strong, but Emperor Zhao didn't think he was weaker than others. It would be fine if it was a complete rule, but a half rule was really not worth mentioning. Regarding that, Qin Shujian didn't want to force him. However, Emperor Zhao's words made him frown. There isn't much time left before the demon abyss lands on the east continent. If more regions are created, the time will be shortened further. To forge a doctrine artifact, there must be an innate embryo. This is undoubtedly killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Last time, I had no choice but to forge the human monument. But now, it's not suitable to do so. Speaking of this, he looked at Emperor Zhao and said with a faint smile, however, Ben Huang has an idea. I wonder what Emperor Zhao thinks about it. Please go ahead. The human race has a short lifespan, but their corresponding talents are also very strong. Compared to the demon race, which takes hundreds or thousands of years to reach, the human race only needs a few decades or 100 years. The great Zhao dynasty has ruled the world for thousands of years. Although many heavenly beings have been born in the imperial court, there aren't many of them in the cultivation world. The reason is that there are shackles in cultivation methods. The divine connection methods are controlled by the top sects, which makes it extremely difficult for other cultivator sects to obtain higher-level cultivation methods. Qin Shujian said slowly. Emperor Zhao sat on the side and listened. He understood the other party's words. Qin Shujian said, it's not just the divine connection methods. In fact, many of the human race's cultivation methods at the true martial realm, spiritual martial realm, and divine martial realm are also severely lacking. Compared to the number of people in the cultivation world, there are more ordinary humans. As for the other races, even the most ordinary clansmen are at the basic martial realm or even the true martial realm. Compared to them, the human race is really weak. In the end, it's all a problem of cultivation methods. If the cultivation methods were to be spread out, everyone would be able to cultivate them. Although the human race would not immediately produce many strong cultivators, at least the overall strength of the human race would increase to a certain extent. As for after cultivating the cultivation methods, would there be a lack of civilians to engage in production? These problems, in fact, they were not problems. In a situation where there were mortals, cultivators were high and mighty. However, if all the human race stepped into the cultivation world, there would be no change in nature. The only thing to worry about was, it was a problem of resources. Would the resources of the eastern continent be able to support such a large consumption? There would also be more and more cultivators inhaling and exhaling spirit qi. Would it speed up the process of approaching the demon abyss? However, in Qin Shujian's opinion, these were all things that could be borne. There was no need to talk about resources. If the eastern continent did not have them, then they would go to the 3 major continents and fight for them. As for the problem of landing in the demon abyss, they would land sooner or later. What was the difference? A few 100 years later, 100 years later, in Qin Shujian's opinion, the gap was not big at all. Would the human race be able to produce enough strong cultivators in another 200 years? It would not. In 200 years, it would be a problem to produce 2 more true immortals. In ancient times, hundreds of true immortals had been defeated. Therefore, to fight against the demon abyss, they had to start from other aspects. Qin Shujian immediately thought of this. It was to collectively improve the strength of the human race and then speed up the harvesting of life sources to further improve their strength. To be honest, it was no longer realistic to rely on true immortals to fight against the demon abyss. It was still the same sentence, the lessons of the ancient times were there. Therefore, to fight against the demon abyss, they had to have the strength to suppress the entire demon abyss. He wanted to achieve this step. If the quantity could not meet the requirements, they could only rely on quality to improve. Qin Shujian was confident. He was the strong cultivator with quality. Therefore, Ben Huang plans to establish the Qianyuan sacred ground after a period of time, integrate all the cultivation methods, and preach to the human race. At that time, all the cultivation methods will be controlled by the sacred ground. In this way, the problem of inheritance will no longer be a problem. All the humans in the world can embark on the path of cultivation, and the strength of the human race will inevitably increase. After that, Qin Shijian's gaze fell on Emperor Zhao. This matter, it was not just a matter of the cultivation world. It would also affect the great Zhao Empire. Therefore, Qin Shijian did not make a decision alone. He still had to discuss it with Emperor Zhao. After a while, Emperor Zhao said slowly, Ben Huang once had this idea, but at that time, the human race was unstable and there were demons around. If we rashly preached to the world, it would inevitably cause unnecessary twists and turns. In the current situation, this is the right thing to do. However, Ben Huang also needs to remind you of something. The human heart is unpredictable, and the human race likes to fight among themselves. If the cultivation method is spread, I'm afraid there will be some turmoil, and it may cause the human race to split. The Qin Emperor should be mentally prepared for these things. The human race will not have the chance to split. A cold light flashed in Qin Shijian's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "This emperor will directly annihilate anything that dares to divide the human race. Since I dared to pass down this cultivation technique, I'm confident in suppressing this unforeseen event. As long as some people are afraid of me, there won't be so much trouble after I kill them." The inheritance of the cultivation method. It would definitely cause the human race to be shaken, and there might even be bloodshed. However, in Qin Shijian's opinion, to reform, bloodshed was inevitable, and so was turmoil. If something unpredictable was really discovered, he would just suppress it by force. Qin Shijian would not be soft-hearted when killing outsiders, and he would do the same when killing the human race. He was the emperor of the human race. He was not the emperor of a single person. The inheritance of the cultivation method was a big matter that involved the entire human race. How could it be changed because of a single person? Emperor Qin has made the decision, and Ben Huang has no objection. Emperor Zhao nodded slightly, and then sighed. The human race has been quiet for so many years. It's time to give it a try. Even if we delay it for hundreds of years, when the demonic abyss comes, we might end up being wiped out. It's the same whether we die early or late. It's better to give it a try. Maybe we can still have a chance of survival. Compared to Qin Shijian, Emperor Zhao understood many things. Then, Qin Shijian said, "I heard Senior Xianxia say that he saw the future in the River of Time. Emperor Zhao has also summoned the River of Time. Can you see the future?" "It's difficult." Emperor Zhao shook his head. The River of Time can go back and go to the future. It's easy to look back in the past, but it's extremely difficult to look into the future. The future has countless changes. The future you see in the River of Time is not necessarily the future. If you act according to the image you see, it will trigger unpredictable consequences. What Emperor Zhao said, it was similar to Xiaoyi's. Regarding this, Qin Shijian also extinguished the idea of looking into the future. Ben Huang has other things to do, so I'll leave first. See you later. Emperor Zhao put down the teacup in his hand, then got up and left. This time, he did not use the carriage. Instead, he stepped on the void and escaped. Show off. Qin Shijian shook his head, disdainful of this. He found that he and Emperor Zhao cared. Emperor Zhao's every move seemed to be an invisible show-off. They were both show-offs. He felt that Emperor Zhao's show-off method was more skillful. However, Qin Shijian did not have any evidence to prove that Emperor Zhao was show-off in front of him. He only saw Emperor Zhao suddenly appear a few times. This allowed him to see something. Getting along with Emperor Zhao. Qin Shijian preferred to face Godslayer. Although this knife was not very reliable sometimes, it still looked quite pleasing to the eye. Senior, does the River of Time exist in the mother stream of rules, or does the River of Time exist independently? Qin Shijian asked the question in his heart. Regarding this, Godslayer was speechless. If you know it's the River of Time, then it must be separated from the mother stream of rules. Otherwise, why isn't it called the Time Rule River? Time Rule River? The stone knife flashed. Qin Shijian expressionlessly kept him in his sea of consciousness. Forget it. Don't ask any more. It's meaningless. Then, Qin Shijian's figure flashed again and appeared in the martial arts hall. Emperor Qin. Zhongfang was stunned for a moment, but he reacted very quickly. Qin Shijian said, "In the past few days, how are the materials for building the human emperor's palace?" "I'm collecting them now." Qin Shijian nodded slightly, then said, "By the way, help Benhuang send a message to the imperial astronomer. Tell Su Zhan that Benhuang wants to see him. It's best if he can come as soon as possible." In the past, Sky Origin sect naturally did not have the qualifications to directly send a message to the imperial astronomer. But it was different now. Sky Origin sect's status was equal to the imperial court, so it was possible to send a message to the imperial astronomer. At this moment, in the eastern continent, everything was much calmer. Qin Shijian was overseeing the cultivation world. The human emperor was overseeing the imperial city of Zhongzhou. In the human territory, Xiaxia killed the demon race's true immortal and severely injured the demon emperor, so no one dared to provoke the human race. Especially Qin Shijian's last words. This made the experts of those clans even more furious, but at the same time, they also felt a great deal of fear. They could see it. Qin Shijian's words were not a threat. If they really angered the other party, perhaps that madman would lead the human experts to exterminate his own race. No. Perhaps there was no need to lead the human race experts. Qin Shijian alone might be able to do it. After all, a top emperor was no joke. In the western continent, the Black Rock Condor race. Since the last battle with the nine-headed dog race, an irreparable crack had appeared in the alliance between the two races. All along, together with the Earthbound Dragons, the main purpose of the alliance between the three races was to fight against the demon race. However, the Black Emperor made a move last time to stop the nine-headed dog race from helping the human race. There were faint signs that he was secretly siding with the demon race. For this, the nine-headed dog race and the Earthbound Dragons were extremely wary of him. As a result, the Black Rock Condor race was in a difficult situation. At this moment, in the Black Rock Secret Realm, is there any news from the demon race? The Black Emperor looked at the many elders below and said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, an elder cupped his hands and said, "My emperor, the demon race has withdrawn all their forces in their own territory. Although they haven't sealed the demon race's secret realm, it's almost done. That human perfected immortal has dealt a heavy blow to the demon race." Trash. The Black Emperor couldn't help but curse. He wasn't scolding Xiaxia. He was scolding the demon emperor, that perfected immortal of the demon race. Everything was afraid of comparison. It was the same for perfected immortals. If Xiaxia hadn't appeared, that perfected immortal of the demon race would naturally be unparalleled. However, in front of Xiaxia, the old dragon's strength was really much weaker. Not to mention his defeat. Even the heavenly demon temple was damaged, the demon emperor was severely injured, and the remaining demon race had suffered heavy casualties. Such heavy injuries. It was enough to cause the demon race to suffer heavy injuries and their strength to drop by a lot. If it was in the past, the decline of the demon race's strength was a good thing for the Black Emperor because the Black Rock Condor race was his enemy. The other party's strength had weakened. The pressure on him had also lessened by a lot. But the problem was, the Black Rock Condor race was no longer the Black Rock Condor race of the past. Just as the other two races had guessed, the Black Rock Condor race had actually secretly joined forces with the demon race long ago in order to find a suitable opportunity to attack the nine-headed hound race and the subduing dragons. In the end, Qin Shijian's incident last time, he had no choice but to expose himself and make the two races wary. Regarding this, the Black Emperor didn't care too much. Because in his opinion, even if his goal was seen through, it didn't matter. It was no big deal. The Black Rock Condor race could openly lean towards the demon race. With the power of the demon race, his Black Rock Condor race couldn't destroy them. In the end, not long after, the demon race encountered such a huge change, and their strength fell to the freezing point. As a traitor, the Black Rock Condor race. Instantly, they were in a very awkward situation. Trash, all of you are trash. Thinking of this, the Black Emperor couldn't help but curse. He had to know that the demon race was so useless. He should have stood firm and fought against the demon race back then. Not like now. He became a traitor. More importantly, the demon race was now weak, and the Black Rock Condor race might be implicated because of this. At this moment, a mighty figure of the Black Rock Condor race said, "My Emperor, in the past few days, the subduing dragons and the nine-headed hound race seem to have made some movements. They seem to be planning something. Although we didn't get much information, we suspect that they are going to attack the demon race. Why can't we get any information? Don't our race have spies in the two races?" Reporting to the Emperor, "Our clan spies have been almost completely eradicated a few days ago. Only a few on the periphery are still alive." Trash. The Black Emperor was furious again. Why didn't they remove them earlier or later? Why did they have to do so many at this juncture? It was obvious. The two races no longer trusted the Black Rock Condor race. Facing the Black Emperor's anger, the other elders were silent. After the other party's anger dissipated, an elder cupped his hands. "My Emperor, if the various races attack the demon race, what should we do? Is that demon emissary still in our race?" "Yes," that elder said in a deep voice. The Black Emperor's expression was uncertain, as if he was thinking about something. After a long time, he raised his head to look at the elder and said, "Kill that demon emissary and then publicly throw his corpse back to the demon race. Let them know that the Blackstone Condor race will never wallow in evil with the demon race. Let them give up on that thought." The demon race was crippled. At least half crippled. Next, if the demon race didn't have any trump cards, this once overlord force of the Western state would fall from the altar. Although they wouldn't be exterminated, they wouldn't have a good time either. In that case, how could the Black Emperor be willing to live and die with the demon race? So, the only thing he could do now was to distance himself from the demon race. At the same time, it was also to prove to the two races. He, the Black Emperor, had made a move not for the demon race, but because he didn't want the nine-headed dog race to interfere in the battle of the human race. Anyway, these things. As long as there was a reason, it was enough. The Black Emperor also believed that the two races wouldn't really fall out with him. After all, the Black Rock Condor race wasn't weak. If they really fell out, everyone wouldn't have a good time. Therefore, the corpse of the demon race emissary could be considered a way out. Hearing this, most of the elders didn't object. Now that the demon race was crippled, no one was willing to live and die with the demon race. Adding insult to injury. It couldn't be more normal. But this way, in the future, the Black Rock Condor race would no longer be able to stand together with the demon race. In other words, this way of doing things would completely force the demon race to the opposite side. "My Emperor, if the demon race still has any trump cards, we will anger the demon race by doing this. At that time, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble." Some elders looked worried. The Black Emperor said coldly, "If we anger them, then so be it. How can Benhuang be afraid of a mere demon race? Do as Benhuang says. Our Black Rock Condor race will never be in cahoots with the demon race." What a joke! If the demon race had any trump cards, would they be beaten so badly by Xianxia of the human race? Obviously. The demon race no longer had any trump cards. If he still hesitated at this time, it wouldn't be so easy to cut ties with the demon race in the future. In terms of fence-sitters, the Black Emperor still had a lot of potential. The demon race was weak. He immediately made up his mind to leave this lousy ship of the demon race. After the order was given, many elders retreated. Not long after, there was a shocking fluctuation in the Black Rock mystic realm. A WYRM soared into the sky, wanting to leave the mystic realm, but it was stopped by several Black Rock Condor race mighty figures. A terrifying power erupted. In a situation where one was against many, the WYRM was no match at all. "Black Rock Condor race, you went back on your words. The demon race won't let you off." The WYRM cried blood and let out an angry roar. Humph, how can our Black Rock Condor race be in cahoots with the demon race? Today, we will kill you to restore our race's reputation. A 9th-level Heaven Human Realm mighty figure snorted coldly. Then, he pressed down with his palm and forcefully blasted the WYRM down. Boom, boom, the battle broke out very quickly, but it also ended very quickly. That WYRM was only a 7th-level Heaven Human Realm mighty figure. Its strength was considered to be at the bottom of the mighty figures. Several 8th or 9th-level Heaven Human Realm mighty figures surrounded it. They killed it. It only took a moment. The battle quieted down very quickly. In addition, the battle broke out in the Black Rock Mystic Realm, so the mighty figures of the other races did not notice it. The Demon Race Mystic Realm. Previously, Xianxia had torn the Mystic Realm apart with a finger. Now, many Demon Race mighty figures were repairing the Mystic Realm. As for the Demon Emperor, he was recuperating in the Dragon Transformation Pool. It was called the Dragon Transformation Pool. In fact, the pool water was like a vast river. The Demon Emperor's broken dragon body was lying in the river water. Waves of mysterious power were repairing his broken body. All of a sudden, the sleeping true dragon woke up. The Demon Emperor opened his huge eyes. His pupils were filled with anger. Just a moment ago, a bad feeling arose in his heart, followed by a faint sense of sorrow. With the Demon Emperor's current strength, with such signs appearing, how could they not understand what was going on? Only his bloodline had fallen. That was why. At this moment, many demon race mighty figures who were repairing the mystic realm looked up at the same time. Through the cracks in the mystic realm, they saw the void above distorting. What's going on? Is there a mighty figure attacking? Be alert immediately. These demon race mighty figures were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. The incident with Xianxia not long ago had really broken their peace. Suddenly, the void shattered. And mighty figure stepped out of the void with a huge object in his hand. Then, he threw the object toward the demon race's mystic realm. At the same time, he shouted sternly, "How can the Black Rock Condor race cooperate with the demon race? This is a warning. If you dare to send people to our territory in the future, you will end up like this." After that, the mighty figure stepped into the air and left. All the demon clan experts raised their heads to look. Not long after, the corpse of a flood dragon fell through the crack in the mystic realm. After a short silence, it was the demon clan's monstrous anger. Boom, a tyrannical and terrifying aura erupted. All the demon clan experts looked at the corpse of the flood dragon, their eyes filled with anger. Provocation, blatant provocation. The demon clan had dominated the western state for hundreds of thousands of years. When had any race dared to provoke them like this? The Black Rock Condor clan's actions. It directly infuriated the demon clan experts. This was not just a matter of the dragons, but also a matter of the entire demon clan. Their dignity and face were trampled. Who would be able to endure it, of course? The experts of the Flood Dragon clan were even more furious. Another powerful being of the Flood Dragon clan had fallen. Originally, there were quite a number of dragons, but now that they had fallen one after another, the number of dragons in the clan had reached a point of scarcity. In the Dragon Transformation Pool, the Demon Emperor was also furious. From today onwards, send troops to the Black Rock Condor clan. Being trampled on like this, even if the demon clan was heavily injured, they could not remain silent. If they could swallow their anger like this, the other races who were watching would also step on them. In that case, the demon clan would really decline. So, in the face of the Black Rock Condor clan's provocation, the demon clan had to fight. Even if they could not destroy the Black Rock Condor clan, they had to at least show a tough attitude to let the other races know that the demon clan was not to be bullied by anyone. After receiving the demon emperor's order, the demon clan experts immediately moved out together, heading towards the Black Rock Condor clan. In the Dragon Transformation Pool, the demon emperor's eyes were frighteningly cold. He was the strongest of the demon clan, and also the strongest of the dragons. Now that the dragons had suffered heavy losses, their strength would definitely plummet for a period of time. In addition, he was heavily injured. He was afraid that the demon clan would be in turmoil. For this, the demon emperor would definitely not allow it. Humans, Black Rock Condor clan, the day Benhuang becomes an immortal will be the day your clans are destroyed. The killing intent in the true dragon's heart accumulated, shaking the void violently. As for the demon clan experts attacking the Black Rock Condor clan, the demon emperor did not make a move. Xiaoyi's strength was too terrifying. If not for the heavenly demon temple, he would have died long ago. Even if he managed to survive, the injuries on his body were not light. He wanted to recover. This was not an easy task. He thought of Xiaoyi. The demon emperor could not help but reveal an almost undetectable fear in his eyes. To tell the truth, this was also his first time fighting a true immortal expert. Originally, the demon emperor had always thought that even if he was not as strong as a true immortal, he was not too far off. Until Xiaoyi appeared. Only then did he come to his senses. It turned out that the difference between true immortals and those below true immortals could be so great. The so-called supreme expert. In front of an expert of this level, he was merely an ant-like figure. The demon emperor was both shocked and furious, but he also yearned to become a true immortal. If he could have that kind of power, the 4 great continents, who could contend against him? True immortal. The demon emperor closed his eyes again, and then he dove into the bottom of the dragon transformation pool. The current him. It was still too early to think about becoming a true immortal. At least, he had to wait until his injuries were completely healed before he could consider other things. Or else, no matter how much he thought about it, it was useless. However, the demon emperor also had a great sense of urgency in his heart. Judging from the current situation, whoever could become an immortal first would have the absolute advantage. The demon clan was now heavily injured. If an enemy clan gave birth to a true immortal, it would be a fatal blow to the demon clan. Therefore, in the demon emperor's opinion, the demon clan had to be the first to give birth to a true immortal in order to reverse the current situation. At the bottom of the dragon transformation pool, a golden ball was lying there quietly. The ball was 100 feet in size. There was a tiny true dragon moving about inside. Waves of dragon roars whistled out from within, causing the water of the dragon transformation pool to tremble slightly. However, compared to the demon emperor's 100,000 feet body, the ball was really too small. I originally didn't intend to use you, but now it seems that I have no choice. Looking at the ball, the demon emperor's eyes were also filled with struggle. In the ancient times, the dragon transformation pool was shattered, but the most essential part of it was preserved. It was precisely because of this that the dragon transformation pool still had the effect of shedding the body of a flood dragon and transforming into a true dragon. The ball in front of him. It was a dragon pearl that the ancient dragon Xianxia condensed with his own bloodline as the foundation when he was on his deathbed. And this dragon pearl. It was the supreme treasure that supported the entire dragon transformation pool. As the bloodline condensation of a true immortal, the dragon pearl was not only the supreme treasure of the dragon transformation pool, but it was also a rare supreme treasure for any cultivator and living being. Similarly, if there was no dragon pearl, then the dragon transformation pool would be completely wasted. He only hesitated for a moment. The demon emperor made up his mind and opened his mouth to swallow the dragon pearl. Now that the demon clan was about to die, what was the point of thinking so much? If the demon clan was gone, then if he left the dragon transformation pool, would he be giving it to other clans? Rather than that, it was better to swallow the dragon pearl and use the power inside to help him recover from his injuries. At most, when I am about to die, I will condense another dragon pearl and restore the dragon transformation pool. With this thought in mind, the demon emperor closed his eyes and refined the dragon pearl. At the same time, the dragon pearl disappeared. The entire dragon transformation pool shook violently. Such a scene. It also attracted the attention of some experts. However, in the end, they attributed it to the demon emperor healing his injuries inside, so they did not investigate anything. On the other side, what happened to the demon clan also spread to the 2 clans. Nine-headed secret realm. The Black Rock Condor clan killed a mighty figure of the dragons and threw the corpse in the demon clan's secret realm. What do you think about this matter? The one who spoke. It was an 8-headed giant dog that was crawling in the main hall. 7 of its heads had their eyes closed, and only one of its heads had its eyes open. The voice also came from it. Dog Emperor, the current strongest of the 9-headed dog clan. Hearing that, Xianxia said coldly, the Black Emperor had definitely secretly sided with the demon clan. He did this because he saw that the demon clan was weak and wanted to take this opportunity to cut ties with the demon clan. Our clan is ashamed to be associated with such a fence-sitter. He still remembered that the Black Emperor had intercepted him. At that time, the Black Emperor. But he really wanted to kill him. If not for the fact that he was a 10th level celestial being expert and had Kong Yi, a peak 9th level celestial being teammate, he might have been seriously injured by the other party. So, no matter what the Black Rock Condor clan did, Xianxia had already hated the Black Emperor his whole life. Kong Yi also nodded and said, there is indeed no need for us to join forces with such a fence-sitter like the Black Rock Condor clan. If our clan is weak, they might turn their spear against us again. In my opinion, we might as well let the 2 clans kill each other. It's best to send a message to the subduing dragons to prevent them from interfering. If the demon clan wanted to attack the Black Rock Condor clan, then let them fight. In Kong Ye's opinion, fighting to the death had nothing to do with them. If the 2 clans really suffered heavy losses, perhaps the 9-headed dog clan could take this opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The Dog Emperor said indifferently, the Black Emperor is narrow-minded and short-sighted. If such an existence were to betray us, he would be more ruthless than other existences. His current actions have completely offended the demon clan. Since the elders have the same opinion, our clan will wait and see. Also, if the Black Emperor's emissary comes, kill him as well. After saying that, Xianxia and the other elders trembled. They looked at the Dog Emperor with eyes full of shock. Kill, this was completely falling out with the Black Rock Condor clan. No. It was not as simple as falling out. Perhaps the Dog Emperor wanted to take this opportunity to completely destroy the Black Rock Condor clan. As expected. Just as Xianxia and the others were shocked, the Dog Emperor said indifferently, also, our clan will contact the subduing dragons. If the demon clan cannot destroy the Black Rock Condor clan, we will help the demon clan. Since they have betrayed us, then they have betrayed us. Going back and forth will only lead to death. Yes. Xianxia and the other elders lowered their heads and accepted the order. They could see that the Dog Emperor really wanted the Black Emperor's life. With that thought in mind, they were a little emotional. To be honest, all these years, they had some friction with the Black Rock Condor clan. However, because of the threat of the demon clan, they could not fall out with them so easily. Therefore, even if there was friction, it was basically suppressed. However, suppressing it did not mean that these conflicts would be forgotten. On the contrary, as time passed, this conflict also accumulated more and more. Now the Dog Emperor wanted. He wanted to take this opportunity to completely resolve this conflict. Anyway, the demon clan was already crippled. Then, there was no need for the Black Rock Condor clan to exist. The remaining 2 clans were completely enough to deal with the demon clan. Attack the Black Rock Condor clan. In Yuan sect, Qin Shujian had just relaxed for a while when he immediately received a message from Yuan cabinet. To be honest, when he received this news, he was also stunned for a moment. Regarding the Black Rock Condor clan, Qin Shujian knew a little about them. The last time when he was forging, the 9-headed hound clan seemed to want to help but was stopped by the Black Emperor. Until then, he remembered them. All along, Qin Shujian thought that the Black Rock Condor clan had secretly colluded with the demon clan. He did not expect that the friendship boat between the 2 parties would capsize just like that. TSK, this is really unexpected. Qin Shujian recalled the information in his mind and his lips curled into a cold smile. What was going on? Actually, it was not complicated at all. As long as he thought about it, he could more or less figure out the grievances between the 2 clans. It was nothing more than the Black Emperor seeing that the demon clan was crippled and wanted to leave this big ship that had been pierced with countless holes and return to the side of the allies on the surface. However, what surprised Xianxia was that the Black Emperor would be so ruthless. Not only did he kill the almighty of the demon clan, but he also publicly threw the corpse in their home. Such an approach. Not to mention the demon clan, any other clan would not be able to tolerate it. It was fine to slap the face. However, such an approach was no longer a simple slap in the face. It was forcefully pasting a pile of feces on the demon clan's face. To this, if the demon clan did not attack the Black Rock Condor clan, Xianxia would have to admire the other party's tolerance. He figured out the key points. Xianxia fell into deep thought. The demon clan will definitely fight. After all, the grievances between the two clans have been accumulating for a long time. Only blood can wash away these things. As for the Black Rock Condor clan, they will also have to be destroyed. This kind of fence-sitter who bullies the weak and fears the strong might target the human clan at some point in time. Moreover, just as Senior Xianxia said, other than the Eldar, which clan has not been stained with the blood of the human clan? All clans had been stained with the blood of the human clan. The human clan had also been stained with the blood of all clans. In addition, the Black Rock Condor clan had been secretly opposing the human clan. In that case, it was only natural that the human clan wanted to destroy the Black Rock Condor clan. I can ignore what happened hundreds of thousands of years ago, but that doesn't mean that this blood feud doesn't exist. I'm only the emperor of the human clan. I don't need to consider what's right and wrong from the standpoint of other clans. I only know that it's your fault that you've been stained with the blood of the human clan. Xianxia muttered softly, his eyes filled with killing intent. It was just as he had said. He could ignore what happened hundreds of thousands of years ago, but it was still reasonable to settle old scores. Taking a step back, he could ignore the past grudges, but from the moment the human clan walked out of the eastern continent, all the clans that attacked the human clan were absolute enemies. Enemies. Xianxia would not be merciful. I thought I could rest for a few days, but it seems like I won't have the chance. I'll go over and take a look. If the demon clan can't destroy the Black Rock Condor clan, I can help. Thinking of this, he immediately stood up and left the courtyard. The Black Rock Mystic Realm. After killing the Flood Dragon, the Black Emperor's expression did not relax at all. Because he had received a piece of news. The demon clan was preparing to attack the Black Rock Condor clan. It could be said that the Black Emperor did not expect the demon clan to be so unyielding. They still wanted to send experts to attack even though they were heavily injured. It was just the death of an almighty. What was the big deal? Putting himself in their shoes, if he was the demon emperor, he would definitely not be as impulsive as the other party. However, the Black Emperor was not afraid. He admitted that he was no match for the demon clan at their peak. However, the demon clan was heavily injured now. In his opinion, the threat was greatly reduced. Immediately send a message to the Nine-Headed Hound clan and the Subduing Dragons. Tell them that the demon clan is attacking. Send experts over to cooperate with our clan and kill all the demon clan here. The Black Emperor waved his hand and gave the order confidently. Hearing this, the many elders below also bowed and accepted the order. In addition, the clansmen in the territory will temporarily enter the secret realm to hide. They will leave after the battle is over to avoid unnecessary losses. Yes, my emperor. Go. The Black Emperor nodded slightly and then looked up at the sky of the secret realm. Over there. He had already sensed many powerful auras approaching. To this, the Black Emperor smiled proudly. The experts of the demon clan are about to arrive. It's a good time for Ben Huang to go back and see how many tricks the demon clan has up their sleeves. As soon as he finished, he took a step forward and left the Black Rock secret realm. In the outside world, following the Black Emperor's order, all the cultivators of the Black Rock Condor clan gathered towards the secret realm. At this moment, more than 10 auras above the 7th level of the celestial being were already in the territory of the Black Rock Condor clan. Among them, there were 2 auras. They were extremely powerful and had already reached the level of the emperors of some small clans. All the auras combined together. It was vast and mighty for 100,000 miles. All the other cultivators of the Black Rock Condor clan had a drastic change in expression at this moment. They looked up at the sky that had already become unclear due to the pressure of the aura. Every race had their own cities. Although this was the territory of the Black Rock Condor clan, in reality, there were also cultivators of other clans here. The Demon Clan is attacking the Black Rock Condor clan. What exactly happened? The cultivators of the other clans were both shocked and confused. Everything was fine. Why would the Demon Clan attack the Black Rock Condor clan, especially now that the Demon Clan was severely injured? There was no reason. Just as the others were puzzled, the Black Emperor had already appeared in everyone's sight. Immediately after, 6 or 7 almighty experts of the Black Rock Condor clan walked out and stood behind the Black Emperor. Is the Demon Clan going to war with our Black Rock Condor clan? The Black Emperor's expression was indifferent as he looked at the group of demons in front of him. His heart sank slightly. The strength of the Demon Clan. They were even stronger than he had imagined. Even at this level, they could still bring out more than 10 almighty experts. Moreover, there were also 2 experts at the 10th level of the Heaven-Human realm. However, this was the territory of his own clan. Unless it was an expert at the level of the Demon Emperor, the Black Emperor was not afraid of anyone. The Black Rock Condor clan dared to kill the Almighty of the Demon Clan. They should have expected such an outcome. One of the experts at the 10th level of the Heaven-Human realm said with a cold expression. Today, either the Black Rock Condor clan swears the rule and completely submits to the Demon Clan, or the Black Rock Condor clan will be destroyed. Black Emperor, you should choose one. Haha, what a joke. What a joke. The Black Emperor looked up to the sky and laughed as if he had heard something funny. In the void, his laughter echoed in the air. All the Demon Clan experts were silent and only stared at each other coldly. After laughing, the Black Emperor's expression was cold. Ben Huang has never submitted to the Demon Clan. Today, if the Demon Clan wants to fight, Ben Huang will fight with you. I'm just afraid that the Demon Clan can't afford to fight. What a joke. He was the Black Emperor. Who was he afraid of, according to his estimation? Now, the envoys of the Black Rock Condor clan should be arriving at the 9-headed Hound clan and the Earthbound Dragons. Not long after, the experts of the 2 clans would come to help. At that time, with the combined strength of the 3 clans, it would be easy to destroy the Almighty of the Demon Clan in front of them. The only problem was, the Black Rock Condor clan needed to hold on for a while. To this, the Black Emperor expressed that there was no pressure. Hearing this, the Almighty of the Demon Clan was instantly furious. Immediately after, the 2 leading experts at the 10th level of the Heaven-Human realm immediately attacked the Black Emperor. Boom, one of the Almighty revealed his true form. It was a 10,000 feet tall heaven-reaching ape. With a punch, it shattered the void and charged toward the Black Emperor. This was a great sage of the Demon Clan. Only those at the 10th level of the Heaven-Human realm could be called Great Sage. There were only 2 great sages in the Demon Clan. One was the Heaven Saint in front of them, the other was the Thunder Saint. Boom, endless thunder tore the sky and earth apart. A terrifying giant beast stepped on the Thunder Lake and had already joined forces with the Heaven Saint to attack the Black Emperor. The 2 great sages of the Demon Clan at the 10th level of the Heaven-Human realm attacked. Their power was earth-shattering. Good timing. The Black Emperor was not afraid at all. In the next instant, he revealed his true form and charged toward the 2 Demon Clan great sages. Boom, a terrifying power spread out. The power shook the void for 10,000 miles and shattered it. On the other side, the other Almighty of the Demon Clan had already made their move. On the Black Rock Condor clan side, several almighty figures with solemn expressions also went up to meet them. A great battle, it erupted in an instant. This time, to destroy the Black Rock Condor clan, the Demon Clan could be said to have mobilized most of their forces. 13 Demon Saints. 2 great sages. If it were the weaker clans here, they could easily crush them. Even if it was the Black Rock Condor clan, it would not be easy to fight against them. Boom! Boom, in the sky. 3 terrifying figures were fighting crazily. The Black Emperor was fighting 1 against 2, completely suppressing the Heaven Saint and the Thunder Saint. The 2 great sages at the 10th level of the Heaven-Human realm were powerful. However, the Black Emperor was a Nirvana realm expert, and his strength was extraordinary. Bang, the iron wings shattered the void. Countless black energy turned into feathers and completely swallowed the Heaven Saint. At the same time, the Thunder Saint stepped on the lightning lake. The river of laws surged, and endless lightning power covered the Black Emperor. Such a top expert had made his move. Every moment was enough to determine life and death. However, although the lightning power was powerful, it could be destroyed in an instant in front of the Black Emperor. The 2 of you are no match for Benhuang. When the experts of the 9-headed Hound clan and the Earthbound Dragons arrive, it will be the time of your death. The Black Emperor sneered. He was not afraid of the Demon Clan at all. So what if there were 2 great sages? Even if the Demon Emperor came personally, the Black Emperor was not afraid. The Black Rock Condor clan almighty figures below were having a hard time holding on. However, they were almighty experts after all. Unless they had overwhelming strength, it would not be so easy to determine the winner in a short time. Therefore, the Black Emperor was not worried at all. According to his estimation, the experts of the 2 clans should be on their way here. However, their clans were far away from each other. Even if an almighty expert wanted to rush over, it should take some time. The Black Rock Condor clan will be destroyed without a doubt. The Heaven Saint roared. At this moment, a hall with a broken corner shattered the void. It was as if it was suppressing the world. A terrifying power instantly bombarded down. Heavenly Demon Temple. The Black Emperor's expression changed drastically. How could he not know Zhu Bing and the Heavenly Demon Temple? However, the Heavenly Demon Temple had been damaged a few days ago. At this time, the Demon Clan should not act rashly. The Black Emperor did not expect that. The Demon Clan would be so ruthless as to take out the Heavenly Demon Temple. After the shock, the Black Emperor sneered again. So what if it's Zhu Bing? How much power can you unleash from Zhu Bing? As soon as he finished speaking, the destiny of the Black Rock Condor clan had already been mobilized and gathered on his body. At that moment, the Black Emperor's aura surged. Although he said that he was disdainful of Zhu Bing, he was actually quite solemn. Borrowing the destiny to fight against the enemy. This proved that the Black Emperor did not dare to easily go against the Heavenly Demon Temple. Especially the Heavenly Demon Temple that was jointly activated by 2 great sages of the Demon Clan. Boom, the Heavenly Demon Temple suppression fell. The long river of laws on the Black Emperor's body surged and collided with it. There was an explosion between heaven and earth. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions with the 2 of them as the epicenter. In the next second, the Heavenly Demon Temple shook violently, and the long river of laws was also destroyed inch by inch. The Heavenly Saint's expression was solemn. He held the Heavenly Demon Temple with one hand and suppressed the Black Emperor. At the same time, he clenched his other hand into a fist and attacked. On the other side, the Thunder Lock was the same. Boom, boom, boom. With the appearance of the Heavenly Demon Temple, the battle became even more intense. The Black Emperor borrowed the destiny of the Black Rock Condor clan. In terms of strength, he was already close to the Demon Emperor at his peak. However, the Heavenly Saint and the Thunder Saint were not weak either. The 2 great sages joined forces and were not weaker than ordinary Nirvana plane cultivators. At this moment, with the Heavenly Demon Temple in their hands, their power was even more terrifying. The 3 of them fought. It became even more intense. Time passed. The Black Emperor's expression was also somewhat anxious. After such a long time, why hadn't the reinforcements of the 2 clans arrived yet? Could it be that the 2 clans had other experts stop them? That was possible. He quickly refuted it. It was already not easy for the Demon Clan to be able to take out more than 10 almighties. They did not have the extra strength to stop the other 2 clans. Very soon, the Black Emperor thought of the vassal clans of the Demon Clan. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. Damn it, now that the demon clan is about to be crippled, you still want to be their dogs. What a bunch of trash. The Black Emperor was furious. When the demon clan was strong, it was fine if they bowed down to them. Now that the demon clan was about to be crippled, they still listened to the orders of the demon clan. Cursing was cursing. The Black Emperor was also a little anxious. There was no other way. He was a little surprised that the reinforcements of the two clans had not arrived. If things were to drag on like this, then he would be in trouble. The Black Emperor was not worried that the Black Rock Condor clan would be destroyed by the demon clan. He was only worried that his clan would suffer heavy losses. That would not be good. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, the experts of the Nine-Headed Hound clan and the Earthly Dragons gathered. The Dog Emperor, who had already transformed into a human, stood together with the Earth Emperor, who had also transformed into a human. Looking at the vast and mighty waves in front of them, their expressions remained calm. Does the Dog Emperor think that the Black Emperor can repel the attack of the Demon Clan? The Earth Emperor said indifferently. Hearing that, the Dog Emperor said, the strength of the Black Emperor is not that simple, but this time the Demon Clan is really angry. Whether or not he can repel them is another matter. This time, he has lifted a rock and smashed his own foot. Ben Huang has already warned him not to be too half-hearted. Now that he has caused trouble, he can't blame anyone. The Earth Emperor shook his head. Although he felt some pity for the Black Emperor, he did not have any sympathy for him. Betraying the alliance. Then there was nothing to say. If every race could abandon the alliance at will, then what was the point of the alliance? If there was a betrayal, there would be a second betrayal. Such a race. It was better to destroy it than to keep it. Immediately, the Earth Emperor tilted his head and said, I heard that the Nine-Headed Hound clan wanted to help the Human clan some time ago. Is the Dog Emperor planning to join forces with the Human clan? It doesn't matter which race we join forces with. What's important is what benefits we can get. The Dog Emperor glanced at him, then turned his gaze back to the battlefield. The foundation of the Human clan is not what you and I can imagine. Although it has been declining since the ancient times, the Human clan has been blessed by destiny for generations, and has produced an endless stream of experts. For millions of years, there have been countless races that have declined and been destroyed. The races that are still alive today have preserved their strength since the ancient times when they were destroyed. In comparison, the Human clan should be the first race that, even if it declined, would not be destroyed so easily. The so-called 10,000 races. Until now, there were not many left. In the Dog Emperor's view, if the other races had declined like the Human clan, they would have been destroyed long ago. How could they have the chance to rise again? So he still had some admiration for the Human clan. Hearing that, the Earth Emperor smiled and said, it seems that the Dog Emperor thinks highly of the Human clan? One more friend is better than one more enemy. We have enough to deal with the Demon clan. If we offend the Human clan, then there is no need. Moreover, the Human clan's foundation is not simple. The Human clan's true immortal a few days ago, the Earth Emperor should have seen it. I saw it. At the mention of Xianxia, the Earth Emperor's face became dignified. Although he was a Nirvana realm expert, in front of that level of expert, he still felt as weak as an ant. Even the Demon Emperor seemed no different from a child in his hands. The four great continents. The true immortal had been extinct for 200,000 years. The Earth Emperor had always known the terror of a true immortal, but he had never really seen a true immortal in action. Until a few days ago. The Human clan Xianxia walked out of the void turbulence and fought a true immortal of the Demon clan. That terrifying strength. How could the Earth Emperor forget it, even? Xianxia's unparalleled demeanor was still deeply imprinted in his mind. The Human clan has an immortal true immortal left behind, the Demon clan also has a true immortal left behind. Perhaps the other races also have true immortals left behind. No one knows how much foundation these powerful races that have given birth to true immortals in the past have. Our two races may not seem weak now, but in fact, we are in a difficult situation. Compared to the other races, the Human clan now needs the help of external forces. If we can lend a hand, not to mention other things, at least we can get some benefits," the Dog Emperor said calmly. At this level, doing things could no longer be done based on personal preference. Anything had to be looked at from the perspective of the race. Befriending the human clan. In the Dog Emperor's opinion, this was the best choice. In the three great continents, the weak forces were not worthy of the two races' attention. The powerful forces like the Blood Eldar of the God clan were deeply rooted. Even if they got close, they would not gain anything. In comparison, the human clan had just left the East continent and was surrounded by enemies. In addition, the human clan was also powerful with two supreme experts. Although there were other races targeting them, there was no risk of them being destroyed in a short period of time. In this way, the Dog Emperor naturally took a fancy to the human clan. Hearing this, the Earth Emperor fell into silence. He was also thinking about the gains and losses of this matter. Now the situation in the four great continents was getting more and more serious, and the races were constantly killing each other. These races had to band together for warmth. But so what if they banded together? Who knew when a true immortal would be born? When that time really came, a race that lacked a true immortal foundation was a big problem. Does the Dog Emperor think that the human clan has a second true immortal? The Earth Emperor asked the doubt in his heart. The human clan had a Xianxia. Could there be another true immortal? The Dog Emperor said. The Earth Emperor's question stumped Benhuang. It would be better for the Earth Emperor to ask the human clan personally. But the true immortal is the true foundation of these big races. I'm afraid they will not easily reveal it. After being rebutted, the Earth Emperor was not angry. He also knew how strange his question was. At this time, the Dog Emperor and the Earth Emperor both stopped talking at the same time and looked away to a certain direction. There, a man in a green robe had appeared out of nowhere. Green robe, to be honest, recently many experts in the four great continents were more sensitive to the green robe. When they saw the other party's appearance, their pupils shrank as well. The human clan's Qin Emperor, on the other side. Qin Shujian also saw the Dog Emperor and the Earth Emperor. The nine-headed dog clan, is there an expert of the Earth Dragons next to them? He did not know the Dog Emperor, but it did not prevent him from recognizing Zhu Chen and Kong Yi. As for the Earth Emperor and the other experts, their aura was incompatible with the Dog Emperor and the others. Naturally, they were not of the same race. Therefore, Qin Shujian easily associated them with the Earth Dragons. But what surprised him was that, now that the Black Rock Condor clan was still fighting, these two races, as allies, did not go to help. Instead, they were chatting and watching the battle. They were just short of eating melon seeds, peanuts, and fruits. This is, the boat of friendship capsized again? Or the Black Emperor, this traitor, has been kicked out of the team by his friends. A few possibilities flashed through Qin Shujian's mind. However, he was more inclined to the latter. From the current situation, the alliance of the three races did not know that it was as simple as a small conflict. Didn't you see that the Black Rock Condor clan had begun to lose people? No, it should be dead condors. In the end, the two races were still indifferent. If they did not want to sit and watch the Black Rock Condor clan be destroyed, then it did not make sense. He vaguely understood the thoughts of the two races. Qin Shujian did not go over to greet them. Although he did not get along with the Black Rock Condor clan, he did not have any friendship with the other two races. At this time, Qin Shujian was only here to destroy the Black Rock Condor clan. Originally, he thought that the two races would help and was already prepared to waste some time. But now, it seemed that he was thinking too much. At the same time, Qin Shujian also felt sad for the Black Emperor. It was too tragic. He was abandoned just like that. Then who did the other party offend the demon race for? It was a complete waste of his expression. In the territory of the Black Rock Condor clan, the battle had reached its climax. The two races had not sent any experts to help for a long time, causing the Black Rock Condor clan's almighties to begin to fall. At the same time, the Black Emperor and the two demon race great sages were also in an abyss of suffering. Boom, the heavenly demon temple suppressed him. the Black Emperor's body collapsed. However, an even more powerful force erupted from his body and forcefully sent the heavenly demon temple flying. Then, a pair of sharp claws tore through the void and directly pierced through the heavenly saint's chest. He activated the heavenly demon temple many times. The heavenly saint had already expended a lot of energy and did not have any extra strength to resist the attack. At the same time, countless lightning bolts struck from the Thunder Lake. The Black Emperor was caught off guard and was directly charred black. However, this kind of injury did not make the Black Emperor retreat. Instead, it made him even more furious. In the next moment, he crashed into the Thunder Lake. Boom, the Thunder Lake shattered. The Thunder Lake was sent flying by the collision and coughed up blood. At this moment, another Black Rock Condor clan Almighty had fallen. Until now, 3 Almighties had already fallen. Half of the 6 Almighties were gone. And with the fall of the Almighties, the Black Rock Condor clan's luck was also declining bit by bit. The Black Emperor looked at the tragic battle below and then glared hatefully at the 2 demon race great sages. He shouted angrily, "Retreat and guard the Black Rock Mystic Realm." As soon as he finished speaking, the long river of laws bombarded, blasting away all the Almighties of the demon race. Then, the Black Emperor took the remaining 3 Almighties and retreated into the Mystic Realm. In the next moment, the Mystic Realm was sealed and completely disappeared from the sight of the Almighties of the demon race. P.S. If this continues, the overdue updates will be paid off very soon. Haha. I won't update in the wee hours of the morning. Don't stay up late. He retreated. The Black Emperor retreated very straightforwardly. He originally wanted to appear more heroic and then joined forces with his allies to deal a heavy blow to the Demon Clan. Unfortunately, the Demon Clan was not heavily injured, but he was the first to be heavily injured. After the battle, the Demon Clan did not lose a single Almighty. The Black Rock Condor clan had lost a total of 3 Almighties. For ordinary races, the loss of 3 Almighties, it was enough to make one's heart ache. What really made the Black Emperor angry was the loss of 3 Almighties. As a result, the Black Rock Condor clan did not have enough powerhouses to suppress the Providence, causing a lot of Providence to flow away. This was also the reason why the Black Emperor did not dare to fight for a long time. If this continued, all the Almighties in the clan would die. When that time came, not only would the Black Rock Condor clan's strength drop greatly, even the deterrence of the clan would be much smaller. Outside the Mystic Realm, the Heavenly Saint saw that the Blackstone Mystic Realm had been completely sealed. In the end, he did not forcefully attack. Instead, he shouted sternly, "Anyone who dares to go against the Demon Clan will end up like the Black Rock Condor clan." After a simple deterrence of the other onlooking powerhouses, the 2 Demon Clan great sages directly led their people away. This time, they did not expect to be able to smoothly destroy the Black Rock Condor clan. The Demon Clan did this. They just wanted to intimidate the other clans to prevent them from coveting the Demon Clan. In this battle, the Demon Clan wanted to accurately inform these powerhouses. Even if the Demon Clan was heavily injured, their strength was definitely not something that any clan could contend with. Watching the Demon Clan Almighties leave in the void, an expert sighed. The Demon Clan is indeed a top clan that has dominated the Western state for hundreds of thousands of years. During this period of time, so many powerhouses have died, but they can still produce more than 10 demon saints and 2 great sages. Sigh, the Demon Clan is really too strong. There were also powerhouses who agreed. It was really too difficult. Even if the Demon Clan was heavily injured, their strength was still not something that the other clans could contend with. Not to mention other things. Just that force just now was enough to deal with the other clans besides the top clans. Such strength. It was both fearsome and enviable. In the Blackstone Mystic Realm, the Black Emperor was furious. For no reason. The Blackstone Condor race had lost so many experts, but there was still no sign of reinforcements from the 2 races. Quick, send someone to the 9-headed Hound clan and the Subduing Dragons to find out what's going on. The Black Emperor was a little restless. His instincts told him that something bad had happened. However, when he thought about it carefully, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with that. After the two ordinary celestials received the order and left, an elder said worriedly, "My emperor, could it be that the two races have already given up on us and are deliberately not coming to support us?" Impossible. The Black Emperor shook his head in denial. How could he give up on her? Could it be that his proof of allegiance was not enough? He thought for a moment. The Black Emperor felt that this possibility was not high. Didn't he see that the demon race was frantically trying to beat him up? There should be no problem with the proof of allegiance. Then there is the problem. What exactly was the problem, or were the subsidiary races really doing their best to stop the reinforcements of the two races? If that was the case, the fluctuations caused by the battle should not be small. The Black Emperor sat in the secret realm and quietly opened a hole. Then, he spread out his spirit sense, but he didn't sense anything. That's not right. Just as the Black Emperor was about to retract his spirit sense, he sensed a green-robed young man who was smiling warmly at him. "Black Emperor, how have you been?" "Human Clan's Qin Emperor." After being stunned for a moment, the Black Emperor immediately reacted and sealed the secret realm without thinking. Inside the Black Stone secret realm, the Black Emperor's expression changed drastically. Why is the Human Clan's Qin Emperor outside? Could it be that the ones who are stopping the reinforcements of the two races are not the demon race forces, but the human clan? He never would have thought Qin Shujian would appear at this time. Originally, there were many questions. After the other party appeared, the Black Emperor understood. He finally knew. Why didn't the reinforcements of the two races come? It must be because of the human clan. At this moment, when the elders in the hall heard the Black Emperor's words, their expressions changed drastically. "My emperor, you're saying that the human clan's Qin Emperor is here?" "Crap, why would the human clan interfere?" Human clan's Qin Emperor, now, his reputation was not small at all. Not to mention his strength, just his reputation was not much worse than the Demon Emperor and the other supreme experts. More importantly, Qin Emperor was here. Did it mean that the experts of the human clan had also arrived? Now, no one dared to look down on the foundation of the human clan. Don't look at the human clan now. On the surface, there were only a few powerful figures, and the gap between them and the top clans was huge. But after Xianxia of the human clan appeared, everything changed. No one was sure. How many experts were hidden in the eastern continent? Were there any true immortals who were still alive? So, when it came to fear, the forces of the western continent feared the human clan more than the demon clan. In addition, Qin Shujian was domineering and ruthless in his actions. The momentum of the human clan rose by a few notches. This was also why the human clan had swept across the western continent for 300,000 miles, but no clan dared to stand out and express their dissatisfaction. To put it bluntly, they just didn't dare. Those who were dissatisfied were all dead. Who would dare to stand out? If they really provoked a true immortal of the human clan to appear, even the demon clan would have to kneel down, not to mention the other clans. The Black Emperor's face was gloomy. How would Ben Huang know why Qin Emperor of the human clan has returned? Now that our clan's strength has been greatly reduced, it is not the time to fight the human clan head-on. Let's put up with him for now and talk about it later. He only had one feud with Qin Shujian. It was when he was forging the doctrine artifact. He had acted to stop the experts of the nine-headed dog clan from helping. What the Black Emperor didn't expect was that Qin Shujian would be so stingy. He had come to the Black Stone secret realm to block him for such a trivial matter. Anyway, as long as we don't leave the secret realm, there won't be any problems. After all, the secret realm is a small world left behind by the true immortal of our clan. Unless the powerful Zhu Bing acts, otherwise, at this point, the Black Emperor's confident expression stiffened. Even his words were stuck. The secret realm was very powerful, because it was a small world, it would not be easily broken through. However, there was only one premise for this to not be easily broken through, and that was that the enemy did not have a powerful offensive Zhu Bing. If there was one, the defense of the secret realm was just a joke. If the Black Emperor remembered correctly, Qin Shujian had a powerful offensive Zubing in his hands. The other elders. At this moment, their faces were also ugly as if they had lost their parents. In the outside world, Qin Shujian touched his face, not understanding why the Black Emperor would suddenly close the secret realm. Could it be that my reputation has already intimidated an emperor to the point that he doesn't dare to show his face? But it's hard to say. After all, I'm still a human emperor. He shook his head slightly. Then, his gaze landed on the space in front of him. It was also at this moment. The space trembled slightly, as if something was leaving. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's eyes turned cold. You want to leave? This was the advantage of relying on space for a small world. When he encountered an enemy that he could not defeat, he could directly escape with the entire small world. However, how could he let the Black Emperor escape? This time, the demon clan attacked the Black Stone Condor clan. As the last Oriole, he could not return empty-handed no matter what. The demon clan was too strong. 2 great sages carried a Zubing, and more than a dozen mighty figures were there. Qin Shujian was not confident that he could completely deal with them. However, a half-crippled Black Stone Condor clan was easy to capture. The stone saber that was originally in his sea of consciousness had unknowingly appeared in his hand. Immediately after, Qin Shujian took a step forward, and the void shattered. His spiritual will spread out. He sensed that behind the shattered void, something was escaping at high speed. The small world was invisible and formless. Moreover, it could escape behind the void at will. It was attached to heaven and earth, so it was not easy to find it. Qin Shujian's spiritual will seemed to have captured the existence of the Black Stone secret realm. But in reality, the perception of spiritual will was still far from being able to touch it. The difference was, it was not just a matter of distance. To put it simply, the small world was attached to the world outside heaven and earth, but it could not exist independently. Therefore, it had to open a hole in the main world as a condition for parasitism. And it was easy for cultivators to shatter the void. However, the shattered void was only the void within heaven and earth. It could not touch the scene outside heaven and earth. Therefore, once a race sealed the secret realm, it was basically invincible. However, that was for others. At this moment, Qin Shujian suddenly took out the heaven list, and then a terrifying sealing force bombarded it, causing the escaping Black Stone secret realm to pause slightly. Then, the stone saber brazenly slashed out, and an ancient and desolate aura filled heaven and earth. Saber light, a saber light that should not have appeared on the stone saber, and should not even appear in heaven and earth. It easily cut through the void. This saber. Not only did it cut through the void, but it also cut through the restraints of heaven and earth. Boom, the Black Stone secret realm shook violently, and the originally invisible small world was already full of cracks. Looking from inside the secret realm, black threads had already appeared in the sky above the secret realm. At the same time, the entire Black Stone secret realm shook violently, the mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked. Many Black Stone Condor clan members were crushed to death by the collapsed mountains or swallowed by the cracked earth. The entire Black Stone secret realm was a mess. What's going on? What happened? Why is the secret realm shaking so violently? Save me, quickly save me! Countless Black Stone Condor clan members wailed. In the main hall, all of the elders were horrified. This sudden turn of events had left them at a loss as to what to do. What should we do? If this goes on, the secret realm will be broken. Emperor Qin of the human race is too strong. He still has the 8 Seal Dao artifact in hand. The sealing force will not allow the Black Stone secret realm to escape far. Some elders placed their hopes on the Black Emperor. Some elders. Crispy Noodles was ashen, and they felt despair about everything. What should they do now? They could not beat him, and they could not hide. At this moment, the Black Stone Condor clan had already fallen into despair. At this moment, the Black Emperor was also panicking, and he was somewhat helpless. What should they do? Who the hell knew what to do? Should they go out and surrender? The word surrender came to mind. The Black Emperor's eyes lit up. Yes, we surrender. As long as we surrender willingly, Emperor Qin will not kill us all. An entire clan surrendering. To any clan, this was a great benefit. Because a clan surrendering, it represented a large amount of manpower and resources, as well as the resources of an entire clan. After all, this was surrendering, not becoming a vassal. The two were completely different concepts. At this moment, the terrifying saber energy had already torn the secret realm apart. The terrifying power made all the Blackstone Condor clan members tremble. Outside, Qin Shujian had already slashed 3 times. It was completely different from Xiayi, who had torn the demon clan's secret realm apart with a simple finger. Phew, this tortoiseshell is really tough. This little world is really extraordinary. Qin Shujian muttered. However, looking at the Blackstone secret realm that had already cracked open, a cold smile appeared on his face. So what if it was tough, before him? Emperor Qin, it would still break. Just as he was about to tear the secret realm apart, the Blackstone secret realm, which had been fleeing, stopped. At the same time, a powerful aura rose from the secret realm. Then, a person walked out from it. The void collapsed. A person who emitted a powerful aura appeared in front of Qin Shujian. The Black Emperor, seeing the person who had come, how could Qin Shujian not recognize the Emperor of the Blackstone Condor clan, in his opinion? The Black Emperor had made a move at this time because he knew that he could not escape and was ready to fight to the death. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian also performed the celestial body. His tens of thousands of feet tall body stood upright. A terrifying aura spread out like a wave, and the surrounding void collapsed inch by inch. However, just as the collapsed void turned into turbulence, it was forcefully suppressed by this terrifying aura. His physical body suppressed the void, at this moment. Qin Shujian fully displayed his strength. The Godslayer trembled slightly. A desolate and ancient aura rose, and a shocking massacre spread out. At this moment, Qin Shujian had not fully attacked, but his aura was already earth-shattering. No matter what the Black Emperor said, he was also a Nirvana realm expert. In addition, this was the territory of the Blackstone Condor clan. If the other party borrowed luck, he would not be much weaker than the Demon Emperor. Facing such an expert, Qin Shujian usually went all out. A lion hunting a rabbit was still like this. Moreover, the Black Emperor in front of him was not a weak rabbit. At this moment, the Black Emperor was completely dumbfounded. What was going on, looking at Qin Shujian, who was like a mountain in front of him, and the unparalleled aura that suppressed the void turbulence, he felt all the hair on his body stand on end, and the shadow of death surged into his heart. This feeling caused the Black Emperor's expression to change drastically. One had to know. He was not here to die. Strictly speaking, he was here to surrender. He was one of them. What was he thinking in his heart? The Black Emperor also shouted loudly, "Qin Emperor, don't attack. We're one of us. Everyone is one of us. Please don't attack." In order to show his sincerity, he had yet to reveal his true body. One of us. Hearing that, Qin Shujian looked at the bean-sized Black Emperor in front of him and couldn't help but frown. Black Emperor, since you have decided to go against the human race, why do you have to pretend? That day, you indirectly stopped Benhuang from forging a Dao artifact. You should have thought of such a situation long ago. Today, the destruction of the Blackstone Condor clan is inevitable. As he spoke, he looked at the Black Emperor with a cold gaze. Qin Emperor, please don't misunderstand. Benhuang is determined to submit to the human race this time. I hope that Qin Emperor can accept us and let the Blackstone Condor clan live. The Black Emperor hurriedly said. He was afraid that Qin Shujian would be impatient and directly kill him with the Godslayer. Zhu Bing's power. It was still very terrifying. Although the two great sages of the demon race brought the heavenly demon temple, the Black Emperor was still able to fight them to a standstill. That was because the great sages of the demon race were not as strong as him. In addition, the heavenly demon temple was not focused on attacking. They were not on the same level as the Godslayer. Moreover, Qin Shujian's strength was very strong. It was not something that the two great sages of the demon race could compare to. If the other party attacked with all his strength, the Black Emperor felt that even if he had the help of Providence, he would still have to kneel. Kneeling to live or kneeling to die? He simply chose the former. Anyway, he would still have to kneel. It was definitely better to live. Surrender. Submit. Qin Shujian looked at the sincere Black Emperor and suddenly didn't know if the other party was real or not. If the other party really submitted to the human race, that was indeed a good thing. Destroying the Blackstone Condor clan would at most obtain a wave of life source and the clan's resources. If he could subdue the Blackstone Condor clan, the clan's resources would still belong to the human race. Moreover, he could have a group of free fighters. However, considering the Black Emperor's traitorous nature, Qin Shujian felt that it was better to kill such a person. Ben Huang is not from the demon race, nor is he from the other two races. How can he be deceived by you? Today, no matter what you say, the Blackstone Condor clan will not be able to escape destruction. I am willing to swear by the rules that the Blackstone Condor clan will submit to the human race, Emperor Qin. They will not rebel at any time. If they violate this oath, the thunder tribulation will descend from the heavens and destroy the Blackstone Condor clan. Qin Shujian suddenly had nothing to say. The other party had already made the oath. What else could he say? However, what surprised Qin Shujian was that the Black Emperor really surrendered so straightforwardly. Once the oath was made, the other party really had no way out. Because if he went against it, there would be punishment from the rules. At that time, the Blackstone Condor clan would definitely be destroyed. Even a perfected immortal would turn to ashes under the thunder tribulation, let alone a small Blackstone Condor clan. Seeing this, Qin Shujian had no choice but to put away the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth and the god-slaying saber. Looking at the obedient Black Emperor in front of him, he said in a deep voice, "Since you have decided to submit, then from today onwards, the Blackstone mystic realm will be moved to the human territory and guard the door for the human race. If any foreign race trespasses into the human territory, the Blackstone Condor clan will have to stop them with all their might. They are not allowed to violate the rules at all." "As you command, Emperor Qin." The Black Emperor nodded and said. Now, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He did not have to die. The Blackstone Condor clan did not have to be destroyed. It was really fortunate. However, when he thought about how he would have to suppress the human territory for many years in the future, the Black Emperor's heart surged with sadness. It was too tragic. The dignified Blackstone Condor clan was actually reduced to guarding the door. However, when he thought of the oath he had made, the Black Emperor could only grit his teeth and swallow it. And he was sure, if he were to break his vow, Qin Shujian would cut him in half even before the lightning tribulation. Go. Qin Shujian waved his hand and chased the Black Emperor away. Hearing this, the Black Emperor did not dare to say anything more and flew back to the Blackstone mystic realm. When he was leaving, Qin Shujian glanced at the experts hidden in the void around him and did not say anything. He turned around and stepped into the void to leave. After a while, the experts hidden in the void finally dared to breathe. What a terrifying power. This Emperor Qin is terrifyingly powerful. That power seems to only be possessed by a demon emperor at his peak. It's too powerful. With this Emperor Qin, the human race has nothing to worry about. The experts of the various clans had mixed feelings in their hearts. In front of such a supreme expert, they felt as if they were not the experts of a clan, but insignificant cultivators. If they really wanted to fight, the Emperor Qin did not need to spend any effort to suppress them. However, these experts quickly came back to their senses and focused their attention on the void that was gradually healing. Compared to the Emperor Qin's strength that everyone knew, the submission of the Blackstone Condor clan was something that none of the experts had expected. The Black Emperor's fear of death. It made some clans feel embarrassed. However, in front of Qin Shujian and the other experts who held the Zhu Bing, who happened to be able to suppress the mystic realm, if they did not surrender, they might be wiped out. As a result, the Black Emperor's surrender seemed to be reasonable. But what these clans really cared about was the Blackstone Condor clan's surrender. Without a doubt, the strength of the human race had increased by a lot. After all, no matter how much the Black Stone Condor clan lost, they still had a supreme expert of the Nirvana realm. Moreover, there were still some experts in the clan. Combined with the current strength of the human race, there was no doubt that they could reach a higher level. Moreover, this was not a simple submission. It was the kind of oath that could not be betrayed. Unless the Black Emperor fell. Because the person who made the oath was the Black Emperor. As long as the Black Emperor fell and the new emperor succeeded, then the oath would no longer be valid. However, a supreme expert of the Nirvana realm was about to fall. How could it be an easy thing? In other words, in the next few thousand years, the Black Stone Condor clan would be the loyal lackeys of the human race. Regarding this, many experts felt helpless. The human race was domineering. That Qin emperor was even more domineering. Sweeping across 300,000 miles in the western state, it made many clans unhappy. At this time, the strength of the human race had increased a lot. That made them even more unhappy. But now the die was cast. There was no solution. Unless they killed the Black Emperor, they might be able to eliminate this advantage of the human race. Thinking of this possibility, the other experts all looked at each other tacitly. Then, their gazes fell on the somewhat broken Black Stone mystic realm. It had taken several attacks from the Godslayer. This mystic realm had a loophole. If they wanted to attack it, it would not be too difficult. However, after thinking for a long time, these experts gave up on this plan. Now, the Black Stone Condor clan was the lackeys of Qin Emperor. If they destroyed it, it would definitely make Qin Emperor unhappy. If one day the other party appeared in front of their door, and then used Zhu Bing to hack the mystic realm, that scene would be too beautiful. Forget it. Things can't be undone. I'll take my leave first. Some experts shook their heads helplessly. In the end, they cupped their hands and left. Not long after, the experts who were still in the void all retreated. In the distance, the Dog Emperor and the Earth Emperor looked at each other. They could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. After a long time, the Earth Emperor took a breath. He felt a toothache. The Black Emperor's bones are really soft. Not only did he surrender, he even made an oath. This is really unexpected for Ben Huang. The Black Emperor's operation really showed off his face. When the other party walked out, the Earth Emperor thought that the Black Emperor wanted to die together with the Qin Emperor. In the end, he surrendered. The Dog Emperor also sighed in admiration. The Black Emperor knows when to yield and when to stand tall. This is something that you and I can't do. And in the situation just now, if he did not make an oath, Qin Emperor would not believe him. In this way, his actions are also very decisive. Although surrendering was despicable, but the Black Emperor's decisiveness, it also made the Dog Emperor admire him. As an emperor, being able to yield and stand tall to this extent was also a kind of ability. Then, the Dog Emperor said again, the emperor of a clan does not have to be unparalleled in battle strength, nor does it have to be unyielding. Sometimes, being able to ensure the continuation of the clan is actually the emperor's greatest honor. Although, the Black Emperor brought this situation upon himself. After saying that, the Dog Emperor added another sentence in his heart. But no matter what, the Black Emperor surrendered not because he was afraid of death, but for the sake of the entire Black Stone Condor clan. The Earth Emperor did not comment. He did not agree with the Dog Emperor's words, but he also did not object. At this moment, he moved his gaze away from the Black Stone secret realm. He turned to the Dog Emperor and said, "What should we do now? The Black Emperor has surrendered. There is no chance to destroy him. As for the Yao clan, they should have returned to the Yao clan's secret realm. It seems that this time, we are just watching a show. We don't have to do anything else. Haha, isn't it good that we don't have to do anything? This way, we can avoid bloodshed." The Dog Emperor smiled. If they did not have to fight, the nine-headed dog clan would not suffer any losses. There are other matters in the clan. Ben Huang will take his leave first. Earth Emperor, please do as you wish. The Dog Emperor cupped his hands and left with his people. On the spot. Only the Earth Emperor and the many experts of the Earth and Dragons were left. "My Emperor, what should we do now?" an expert asked in a low voice. Hearing that, the Earth Emperor looked at the Dog Emperor's back as he left. He then looked at the battle in front of him that had already been settled. He shook his head and said, "What else can we do? Let's go home." Then, the experts of the Earth and Dragons all left. In the Black Stone secret realm. When the experts of the two clans left, the Black Emperor also sensed it. He raised his head and looked at the crack in the secret realm. He could vaguely see the backs of the two clans leaving. Then, he gritted his teeth again. "Very good. I didn't expect you two clans to betray your alliance and secretly watch the battle without helping. Ben Huang was so considerate of you. How blind." The Black Emperor was now very angry. 80% of this anger came from the Nine-Headed Hound clan and the Earth and Dragons. In his opinion, these allies had to bear the main responsibility for his ending. The remaining 20% was inside. In fact, 15% was anger towards the Demon Clan. The remaining 5% was dissatisfaction towards Qin Shujian. But what was done could not be undone. No matter how angry and dissatisfied the Black Emperor was, he had to grit his teeth and swallow it. "My Emperor, are we really going to help the human clan guard the door?" An elder's face was filled with grief. A large clan had been reduced to guarding the door. The change was too fast, and they did not expect it. The Black Emperor said in a muffled voice, "If you go back on your word, the Rule Thunder Tribulation will descend, and you and I will be turned into ashes." This sentence made all the elders fall silent. The rule oath was not something that could be broken. If a true immortal wanted to go back on his word, there was a possibility of dying. Not to mention anything else. Then, the Black Emperor looked at the collapsed Blackstone secret realm and the many casualties of the Blackstone Condor clan. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes. But soon, he calmed himself down. "All celestial cultivators, do your best to repair the secret realm. There must be no mistakes." "Yes, my Emperor." More than 20 powerhouses of the Blackstone Condor clan rose into the air and headed towards the secret realm crack. They were the Celestials in the Blackstone secret realm. Compared to the few almighty powerhouses, there were still many ordinary Celestials in the Blackstone Condor clan. At the same time, the Black Emperor also calmed down and drove the secret realm towards the human territory. The human territory. East City. Out of the 4 cities, it was the only city that could push forward 300,000 miles. During this period of time, the East City Lord had also been under a lot of pressure. Those races whose territories had been seized by the human clan had powerhouses surrounding them at all times, as if they would rush over and tear him apart at any time. Every powerhouse. Their auras were shocking, and their strength was not lower than the 7th level of the celestial realm. Regarding this, the East City Lord felt that he was under a lot of pressure. Sigh, what a troublesome matter. In the City Lord mansion, the East City Lord sat in the pavilion and sighed helplessly. Sitting in front of him was Dan Hao. Beside the two of them were the maids in the City Lord mansion who were pouring tea for them and quietly waiting on them. "You're so proud of yourself now. What's there to sigh about?" Dan Hao looked at him with a half-smile. Hearing this, the East City Lord looked helpless. "Brother Dan, don't mock me. Can't you feel the aura from the human territory? Although they don't come in, they're really annoying." Sometimes, he even thought that it would be better to just charge in and have a grand battle with everyone. However, the other party refused to enter or leave. This made the East City Lord unable to vent his anger. More importantly, they didn't step into the human territory without permission, but he wanted to attack them. This would undoubtedly give the other races the impression that the human clan was arrogant and domineering. Although the human clan was indeed a little arrogant and domineering now. But no matter what, one had to have reason and evidence to do things. Some time ago, Qin Shujian had pushed through 300,000 miles of territory. It seemed that he was domineering and alone. But seriously speaking, That was also the territory that the perfected immortal of the human clan had heavily injured the demon clan and fought for the human clan. In addition, the remaining power of the perfected immortal was still there. The other races didn't dare to say anything when the human clan expanded their territory by 300,000 miles. It was also because of this. Only the East City Lord had pushed through the West Continent. He didn't do anything extreme to the South Continent and the North Continent. Hearing this, Danhao's smile faded a little and he snorted coldly. If it weren't for our lack of strength, we would have gone out and taught them a lesson. We even allowed them to wander around there every day. Compared to the East City Lord, this General Ming Yuan was even more domineering. Unfortunately, it was no longer the time when the East Continent was sealed. The Saint Realm cultivators could also show off their strength. If it was in the past, Danhao would have brought people out to fight. But not now. He couldn't fight casually when he wasn't strong enough. Buzz, the void trembled slightly, and a person walked out from it. Seeing the person appear, the East City Lord and Danhao were stunned for a moment. Then, they stood up and bowed. Greetings, Emperor Qin. East City Lord, General Dan, you may dispense with the formalities. Thank you, Emperor Qin. Only then did the two straighten up. Qin Shujian sat down in an empty seat as if he was familiar with them. Then, he looked at the two people who were still standing there and said with a faint smile, you two don't have to stand. Sit down when you should. Speaking of which, it's not the first time Ben Huang has met you. When have you ever been so reserved? As he spoke, he had already poured himself a cup of tea. The maid standing at the side trembled slightly, not daring to move recklessly. The East City Lord said respectfully, today is different from the past. Emperor Qin, you have a noble status. How dare we be rude? Danhao didn't say anything, but his expression was more or less the same. For this, Qin Shujian could only shake his head. Forget it, forget it. You can do whatever you want. Ben Huang can't be bothered. But just now, from what the East City Lord said, it seems that there is some trouble in the human territory during this period. Emperor Qin, there is no trouble. It's just that there are always foreign experts outside the territory, which is quite annoying. The East City Lord said truthfully. Hearing this, Qin Shujian looked at the surrounding void and nodded in agreement. It's really annoying. Immediately afterward, he took out the Godslayer. Then, the stone saber rose into the air and became tens of thousands of feet long. Endless saber chi swept out directly, covering the entire sky of the human territory within 300,000 miles. Some of it even spilled out. All of a sudden, those experts hidden in the void screamed one after another. They were shaken by the saber chi and fell into the void. Immediately afterward, the stone saber fell again and was taken into Qin Shujian's sea of consciousness. It's much quieter now. Qin Shujian smiled slightly, as if he had done something insignificant. Seeing this, both of them were shocked, but their expressions quickly turned into reverence. This kind of strength was shocking. But only such strength was worthy of being the emperor of the human race. After the shock, the East City Lord cupped his hands and said, "May I ask what orders do you have for coming to the East City this time?" He didn't directly ask the other party's purpose. That would be disrespectful. One must know that Qin Shujian's identity was different now. The way he spoke had to change a little. Hearing this, Qin Shujian took a sip of tea and said lightly, Ben Huang has just subdued the Blackstone Condor clan. It won't be long before the Blackstone Condor clan's secret realm moves to the human territory. At that time, the Blackstone Condor clan will be the gateway to the human territory. If you encounter a strong enemy, just let them deal with it. Including the trouble you are talking about now, you can let them deal with it. Although the Blackstone Condor clan's strength is average, the Black Emperor is a Nirvana realm expert. No matter what, he can still play some role. On the other side, the East City Lord and Danhao both had blank looks on their faces. What did he mean, subdued the Blackstone Condor clan? They were quite familiar with this clan. No matter what, it was a big clan with a Nirvana realm expert. Although it was not as strong as the Demon clan, it was not as bad as Qin Shujian said. But this was not the main point. The main point was that this Emperor Qin had subdued the Black Stone Condor clan. Thinking of this, both of them sucked in a breath of cold air. If this news was spread out, it would shock the human race. But after the shock, the two of them were ecstatic. With the help of another clan, the strength of the human race could be improved a lot. P.S. Writing late at night, please support the original and give the author a meal. Jidian Chinese networks. I am decent. In a short period of time, many things had happened in the Western Prefecture. First, the Black Rock Condor clan killed the powerful figures of the Demon clan. Then, the Demon clan attacked the Black Rock Condor clan. In the end, even Emperor Qin of the Human clan intervened. This caused the situation in the Western state. They fell into a state of nervousness. In a city of the alien clan, people came and went. They were peddling and trading inside. These people looked like the Human clan from the outside, but their true bodies were of the alien clan. Because the alien clan's true body would become bigger as their strength increased. It was normal for them to be thousands of feet tall. Celestial alien clan. Their bodies could reach thousands of feet. If they were to build a city with such a body, even a large city that covered an area of 100,000 miles would not be enough. One had to know. Building a city also required a lot of resources. Therefore, when it was not necessary, the alien clan liked to transform into human form to communicate. Although many of them hated the Human clan, it meant that they did not like to transform into human form. In the city of the alien clan, there were restaurants and teahouses as well. Several players gathered at a table, looking distressed and sighing from time to time. It's really too difficult. There have been many large-scale battles in the Western state recently, but we haven't received any missions. If this continues, it will be even more difficult for us to survive. Now, all the people who are attacking are powerful figures. With our strength, how can we receive missions? Forget about missions, it's good enough that we are not affected. Some players complained crazily. You still want to receive missions? You must be dreaming. No one knew when it started. Wars often broke out in the Western state, and they were the kind that could destroy the world. Forget about accepting missions. There were many players who were accidentally affected by the aftermath and lost a level for nothing. It could be said that during this time, the players of the Western state were also living in an abyss of suffering. F***ck, if this continues, we will be suppressed by the players of the Nine Moons Great World and the Red Jade Great World. A young player looked resentful. Why were the players of these two continents safe and sound while the Western state was plagued with disasters, however? Some players sighed and said, the Northern continent is not peaceful now. That demon Xianxia is killing people everywhere, regardless of whether they are players or not. I heard that the players there are going to turn the world upside down. Seriously speaking, only the Southern continent and the Eastern continent are peaceful. Hearing this, the other players felt a little better. It wasn't just the players of the Western region who suffered alone. Soon after, the young player raised his eyebrows. We can't go on like this. Since we can't stay in the Western continent, why don't we consider the other two continents? We're all players anyway. As long as we don't deliberately come into contact, who can tell who's who? He couldn't stay in the Western region any longer. Then he would go to the Southern continent and the Eastern continent. Sigh, that's easy for you to say. I've heard that there's a treasure guarding the Eastern continent. Those who aren't from the Eastern continent can't enter at all. Many players have tried to sneak into the Eastern continent, but they were all killed by the guards guarding the passage. If you want to enter the Eastern continent, you might as well stay in the Western continent. If we can't enter the Eastern continent, then we'll go to the Southern continent. Anyway, we can't stay in the Western continent any longer. If another Nirvana Realm expert attacks, we'll all be finished. The young player's face was gloomy. There was no other way. The players were too weak. Until now, no God Martial Arts Realm expert had been born. However, the experts in the recent battle were all stronger than the previous one. They were all diviners, and even Nirvana Realm experts. Some time ago, there were even true immortals. Xianxia of the human race's palm strike not only destroyed millions of demons, but also killed countless players. For this, the players perfectly understood the story of sitting at home and disaster falling from the sky. If the overall strength of the players could keep up, then the war would break out as they wished. However, if their strength couldn't keep up, then it would be hard to say. At this moment, the demon race's secret realm. The demon emperor had already come out of the dragon transformation pool. After swallowing the dragon pearl, not only had his injuries completely healed, but he had also faintly improved a little. At this moment, the demon race experts who went to attack the Blackstone secret realm had all returned. In the main hall, the demon emperor transformed into a human body, wearing a golden dragon robe, and sat on the main seat. A faint pressure spread out from his body. Below the demon emperor, all the elders of the demon race were sitting. There were many elders of the demon race. Anyone who broke through to the diviner realm could become an elder. As a result, the number of elders was a bit too many. Fortunately, the demon race main hall also had a world inside, which was why it could accommodate hundreds of people. Originally, the demon emperor was seriously injured. It was a huge blow to the morale of the demon race. But now that the demon emperor had come out of seclusion and his injuries were completely healed, their morale was immediately boosted. However, some of the demon race experts had complicated expressions in their eyes. For some of them, the demon emperor was seriously injured and the dragon's strength was greatly reduced. This was an opportunity for their race. Unfortunately, the demon emperor had used some unknown method to recover, causing some of their plans to fail before they could be implemented. At this moment, the Heaven Saint looked at the demon emperor and said in a deep voice, "In this battle, we killed 3 mighty figures of the Blackstone Condor race. However, the Black Emperor is not weak. Under the suppression of the Heavenly Demon Temple, he still escaped. Now that the Blackstone secret realm is temporarily sealed, we have no way to break it open." The Heavenly Demon Temple was a defense-oriented Zubing. To break open the secret realm, it was undoubtedly a difficult task. Unless the secret realm stayed in place and then used the Heavenly Demon Temple to forcefully crush the secret realm. However, this idea was simply unrealistic. After all, the Black Emperor was not dead. He could completely drive the Blackstone secret realm to escape. Instead of wasting time, it was better to return home. The Demon Emperor's gaze was like lightning as it landed on the Heaven Saint. Then, he swept his gaze across the other elders before saying, "Let's not bother about the Blackstone secret realm for now. This time, killing 3 mighty figures of the Blackstone Condor race has already increased the demon race's prestige. During this period of time, our race should not act rashly. Let's wait until Benhuang breaks through to the true immortal realm first." "Your Majesty can break through to the true immortal realm now?" the Heaven Saint said in a deep voice. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt that this sentence sounded familiar. However, he did not think too much about it. For him, if the Demon Emperor could break through to the true immortal realm, it would be beneficial for him. This way, he would have no more worries after breaking through to the Nirvana realm. Speaking of which, this was the tragedy of the demon race mighty figures. With the Demon Emperor above them, if other experts wanted to break through, they would have to depend on the Demon Emperor's mood. However, it was impossible to say that there was no Demon Emperor. The demon race could not lack supreme experts. It could be said that the demon race was now trapped in an endless cycle. Even the 2 supreme sages were suppressing their realms and did not dare to break through easily. They were afraid that the Demon Emperor would be suspicious and target them. After all, the Demon Emperor was extremely powerful. Even if they had just entered the Nirvana realm, there was no possibility of fighting against him. In addition, he was able to control the fate of the demon race. His strength was even more monstrous. The last supreme expert of the Black Crow race who died. The other mighty figures of the demon race also had a tacit understanding. But these things, they could not say it out loud. Moreover, the dragons had controlled the position of the Demon Emperor for a long time. It had been going on since ancient times. The other races had no chance to make a comeback. This was also the reason When the Heaven Saint heard that the Demon Emperor was going to break through to the true immortal realm, he had such an idea. The Demon Emperor said calmly, "This time, we have profited from a disaster. Ben Huang has sensed something in his heart. It should not be a problem for him to break through to the true immortal realm. During this period of time, you all should focus on repairing the secret realm. As for the human race, as long as the human race does not expand their territory, we will ignore them for the time being." Moreover, from Ben Huang's point of view, Emperor Zhao should not have much lifespan left. If he does not break through to the true immortal realm, he will definitely die soon. If he does, the other races will also interfere. When Emperor Zhao falls, Emperor Qin alone will not be able to support the human race. At that time, it will be the opportunity for the demon race to destroy the human race. The problem of Emperor Zhao's lifespan. It was not a secret. The aura of old age on his body could not be concealed at all. Moreover, the demon race had also returned from the eastern continent. From the mouths of these demon race, the demon emperor also knew about Emperor Zhao's background. 7,000 years ago, he appeared out of nowhere and defeated the demon race of the eastern continent. When he appeared, he was already a terrifying expert of the 10th level of the celestial being. In other words, Emperor Zhao was already at the 10th level of the celestial being 7,000 years ago. Then, the time it took for him to cultivate from nothing to the 10th level of the celestial being would definitely not be short. No matter how amazing he was. To reach this level, it would take thousands of years. Even if Emperor Zhao was even more amazing, 2,000 to 3,000 years was still needed. The lifespan of the celestial being was 7,000 years. Through means, one could extend their lifespan to 10,000 years. But for the human race, 10,000 years was the limit. The world was fair. The human race could increase their strength faster than other races, but they had a shortcoming in terms of lifespan. Just like the supreme experts of other races, it was not a problem for them to live for more than 10,000 years. But the human race could not. Because of this, the demon emperor was sure that Emperor Zhao did not have much time left. At this moment, there was no need for the demon race to fight with the human race. Among the human race, the only one that the demon emperor was afraid of was Emperor Zhao. As long as Emperor Zhao fell, the human race would no longer be a problem. According to his estimation, perhaps in another 10 to 20 years, Emperor Zhao would reach his end. Perhaps this time would be closer. That was not necessarily the case. When the other demon race elders heard this, they could not help but look at each other. The heavenly saint said in a deep voice, "My emperor means that Emperor Zhao of the human race is about to fall." This news was not small. If it were to spread, it would be enough to shake the human race. The demon emperor said, "Lifespan is the limit of heaven and earth. No one can change it. Even a perfected immortal is not qualified. What ability does a mere Emperor Zhao have to defy the heavens and change his fate? Defy the heavens and change fate. That was just a joke. A perfected immortal's lifespan was 129,600 years. Once the time was up, even such a terrifying existence would fall. The reason why a perfected immortal of the demon race could survive until now. It was just that when the other party was on his deathbed, they used a special method to seal him so that he would forever remain in the state before the seal. Such a state was like a stone before the seal was broken. Once the seal was broken, it was the thunder tribulation that descended and turned into ashes. Even a perfected immortal was like this. What ability did a mere Emperor Zhao have to defy the heavens and change his fate, if he wanted to avoid the end of his lifespan? In that case, there was only one path left. And that was becoming an immortal. If Emperor Zhao became an immortal, not to mention the demon race, the other races would definitely go and stop him. In the demon emperor's opinion, the other party definitely had no chance of success. Hearing that, many of the demonic race elders were also overjoyed. As long as Emperor Zhao falls, how can Emperor Qin be a match for my emperor? When the time comes, the human race will definitely be destroyed. Even the East continent will be ours. At this moment, an elder of the vermilion bird race said hatefully, "Emperor Qin killed our clan leader. This hatred is irreconcilable. If we can attack the human race, I hope that my emperor can kill Emperor Qin and avenge the vermilion bird race. After so many years, the vermilion bird race had only given birth to a mighty figure, Holy Fire. In the end, Holy Fire died at the hands of Qin Shujian. This was a huge blow to the vermilion bird race. Everyone in the vermilion bird race, all of them were angry at Qin Shujian. If not for their lack of strength, they might have already rushed into the human territory and killed him by force. The demon emperor nodded slightly and said calmly, Elder Ming Yan, don't worry. Ben Huang will not forget Holy Fire's revenge. When the demon race attacks the human territory, it will be the day Emperor Qin falls. Thank you, Demon Emperor. Elder Ming Yan bowed down. At this moment, the smile on the demon emperor's face suddenly froze, and then it became gloomy. An aura of anger. It exploded from his body. A sudden turn of events. All the elders of the demon race were shocked. My emperor, what happened? Thunder Saint's face was solemn as he cupped his hands and asked. There were not many things that could anger the demon emperor. At this moment, the other party had obviously received some news. There was no reason for it. The first thing that came to his mind was, could it be that another mighty figure of the dragons had been killed? But soon, Thunder Saint came back to his senses. Many of the mighty figures of the dragons had died, and the rest were all here at this moment. It was impossible for a powerhouse to have died. Then, what was it that could make the demon emperor so angry? Thunder Saint was not the only one guessing. The other elders were also guessing. A moment later, the demon emperor said slowly, the Black Emperor has made a rule oath that the Black Rock Condor race will all submit to the human race. What? Impossible. The Heavenly Saint and Thunder Saint had the biggest reaction. Both of them were shocked. How could the Black Emperor submit to the human race? They had beaten the other party to the point that he did not dare to leave the Blackstone secret realm. How could he have the time to submit to the human race? Emperor Qin. The demon emperor closed his eyes slightly and then opened them again. Emperor Qin has the Godslayer in his hands. The Blackstone secret realm can't resist at all. The Black Emperor is weak, so it's natural for him to submit. His calm words contained a terrifying killing intent. It was natural. However, the other party's submission to the human race still made the demon emperor want to kill him. As for the Black Emperor, this traitor, he was already very dissatisfied in his heart. Especially since the other party had killed the mighty figure of the dragons. The demon emperor even had the idea of destroying the Blackstone secret realm. However, the heavenly demon temple was not attacking Zhu Bing. It was not easy to break into the Blackstone secret realm. That was why he gave up on this plan. However, it was fine if the other party hid in the Blackstone secret realm. Anyway, he did not want to come out and cause trouble. In the end, the other party surrendered to the enemy without hesitation and even swore an oath of the rules. Now, the demon emperor wanted to capture the Black Emperor and split open his head to see if it was full of shit. Could an oath of the rules be made casually? In this way, even if the human race had an absolutely loyal henchman and lackey. Although the demon emperor did not take the Black Emperor seriously, he had to admit that the other party was really strong. Or else, he would not secretly rope in the Black Emperor and break up the alliance of the three races. The demon emperor was furious. The Heavenly Saint and Thunder Saint's expressions were as ugly as if they had been forcefully fed a pile of shit. Just as they left, Qin Shujian went over and subdued the Black Emperor. To be honest, the two great saints of the demon race really did not expect such an outcome. They fought to the death. In the end, the human race took the peach. At that moment, the disgust made their faces contort. After the disgust, it was a monstrous anger. The Heavenly Saint stood up and took a step forward. He cupped his fists and said, I am willing to lead the army to attack the Blackstone Condor race. This time I will not retreat until the Blackstone secret realm is broken. I am willing to fight. I am also willing to fight. In an instant, more than 10 elders of the demon race stood up. Their faces were filled with anger toward the Black Emperor. It was fine if he wanted to surrender. Why didn't he surrender to the demon race but kneel to the human race? Although they knew that the Black Emperor was a traitor, they still felt the anger of being betrayed. The Blackstone secret realm is now in the human territory. If we attack the Blackstone Condor race, the human race will not sit back and do nothing. We will settle this in the future. The Demon Emperor shook his head and suppressed the anger in his heart. Now that the Blackstone Condor race was backed by the human race, it was not appropriate to make a move. The human race was still very strong. This was strong. It was not in the overall strength of the human race, but in the few top powerhouses. But such powerhouses, they were also the most worthy of fear. To be honest, the Demon Emperor did not dare to push Emperor Zhao too far. If he forced him to a dead end, he would end up like Xianxia and kill the demon race without caring about anything. That would be a huge problem. Emperor Zhao was not Xianxia. But he was also not Dragon Xianxia. Although he did not want to admit it. The Demon Emperor also knew that there was a certain gap between his strength and Xianxia's. If in the 4 major continents, the human race's Emperor Zhao was the closest to the true immortal realm. If he divided it seriously. In the Demon Emperor's opinion, Emperor Zhao might have surpassed the Nirvana realm and reached the half-immortal realm. Half-immortal, half-step true immortal, that was the strongest powerhouse closest to the true immortal realm. So what if you are only a half-immortal? You can't change anything if you can't become an immortal. You are the strongest half-immortal now, but you will never have the chance to become an immortal. When Ben Huang becomes an immortal, it will be the time of the human race's destruction. The Demon Emperor thought to himself. Then he suppressed the anger of the Thunder Saint and the others. On the other side, the Blackstone secret realm had also moved to the human territory. Only the void shook. A secret realm suddenly descended. Such an unforeseen event caused the expressions of the surrounding experts to change. Although many experts knew that the Black Emperor had submitted to the human race, there were also many who did not know. At this moment, seeing the secret realm descending, some experts thought that the Blackstone Condor race was going to attack the human race. For this, they moved the entire Blackstone secret realm over. Thinking of this, some cultivators were excited. Finally, some races could not stand the arrogance of the human race and wanted to attack. This was something that everyone was happy about. Especially when Qin Shujian drove the Godslayer and injured the experts hiding outside the human territory, it caused the anger of many cultivators. However, some cultivators had complicated expressions and looked at the Blackstone secret realm with a strange expression. The Blackstone secret realm descended. It caused a lot of commotion. The human race also noticed the commotion. Many human cultivators looked at the commotion in front of them and their expressions changed drastically. The cultivators guarding the human territory. He even sounded the alarm at the first moment. Boom, boom. Boom, one after another, the human cultivators flew into the air. Their auras gathered together and shook the void. Who are you? How dare you provoke the human race? Have you forgotten the power of Qin Huang? Retreat quickly, or you will start a war with the human race. A cold voice rang out. All the cultivators looked in the direction of the Blackstone secret realm, their eyes turning cold. When they had just left the eastern continent, the human cultivators did not dare to be so arrogant. Because they knew that the human race was not strong and had many enemies, they were in an extremely difficult situation. But now, it was different. As Qin Shujian killed more and more experts, the confidence of the human cultivators increased greatly. In their opinion, no matter how strong the other cultivators were, could they be stronger than Qin Huang? If they were stronger than Qin Huang, could they be stronger than Xianxia? Many humans thought so. There must be other true immortals in the eastern continent, but they did not show up easily. Xianxia, who appeared in front of them, had already defeated a huge demon race. Therefore, these people thought that they had a strong foundation and there was no need to be afraid of other races. In the eastern city, a person rose into the air. When the human cultivators saw this, they were all delighted. Then, they cupped their hands and said, "Greetings, City Lord East. City Lord, you came at the right time. There are foreign invaders now." The city lords of the 4 great cities had great prestige in the human territory. After all, they were the true powerhouses in the human territory. Hearing this, City Lord East smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. This time, it is a friend of the Blackstone Condor race." Friend of the Blackstone Condor race? Many people were confused. They had heard of the Blackstone Condor race, but when did they become friends of the human race? On the other side, the secret realm landed. The Black Emperor stepped through the void and appeared in front of City Lord East. "Greetings, Black Emperor." "City Lord East, you are too polite." The Black Emperor did not look arrogant. Instead, he said politely, "Ben Huang has moved the Blackstone secret realm here under the orders of Qin Huang. May I know where it is suitable to place it?" "It will be in the first 30,000 kilometers of the human race's territory in the western province. However, the Black Emperor will decide where exactly it will be." City Lord East smiled and said, "The human race is not xenophobic. The Blackstone Condor race can develop here safely, but Qin Huang has a message for me to pass to you." "City Lord East, please speak." "No one of the Blackstone Condor race is allowed to harm the human race. Those who violate this will be severely punished. City Lord East, you can pass this message to Qin Huang on behalf of Ben Huang. The Blackstone Condor race will remember this." "Okay." The East City Lord nodded and returned to the East City. On the other side, the Black Emperor also turned around and officially placed the Blackstone secret realm in the human territory. With his identity as a Nirvana realm expert, in the past, he did not need to be so polite to a Saint Realm cultivator. But City Lord East's identity was not ordinary, and there were two emperors behind him. The Black Emperor did not dare to offend him. For the Black Emperor, he had already accepted his fate. He had already sworn and submitted. All that was left was to do his part. Not long after, the Black Emperor finished moving the Blackstone secret realm. The Blackstone Condor race walked out of the secret realm and began to build a city in the outside world. The human race gave them 30,000 miles of territory. The Black Emperor would not waste it. In the next few thousand years, he would probably have to take root here. There was nothing much to say. An elder looked at the secret realm and said worriedly, "My emperor, if the human race starts a war and uses us as cannon fodder, what should we do?" The human race had offended many races. A war was unavoidable. This elder was worried that if the human race started a war, the Blackstone Condor race would become the first sacrifice. The Black Emperor shook his head and said, "The possibility is not high. If we become cannon fodder, who would dare to submit to the human race so easily? This way, the human race will be surrounded by enemies. This is not a good thing. As long as the human race is not stupid, they will not use us as cannon fodder. But if the war starts, we will have to participate." On some matters, the Black Emperor was still very clear. He was not afraid that the human race would use his race as cannon fodder. This was also the reason why he had simply submitted. At the same time, the startled human cultivators looked at the Blackstone Condor race in a daze. They had yet to recover from the shock of what had just happened. Had he submitted, Qin Huang had subdued a race. Many people's faces were filled with shock and ecstasy. The overall strength of the human race was stronger. For them, the benefits were greater. Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. Yuan Sect. After briefly explaining the Black Emperor's matter to the East City Lord, Qin Shujian had already returned home. Originally, the matter of the Qianyuan sacred ground had not been settled. He did not plan to run around. It was only when he learned that the demon race had attacked the Blackstone secret realm that Qin Shujian decided to get involved. The result was naturally delightful. Although the Blackstone Condor race was not destroyed, they had subdued a race. In other words, the strength of the Blackstone Condor race was not much weaker than the human race. In particular, the number of diviners and mighty figures was not inferior to the human race at all. But now, 3 mighty figures had fallen. They were inferior to the human race. But no matter what, the strength of the Blackstone Condor race was still not bad, especially with the Black Emperor, a Nirvana realm mighty figure. Their strength was even more extraordinary. Including the Black Emperor, the human race now has 3 Nirvana realm mighty figures. If we start a war with a single race, even the demon race and the god race will not be able to resist. However, these races will not only have the strength of their own race. There are also many vassal races under them. In general, it is still too difficult for the human race to destroy these races now. In the main sect, Xianxia was secretly estimating the difference in strength between the human race and the other races. The biggest flaw of the human race at the moment. It was that there were too few mighty figures. Or rather, not only were there too few mighty figures, but even ordinary diviners were pitifully few. Not to mention the imperial court. Excluding Yuan Zong, there were less than 10 celestial beings in the cultivation world, and none of them had reached the saint realm. Such strength. Saying that it was the peak strength of the human race's cultivation world was discrediting the human race. Thinking of the strength of the cultivation world, Qin Shujian also shook his head. The biggest problem of the cultivation world is the cultivation method. As long as the problem of the cultivation method is solved, the problem of resources will not be a big problem. If we simply absorb the spirit qi of heaven and earth, it will save more time and effort. It's just that this matter can't be rushed. We have to wait until the Qianyuan sacred ground is completely confirmed. Integrate the cultivation methods of the world. Then implement it. All of these required a lot of time. Immediately, Qin Shujian took out the storage ring and looked at the pile of materials inside. A smile appeared on his face again. He had subdued the Black Stone Condor race. How could he go back empty-handed, so? Qin Shujian had already entered the Black Stone secret realm. After collecting some materials, he left with satisfaction. I was worried that there would not be enough materials to build the human emperor's palace. Now it seems that there shouldn't be a big problem. However, he did not ask Xingfang to give up collecting materials. For Qin Shujian. Naturally, the more materials he had, the better. If there were not enough, it would be very awkward. Now he already had 6 storage rings on his hand, almost filling all 10 of his fingers. 5 of the storage rings were piled with materials. One was the ancient immortal ring. Feeling the weight of his fingers, Qin Shujian sighed. I finally understand the worries of the rich. It's really too heavy. After sighing, he focused on the ancient immortal ring in his hand again. Qin Shujian still valued this small world hidden in the ancient immortal ring very much. Judging from the situation in the Black Stone secret realm, he knew the importance of a small world. If he had not encountered the Godslayer, the Black Emperor could have hidden in the small world and then fled everywhere. No one could catch him. Even if the secret realm was locked, it would be very difficult to break through it. It could be said that having a small world was equivalent to having a way out. Taking 10,000 steps back. If one day the East continent was breached and thousands of races came to the door, the human race could still enter the small world to hide and then wander around the 4 continents. In general, the benefits of having a small world were not small. Looking at the ancient immortal ring in front of him, Qin Shujian had also tried to drip blood on it. However, according to the Godslayer, the Void Stone was not a spirit artifact or Dao artifact. There was no use in it. Unless it was to break the Void Stone. Otherwise, the small world would not appear. As a result, without breaking the ancient immortal ring, it would be even more difficult to find out more about this small world. Fortunately, Qin Shujian had a lot of time now. He could sit down and slowly observe. 2 days later, he gave up on studying the ancient immortal ring. It was too difficult. If he could not break the Void Stone, he really could not see anything. Besides this reason, there was another reason that Qin Shujian gave up. That was that Su Zhan had arrived. After a long and arduous journey, Elder Su, who had asked Xingfang to send a message to the imperial astronomer, finally arrived at his destination, the Yuan sect. In the courtyard, Su Zhan looked at Qin Shujian in front of him and cupped his hands. Greetings, Emperor Qin. Just like the others. He did not dare to be rude. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. Elder Su, why are you so polite? Although Ben Huang is the Emperor Qin, he only controls the cultivation world. He does not have much to do with the imperial court. Elder Su, you don't have to be so formal. Haha, I still have to be polite. Otherwise, if word gets out, I will be cursed by thousands. Sure enough, Suzhan quickly relaxed and laughed heartily. He was different from the others who were reserved in front of Qin Shujian. The imperial astronomer was detached from worldly affairs. Even in front of Zhao Emperor, Suzhan was only polite, but he wasn't overly cautious. At this moment, facing Qin Shujian, it was the same. Regarding this, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, was rather pleased. He finally met someone he could communicate with normally. After laughing, Suzhan also became a bit more serious. He said seriously, I wonder why Qin Shi has asked me to come here this time. The previous few times, he was the one who looked for Qin Shujian. It was the first time that Qin Shujian looked for him. Suzhan was also very curious. Therefore, after getting the news, he immediately rushed over after dealing with the matters at hand. Elder Su, you should know that Ben Huang is now the emperor and needs to build the palace of the human emperor. However, there is no reason for the human emperor to build the palace himself. Therefore, Ben Huang invited you here to help build the palace of the human emperor. Qin Shujian said straightforwardly. Build the palace of the human emperor. Suzhan was startled, but he quickly reacted. There was a hint of joy on his face. The palace of the human emperor was not something else. It was the face of the human emperor of a clan. Similarly, as the person who built the palace of the human emperor, he was destined to be immortalized and famous. Such an opportunity. How could Suzhan dislike it? However, after the excitement, he hesitated again. The palace of the human emperor is not ordinary. With Emperor Qin's status, it is impossible for him to build a simple Taoist instrument. In this case, I am afraid that I will not be able to do it alone. If the building fails, it will be troublesome. If it was in the past, Suzhan would have agreed immediately. However, after being hit by Qin Shujian again and again, although he was still confident in his casting skills, he was not as blindly confident as before. If he really failed, it would not be good for his face, but it would be a great loss. Qin Shujian said, Elder Su will be the main person in charge of building the palace of the human emperor. However, Ben Huang will also invite a few more grandmasters of casting to help you build the palace successfully. Hearing that, Suzhan's face relaxed. He nodded and said, if there are other grandmasters, I have a great chance of success. However, I don't know what requirements Emperor Qin has for the palace. By the way, where will the palace be built and when will it start? This is the blueprint of the palace of the human emperor. Elder Su, you can take a look. Qin Shujian took out a piece of spiritual paper and floated in front of him. After Suzhan picked up the spiritual paper, he continued, soon, Ben Huang will place a small world in the spirit field of Mount Liang. When the time comes, the palace of the human emperor will be built in the small world. A small world, Suzhan looked away from the spiritual paper. He raised his head and looked at Qin Shujian with astonishment in his eyes. As for the small world, Suzhan knew a little about it. After all, the elder of the imperial astronomer was not a country bumpkin. But what shocked him was that Qin Shujian still had a small world in his hands. For this, Suzhan was really surprised. Qin Shujian said, Elder Su, you can rest in Liangshan City for a few days. Soon, the other masters will come one after another. At that time, you can communicate with each other in advance. This way, it will be easier to deal with the next thing. Okay. Suzhan nodded, then stood up and cupped his hands, saying, Yes, Qin Emperor. Go. Qin Shujian waved his hand speechlessly. Suzhan bowed and left. It was impossible for him to make the human emperor's palace, so Qin Shujian asked Suzhan to come over. Not only that, he also directly asked the few grandmaster forgers in the cultivation world to come over. Regarding Qin Shujian's order, no one dared to object. The process could be said to be very smooth. Now, the masters of the various sects are waiting in Liangshan City. The fact that I am the emperor has a great impact on them. But now is not the time to summon them. When the human emperor's palace is completed, I will summon them together. Before that, don't worry too much. Xianxia had his own thoughts. If he wanted to meet them, then he would meet them as the human emperor. Liangshan City. Just as Xianxia knew, the masters of the various sects had all gathered here during this period. Great cultivators of the god martial realm, who were rarely seen in the past, could be found everywhere. Even those at the peak of the god martial arts realm, who were at the heavenly man realm, were all gathered here. Because of this reason, the guest rooms in Liangshan City were also full. With so many masters gathered in the cultivation world, it was inevitable that there would be some friction and quarrels. But no matter who it was, no one dared to make a move. Because this was Liangshan City, where the Qin Emperor was. In other words, this was under the feet of the human emperor. Who dared to be presumptuous? Even if the heavenly man realm cultivators were here, they would have to sit obediently and not dare to move. Just like the imperial city of Zhongzhou. Who dared to be presumptuous in the imperial city? It was the same logic. If Cold Mountain City was only a sect city in the past, then after Qin Shujian became the emperor, Cold Mountain City's status skyrocketed. It was now comparable to the Central Continent's imperial city. Seriously speaking, the Cold Mountain City was a 6-seal Dao artifact. In terms of grade, it was enough to leave the imperial city behind. There are so many experts here. In a tea house, Chao Hong, Lu Qinghong, and the others sat there. Looking at the scene of people coming and going, they sighed with emotion. He recalled the events of the novice village a few years ago. Now look at the present. Chao Hong had an illusion that it was as if a lifetime had passed. The boss of the past was still a boss. It was just that this boss had grown to a point where even players could not hope to catch up to it. Human sovereign, Emperor Qin, Chao Hong shook his head helplessly when he recalled that he had once intended to be enemies with Qin Shujian. Looks like I won't have the chance to take revenge. It was getting harder and harder to level up now. From the time he entered the spirit martial realm, a year had passed in the game world and he might not have the chance to level up. Looking at Qin Shujian, it was like he was sitting on a rocket. The two were not on the same level at all. It was still okay in the past. At least there was still hope to level up. But now, Chao Hong had completely given up. Lu Qinghong shook his head and laughed, forget it. We farm bosses every day, so it is normal to be killed by bosses occasionally. It is not easy to level up now, and the cost of recruiting has increased. No one can afford to die once. Furthermore, with that person's strength, not to mention the few of us, even if there were 100,000 or 1,000,000 times more of us, we would not be his match. Players were no longer as ignorant as they used to be. Xianxia of the human race had destroyed millions of demons and countless living beings with a single palm strike. Such strength. It was deeply engraved in the minds of every player. In front of such an expert, the number of people seemed like a joke. Qin Shujian might not have reached such a level, but as the human sovereign, an expert who stood at the peak of the human race, his strength would not be too far off. The so-called Qin Alliance destruction. It had already dissipated. As time passed, there wasn't much resentment left in the novice village. Plus, Qin Shujian's strength was so strong that it made people despair, so there was nothing left to say. The player at the same table said, I heard that Qin Shujian is going to do something big? Where did you get the news from? Lu Qinghong tilted his head and was a little surprised. When that player heard that, he smiled and said, I have a friend who is a disciple of Yuan sect. He said that he heard some news from the elders, but he is not sure about the specifics. But look at now, so many experts have come. It is impossible that there is nothing going on. Hearing that, Chao Hong and the others nodded slightly. Indeed. In such a situation, there was definitely going to be something big. The purpose of their visit this time was to take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits. At the very least, it would be good to be able to connect with some god martial realm and even celestial being experts. The players seemed to be progressing well. But in reality, only the players themselves knew that everything in this place cost money. Cultivating martial arts required money. Cultivating martial arts required money. Finding someone to guide them required money. Even medicinal pills and other things required money. The better ones were the players who joined the sections. They had the chance to do some missions and learn some cultivation techniques and martial arts. However, there were some sects that were extremely repulsive towards players. This also led to not every player had the chance to enter a sect. As for solo players, it was even harder. Although Chao Hong and the others had gotten a position in the imperial court, they were no different from temporary workers. So, if they could get some fortuitous encounters here, they could save a few years of hard work. Within Xianxia City, there were plenty of players with such thoughts. Apart from the players, there were also many aristocratic family disciples who wanted to come and see if there was a chance to find an expert to be their disciple. On the streets, two groups of people met. Yin Bancheng was stunned when he saw the person who came. Then, he cupped his hands and smiled, "Are you sect leader Qi?" Hearing that, Qi Tianxing was also startled. He immediately returned the greeting and said, "Greetings, Brother Qi." As the sect leader of the Covering Sea sect, he was actually of the same generation as Yin Bancheng. It was just that the other party had broken through to the heaven realm when his lifespan was about to run out, while he was still at the peak of the divine martial realm. Yin Bancheng said, "It's been many years since we last met. I didn't expect to meet sect leader Qi in Xianxia City. This is also a kind of fate. Brother Yin is joking." Qi Tianxing smiled and said, "Speaking of which, Brother Yin has broken through to the heaven realm. I haven't had the chance to come to the Bayun mansion to congratulate you." Haha. Yin Bancheng laughed heartily. He was obviously in a good mood. Then, he looked at the cultivators of the Covering Sea sect and said, "Where is sect leader Qi going? We just arrived at Xianxia City. How do we find a place to stay? If that's the case, sect leader Qi doesn't need to trouble himself. My traceless sect has also booked an inn. How about you and I go together? It's not appropriate to disturb Brother Yin." "What's wrong with that?" Yin Bancheng waved his hand and pretended to be displeased. Seeing this, Qi Tianxing didn't refuse and led the disciples of the Covering Sea sect to meet up with the people of the Traceless sect. After arriving at the inn, Qi Tianxing sent all the disciples away and entered the guest room to rest. The disciples of the Traceless sect did the same. Only 3 people sat down in the lobby. One was Yin Bancheng, one was Jing Bianyun, and the other was Qi Tianxing. Compared to Yin Bancheng and Qi Tianxing, when it came to seniority, Jing Bianyun was a generation younger than the two of them, but he was the sect leader of the Traceless sect. It was impossible for him to call Qi Tianxing senior, so they were on the same level. It seemed a little complicated, but to put it bluntly, they were on their own. After the 3 of them sat down, Yin Bancheng's expression changed a little. He said in a deep voice, "Has sect leader Qi heard any news about Senior Si? Si Hanhai became famous thousands of years ago." In front of the other party, he also had to call him senior. Originally, after breaking through to the heaven realm, even if Si Hanhai's seniority was higher, Yin Bancheng could still talk to him as an equal. But the problem was, Si Hanhai was not an ordinary heaven realm expert. Now in the northern continent, there were no less than a few powerful figures who had fallen in his hands. As for ordinary heaven realm experts, there were even more. So in the face of such an expert, Yin Bancheng still had a certain level of respect. At the mention of Si Hanhai, Qi Tianxing could no longer maintain the expression on his face. He became distressed. "Sigh, there is no news at all. I have tried to send people to contact him, but there was no effect at all." Speaking of which, this was also the pain in the hearts of the Tuahai sect and Qi Tianxing. Originally, the stronger Si Hanhai was, the greater the benefits for the Tuahai sect. Especially now that he had killed a powerful figure, if he could return to the Tuahai sect, the sect's strength would definitely increase greatly. But the problem was, Si Hanhai was now a completely different person. As a result, this caused the Tuahai sect to lose a top expert. In addition to the battle of the human clan in the eastern continent, they lost another group of cultivators. As a result, the current Tuahai sect, their strength had dropped by more than half. If it were not for the original order of the imperial court, the Tuahai sect would not be able to stabilize their position as the top sect in the Eastern Pattern Prefecture. But even so, the Tuahai sect was now in imminent danger. The sects in the Eastern Pattern Prefecture were afraid of the imperial court's order and did not dare to make a move openly. But secretly, they were constantly nibbling away the power of the Tuahai sect. As a result, the Tuahai sect was now on the surface. Behind the scenes, it had reached a point where it was difficult to maintain. All of this, it was all caused by Xianxia's disappearance. If he was still here, the Tuahai sect would definitely not have such a problem. Xianxia sighed and said, I did not expect Xianxia's disappearance at all. But I once heard that Xianxia had left the human clan and established the demon clan. I don't know if this news is true or false. Nonsense. Xianxia's expression changed and he shouted sternly, Martial Uncle is from the human clan. This is something that no one can change. How could he leave the human clan and establish the demon clan? This is a rumor. Someone else wants to harm the Tuahai sect. Whether this was true or not, the Tuahai sect absolutely could not admit it. If that was the case, then the situation that was already difficult to maintain would completely collapse. Seeing Xianxia's slightly agitated mood, Xianxia did not say anything. Sect Master Qi, don't be agitated. I only heard rumors. Xianxia wholeheartedly served the human clan. How could he become the demon clan? Sect Master Qi, you can ignore this nonsense. Hearing this, Xianxia's agitated expression calmed down again. He knew that he had lost control just now, so he did not say much about this matter. Alas, Martial Uncle's whereabouts are unknown. Those sects in the East Pattern Prefecture are now coveting the position of the Tuahai sect. They are secretly encroaching on the Tuahai sect's position. Now the Tuahai sect is in a difficult situation. During this period, I have not been able to eat or sleep well, so after hearing about Martial Uncle's matter, I still lost control of my emotions. I hope Brother Yin does not take offense. How dare they do this? Xianxia was furious. Xianxia fought for the human clan, which is why his whereabouts are unknown. However, during the battle in the Eastern continent, the human clan also killed mighty figures and many heavenly beings of the foreign clans. Many people from the Sea Overturning sect also died because of this. The names of these people are still engraved on the monument. Under such circumstances, there are still sects that dare to harm the Tuahai sect. Do they really think that there is no one in the human clan? If Xianxia was just pretending to be angry at the beginning, then he was really angry at the end. Now the war had begun. It was hard to say when an expert would fall. Now it was the Tuahai sect. If one day he fell, the Traceless sect would be persecuted by other sections. Seeing this, Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, Brother Yin, don't be agitated. To be honest, I don't have any evidence. This time, I heard that the person in the Yuan sect has already become the emperor. I wanted to come and see the emperor of the Tuahai sect and tell him the difficulties of the Tuahai sect to see if there is any room for negotiation. Sect Master Qi, don't worry. The emperor of the Qin dynasty will naturally give you a satisfactory answer. Xianxia said in a deep voice, it's just that the emperor of the Qin dynasty is not receiving guests now. The Yuan sect is also preparing to build the palace. According to my estimation, the emperor of the Qin dynasty will not show up before the palace is completed. However, since Sect Master Qi is already here, there's no need to rush. Sigh, that's all we can do. I'm afraid we'll have to bother the two of you for a long time. Haha, Sect Master Qi, you're being too polite. More than half a month passed. More and more experts gathered in Cold Mountain City. The Tuahai sect had already arrived, let alone the other sections. Fortunately, Cold Mountain City was no longer the small city it used to be. After being rebuilt, Cold Mountain City covered an area of thousands of miles. It was truly a majestic city. It could accommodate some experts in the cultivation world. There was no problem at all. However, as time passed, more and more cultivators arrived, causing Cool Mountain City to become more and more crowded. There was news from the Chanyuan sacred ground, although it was not completely revealed. However, the experts of various sects gathered in Cold Mountain City, causing other cultivators to think that there would be some kind of celebration here, so they swarmed over. 1 spread to 10. 10 spread to 100. In the end, things had completely changed. This led to the end. Cold Mountain City could not accommodate so many people, so they had to let others go to the nearest city to stay. In the main sect. During this time, Xianxia still did not give up on studying the ancient immortal ring. At the same time, his life source was also increasing by around 3 billion every day. More than 20 days later, he already had 70 to 80 billion life sources. At this moment, Xianxia also checked his own attributes. Name, Xianxia. Title, Emperor Qin. Identity, Sect Master of the Human Emperor's Origin. Sect Affiliation, Human Emperor's Origin. Sect Faction. Level Level 5 Realm, Level 5 of the Heavenly Human Realm. Cultivation Techniques, Godlike Cultivation Techniques, Origin. Returning Ancestral Canon, 45th Stage, Astral Manifestation, Level 15 Impenetrable, Red Lotus of Purgation, Level 15, Martial Arts, 5 Elements. 8 Trigram Steps, Tao Initiation, 7 Leaf Flower Piercing Palm, Tao Initiation, Golden Immortal Soul Shattering Chant, Greater Heights, Low-Grade Divine Rank, Plus, Godlike Martial Arts, Spirit Severing, 70%. Plus, Level 9 Immaculate Indestructible Body, Peak, Lawful Embodiment of Heaven and Earth, 8th Stage, Plus, Heavenly Cloud God Sealing Finger, Peak, Special Martial Arts, Celestial Light Alchemy Tome, Alchemy Grandmaster, Ancestral Smithing Canon, Forging Grandmaster, Array Grandmaster, Hidden Passage Secret Technique, Level 5, Plus, Special Abilities, Dharma Eye, True Intent of Saber Life Source, 7865214531 Luck Value, 0 inch 78 billion life sources. There aren't many martial arts that can be improved. Forget about the Golden Immortal Soul Shattering Chant, it's just a shotgun martial art, and its level is too low. It won't be of much use. Only Spirit Severing and Lawful Embodiment of Heaven and Earth can be improved. As for the Hidden Passage Secret Technique, it won't be of much use either. Xianxia looked at his own attributes and made an accurate judgment. With his current strength, unless it was a godlike martial art, the other martial arts would be useless. Even the Golden Immortal Soul Shattering Chant. It might not be as useful as him shouting. As for the Hidden Passage Secret Technique, it was a technique for creating zombies. However, creating zombies required corpses. Xianxia didn't even have enough outsider corpses for himself, much less enough to create zombies. As for the corpses, which he disdained to refine, there was no need for him to create zombies. Low-level zombies weren't even qualified to be cannon fodder. High-level zombies. He also needed the corpses of powerful experts. After thinking it over, the Hidden Passage Secret Technique could be considered a fairly useless martial art. As for Spirit Severing and Lawful Embodiment of Heaven and Earth, they were the targets for improvement. Godlike martial arts required a significant amount of life sources, especially the last few stages, which added up to tens of billions of life sources. Spirit Severing is based on my own strength. Only then will I be able to unleash the corresponding power. However, based on my current strength, using Spirit Severing against powerful experts like demon emperors wouldn't be very effective. After all, with my current spiritual divinity power, it would be very difficult to shake experts at that level. As for experts below the demon emperor level, I can subdue them on my own. Spirit Severing experts are even less necessary. As for true immortals, there's no need for that. After thinking it over, this martial art is temporarily useless. Well, it's not completely useless. It's just that it's not very useful. Then the only thing that can be improved is Lawful Embodiment of Heaven and Earth. Xianxia looked at Lawful Embodiment of Heaven and Earth. This godlike martial art was still very impressive. If it could be improved to perfection, it might not necessarily be inferior to the 9 Tribulations immortal body. No. Not only would it not be inferior, it would definitely be stronger than the 9 Tribulations immortal body. This was what Xianxia felt. He would do it as soon as he thought of it. Originally, he had planned to use his life sources to improve the level of the formation. However, there was no need for that now. With a ready-made minor world in hand, there was no need to improve the level of the formation. With that thought in mind, 76, 8 billion life sources were all used up. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth rose from the 8th stage to the 10th stage. The 10th stage of lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. A huge amount of information forced its way into Qin Shijian's mind. Soon, this information was refined by him. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth has been perfected. Permanently double one's strength. Qin Shijian looked at the notification in his mind and gasped in his heart. Permanently double one's strength. What did this mean? If he used lawful embodiment of heaven and earth when his combat power was 30,000, he could reach 60,000. When his combat power was 50,000, he could reach 100,000. Furthermore, this buff would never change. One had to know. As a cultivator's strength increased, the ratio of the increase of some cultivation methods would gradually decrease. This was an inevitable trend. Although lawful embodiment of heaven and earth seemed to have increased his strength by a lot now. However, as long as he advanced to celestial being level 6 or even celestial being level 7, Qin Shijian was sure. The original increase of lawful embodiment of heaven and earth would definitely decrease. However, it was different now. The perfected lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. It could permanently double one's strength. In other words, no matter when, he would be able to double his strength. If it was stacked with rule-bending power. Thinking of that situation, a carefree smile appeared on Qin Shijian's face. At the same time, he took a look at his combat power on the heaven leaderboard. Name, Qin Shijian race, human age, 31 realm, celestial being level 5 combat power, 36,000 talent evaluation, excellent. When his 9 tribulations immortal body was perfected, Qin Shijian's combat power had already reached 36,000. He was completely at the level of a top-notch omnipotent being. 34,000 combat power combined with lawful embodiment of heaven and earth and rule-bending power. If the Shifter Emperor doesn't have any other trump cards, he shouldn't be a match for me. However, how can the Emperor of a race not have any trump cards? No matter what, my strength is not a problem. This was Qin Shijian's confidence. Now that the true immortals didn't appear, there was almost no one who could suppress him. No. Perhaps Zhao Huang could. However, Qin Shijian didn't think that he was necessarily weaker than the other party. When he looked at the ancient immortal ring again, Qin Shijian finally stood up for the first time after half a month of meditation. Everyone, get up and lead the sect immediately. No mistakes are allowed. At this moment, everyone in the main sect received a voice transmission. Those elders and disciples didn't hesitate and immediately left the main sect. They weren't sure what Qin Shijian was going to do. But they knew. If they didn't listen, what would happen to them? In just 10 minutes. There was no one left in the main sect. Only Mu Yang, who was in the secret realm, and Jiang Feng, who was sitting at the mountain gate, were left. As for these two, Qin Shijian wasn't worried. No matter what, they were diviners. Nothing would happen to them. As for the other sect disciples, Qin Shijian was afraid that when he released the small world later, the aftermath would shock them to death. That would be fun. After everyone left, Qin Shijian simply put away his courtyard. Then, he took another step forward and put away the book collection pavilion. The heaven list could store things. Its effect was similar to the storage ring. However, Qin Shijian rarely used the heaven list. He preferred to use the storage ring because it was more dignified to wear it on his hand. But when necessary, the heaven list was more reliable than the storage ring. He put away everything that should be collected. Qin Shijian walked to a wide area. In the next moment, he used the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Boom, a towering giant suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. That horrifying power. It directly caused Mount Liang to shake. The defensive formation that was set up flashed crazily, as if it was enduring a pressure that a formation of this level shouldn't be able to endure. Such an unforeseen event. It directly shook the entire Mount Liang spirit region. Everyone raised their heads at the same time. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the towering figure that pierced through the clouds. That's Qin Shi Huang. Is this our clan's human emperor? What terrifying power! What is Xianxia doing? Looking at that 10,000 feet tall body, all the cultivators felt a shock as if they had been struck by an impact. That terrifying aura. Even if Xianxia didn't deliberately spread it out, it still made it difficult for people to breathe. However, while they were shocked by Xianxia's power, they also wanted to know what his purpose was. In Mount Liang City, Banqing raised his head and looked at the towering figure. He sighed and said, "What a shocking power." In front of that power, he felt that he wasn't a diviner, but a powerless mortal. Although Banqing already knew the difference between a diviner and a diviner was huge. However, when he faced this kind of power again, his mind was still shaken. Everyone thinks that when you break through to the diviner realm, you will be at the top of the world. Who knows that even if you break through by luck, you still don't have the power to control your own fate. Being at the top of the world is even more of a joke. Only an existence like Xianxia can control the rise and fall of a clan and change fate. Banqing sighed in admiration. When the surrounding people heard this, their expressions were complicated. While Jing Bianyun was shocked, his heart was also trembling violently. He thought of some thoughts that he shouldn't have. When he saw Xianxia's current abyss-like aura, he was already scared. Fortunately, he didn't act on impulse. Otherwise, the Traceless sect was gone now. Banqing wasn't the only diviner who came to Mount Liang City this time. There were only a few diviners left in the cultivation world. Almost all of them were here now. After seeing Xianxia use the celestial body, they felt the same as Banqing. At this moment, Xianxia took out the ancient immortal ring. With a simple squeeze, the ring made of void stone directly shattered. The moment the ancient immortal ring shattered, the void collapsed. Endless power fell from it. At that moment, everyone felt as if the sky had collapsed. There was nothing, but there was an indescribable pressure. Only some powerful cultivators could use their divine sense to detect some clues. Xianxia's heart sank. He raised his hands and held up the falling small world. The so-called formless and intangible small world. It would only appear after it was attached to heaven and earth. Before this, the small world could be touched. Suddenly, Xianxia felt a terrifying force falling down. His body shook crazily. The light of countless arrays in the entire Mount Liang under his feet burst out and then collapsed inch by inch. The moment the array shattered, the sturdy mountain of Mount Liang also shook violently. Rolling rocks fell. Not long after, it was already full of cracks. Xianxia didn't care about the changes in Mount Liang at all. Once the small world became something under his control, one Liang mountain was dispensable. However, the power of the falling world was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Even if the celestial body was pushed to the limit, Xianxia was still barely holding on. His arms trembled violently. Dao rhymes flowed on his skin, faintly cracking. This is what you said, it shouldn't be a problem. Right now, he only wanted to greet Godslayer's family. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and cultivated the Ninth Order Undying Body to perfection in advance. Then, he cultivated the celestial body to perfection. Or else, the moment the world fell, he, the Qin Emperor, would have to kneel. However, Xianxia didn't have the time to scold Godslayer. He really didn't have the strength to do so. He finally saw it clearly. To hold up a world, relying on his battle power of more than 60,000 was still not enough. Since 60,000 battle power is not enough, then 100,000 battle power should be no problem. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Boom, the long river of laws broke through the air. At this moment, the power of heaven and earth directly attached to his body. In an instant, endless power surged from his body. Xianxia's originally stooped back instantly straightened. Bang, Mount Liang shattered. Xianxia held the small world in his hand. Then, according to Godslayer's instructions, he directly threw the void stone fragments left behind by the ancient divine ring into the space in front of him. The void stone was indeed a treasure that could corrode the barrier of heaven and earth. When it was violently thrown into the space, The stable space was completely shattered. That corrosive power. It even corroded a large hole in the barrier of heaven and earth behind the void. Now, Qin Shujian saw the opportunity. He directly held the small world and threw it at the large hole that had appeared. Boom, heaven and earth shook. At the time when the small world crashed into the space, the barrier of heaven and earth that should have been invisible seemed to appear in front of everyone in an instant. The colorful light was dazzling. But it disappeared in an instant. After smashing the small world into the void, Qin Shujian also took a step forward and entered the space behind the shattered space. In an instant, the 10,000-foot-tall giant had disappeared without a trace. All that was left was the space above the shattered Liang Mountain, where the turbulence in the void was wreaking havoc. This scene. It made everyone look at each other. They did not understand what Qin Shujian was doing. Only Su Zhan could vaguely guess something. It is said that the small world is shapeless and intangible. If that is the case, the shapeless thing that Qin Shi held in his hand was a small world. Then, where did Qin Shi take the small world now? Although he was an elder of the imperial astronomer, he did not fully understand the small world. After all, only true immortals could create a small world. And 200,000 years ago, all the true immortals of the human race had died. In addition, the human race had suffered many disasters. Their inheritance was not complete. To know about the small world. It was not easy. Su Zhan had no way of knowing more things. Su Zhan did not know. The others did not know either. As for the disciples of the main sect, when Mount Liang collapsed and turned into the void turbulence, their expressions became blank. The main sect is gone? The main sect was gone, no, the collection they had left in the main sect seemed to be gone too. Not everyone had a storage ring. Not everyone would carry their own treasures with them. Most of the time, these things were all placed in their respective residences. But now, Mount Liang was gone. How could those treasures that were stored be left behind? Thinking of this, those disciples felt stifled. Zhongfang and the others had strange expressions on their faces. They did not feel much about the destruction of Mount Liang, because the one who destroyed the mountain was Qin Shijian. If it was someone else, they would have already gone up and fought with their lives. Calm down and wait for Qin Shi to return. Niao Feng looked at the other disciples and shouted coldly. Hearing this, those disciples immediately fell silent. On the other side, Qin Shijian had already walked through the hole in the void stone's corrosion. He took a step in. He found himself in the middle of an endless void. There was no up or down. There also seemed to be no passage of time. This is outside of heaven and earth. Qin Shijian's mind was shaken. This was the first time he had walked out of heaven and earth. However, before he could see much, an invisible wave came, causing Qin Shijian's body to tremble violently. A terrifying feeling surged from his heart, causing his entire body to tremble. At the same time, he found that he seemed to be a bit tired and had a feeling of drowsiness. Don't waste time, quickly install the small world at the space gap that is about to close. Outside of heaven and earth is the god-destroying astral wind. Cultivators who have not transformed their immortal bodies will not be able to resist the corrosion of the astral wind. Godslayer's solemn voice came from his knowledge sea. Qin Shijian instantly woke up. He did not have time to ask what the god-destroying astral wind was. Instead, he turned around and saw that what appeared in front of him was a colorful barrier. In front of the barrier, there was a gap. It was a gap in space caused by the corrosion of the void stone. However, as time passed, the gap was slowly being repaired. Seeing this, Qin Shijian did not dare to hesitate any longer. He instantly lifted the small world and moved it closer to the gap in heaven and earth. It was different from before when he broke the void. This time, he moved much more gently, as if he was afraid that he would break the barrier of heaven and earth. The two touched, an invisible wave spread out. The small world seemed to have grown countless roots, firmly attaching itself to heaven and earth. Also at this time, another wave of formless energy surged forth. Qin Shijian only felt his vision go black, as if he would faint at any time. In his knowledge sea, The Heaven List and Godslayer both emitted a weak wave, waking him up immediately. Now that the small world has not recognized a master, it can let any creature enter. Quickly enter the small world to hide, and then recognize the world as its master immediately, to prevent the extraterrestrial demons from entering. Godslayer said in a deep voice. Without hesitation, Xianxia took a step forward, and was already heading toward the small world in front of him. Only invisible waves could be seen spreading. The next moment, Xianxia disappeared into the void. Just as he was about to leave, another wave of even stronger waves surged, causing the void to fluctuate violently. The small world was firmly attached to heaven and earth, and was not affected too much. P.S. Third update. This month's update has more than 500,000 words. Personally, I feel that I'm working very hard. Vast heaven and earth. The extremely dense spiritual chi condensed into a light blue cloud in the sky. And above the spiritual energy clouds, the long river of laws was vast and mighty, as if it ran through heaven and earth. Looking at other places, rivers surged. Mountains rose and fell. Apart from the lack of life aura, it was like a new world. Is this a small world? Xianxia looked at the surrounding scene and took a deep breath. He had seen many small worlds, but this was the first time he had seen a small world like this one. Compared to the 3 small worlds in Heavenly Pattern Island, the small world in front of him, it was more like a complete world. Unfortunately, it lacks the aura of life. Xianxia spread out his spirit sense and shook his head regretfully. But thinking about it, it was normal. Life was the most important thing in a world. Perhaps when the world was first opened, there would be a true immortal placed life inside. But after so many years, life must have fallen. Because the small world was not a complete world, it lacked the most important thing. Reincarnation, immediately. Xianxia looked up at the sky. It was the surging long river of laws. That long river of laws should be left behind by Senior Xiaoyi. It should be. Godslayer said indifferently. This small world is not attached to heaven and earth, but it can produce spiritual energy without dissipating. It is also the credit of that law. Otherwise, this world would not have such a scene. Senior, what do you mean? Xianxia was puzzled. The small world's matters were already beyond his scope. However, Xianxia was shameless in asking questions. He did a good job. The God-slaying saber said, I told you before that the most important thing in a world is reincarnation. This reincarnation is not just the reincarnation of living beings. Do you think that other than living beings, other existences do not have reincarnation? Actually, that is not the case. Spiritual energy will have reincarnation, plants will have reincarnation, and mountains will also have reincarnation. In this world, there is nothing that can be immortal. However, in the eyes of all living things, perhaps you can't see their reincarnation. Simply put, if there is an independent small world, even if the spiritual energy inside is very rich, because it has to maintain the existence of the world, the spiritual energy inside will gradually dry up and eventually disappear. Once the spiritual chi is gone, the small world will slowly walk towards its end. One day, it will directly collapse and cease to exist. The reason for such a situation is because there are no rules in the world. Everything has no order, and there is no reincarnation. This was also the reason why every small world was attached to a complete world. This was because only by attaching itself to a complete world could a small world borrow the complete laws of the world to nurture itself, turning a small world with incomplete laws into a complete world. However, this transformation was not permanent. As long as this small world was separated from the world, everything would return to its original state. In other words, small worlds were independent of the world and had to rely on the world to survive. Without the support of the laws of the world, any small world would walk towards destruction. At most, it would be a matter of time. Godslayer did not stop talking. Xianxia finally understood what was going on. At this moment, he looked at the long river of laws in the sky and said in a deep voice, in other words, the reason why this small world is still intact is because of the existence of this long river of laws. That's right. When a world is endowed with laws, it has the capital to evolve into a real world. At least it won't be that easy to decay and destroy. However, a complete world needs more than just one law. You have seen the mother river of laws. There are countless laws in it, and it is very difficult to evolve a complete world. The god-slaying saber added. Hearing this, a sentence emerged in Qin Shujian's mind, and he could not help but say, Tao begets one, one begets two begets three, and three begets all things. Where did you hear this sentence from? Godslayer was surprised and immediately said, That's right, the evolution of the world is the principle you said. However, it is not easy to evolve one Tao into 10,000 Taos. Perhaps when you reach the level above the laws, you can evolve a complete mother river of laws and then open up a world. However, before you reach that level, it is almost impossible to reach this level. Above the laws again, after being mentioned by Godslayer many times, Qin Shujian also had a lot of yearning for this realm. If above the laws. If he really was at the creator realm, then when he reached this realm, he might be able to achieve true eternal life. Regarding this, Qin Shujian also had a desire. After all, eternal life had always been his goal. In his opinion, only endless life was qualified to talk about other things. Otherwise, everything was fake. After understanding the existence of small worlds, Qin Shujian said, Then how do I recognize a small world as its master? Any world is the core. You can explore it with your divine sense and then brand it with your own brand. Then this world will be under your control. Godslayer said, As long as the world is under your control, it will not be open to other creatures and can also prevent the extraterritorial demons from entering this place. Seeing this, Qin Shujian also spread out his divine sense and then looked for the core that Godslayer was talking about. This world was very big. At least when his divine sense spread out, it did not completely touch the boundary. Qin Shujian could only expand his divine sense as he walked. While he was exploring, he did not forget to communicate with Godslayer. What are the extraterritorial demons you mentioned? Are they the demons of the demon abyss? Demons are demons, and extraterritorial demons are extraterritorial demons. The two are not the same. Godslayer said indifferently. Walking in the small world, Qin Shujian easily crossed thousands of rivers and mountains. Then what are extraterritorial demons? For novel things. He could not help but want to know more. Godslayer said, Extraterritorial demons are a kind of creature that exists in the extraterritorial void. After all, the world will give birth to creatures, and the extraterritorial void will give birth to creatures as well. Some experts once guessed that there might be an even vaster law in the extraterritorial void, the mother stream. But this guess has never been confirmed, but I think it should be true. Because extraterritorial demons are also creatures, and in order to give birth to creatures, they must have a complete law. Extraterritorial demons can be born in the extraterritorial void because they have a complete law. But compared to the world, the extraterritorial void is more vast. Besides the sun and the moon, even the stars in the sky exist there. The stars we see in the world are just what we see outside through the barrier of the world. Godslayer knew about these things. He knew a lot. Because he had followed too many experts, it was extremely common for some experts to want to set foot in the extraterritorial void. Qin Shujian thought about Godslayer's words, then continued, Then besides extraterritorial demons, are there other creatures in the extraterritorial void? I heard that there are extraterritorial fierce beasts, but I'm not sure. After all, the extraterritorial void is too vast. Even if there are creatures in it, it's not easy to encounter them. Godslayer suddenly paused. By the way, can you let me out? I'm a little tired of staying in your sea of consciousness every day. Qin Shujian was speechless. Tired of staying? How long has it been since you entered my sea of consciousness? You've stayed in a small world with nothing in it for millions of years. Why aren't you tired of it? He wanted to say to Godslayer, You're too arrogant, after thinking about it. Qin Shujian decided not to provoke him. After all, he was very interested in what Godslayer was saying now. If he angered him, that wouldn't be good. Silently, the god-slaying saber came out of the sea of consciousness. Then, a young man appeared, then held a stone knife and walked beside Qin Shujian. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's mouth twitched slightly. It was the first time he saw someone transform into a body and then talk about his original body. It's really a good small world. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Godslayer sighed with emotion, and his mood improved a little. He didn't need Xianxia to take the initiative to ask, and he continued what he had just said. Let's not talk about other things. Let me tell you about the extraterritorial demons. Unlike the demons of the demon abyss, the extraterritorial demons specialize in corrupting people's spirit and mind, then parasitizing living creatures. Any living creature parasitized by the extraterritorial demons will completely lose their nature, and they are extremely cruel and bloodthirsty, often causing endless slaughter. Moreover, the extraterritorial demons can devour the laws of heaven and earth. If a world is invaded by a large number of extraterritorial demons, then this world may be headed for destruction. Devour laws. Xianxia's expression changed. What were laws? They were existences that only perfected immortals could completely control. In the end, you're telling me that the extraterritorial demons can devour laws. Wouldn't that make them invincible? He saw through Xianxia's thoughts. Godslayer shook his head and said, "It's not what you think. The extraterritorial demons can devour laws, but all things have a counter, and laws are also the nemesis of the extraterritorial demons. Not all extraterritorial demons are strong enough to devour laws that have an owner. Most of the weaker evil devils were silently nibbling away at the ownerless natural laws. Anyway, in general, if you encounter an extraterritorial demon, don't hesitate to use your laws to fight against it. If you can easily suppress it, then kill it. If you fight for a while and find that your law power is being devoured, then there's still hope of winning. If your law power is like a clay ox entering the sea, then run as far as you can." Your summary is really comprehensive. Xianxia complained in his heart. But he had to admit that Godslayer's method seemed to be the most practical. How strong can the most powerful extraterritorial demons be? I'm not sure. Anyway, in ancient times, there was an extraterritorial emperor who fell in the hands of the extraterritorial demons. In the end, the Emperor of Heaven personally killed him. That battle was also tragic. Godslayer said. Hearing that, Xianxia's pupil shrank. An extraterritorial emperor, the emperors of ancient times were not the half-baked emperors of the various races now. The emperors of that time. They were at least perfected immortals in the middle 3 grades or even the upper 3 grades. None of them were weaker than Xianxia at his peak, or even stronger. Such a powerhouse. If they could be devoured by the extraterritorial demons, then the power of these demons was too strong. If there are really such powerful demons, can't they break the barrier of heaven and earth to come in? Xianxia asked the question in his heart. The barrier of heaven and earth is the strongest thing. Only the creatures of heaven and earth have a chance to break the barrier. It's impossible for non-creatures of this world to break it. Of course, the existence above the rules may be able to. Godslayer thought that what he said was too absolute, so he added another sentence. Then he said again, the extraterritorial demons generally wander around heaven and earth, looking for a gap and waiting for an opportunity to enter heaven and earth. Even the many small worlds attached to heaven and earth are their targets. But the small worlds attached to heaven and earth can absorb the power of heaven and earth to protect themselves. It's very difficult for the extraterritorial demons to break through. You just broke the barrier of heaven and earth, and now a new small world has appeared. I'm worried that the extraterritorial demons will find this place, so I want you to quickly recognize this small world as your master. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if it attracts the extraterritorial demons. Hearing that, Xianxia finally couldn't help but say, Senior, why didn't you say so earlier? You should have said so earlier. If you had said so earlier, I would have opened the small world in heaven and earth, recognized it as its master first, and then done the next step. But now you're telling me. If it didn't recognize it as its master, the extraterritorial demons would attack at any time. If they provoked the demons that could devour the ancient emperors, wouldn't they all die together? What a trap! Xianxia now realized that this Zhu Bing was really a huge trap sometimes. Godslayer said slowly, I'm old, and my memory has settled too much. It's normal that I can't remember sometimes. If I hadn't seen the extraterritorial void, I wouldn't have been able to recall the memories of the extraterritorial demons. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He was not afraid. Just in case. If he really attracted the extraterritorial demons, that would be great. At this moment, Xianxia had already explored the entire area, and his divine sense was constantly going deep into heaven and earth. About half an hour passed. He suddenly found that his divine sense had entered a mysterious space. There was nothing there. But the moment he entered the space, Xianxia felt that he could overlook the entire world. It's here. Even if he hadn't really seen the core of heaven and earth, he immediately knew what this place was. Without hesitation, he inserted his divine sense imprint into it. In an instant, heaven and earth shook, and invisible waves spread out in all directions from the core of heaven and earth. Very soon, Xianxia felt that he was in control of everything. He simply closed his eyes. He could sense every movement in heaven and earth. This small world is not small. It's as big as several Liang Mountain spirit protectorates. Soon, Xianxia woke up from his perception. He was very satisfied with the vastness of the small world. The Liang Mountain spirit protectorates covered an area of about 100,000 miles. After all, there were a few old true dominion merged together. In addition, over the past few years, a few more true dominion and ordinary dominion had been assimilated, and the area had expanded a lot. If the Liang Mountain spirit protectorates were to be compared to 100,000 miles, this place was about 400,000 to 500,000 miles, which was considered very vast. After all, this was a small world. Xianxia didn't intend to make it the habitat of the human race in the future. He just wanted to transform it into the Qianyuan sacred ground. Heaven and earth have no name. In the future, this will be called the Qianyuan realm. Great Qianyuan, beginning of all resources. As Xianxia finished speaking, the Qianyuan realm shook slightly. However, it soon calmed down. However, the shaking didn't calm down for long before it started shaking again. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. His mind hurriedly sank into the Qianyuan realm. Immediately, he saw the scene outside through the Qianyuan realm. He saw that in the void of heaven and earth, there was something that looked like a black shadow that wrapped the entire Qianyuan realm. It seemed to be gnawing and colliding. Extraterritorial fiend. The moment he saw the black shadow, Xianxia had a thought in his mind. Soon, he withdrew from the core of heaven and earth. His expression became serious. It seems like an extraterritorial fiend has really come. Really? Godslayer was also slightly shocked. Then, he looked at the shaking Qianyuan realm and knew that his question was unnecessary. Xianxia said, "Are extraterritorial fiends like the Black Shadow?" "That's right. Extraterritorial fiends are like black shadows, attached to heaven and earth." Godslayer nodded and then said happily, "Also, you have to recognize the Qianyuan realm as your master. Otherwise, if the extraterritorial fiends attack, you will be in big trouble. At least you don't need this small world anymore." He was also glad. Xianxia was one step ahead. Otherwise, he and the other party would have to flee. Godslayer didn't think that he couldn't defeat the extraterritorial fiend. He was just afraid that Xianxia couldn't defeat the extraterritorial fiend. If Xianxia was corroded, then it would be difficult for him to rely on his lone Zhu Bing to play a big role. Feeling the Qianyuan realm shaking, Xianxia said worriedly, "There won't be a problem, right? Don't worry. The small world can borrow the power of heaven and earth. How can it be so easy to break through? Even if the strongest extraterritorial fiend comes, it will be easy to break through the defense of the small world. If you feel that it's not enough, you can even open the entrance of the small world to heaven and earth and draw in the laws of heaven and earth. At that time, the defensive power will be further increased. But if you do that, your Qianyuan realm will be completely open to outsiders. They might be able to come in at will." Godslayer said. There was such a thing, Xianxia could only sigh. Learning is never too late. Since Godslayer said that there was no problem, then there was no problem. But now he understood how difficult it was to deal with the extraterritorial fiends. Then, Qin Shujian thought of the scene when he split open the Black Stone's secret realm. If there were extraterritorial fiends passing by at that time, would they be able to enter the world through the Black Stone's secret realm? After thinking about it, there was really such a possibility. However, Qin Shujian didn't pay too much attention to it. When it came to the battle, the secret realm would still be broken. At the very least, he had to completely cut off the other party's connection with heaven and earth, and then let the small world wander in the extraterritorial void. According to Godslayer, if the small world was separated from heaven and earth, it would die sooner or later. It was just the difference between dying early and dying late. Looking at the shaking Qianyuan realm, Qin Shujian couldn't help but ask again, those extraterritorial fiends won't keep gnawing on, right? No, if they can't gnaw on it, they will gnaw on another world. After all, the extraterritorial fiends also need to survive. They can't hang themselves in front of a world. As long as you can't gnaw on it, there won't be any other extraterritorial fiends coming to gnaw on it easily in the future. Because there are already extraterritorial fiends who can't gnaw on it, the ones who come later won't cause trouble for themselves. After all, the extraterritorial fiends are also intelligent. Otherwise, how could they parasitize living creatures? Godslayer said calmly. Anyway, if they couldn't gnaw on it, they would leave on their own. There was no need to worry. Hearing that, Qin Shujian was completely relieved. The threat of the extraterritorial fiends could be ignored. The only thing he had to do now was to deal with the half of the Rule River in front of him. Emperor Zhao is too pretentious. He doesn't want the Rule River, and I don't feel at ease giving it to others. Do I just leave it here? Qin Shujian frowned. The Qianyuan realm was not a place where he could live alone. In the future, as the Qianyuan sacred ground, many cultivators would come here. A rule was blatantly laid out here. It was hard to guarantee that others would have bad intentions. But the problem was, if he didn't leave this half of the Rule River here, where could he leave it? Qin Shujian stood in place, looking up at the Rule River above. He was also thinking about how to solve this problem. Soon, he came back to his senses. Got it. The Rule River can't be moved, but it's fine as long as it's not touched by others. In this way, as long as I set up a sealing array under the Rule River, others won't have a chance to get close. Qin Shujian looked at the distance between the Rule River and the ground. It was about 10,000 feet. In this way, 10,000 feet below the Rule River, it would turn into an absolute sealing domain. The remaining 90,000 feet was for people to fly in the air. With this calculation, it was just right. He just had to do it. Qin Shujian's vast divine consciousness spread out. Endless array patterns were derived from the void and then formed a corner of the array. Immediately after, he took a step forward and arrived at another place. The same divine consciousness spread out. The same array patterns were derived. Because the divine consciousness was not enough to cover the entire Qianyuan realm, Qin Shujian spent about half an hour to set up all the array patterns. At this moment, the formation runes connected, forming a vast formation that sealed off the entire area below the long river of laws. Unless one had the strength of a 7th-level celestial being and above to forcefully attack the array. Only then could this seal be broken. Otherwise, others would definitely not be able to get close to the Rule River. Once someone attacked the array, Qin Shujian would be the first to notice and not let anyone have the chance to steal it. After doing all these things, he didn't immediately go out. Instead, he carefully observed everything in the Qianyuan realm through the core of heaven and earth. No matter what, this small world had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. It was possible that Xiaoyi had left something extra behind. Not long after, Qin Shujian's expression changed slightly. In the next moment, he appeared in a plain. The plain was vast. The grass was dense and the trees were thriving. It looked full of vitality. After connecting with the outside world, everything in the Qianyuan realm was changing imperceptibly. It was also a scene full of vitality. The vitality in front of him was more real than when he first came in. Yes. Real, if there was a difference, the vitality he saw when he first came in was more like a fixed dead object. In the words of Qin Shujian's previous life, it was a plastic model. And the vitality he saw now was the real vitality. However, what caught Qin Shujian's attention was not the authenticity of the vitality, but what the plane had. To be precise, it was something under the plane. Spiritual vein. I didn't expect there to be a spiritual vein here. No wonder the spiritual energy here can be so dense. Having half a rule can prevent the spiritual energy from drying up. After hundreds of thousands of years of spiritual energy accumulation, a spiritual vein was born. No, maybe there were spiritual stones buried here. It was only after a long time that it evolved into a spiritual vein. A lot of guesses emerged in Qin Shujian's mind. But in fact, it didn't matter how the spiritual vein was formed. What really made him happy was that there was a spiritual vein here, and it was not a weak one. Through the core of heaven and earth, Qin Shujian could perceive that this spiritual vein was 100 miles long. Although it was not a large spiritual vein, it could barely be called a medium spiritual vein. With the existence of this spiritual vein, the spiritual energy in the Qianyuan realm is many times denser than the outside world. Even if it covers an area of hundreds of thousands of miles, the spiritual energy will not be too distributed and become thin. If I let Mu Yang come in and take root here, the spiritual energy in the Qianyuan realm will definitely rise again. By then, this place will be the real Holy Land. Qin Shujian smiled. A holy land above all the cultivation world was definitely not as simple as having many cultivation methods and martial arts. The cultivation environment, it was also a big factor. Soon, Qin Shujian took out the heaven list from his sea of consciousness. Immediately, he saw a faint flash of light on the heaven list, and then the space in front of him exploded. The space exploded and shattered. A huge amount of spiritual energy swarmed out from it. Then, a large number of spiritual stones fell. Finally, a giant tree appeared from it. Mu Yang, and what Qin Shujian took out from the heaven list was a secret realm that he had personally opened. Unfortunately, the small world could not accommodate other space secret realms. Once the two collided, either they would be destroyed together, or one side would be devoured by the other. It was obvious. The secret realm that Qin Shujian opened himself was a little brother in front of the Qianyuan realm. There was no accident. There was not even the slightest stalemate. As soon as the secret realm appeared in the Qianyuan realm, it exploded. Looking at the spiritual stones scattered everywhere, Qin Shujian moved his mind, and the plane in front of him directly cracked open, swallowing the spiritual stones, and then the crack closed again. This is a small world. Now that Mu Yang had a clear view of his surroundings, the boy clone that he had conjured had a look of astonishment on his face. About the small world, Qin Shujian didn't tell him in advance, so Mu Yang didn't know at all. Seeing the other party's confusion, Qin Shujian said, "This is the Qianyuan realm, you will take root here in the future. There is a medium-sized spiritual vein below the plane. If you are given time, are you confident that you can nurture it into a large spiritual vein?" Hearing that, Mu Yang fell into silence. Eldar was very sensitive to spiritual energy. Even without Qin Shujian's words, he knew that there was a large spiritual vein hidden below. A moment later, Mu Yang said, "If I become a mighty figure in the future, give me 1,000 years, and I am confident that I can nurture it into a large spiritual vein. But before that, I can also let the spiritual vein grow slowly. And the spiritual energy here is rich, so the speed at which I refine the wood spirit heart should also be faster." "That's good." Qin Shujian nodded slightly. A few months had passed, and Mu Yang had already broken through from the second level of the celestial being to the third level of the celestial being. It could be said that the wood spirit heart was indeed a very abnormal cheat. It was just that the cost of making this cheat was too high, and it required the sacrifice of a half-immortal expert. Or else, Qin Shujian would be interested in making one. After all, compared to the wood spirit heart, wouldn't it be better to directly refine a half-immortal? After receiving Qin Shujian's order, Mu Yang's incarnation dispersed. His main body directly took root on the spot, and a large number of roots crazily drilled into the ground like horned dragons. Qin Shujian was not afraid that Mu Yang would be able to penetrate the Qianyuan realm. Not to mention the Eldar who was at the third level of the celestial being. Even if the half-immortal Eldar was still alive, he might not be able to do it. However, Qin Shujian still reminded him, "Remember not to pierce through the Qianyuan realm, or else it will attract the outer realm demons, and then the Qianyuan realm will be in big trouble." Qin Emperor, don't worry, I know what to do. Mu Yang said in a deep voice. With the memories of a half-immortal, how could he not know what the outer realm demons were? It could be said that, in the ancient times, half-immortals also had a very high status, and they had come into contact with a lot of things. Apart from some top-notch treasures and ancient secrets, there were no other treasures. The things he knew now were not much less than Godslayer. After Mu Yang took root, the spiritual energy in the plains became more lively. In the outside world, after Qin Shujian crashed into the void with the small world in his hand, the chaotic void gradually calmed down, and the broken space was quickly repaired. Except for the collapse of Mount Liang, there seemed to be no change. Seeing this, all the cultivators looked at the restored space, and no one dared to shift their gazes away. Because they knew, what Qin Shujian did just now was definitely not in vain. Even Mount Liang was destroyed. The other party must have some other purpose for doing so. The elders and disciples of the main sect were also standing in place and waiting. The main sect was destroyed. They had no other choice but to stand here and wait. Not long after, the restored space rippled like water, and then the space melted bit by bit, as if the water curtain was being unraveled. The moment the water curtain was unraveled, a terrifying spiritual energy erupted from it. In an instant, the surrounding cultivators all felt that the vital essence in their bodies had recovered at this moment. But this feeling did not last for long. Qin Shujian walked out from inside. The space that had melted was restored in an instant. For this, many people's faces revealed regret, and their eyes were filled with desire as they looked at Qin Shujian. The spiritual energy that rushed out just now, everyone could feel the vastness of it. From this, it could be seen, the place Qin Shujian came out from was definitely a holy land for cultivation. However, obviously, only the Qin Emperor in front of them could enter and leave that place at will. Qin Shujian looked around, and then came in front of Xingfang and the others. Qin Emperor. Yes, now that Mount Liang has been destroyed, everyone in the main sect should follow Benhuang to another place. Yes. Xingfang and the others did not refuse. Then, Qin Shujian looked in the direction of Mount Liang City, and his divine will had already sent a message. Not long after, in the direction of Mount Liang City, Su Zhan and two others flew over. When the three of them landed in front of Qin Shujian, they immediately bowed and saluted. Greetings, Qin Emperor. You may dispense with the formalities. Qin Shujian nodded slightly, and then his gaze swept past the three of them. These three people were the helpers he had found this time to build the human emperor's palace. They were also the only three blacksmiths in the eastern continent, excluding himself. Imperial astronomer Su Zhan. 9 Palaces sect Ling Huayu. Lotus Glory sect Chushi. Except for Ling Huayu, who was a beautiful woman, the other two were old men. For this, Qin Shujian was also secretly wondering if all women were born with an innate desire for beauty. Among the older female cultivators he had seen, Fang Yilan seemed to be the only one who was old. No matter how old the others were, they would at most appear as young women. It was just that he was not interested in these things. Then, Qin Shujian opened the entrance to the Qianyuan realm and walked in first. At the same time, the others looked at each other and went in at the same time. The entrance was in mid-air. If they wanted to enter, they had to fly in the air. There were also many disciples in the main sect who had not reached the airborne realm. For this reason, Xingfang and the other elders had to take action and bring these people in. Just as they entered the Qianyuan realm, except for Jiangfeng and Su Zhan, who were wearing a black robe, who did not feel anything. The others, they were all a little absent-minded from the extremely dense spirit qi. Hiss, what dense spirit qi! This kind of spirit qi is more than 10 times denser than the main sect of the Lotus Glory sect. If I can cultivate here, I will definitely make rapid progress. Lotus Glory sect Chushi was also amazed. He thought that the spirit qi of his Lotus Glory sect was already dense enough. But now he realized. It turned out that he was just a frog in a well. The spirit qi of the Lotus Glory sect, compared to the spirit qi in front of him, it was not on the same level at all. At this moment, Su Zhan looked up at the sky and happened to see the long river of rules that pierced through the sky. His originally slightly calm expression. He also became shocked. The long river of rules. This is the long river of rules that is completely independent of the mother river of rules. Su Zhan looked at the long river of rules with a look of disbelief on his face. He could accept the dense spirit qi. But there was a long river of rules here. But it was hard to believe. Immediately after, Su Zhan looked at Qin Shujian with a flushed face and asked urgently, "May I ask, is the long river of rules in the sky an ownerless long river of rules?" "That's right." Qin Shujian nodded slightly and said calmly, "However, that's not the complete long river of rules. It's only half of it. Now, it's sealed here by Ben Huang, waiting for the fated one in the future." Half of the long river of rules. Su Zhan's excited expression calmed down a little, and then it became intense again. Even if it was half of the long river of rules, that was still the long river of rules. If he could master that half of the long river of rules, he was not sure if he could become an immortal on the spot, but at least he was sure that his strength would definitely soar to a terrifying level. Su Zhan really wanted to tell Qin Shujian. He was the fated one. P.S. This chapter was written with a headache. If there are any mistakes, please point it out. I will immediately change it when I see it. Half a rule. Su Zhan coveted it. However, he also knew that it was unlikely that he would be able to obtain this half of the rule. After all, although there were not many powerful figures in the human race, he was not the only one. There were so many powerful figures. Su Zhan knew that he did not have any great achievements. Besides, Emperor Qin and Emperor Zhao might also need this half a rule. So, Su Zhan could only look. In terms of seniority, this half a rule would not fall on him. As for the others, hearing that, they also looked up at the mighty long river of rules in the sky. Rules. Everyone else looked confused. Without reaching the fourth level of the celestial being, one could not understand the existence of rules. In the cultivation world, there had not been a cultivator above the fourth level of the celestial being for many years. Except for the Fuhai sect. In this case, even the two elders of the top sects did not know what the rules were. Although they did not understand. But it did not stop them from feeling the greatness of the rules. They saw the confusion of the others. Su Zhan explained, which was rare. Above the fourth level of the celestial being, you start to understand the rules. Above the seventh level of the celestial being, you can gradually touch the rules. If you completely master a rule, you can become an immortal immediately. Boom, become an immortal immediately, 4 words. It made the others jealous. Become an immortal. What was an immortal? In the past, many people did not know what a true immortal was. But it was different now. Xianxia of the human race walked out of the void turbulence. His terrifying power had spread all over the eastern continent. That powerful figure was a true immortal, and a true immortal who had died long ago. But even so, he still suppressed the demons to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Even the 2 human emperors of the human race had not reached the true immortal realm. This proved that a true immortal was indeed a supreme realm. That is to say, if you can get this rule, you can become an immortal on the spot. A disciple swallowed and said with difficulty. Becoming an immortal was a huge temptation. At this moment, Ling Huayu and Chushur were also staring at the rules in the sky. They were only cultivators of the god martial arts realm. He had yet to break through to the diviner realm, let alone understand the rules. Now, after hearing Su Zhan's words, they finally understood what the thing above their heads was. Dare I ask, Qin Emperor, if I am able to obtain that half of the rules, will I be able to become an immortal? Chushur's heart trembled as he looked at Qin Shujian and could not help but ask. Hearing this, the others also looked at Qin Shujian. They also wanted to know the answer. This included old battles. Although he understood that if he obtained that half of the law, his strength would definitely increase greatly, but whether he could become an immortal was still a question. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Shujian nodded slightly. That half of the law was left behind by the human Xiayi. If you can master it, you can reach the true immortal realm. However, there was only half of the river of laws. By relying on this law to become an immortal, it would be much harder for him to forge a path forward than for other true immortals. It's possible that after becoming an immortal, he'll be stuck in the lower 3 levels of true immortal for the rest of his life. Half of the long river of laws was good. However, it also limited the cultivator's progress. To forge a new path in the long river of laws that had no path forward. It was even more difficult than mastering a law alone. However, when the others heard this, the look in their eyes changed completely. Their minds were completely filled with the words, true immortal. Suzhan was also shocked. He could really become an immortal. Looking at everyone's eager eyes, Qin Shujian smiled slightly and did not talk about this matter. The long river of laws was placed there. However, it was like a museum. The treasures were here, but not everyone could take them. Qin Shujian was considering. Should he just leave this long river of laws here and be done with it? In this way, everyone would be able to see the vast long river of laws as soon as they entered the Qianyuan realm, which would have a great deterrent effect. It could also indirectly improve the status of the Qianyuan realm. There were some thoughts in his mind. Qin Shujian interrupted the others' thoughts. This realm is called the Qianyuan realm, and the human emperor's palace was built there. As he spoke, he pointed into the distance, where a towering tree stood erect. A powerful aura. It was emitted from it. Celestial Eldar. Suzhan recognized Mu Yang's identity at first glance. He also knew that there was a celestial Eldar in the Yuan sect, but he did not expect Qin Shujian to move him here. Qin Shujian said lightly, the Qianyuan realm will be where the Qianyuan sacred ground will be located in the future. The human emperor's palace will be located in the center of the Qianyuan realm. I will have to trouble Elder Su and the others to build the palace as soon as possible. Don't worry, Emperor Qin. We will do our best. The 3 bowed and accepted the order. At the same time, they were also thinking about what Qin Shujian had just said. The Qianyuan sacred ground, this Emperor Qin was going to build a sacred ground. The 3 of them looked at each other and came to the same shocking conclusion. However, it was also a matter of course. The Emperor Qin ruled the cultivation world. If it was in the form of a sect, it would definitely not be appropriate. As a result, it seemed normal to build a sacred ground. However, building a supreme sacred ground with a small world as the foundation. Such a move. It was still surprising. Then, Qin Shujian took off the 5 storage rings in his hand and erased the ownership marks on them. These are the materials for building the palace. Suzhan took the 5 storage rings with a solemn expression. Then, the 3 of them went directly to the plain. Except for the imperfect rules. The Qianyuan realm was no different from the outside world. And now the worlds were connected. The rules in the Qianyuan realm were also temporarily perfected. As a result, there was no problem for cultivators to fly in the air. After the 3 of them left, Qin Shujian looked at Jingfeng and the others and said, First Elder, you can lead the disciples to find a place to stay in the Qianyuan realm. There are many mountains in the Qianyuan realm. You can find any one of them as the foundation. I understand. Jingfeng nodded slightly and then led all the elders and disciples away. In the same place, only Qin Shujian was left. The Qianyuan realm covered an area of hundreds of thousands of miles. The mountains were also one after another. Some mountains were majestic. Some were short and flat. As the first batch of people to enter the Qianyuan realm, Jingfeng naturally wouldn't choose a place at random. He knew in his heart, if nothing unexpected happened, the Qianyuan realm would be the real foundation of the Yuan sect in the future. Although, it wouldn't be long before the Yuan sect changed to the Qianyuan sacred ground. But in fact, the Qianyuan sacred ground was the Qianyuan sacred ground, and the Yuan sect was the Yuan sect. According to Jingfeng's guess, Qin Shujian might not really erase the existence of the Yuan sect. It was more likely that he would turn the Yuan sect into one of the many sects in the Qianyuan sacred ground. Because of the Qianyuan sacred ground, it was not a sacred ground of a certain sect, but a supreme existence above all sections. This sacred ground. It was established by the Qin Emperor. Not any sect was qualified to establish a sacred ground. If there was no emperor, a sacred ground would not be a sacred ground. The spirit qi in the Qianyuan realm is really rich. It is at least several times richer than when the main sect was in the past. Only a supreme master can create such a small world. Su Yuanming looked at the spirit qi clouds in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. This spirit qi. It was really rich. One had to be able to stay here for a long time. Even a mortal with average talent who had never been in contact with cultivation would not take long to break through from nothing to the real martial arts realm. Because from the basic martial arts realm to the real martial arts realm. In fact, it was a process of accumulating foundation. The requirements for aptitude and comprehension were not very high. As long as there were enough resources, then it was not a problem. Zheng Fang said in a deep voice, the spirit qi in the Qianyuan realm is indeed rich. But because of the need to ensure the rich spirit qi here, even if the sacred ground is established in the future, not many cultivators can stay here. In my opinion, the heaven list will be an important thing. You should take this opportunity to improve your strength. Otherwise, as a disciple of the Yuan sect in the future, if you can't enter the sacred ground, you will be a joke. Hearing this, the others also looked awe-inspiring. If the first elder hadn't mentioned it, they wouldn't have thought of this problem. That's right, the spirit qi in the Qianyuan realm was rich. But because of the rich spirit qi, it could not accommodate too many cultivators. Not to mention anything else. Originally, the main sect assigned all the disciples to the branches, leaving only some elites in the main sect. This was evident. To put it bluntly, the main sect had to ensure that the spirit qi was abundant. It could not be absorbed by all the disciples for cultivation. In this way, only those outstanding disciples would be able to enjoy such good treatment. Zheng Fang said lightly, after the establishment of the Qianyuan sacred ground, all the sects in the world will be under the jurisdiction of the sacred ground. No, not only the sacred ground, but even the individual cultivators will also be under the jurisdiction of the sacred ground. So, the competition for places to enter the sacred ground will be even greater. The others' faces were even more ugly. It was difficult enough to compete with the people of their own sect. Now, they had to compete with the cultivators of the world. The difficulty was rising sharply. Su Yuanming looked at the disciples and said in a deep voice, "You are disciples of the Yuan sect. Among all the top sects in the eastern continent, the Yuan sect is the most powerful and resourceful. As disciples, you have more resources than other sections. In this case, if you can't compete with your peers, it can only mean that you are trash. Since you are trash, you can't blame others. Elder, don't worry. We will never lose to others," a disciple said loudly. In the crowd, Ningbo held his long sword and walked unhurriedly in the crowd. During this time, he had been practicing what Qin Shujian had given him. At the same time, his cultivation had also broken through from the first level of the true martial realm to the second level of the true martial realm. It could be said that this progress was very fast. However, because of his concentration on cultivation, Ningbo had not competed for the heaven list during this time. In addition, after breaking through to the true martial realm, his name was removed from the list of basic martial realm. So, as a result, Ningbo's name was no longer on the heaven list. The fourth level of the true martial realm is the internal invulnerability stage. Now the true martial realm list is basically filled with cultivators at the peak of the true martial realm. With my current strength of the second level of the true martial realm, it is still a bit difficult to be on the list. It is better to wait until I break through to the fourth level of the true martial realm and cultivate internal invulnerability stage. It will be much safer to compete for the list. Following in the crowd, Ningbo thought to himself. He would definitely be on the heaven list. Not on the heaven list. Without the blessing of the sect. And Ningbo also agreed with Xingfang's words. If there was a quota to enter the Qianyuan realm, then it was 100% likely that it would be chosen from the heaven list. At this time, Xingfang and the others also faintly focused their attention on Ningbo. Qin Shujian took in a disciple. Although he didn't deliberately publicize it, he didn't deliberately hide it either. So, these elders also knew that Ningbo was Qin Shujian's disciple. For this person who was regarded as the heir of the human emperor, these elders also wanted to see what kind of talent he had. It seems that there is nothing else to do next. Qin Shujian looked at the empty Qianyuan realm and suddenly found that there seemed to be nothing he could do. Through the core of heaven and earth, he could see that in the void outside, the black shadow that originally covered the Qianyuan realm had already left. Obviously, even the extraterritorial demons didn't want to gnaw on the tortoise shell of the Qianyuan realm. They had the leisure time. It was better to go to other places and gnaw on other broken worlds. Extraterritorial void. Qin Shujian looked at the desolate void, which seemed to be devoid of life. His interest in this boundless void was piqued. But, thinking of his encounter in the extraterritorial void, Qin Shujian's heart was solemn. "Senior, what is the god-destroying gale that you mentioned earlier?" "The godslayer that was originally released." Now, he had returned to the sea of consciousness. In Qin Shujian's opinion, it was enough to come out occasionally to take a breather. There was no need to come out all the time. The godslayer took a breather for a while and was in a good mood. Hearing Qin Shujian's question, he didn't hesitate. The god-destroying gale is an omnipresent danger in the extraterritorial void. This gale doesn't affect the physical body of living creatures, but directly erodes the spiritual god. The spiritual god is weak. When the gale blows, the spiritual god will be extinguished like a candle in the wind. The living creature will only have a shell left and then be replaced by the extraterritorial demons. Therefore, the extraterritorial gale is also called the god-destroying gale because its main function is to destroy the spiritual god. Moreover, the god-destroying gale is all-pervasive. Even with your physical body, you can't really resist the erosion of the gale. Only after breaking through to the true immortal realm and transforming into an immortal body can you walk freely in the extraterritorial void. The extraterritorial void. It was an extremely mysterious place. Only true immortals. Only then were they qualified to explore this mystery. The Godslayer said, "Although the extraterritorial void is very dangerous, there are also many treasures. Not to mention other things, just the star sulfur slurry that you soaked in is a product of the extraterritorial void. In addition, the extraterritorial demons are also a kind of treasure." Extraterritorial demons or treasures? Qin Shujian was startled. That shadow-like thing, he really couldn't associate it with a treasure. Of course. The god-slaying saber said angrily, "Don't look at how scary the extraterrestrial demons are. If you can kill them, they can also leave behind a kind of crystal. That kind of crystal can be directly absorbed by living beings. After absorbing it, living creatures can improve their spiritual god power. Below the celestial being realm, spiritual martial arts and divine martial arts mainly cultivate the spiritual god. Above the celestial being realm, the spiritual martial arts and divine martial arts become one. The strengthening of the spiritual god can also nourish the body. It can be said that the spiritual god is indispensable to living creatures. And the more powerful the spiritual god is, the more useful it is to the cultivator. The crystal formed by the extraterritorial demons can improve the spiritual god without any restrictions. It is a rare treasure. There were such benefits, Qin Shujian was shocked. If that was the case, although the extraterritorial demons were terrifying, the benefits were also great. Directly increasing the spiritual god. What kind of concept was that? In other words, if a cultivator of the spiritual martial arts or the divine martial arts could get such a crystal, then there would be almost no pause in these two realms. Although the spiritual martial arts and the divine martial arts didn't seem to be of much use now. But there was one thing to know. Any cultivator grew up from the bottom. Among them, many cultivators wasted dozens or even hundreds of years in the spiritual martial arts and the divine martial arts. If they could get the crystal formed by the extraterritorial demons, human cultivators could shorten their cultivation time by dozens or hundreds of years. Then it wouldn't be long before the human race could produce enough powerful cultivators. For a moment, many thoughts emerged in Qin Shujian's mind. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There was the long river of laws lying horizontally. But above the long river of laws was the outside of the Qianyuan realm. The extraterritorial void, the extraterritorial demons. Treasure. Qin Shujian couldn't help but sigh. The Godslayer suddenly said, "Don't let your imagination run wild. Ordinary extraterritorial demons are fine, but if you encounter a powerful extraterritorial demon, then you will be food delivered to their door." In the past, many experts went to the extraterritorial void to hunt demons. Not to mention the harvest, many experts died. Don't play with fire. It will be troublesome if you get burned. Senior, don't worry. Ben Huang is not that kind of impulsive person. Qin Shujian smiled. The Godslayer thought to himself, "You are such an impulsive person." He temporarily extinguished his plans for the extraterritorial demons. Qin Shujian looked and took a step forward, appearing in the outside world. Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. Because of the commotion in Liang Mountain, all the cultivators entered Liang Mountain City through the teleportation gate. So when Qin Shujian appeared, he happened to see many cultivators gathering. "Greetings, Emperor Qin. Everyone, please dispense with the formalities." Qin Shujian looked at the black mass of cultivators in front of him. There were many familiar faces among them. Then, he said in a clear voice, "1 month later, Ben Huang will gather the experts of the cultivation world in the Qianyuan realm for a meeting. All the sects of the Eastern continent, from the ordinary domain to the spirit domain, must send people to participate. In addition, all the itinerant cultivators of the divine martial realm and the cultivation world can also come. When the time comes, I hope that all the sects will come on time and not let Ben Huang down." After that, Qin Shujian took a step and left. As he was leaving, he sighed in his heart, it would be better if there was a carriage. Unfortunately, Qin Shujian didn't find a suitable demon to pull the carriage. As for the ox carriage, he didn't plan to do so for the time being. A green ox of the divine martial realm was embarrassing no matter where he went. In the ox demon cave, a certain green ox couldn't help but sneeze again. Its whole body trembled. What happened? The big green ox looked around blankly. Nothing happened. During this time, such things happened again and again, making him a little scared. In Liang Mountain City, all the cultivators were silent. Qin Shujian's words echoed in their hearts. Initially, these sects were only here to find an opportunity to pay a visit to the Qin Emperor. But now, it seemed, something big was going to happen. As for the cultivators who came after hearing the news, they were even more excited. Gathering all the sects in the world. It will definitely be a grand occasion. Unfortunately, I'm not a great cultivator of the divine martial realm. Otherwise, I would definitely go and participate. The itinerant cultivators and players were excited. The people of the sects were also shocked. Gathering all the sects in the world. The words had been said. They believed that it wouldn't take long for it to spread throughout the eastern continent. As for whether some sects would not come, there was no such possibility. Although Emperor Qin's words weren't too tough, but the meaning behind his words, everyone could understand. If they dared to not participate in the meeting, then they could only wait for Emperor Qin to settle the score. In front of him, even the top sects could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. In the cultivation world, but no one dared to disobey the emperor's orders. The world is changing again. Yin Banqing looked at the void where Qin Shujian was and let out a long sigh. If he didn't guess wrongly, Emperor Qin's words were the actions he took against the cultivation world after he became the emperor. Yin Banqing had long thought that such a day would come. So when it really came, he wasn't too surprised. The world was going to change. But it wouldn't collapse. Traceless sect was following Emperor Qin's footsteps. Even if the world was going to change, it wouldn't affect Traceless sect. Unless, Traceless sect would only be affected if Emperor Qin fell and a new emperor took over. But before that, Traceless sect was stable. Qi Tiansheng, who was on the side, was also silent. Yin Banqing's words gave him some ideas. Without Si Hanhai, although covering Si sect was still not weak, It wasn't qualified to suppress the cultivation world in East Pattern Prefecture. Under the pressure of the sections, Covering C sect was also in a difficult situation. If there was a reform in the cultivation world, maybe it would be a good thing for Covering C sect. The current situation has reached the worst point. It can't get any worse. It's better to break and then rebuild and see if there is a chance for a new life. Xianxia thought to himself. Then he looked at Yin Banqing and said with a smile, "Brother Yin, do you know what Emperor Qin's plan is?" Although this old man has some friendship with Emperor Qin, he is already the human emperor. I cannot say anything about him. However, according to my understanding of Emperor Qin, this meeting will definitely be a good thing for the entire cultivation world. Yin Banqing said with a faint smile. At the same time, he said in his heart, but it may not be the case for other sections. Xianxia nodded and said, Emperor Qin cares about the human clan. What he does is naturally to benefit the human clan and the cultivation world. In this case, let's wait patiently. We will see what will happen in a month. You and I are not in a hurry. Haha, that's right. Yin Banqing laughed heartily. Immediately, the people of the two sects returned to the inn. However, someone had already spread the news of what had happened today. In less than 2 days, the entire cultivation world in the eastern continent had already received the news. Falling Moon Mansion. Flying Crane Sect. Sect Master Qin should be called Emperor Qin now. I really didn't expect that he had reached such a level. It's really unexpected. In the main hall, Bai Hengzi's face was full of admiration. For Qin Shujian. He had always thought highly of him. But he never thought that he could grow to such a level. In just a few years. From a cultivator in the spiritual martial realm to the current emperor of the human clan. Such strength and growth speed. It was beyond anyone's imagination. An elder cupped his hands and said, Sect Master, what do you plan to do now? Nobody dares to go against Emperor Qin's orders. Bai Hengzi glanced at him, shook his head and said, I will leave for the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain tomorrow. By then, I will leave the sect's affairs to you. Yes. Many elders of the Flying Crane sect nodded in response. Emperor Qin's meeting this time might really give the Flying Crane sect a chance to soar. Bai Hengzi felt emotional. In the past few years, the Flying Crane sect had benefited from the protection of the Origin sect and developed well. Although there were no experts in the spiritual martial realm. That was also because of the suppression of the True Dominion. Bai Hengzi estimated that he would be able to go to the spirit domain to break through after a few more days of training. Zhongzhou Imperial City. Qin Shujian looked at the majestic city in front of him with rising yellow clouds and felt a little emotional. This was the second time he had come to the Imperial City. The first time, he had come as a reinforcement because of the rebellion of the feudal lords. At that time, Qin Shujian had been a celestial being. Although his strength was not bad, he had not been able to do much when the feudal lords had besieged the Imperial City. However, this time, he had come as the human emperor. In the Imperial City, there were many restrictions. However, these restrictions were useless in front of Qin Shujian now. He took a step forward. Qin Shujian had already disappeared. In the Imperial City, many of the experts did not notice that someone had entered at some point in time. In the Imperial City Palace, Emperor Zhao was sitting in the Imperial Garden. Suddenly, he felt something and looked up in a certain direction. Then, he said to the eunuch beside him, Emperor Qin has arrived. Prepare the tea. Yes. Although the old eunuch was confused, he still did as he was told. The moment he left, there was another person in the pavilion of the Imperial Garden. Emperor Zhao smiled faintly and said, Emperor Qin, you are in Zhongzhou. What's the matter? Qin Shujian had barged into the Imperial City without permission. He did not show any strange expression. Ben Huang is here to borrow a fragment of the sky-reaching mirror from Emperor Zhao. Qin Shujian went straight to the point. While they were talking, he also looked around the Imperial Garden. In the end, he got this result. Although the Imperial Garden was good, it was still much worse than his Qianyuan realm. Emperor Zhao said, is it because of that small world? Emperor Zhao is well informed. Qin Shujian was slightly surprised. How long had it been? The news of the small world had reached the imperial city of Zhongzhou. Emperor Zhao smiled faintly and said, Ben Huang is the ruler of the great Zhao after all. I have the ability to gather information. Let's get back to the point. Ben Huang still has a fragment of the sky-reaching mirror. Ben Huang can even give it to Emperor Qin. But the problem is, what can Emperor Qin give in exchange? Hearing this, Qin Shujian had a strange look on his face. He had always been the one to say this to others. This was the first time someone had said this to him. Emperor Zhao's words put him in a difficult situation. No matter what, the sky-reaching mirror was a fragment of a top treasure. It was impossible to exchange it with something ordinary. But speaking of precious treasures, to be honest, Qin Shujian didn't have many treasures except for Cold Mountain City, the Heavenly List, and the Godslayer. As for ordinary Taoist treasures, the great Zhao certainly didn't lack them. And ordinary Taoist treasures, he couldn't exchange them for a fragment of such a treasure. Do I have to exchange it with the bow of heaven and earth? Qin Shujian suddenly thought of the bow of heaven and earth that he had put away. This bow, it didn't seem to be of much use lately. But as soon as this thought came to his mind, he extinguished it. Although the bow of heaven and earth was useless, but he still had some feelings for it. Emperor Qin was not the kind of person who would get rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. Besides, the bow of heaven and earth knew many of his secrets. He wouldn't feel at ease if he gave it to others. After thinking for a long time, Qin Shujian said helplessly, Emperor Zhao, just tell me what you want. If Ben Huang can do it, I will try my best to satisfy you. A complete corpse of an emperor. Impossible. Qin Shujian directly objected. He must be crazy. For a fragment of a treasure, you want the corpse of an emperor. Do you really think an emperor is a cabbage? Moreover, an emperor was not weak. In his own territory, he had a great increase in strength. If he really wanted to make a move, Qin Shujian was not 100% confident that he could kill him. More importantly, he also needed the corpse of an emperor. It was not worth it to exchange it for a fragment of the sky-reaching mirror. Emperor Zhao said calmly, those in the 10th level of the celestial being realm are emperors, and those in the nirvana realm are also emperors. Ben Huang doesn't need the corpse of a nirvana realm emperor. Just give me one in the 10th level of the celestial being realm. If there is no emperor in the 10th level of the celestial being realm, then Ben Huang needs the corpse of a flood dragon in the 9th level of the celestial being realm, the complete one. An emperor in the 10th level of the celestial being realm, the corpse of a flood dragon in the 9th level of the celestial being realm. Qin Shujian only hesitated for a moment before choosing the latter. Okay, Ben Huang will give you the corpse of a flood dragon in the 9th level of the celestial being realm within 3 years. However, Ben Huang needs the fragment of the sky-reaching mirror now. No problem. Ben Huang still trusts your reputation. Emperor Zhao seemed to have expected it. With a wave of his hand, he took out a fragment of the bronze mirror. Seeing the fragment of the bronze mirror, Qin Shujian did not stand on ceremony and put it away. By the way, many dragons have died recently. Are there any experts in the 9th level of the celestial being realm? He suddenly thought of something and looked at Emperor Zhao. If the dragons did not have the 9th level of the celestial being realm, then, it was none of his business. As the top clan of the Demon Emperor, the dragons have never lacked experts. Although a few experts have died now, there are still a few old ones in the clan. Ben Huang is not sure if there are any great saints in the 10th level of the celestial being realm, but there must be some in the 9th level of the celestial being realm. Emperor Zhao had done a lot of intelligence on the demon clan. Hearing that, Qin Shujian nodded slightly. That was good enough. Then, he got up and left. The purpose of his visit, he just wanted a fragment of the sky-reaching mirror. That was all. Since he had achieved his goal, there was no need to stay here anymore. Ben Huang will take his leave now. After that simple sentence, Qin Shujian had already disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the old eunuch happened to serve tea. Emperor Zhao waved his hand and said, he's gone. Take it away. The old eunuch looked confused, but he still bowed and said, yes. Then, he took the tea away obediently. Outside the imperial city, Qin Shujian did not use the teleportation gate. Instead, he relied on his own strength to cross thousands of rivers and mountains and head toward Bayun Mansion, a flood dragon at the 9th level of the celestial realm. What does he want to do with it? The flood dragon's blood is a foundational material. Could it be that Zhao Emperor is planning to use the flood dragon's blood to build his foundation again after having a few more children? Qin Shujian guessed maliciously. Harem of 3,000 beauties. That was not a joke. It was not impossible for a little prince to appear. However, Qin Shujian felt a little strange when he thought that Emperor Zhao, who was almost 10,000 years old, had a son who was only a few years old. Western Prefecture, the Demon Clan Secret Realm. Since the Secret Realm was torn apart by Xianxia, the Demon Clan experts had been trying their best to repair it. One had to know, the Secret Realm was left behind by the ancient Demon Clan's true immortal. Although it was called a Secret Realm, it was actually a powerful small world. To repair such a small world, unless a true immortal appeared, it was almost impossible for other cultivators to do it. Therefore, the so-called cultivators of the Demon Clan experts just turned their vital essence into spiritual qi and activated the Demon Clan's secret realm to absorb energy to reach the point of self-healing. The news of the Demon Emperor's recovery did not spread. But because of the Demon Clan's large-scale attack on the Black Rock Condor clan, it aroused the fear of many clans. It also caused some clans to have thoughts in their hearts and directly extinguished them. So during this period, the Demon Clan was much calmer. As for the Demon Emperor, he had also entered seclusion and was looking for an opportunity to break through. At this moment, there were two cracks in the Demon Clan's secret realm. One was the entrance to the secret realm that connected heaven and earth, and the other was the crack at the bottom of the secret realm. Xiaoyi's finger. It directly started from the entrance and pierced through the entire Demon Clan's secret realm. So, these Demon Clan experts did not need to repair one crack, but two. One head and one tail. One high and one low. Just as these almighty figures were repairing the secret realm, there were some strange fluctuations in the crack at the bottom of the ground. One of the Demon Clan almighty figure's hands paused slightly, and his gaze fell on the crack, his expression uncertain. Do you guys feel that something is wrong? What's wrong? The powerful figures of the Demon Clan around him all looked at him. That Demon Clan almighty figure looked at the crack, frowned, and said, "It seems that the crack has become darker. Turtle Saint, your old eyes must be blurry. Behind the crack is an endless void. It was originally black, how could it become darker?" One of the almighty figures shook his head and laughed. "Maybe I saw wrongly." Turtle Saint shook his head and did not think too much about this matter. During this period of time, he had been doing his best to repair the secret realm. His vital essence continued to be consumed, and now, he was already a little tired. Maybe, it was really an illusion, Turtle Saint comforted himself. But, he looked at the pitch-black crack, and there was still a strange feeling lingering in his heart. It was obviously a black void. But the feeling it gave him, it was a little different. This feeling made Turtle Saint subconsciously reduce the speed of repairing the secret realm, and then his attention fell on the crack in the secret realm. God knows when, darkness quietly spread. Turtle Saint's hair stood on end. There's an enemy invasion. Turtle Saint immediately sounded the alarm. Those who could cultivate to become almighties. None of them were fools. With a furious roar, the Turtle Saint unleashed a terrifying attack that bombarded the crack. Boom, the secret realm shook. It was just an earth-shattering attack. The spreading darkness was not stopped. It still rose from the crack and then spread toward the secret realm. At this moment, the darkness spread very quickly. In less than a breath's time, it had already left the crack and swept toward Turtle Saint. What the hell is this? Turtle Saint was shocked and angry. Even an almighty expert wouldn't be able to withstand his attack so easily. But the attack blasted over. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no fluctuation at all. It was so strange. Turtle Saint was horrified. At this moment, the fluctuation of the Almighty's attack had already attracted the attention of the other experts in the secret realm. When the surrounding Almighties saw the spreading darkness, they immediately reacted. Terrifying vital essence erupted. The darkness seemed to have no substance. It easily passed through the vital essence and then swallowed a monster saint. The darkness covered that monster saint completely disappeared. Only a horrified scream could be heard from within. What is this? Seeing the monster saint being swallowed by the darkness without any resistance, Turtle Saint's eyes showed uncontrollable fear. The monster saint that was swallowed. Its strength was not weaker than his. At this moment, an older monster saint looked at the spreading darkness. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He immediately shouted in horror, "Extraterritorial demon, that's the legendary extraterritorial demon. Don't use vital essence to attack. Use the rules. Otherwise, you won't be able to hurt the extraterritorial demon." As soon as he finished speaking, that monster saint had already summoned the rules. The shadow of the long river came. It blasted toward the darkness. At that moment, the boundless darkness let out a shrill roar. It seemed to have suffered some damage. Even the speed of its spread weakened a lot. Seeing this, the other monster saints did not have time to think too much. They all used their rule power to attack. Boom, a great battle broke out. The invasion of the extraterritorial demon was completely unexpected by the other monster saints. For many monster saints, they did not even know about the existence of the extraterritorial demon. After all, such a thing. It was really too ancient. For 200,000 years, no cultivator had been able to break through to the true immortal realm. Those true immortals who had survived were no different from dead. This led to this. No cultivator could leave this world, not to mention a chance encounter with the extraterrestrial demons. There are records about this. And it was passed down from ancient times. However, there was one thing to know. Not every expert was cultured and knowledgeable. As such, the extraterrestrial demons were an unknown terror to most demon sages. Extraterritorial demons. Damn it. Why are there extraterritorial demons invading at this time? The martial sage's expression was extremely solemn. He was the veteran demon saint who had just revealed the dark identity. Even though he was unable to reach Celestial Realm 10 Dan due to his lack of talent, he was still a 9 Dan Celestial Realm expert. But even so, the old demon saint was extremely solemn when facing the extraterritorial fiend. Because he knew, even a true immortal would have to retreat in the face of powerful outworld fiends. As for the demon saint that had been swallowed by the darkness, the martial sage had already labeled him as dead. Boom, boom. The battle broke out. The extraterritorial fiend invaded. Many demon saints summoned the long river of laws to descend and contain the extraterritorial fiend at the entrance of the crack. Bang, not long after, the darkness dispersed. The eyes of the demon saint that had been swallowed by the darkness turned completely black and faint black patterns appeared on his body. In the next moment, the extraterritorial demon saint disappeared on the spot. A great fear rose in the turtle saint's heart. Without thinking, he transformed into his original body. A gigantic tortoise was suppressing the void. Immediately after, the extraterritorial demon saint's attacks landed on the shell's back and countless sparks erupted. However, he was unable to break through its defense. He has been parasitized by the extraterritorial fiend. Kill. The martial sage roared and commanded some of the demon saints to attack the extraterritorial demon saint. Rumble, thunder exploded. The thunder saint flew over and the long river of laws bombarded. Wrapped in endless thunder power, it directly exploded in the crack. Crackle, the thunder was like silver dancing wildly. The long river of laws raged. The extraterritorial fiend let out a shrill scream. All the darkness that had spread over retreated. Immediately after, a giant ape stepped on the void and pinched the extraterritorial demon saint with one palm. The terrifying power caused the demon saint's body to explode. Roar, the extraterritorial demon saint let out a strange roar. Endless darkness spread out from the black pupils. In the blink of an eye, it was attached to the heaven saint's arm and then spread at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! The heaven saint's expression changed. Without thinking, he cut off his arm. Immediately, the vast long river of laws descended and bombarded the darkness that covered his arm. terrifying power. It caused the darkness to let out a shrill scream. Inch by inch, the darkness was destroyed. Even the broken arm was turned into powder under this power. At the moment when everything was destroyed, a resplendent crystal fell out of it. The Heaven Saint's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He grabbed the crystal. At this moment, more darkness spread out from the crack. Even with the help of 2 demon race great saints, there was still no way to control the situation. The long river of laws bombarded. But it caused the darkness to roll. Only the grey long river of laws was rendered with the color of darkness. The martial sage's expression changed. Just as he was about to react, endless darkness had already surged wildly, wanting to swallow him. "Save me!" The martial sage screamed in horror. The other demon saints immediately looked over. They only saw a flood dragon rolling in the darkness. It seemed to be resisting the erosion of the darkness. Then, no matter how it resisted, its dragon body was still covered by the darkness bit by bit. Not good. The 2 demon race great saints saw this scene and their expressions changed greatly. Without thinking, the 2 of them attacked at the same time. The martial sage could not die, the dragons were losing more and more powerful beings. If the martial sage died, the demon king would definitely go crazy. The demon king would be furious. Even a great saint would not be able to bear it. The other demon saints also thought of this point. Then, their faces turned pale. Immediately after, they attacked at the same time, wanting to save the martial sage. Who would die? Even the martial sage could not die. If the dragons lost another level 9 heavenly being, the demon king would not let them go. And in the demon race's secret territory, a few demon saints had been killed by the extraterritorial demons. It was also an extremely embarrassing thing. It was reasonable. Even the martial sage could not die. However, the bombardment of the power of many rules only managed to disperse the darkness a little. The moment these attacks dissipated, the darkness spread at an even faster speed. In an instant, it completely covered the martial sage. Roar. The martial sage looked up to the sky and let out a final sorrowful roar. The light in his huge eyes disappeared and turned completely black. In the heavenly demon temple, the demon king, who had been isolated from the outside world and was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. Just now, he felt that the powerful beings of the dragons had died. The sudden change, it directly woke the demon king up from his cultivation. After he woke up, he immediately sensed the movements in the demon race's secret territory. Extraterritorial demons. You're asking for death. The demon king was furious. A terrifying aura exploded from the heavenly demon temple. The powerful demon race beings who were fighting with the extraterritorial demons immediately darkened their faces. The demon king had come out. The worst outcome was unavoidable. A man in a dragon robe suddenly appeared, and a vast aura spread out. My emperor. Looking at the expressionless demon king, the powerful beings were terrified. However, the demon king ignored them. Instead, he looked at the crack in the secret territory and the martial sage who had been completely corroded by the extraterritorial demons. Extraterritorial demons. The demon king's eyes were terrifyingly cold. He had died, another powerful being of the dragons had died. It was a martial sage who was at the 9th level of the celestial being. No matter how good his cultivation was, at this moment, he could not control the anger in his heart. The heavenly demon temple rose from the ground. The demon king held the heavenly demon temple with one hand and suppressed the extraterritorial demons. Boom, a terrifying force spread. The darkness that had invaded the demon race's secret territory melted away like snow meeting sunlight. A large number of extraterritorial demons appeared in the void and wanted to rush into the demon race's secret territory. However, the heavenly demon temple suppressed the crack. These extraterritorial demons had no way of breaking through Zhu Bing's suppression. Roar. The martial sage swung his tail and broke through 2 demon sages. Then, he went towards another crack in the secret territory. The extraterritorial demons also had intelligence. Now that the demon king had appeared, He was obviously an invincible martial sage. If he stayed where he was, he would definitely die. As such, this extraterritorial demon directly controlled the martial sage's body and left the demon race's secret territory. A 9th-level celestial being was determined to leave. It wouldn't be easy to stop them. Moreover, when they fought against the extraterritorial demons earlier, all the demon sages were exhausted. Even the heavenly sage had lost an arm. In this situation, what could they use to stop the martial sage? At this moment, the demon king was controlling the heavenly demon temple to suppress the crack in the secret territory. He could not free himself to deal with the martial sage. Just like that, the demon sages could only watch as the martial sage escaped. Seeing this scene, the demon king said coldly, "All the heavenly humans and demons, use all your strength to repair the crack in the secret territory. Then, inform the other clans and let them kill the extraterritorial demon that escaped." It had taken over the martial sage's body. In his opinion, the extraterritorial demon would definitely die. But before this, the first thing to do was to repair the crack in the secret territory. Otherwise, it would attract more and more powerful extraterritorial demons. Even the demon king was not confident that he could deal with them. In the secret territory, when the other members of the demon race saw this scene, a sense of helplessness rose in their hearts. They did not know when it started. The demon clans that dominated the western region had hit a wall everywhere. In the past 10,000 years, not a single powerful cultivator had died one after another in a short period of time. This was an unlucky year. This was the thought that emerged in the hearts of some demon clans. The battle in the demon race's secret territory. The fluctuations were not small at all. Especially now that the demon race's secret territory was broken, there was no way to completely hide all the fluctuations. Some of the powerful cultivators of the nearby clans also noticed this scene. What are the demon clans up to now? This was the thought that emerged in the minds of all the cultivators. During this period of time, the demon clans would always come up with some trouble every few days. This caused the clans that lived near the demon clans to feel a lot of pressure. If not for the fact that there were fixed territories in each of the 4 major continents, these clans, they would have moved away long ago. After all, moving away was not a troublesome matter. At most, they would bring the entire secret territory with them. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar was heard. 100,000 feet long flood dragon flew out from the demon race's secret territory and went straight into the sky. A powerful cultivator said in shock and doubt, "Is that a martial sage? Why does it feel like something is wrong?" The martial sage was a top cultivator in the 9th level of the celestial being realm. There were not many people in the western region who did not know him. However, what shocked these powerful cultivators was that the martial sage in front of them was covered in black lines. Even his pupils had turned black and his entire body exuded an ominous aura. Such a change. This made these cultivators feel anxious and doubtful. Rules, there are so many auras of rules. I want to devour them. No, that powerful cultivator is still here. I can't stay for too long. Let's retreat first and find a chance to devour them in the future. The martial sage's pitch-black eyes swept across the other powerful cultivators hidden in the void. Then, his body broke through the void and left. Those powerful cultivators who were swept by his eyes. An uncontrollable sense of fear surged in their hearts. At that moment, all the hair on their bodies stood on end. Just as the martial sage left, the Thunder Sage walked out of the demon race's secret territory and looked at the void in front of him. Under the orders of the Demon King, all the subordinate tribes are to kill the martial sage and bring his body back to the demon race. The demon race will reward you handsomely. Also, the martial sage has been parasitized by an extraterritorial demon. If it is allowed to grow, it will cause endless trouble in the western region. Everyone, please take care of yourselves. After saying these 2 sentences, the Thunder Sage returned to the demon race's secret territory. In the outside world, many powerful cultivators were left looking at each other. Killing a martial sage. An extraterritorial demon. Speaking of which, what is an extraterritorial demon? It can even parasitize a powerful cultivator like the martial sage. Isn't it too strong? A powerful cultivator said doubtfully. The other cultivators were also at a loss. An extraterritorial demon. It was really unfamiliar. However, not all cultivators were ignorant. A powerful cultivator said in a trembling voice, an extraterritorial demon is a product of the extraterritorial void. It lives by devouring rules and parasitizing cultivators at the same time. It is said that the powerful extraterritorial demon can even kill a true immortal. It is extremely terrifying. What? It can even kill a true immortal. The other powerful cultivators who knew nothing about the extraterritorial demon were all stunned. Next, uncontrollable fear appeared on their faces. If it could kill a true immortal, such an existence would be invincible in the Western region. No. Not only in the Western region, but even in the 4 great continents, it would be invincible. We must not let that extraterritorial demon grow. That's right. Kill it. We must kill it. These powerful cultivators were going crazy. They were afraid of the extraterritorial demon, but they were also angry at the demon race for releasing such a terrifying existence. However, these cultivators did not have the time to blame the demon race. Instead, they hurriedly gathered their men and prepared to kill the martial sage. At the same time, the news of an extraterritorial demon possessing a martial sage of the demon race and escaping spread like wildfire throughout the Western region and even the other 3 continents. In the Qianyuan world, Xianxia had been looking for a secluded mountain to cultivate for the past few days. To him, the most exciting thing was to see his life force increase on the attribute panel every day. Then, he would see his battle strength increase slowly on the heaven list. Although this increase could only be described as the speed of a turtle compared to his life force. But no matter what, a rise was a rise. There was no doubt about it. From the divine martial chapter to the divine chapter, then from the 5th level to the 6th level of the celestial being, if nothing goes wrong, it should be around 300 billion to 400 billion. With the current growth rate of my life force, I should be able to accumulate enough life force to increase my cultivation level in about 4 months. Observing the changes in his body, Xianxia thought to himself. To be able to increase from the 5th level of the celestial being to the 6th level of the celestial being. He made an estimation. His basic battle strength could reach about 50,000. At that time, it should not be a problem to fight the Demon Emperor and the Divine Emperor. However, if a Nirvana realm cultivator suddenly unleashed his power and had the highest battle strength, he might not be able to defeat him. It's not that easy to unleash one's power. I've fought with a few Nirvana realm cultivators, but I've never seen anyone unleash their power. The probability of this so-called peak being able to match a true immortal is too low. Xianxia shook his head slightly. If he could encounter a Nirvana realm cultivator who unleashed his power, then he would be really lucky. At this moment, the communication jade token in the heaven list vibrated. Xianxia did not even need to take out the heaven list to read the information inside. After a while, his expression was a little strange. Senior, is the growth of the extraterrestrial demons fast? If an extraterrestrial demon that can parasitize a 9th level celestial being, how long will it take to grow to the level of threatening a true immortal? It depends on the situation. The extraterrestrial demons live by laws. The more laws they devour, the stronger they become. However, it's not easy to match a true immortal. According to what you said, the extraterrestrial demon should be around the 10th level celestial being. If they want to match a true immortal, they can forget about it without 1,000 years. The god-slaying saber replied indifferently. How could a true immortal be so easy to reach, even if it was an extraterrestrial demon? 1,000 years was a short time to go from the 10th level celestial being to a true immortal. Hearing that, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, I can ignore it for the time being. A 10th level celestial being extraterrestrial demon was not a threat to him. The one that was a real threat to him. It was an extraterrestrial demon whose strength was comparable to a true immortal. But now it seemed that extraterrestrial demon would have to go through at least 1,000 years of hard work before it could reach the level of threatening a true immortal. To this, Qin Shujian decided to ignore it for the time being. However, he also mourned for the demons. Another mighty figure had died, and it was a flood dragon. It was really tragic. It's a pity that the flood dragon that was parasitized by the extraterrestrial demon has gone somewhere. Otherwise, I would have killed it and returned the favor to Emperor Zhao. Qin Shujian shook his head regretfully. Afterward, he took out the fragment of the heaven-reaching mirror from the heaven list. Since it was a fragment, it was destined that the shape of the laws would not be very nice. Qin Shujian took out some of the remaining materials and began casting on the spot. The heaven and earth furnace was ignited. The materials melted one after another. 3 days later, the thunder tribulation struck down. After a day, the thunder clouds in the Qianyuan realm quietly dissipated. In the mountain peak, in front of Qin Shujian, there was a bronze mirror that was as tall as a person. Well, you are cast from the fragment of the heaven-reaching mirror. Let's call you the heaven-reaching mirror. Immediately, he had kept the mirror on the heaven roll. If I seal the Qianyuan realm, will there be no thunder tribulation? Looking at the dark land around him, Qin Shujian thought of a problem. The thunder tribulation came from the laws of heaven and earth. If there were no laws, then there would be no thunder tribulation. Godslayer said, you can say that. But the Qianyuan realm is already connected to heaven and earth. Even if you seal the secret realm, the power of the laws can still seep in and you can't avoid the thunder tribulation. Unless you seal the Qianyuan realm and separate it from heaven and earth, then you can get rid of the restrictions of the laws and no longer be troubled by the thunder tribulation. Separate from heaven and earth, a sealed small world could not be troubled by the laws of the thunder tribulation. Qin Shujian thought about Godslayer's words and suddenly had an idea. You once said that the true immortals from hundreds of thousands of years ago were able to survive until now because they were sealed when they fell. What kind of seal is this? Yi Qingtang asked with a frown. If a true immortal is placed in a completely independent small world, can he avoid the punishment of the laws? Hearing this, Godslayer said in a deep voice after a moment, you are very smart. There are 2 answers. The first one is what kind of seal it is. I am not very clear about it because that kind of seal is the self-seal of a true immortal. In addition, you have to use the protection of a supreme treasure to block the perception of the laws. As for the second answer, I can tell you clearly that it is possible to do that. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression was also solemn. Godslayer said, but such a small world must never come into contact with the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Just like your ancient immortal ring, it must be sealed in the form of a ring. In fact, this method is also a kind of seal. The former is sealed in a certain place, the latter is sealed in a small world. No matter what kind of seal it is, as long as they walk out of the small world and are sensed by heaven and earth, they will be punished by the laws of the thunder tribulation. And the stronger the true immortal is and the longer he hides, the more terrifying the thunder tribulation will be. In ancient times, there was once a 9th-level immortal who did this. He hid in a small world for millions of years and only came out when his race was in danger. In the end, it attracted the thunder tribulation. That 9th-level immortal was instantly annihilated as soon as he came out. Not even his bones were left. In Godslayer's opinion, this method is no different from death. 9th-level immortal. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. He knew that the 9th-level immortal Godslayer was talking about was not generally referring to the entire true immortal realm, but a single one of the realms. The upper 3 levels, a 9th-level true immortal, it was rumored that he was a supreme powerhouse comparable to the Emperor of Heaven. Qin Shujian said in shock, is the thunder tribulation really that powerful? The power of the laws is much more terrifying than you think. The thunder tribulation you encountered is just the tip of the iceberg of the thunder tribulation. The truly terrifying thunder tribulation of the laws, even a 9th-level immortal is an ant. Heaven and earth have their own order. The lifespan of a true immortal is fixed. If you dare to deceive heaven and earth, you will die. You won't even have the chance to reincarnate in the future. Godslayer said coldly. The laws are not so easy to deceive. If every true immortal sealed themselves when they were about to die and then suddenly released at the critical moment, causing great destruction, heaven and earth would have been in chaos. So, the stronger the true immortal, the longer the seal. The more terrifying the thunder tribulation is, the more terrifying it is. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was already deep in thought. At first, he was worried that there might be even more ancient true immortals hidden in the various races. After all, it was not easy to open a small world, but it was not difficult either. If he really opened a bunch of small worlds and had true immortals who were about to die in them, and when they were all released at the critical moment, his enemies would probably cry. But now, this worry is unnecessary. If there really were true immortals who were older than 200,000 years, they would be killed by the thunder tribulation as soon as they came out. Except for giving away their heads. There is no other use. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian finally let out a sigh of relief. There is no other way. After 1,000,000 years, the human race is really too weak. Their foundation is almost completely exhausted. If there is really a large number of true immortals in the alien race and released them at the critical moment. To put it bluntly, the human race may be destroyed on the spot. Now that he heard Godslayer's words, Qin Shujian knew that his worry was actually unnecessary. Then, Qin Shujian went back to cultivating. In the plains, the three gurus were in full swing building the human emperor's palace. Although the human emperor's palace is a palace, it is definitely not built like an ordinary palace. According to Qin Shujian's request, the human emperor's palace must be a powerful spirit artifact or even a Tao artifact. Unfortunately, if they build a huge Tao artifact, with the strength of the three gurus, they are not 100% sure that they can succeed. In addition to building a Tao artifact, they need innate embryos. Now that the great calamity of the demon abyss is approaching step by step, it would be disadvantageous to the eastern continent if they activate the regional derivation too many times. Therefore, Qin Shujian also temporarily gave up the idea of building the human emperor's palace into a Tao artifact. Besides, he is also worried that Su Zhan and the others will fail. A failure. Not to mention the loss of materials, it will also waste a lot of time. These words, Qin Shujian did not say it directly. After all, it would be a little hurtful. His true essence was vast. The heaven and earth furnace was ignited. Materials are thrown in one after another and then smelted. This is the casting. It is mainly Su Zhan, the other two. Because Su Zhan is a mighty figure of the 7th level of the celestial being realm, the other two are cultivators of the divine martial arts realm. There is a huge gap in cultivation. Although the casting does not only depend on the cultivation level, but the cultivation level is low. It is destined that it will not be able to forge a powerful divine weapon. Especially the human emperor's palace. The heaven and earth furnace is also a huge consumption. Except for the mighty figures. If it were those two divine martial arts cultivators, they would be completely sucked dry in a moment. Put the materials in order, don't cause conflicts. Su Zhan said in a deep voice. As he controlled the heaven and earth furnace. Ling Huayu and Chusher nodded slightly. After an unknown period of time. Crack, boom came from the sky of the Qianyuan realm. A sudden change. It made Su Zhan's mind tremble, and the heaven and earth furnace he controlled almost collapsed. Fortunately, he was quick to use his divine will and true essence to stabilize the situation. Not only him. Even Ling Huayu and Chusher were taken aback. What's going on? How could such a change happen in the Qianyuan realm? Chusher was shocked. Then the three of them saw the gathering thunder clouds in the distance. Su Zhan's face turned black. If I'm not wrong, it should be Emperor Qin forging a divine weapon. Ignore it, focus on forging the human emperor's palace. He wanted to go over and scold Qin Shujian now. Doesn't the other party know that they are forging the human emperor's palace and can't be distracted? If not for my strength. Just now, the casting would have failed. However, although Su Zhan was angry, he didn't really get up to question Qin Shujian. Something. Just think about it. After all, he is Emperor Qin. If he really disrespected him, he would have to bear the consequences. With the previous example. When forging later, Su Zhan also paid more attention to avoid the accident just now. Fortunately, in the next half a month, nothing happened. About this, Su Zhan gradually relaxed and turned all his attention to the human emperor's palace in front of him. After more than half a month, the human emperor's palace had begun to take shape. Another 5 days passed. Qin Shujian woke up from his cultivation and looked at the thunder clouds gathering on the plain with a faint smile on his face. The thunder tribulation has gathered. It seems that the human emperor's palace is almost finished. Well, the thunder tribulation is not weak, it should be able to reach the level of a top spiritual weapon. Although he didn't go over to see it in person. But by the strength of the thunder tribulation, he could roughly perceive something. Speaking of which, Qin Shujian had successfully forged some top spiritual weapons, so he was quite familiar with the fluctuations of top spiritual weapons. However, his smile faded a little, and he shook his head regretfully. It's a pity that this aura is still not strong enough. Even if it is successfully forged, it will at most be comparable to a Taoist weapon of the first or second seal. It is impossible to reach a higher level. The human emperor's palace, which was comparable to a Taoist weapon of the first or second seal, was actually not bad. But for Qin Shujian, a top spiritual weapon of this level was really bad. However, Su Zhan and the others had limited abilities. It was already good to be able to forge the human emperor's palace. If they asked for more, it would be a bit difficult. At most, I will find a way to get some luck in the future, or get some blood essence of experts to rebuild the palace. He had an idea in mind. Qin Shujian also focused on the thunder tribulation. At this time, the thunder tribulation in the sky had already fallen. The power comparable to the peak of the god martial arts realm was raging in the Qianyuan realm. As time went by, the power of the thunder tribulation also gradually increased. It didn't take long for it to reach the celestial being level. The thunder tribulation reached the celestial being level. The pressure on Ling Huayu and Chushur suddenly increased. They were only in the god martial arts realm. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be for them to face the celestial being thunder tribulation. Su Zhan crushed 2 spirit stones to replenish the vital essence he had consumed. Then he shouted in a deep voice, "You 2 step back. I can handle the rest." "Thank you. Be careful." Ling Huayu and Chushur didn't force him. After saying that, they tactfully retreated. The power of the thunder tribulation was too great. They really couldn't bear it. A mere celestial being thunder tribulation wants to stop me from forging a divine weapon. Ridiculous. Su Zhan looked at the thunder tribulation in the sky with disdain. When the thunder tribulation fell, he had already slammed out his sledgehammer and destroyed all the power of the thunder tribulation, and then turned it into nourishment for the human emperor's palace. Such a forging method. This was what he had learned from Qin Shujian. After observing the other party forging the divine weapon several times, Su Zhan also had some understanding in his heart. In addition, he had a deep foundation. After spending some time, he figured out such a forging method. The thunder tribulation raged. It lasted for a full 7 days. When the last thunder tribulation fell, the thunderclouds suddenly dispersed. The moment the thunderclouds dispersed, a powerful aura then spread out. Qin Shujian flew in the air and landed in front of the 3. Qin Emperor. Ling Huayu and Chushur bowed. As for Su Zhan, there was a faint smile on his face. "Qin Emperor, fortunately, I did not disappoint you." "Well done." Qin Shujian nodded slightly and praised him. Then his eyes fell on the palace in front of him. The palace of the human emperor. It was destined to be the core of the Qianyuan sacred ground in the future. So, what appeared in front of Qin Shujian was a complete palace integrated with a large number of side halls and a main hall. Su Zhan said, "Qin Emperor, please name the palace. This palace will be the core of the Qianyuan sacred ground in the future. Let's call it Qianyuan Hall." After speaking, Qin Shujian's divine consciousness spread out. He only saw the words Qianyuan on the plaque of the main hall. It was a simple word, but it exuded a terrifying power. Then, Qin Shujian came in front of another hall that was not much smaller than the main hall and wrote the words Tianyuan on it. Tianyuan Palace, Qianyuan Hall. The former was his future residence, and the latter was the place where the Qianyuan sacred ground discussed. The remaining side halls. Qin Shujian did not name them. Instead, he left them blank. Tianyuan Palace, Qianyuan Hall. Su Zhan and the other two also followed behind Qin Shujian, looking at the other party's name. The same words. In the eyes of the three, they had different feelings in their hearts. Moreover, from these few simple words, he could tell. They also felt the boundless pressure. Su Zhan was better. Both Ling Huayu and Chu Shi were shaken to the core. In front of these words, the two felt their shoulders were heavy, as if they would be suppressed. Only when they looked away did they feel better. For this situation, the two found it funny, but they couldn't laugh. An expert in the god martial arts realm. In the cultivation world of the Eastern continent, he was a famous figure. Now. But they couldn't even bear the pressure of the words written by Qin Shujian. Wasn't it ridiculous? They even felt that. If the plaque with the words really fell, it would be enough to suppress them. Is this an expert? So strong. The two took a deep breath and barely suppressed the shock in their hearts. After walking around the palace once, Yi Zichen walked around the palace. Qin Shujian nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the few of them and said, "When the sacred ground matter is over, Ben Huang will reward you." He didn't reward them now. Because a month had passed. What he had to do next? He had to open the Qianyuan realm and gather all the cultivators in the world for a meeting. P.S. I'm asking for monthly votes. I'll book a monthly vote for next month. A month had passed. The Qin Emperor's decree had spread throughout the world. All the sects in the eastern continent had sent cultivators to the Liang Mountain spirit realm. Strictly speaking, the sect masters of the various sects had all arrived. Except for those who couldn't come out of seclusion for special reasons. At the same time, among the itinerant cultivators in the eastern continent, all the cultivators who had reached the god martial arts realm and above had arrived. It could be said that now, Liang Mountain City was overcrowded. There are so many experts. Yin Banqing looked at the cultivators around him and sighed. Now, in Liang Mountain City. With a slap, 5 out of 10 people were in the spirit martial arts realm. Inside 100 people. There was one in the god martial arts realm. Now, there were hundreds of thousands of people in Liang Mountain City. It could be said that there were more than 1,000 experts in the god martial arts realm and above. And this? It was because of the war in the eastern continent that a group of experts had died. Otherwise, the number of god martial arts realm cultivators would have doubled. Hearing this, Heaven's Equal shook his head and said, "There are only 2,000 or 3,000 god martial arts realm cultivators in the human clan. How can it be said that there are so many experts in the human clan? Even a mid-level race among the foreign clans would have that many god martial arts realm cultivators." Hearing this, Yin Banqing fell silent. Heaven's Equal was right. In terms of the number of experts, the human clan was really too small. There were very few god martial arts realm cultivators. There were even fewer celestial beings. If the human clan was a weak race, it would be fine. However, they were clearly a top race, but there were so few experts in the race. In a certain sense, the human clan was in a serious decline. Originally, Yin Banqing was happy for the prosperity of the human clan when he saw thousands of god martial arts realm cultivators gathered in Liang Mountain City. But now, he heard Heaven's Equal's words. Only then did he realize. But soon. Yin Banqing shook his head again and said, "Actually, that's not entirely true. The imperial court still has many experts in their hands. In terms of numbers, they are much more than the cultivation world. To be honest, there are actually many god martial arts realm cultivators in the human clan. There were many god martial arts realm cultivators. What they lacked were celestial beings. Of course. Compared to the big races of the monster clan, they were still far away. At this moment, the void vibrated, the Qianyuan realm opened. At this moment, all the cultivators turned their gazes to the sky. Immediately after, a boy walked out and looked at all the cultivators below. He said crisply, "By the order of the Qin Emperor, all the cultivators of the various sects and all the itinerant cultivators of the God Martial Realm and above are to enter the Qianyuan realm for a meeting." After that, Mu Yang took out the heavenly mirror and placed it at the entrance of the Qianyuan world. Immediately after, true essence condensed into a staircase that extended from the entrance to the ground. That was to take care of the cultivators of the sects who had yet to reach the airborne realm. All those who enter the Qianyuan realm need to stop in front of the heavenly mirror for a second. After saying this, all the cultivators were silent for a while. Following that, some experts flew into the sky and headed towards the entrance of the Qianyuan realm. It paused in front of the heaven mirror for a breath, and the other party's attributes were displayed. Seeing this, Mu Yang waved his hand and said, "Please go in." There was the first one. There was a second one. One expert after another entered the Qianyuan realm in an orderly manner. As for Mu Yang, who was guarding the door, they did not show the slightest bit of contempt. Despite his young age, the aura emanating from his body made the God Martial Realm cultivators feel apprehensive. They were sure the Mu Yang in front of them was definitely a terrifying expert. Walking into the Qianyuan realm, Yin Banqing immediately felt a wave of spiritual energy rushing towards him, causing all the pores on his body to open up in an instant. Even his true essence vibrated slightly. Although it could not increase his cultivation base, it also allowed his spirit to recover a little. I've never heard of such a concentration of spiritual energy. If I can cultivate here for a few years, I can definitely break through to the late stage of the God Martial Realm. The spiritual energy is really too rich. The Qianyuan realm, is this the Qianyuan realm? One cultivator after another felt the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth around them, and they were all amazed. There were also people who looked at the sky. The long river of laws was surging above. What is that? I don't know. Not every cultivator could recognize the long river of laws. Even if someone had seen an expert at the almighty level make a move, it was the same. The power of laws displayed by cultivators. Compared to the real long river of laws, it was still somewhat different. Only those few celestial cultivators revealed a look of surprise when they saw the long river of laws. Sect Master Ling Huayu came out of nowhere, and Qin Yuanbai immediately looked at him. How is it? The palace has been completed, Ling Huayu said in a deep voice. Qin Yuanbai nodded slightly. Then the two walked side by side, and he secretly transmitted his voice to Ling Huayu. You are building the palace here. Do you know the purpose of Emperor Qin's gathering us for a meeting? I heard it has something to do with the Qianyuan sacred ground. Qianyuan sacred ground? Qin Yuanbai was stunned. There were many sects in the world, but no one seemed to have built a sacred ground. Soon, he figured out the key point. So, Emperor Qin gathered all the sects to build the Qianyuan sacred ground to make it easier to rule the world. Qin Yuanbai frowned. Ever since Qin Shujian became the emperor, he had this speculation. After all, he was the emperor recognized by the human clan and the heavenly Tao. Emperor Zhao ruled the imperial court. Emperor Qin ruled the cultivation world. Needless to say, the imperial court was under Emperor Zhao's control since he established the Great Zhao more than 6,000 years ago. But there were many different sayings about ruling the cultivation world. Now there were many sects in the cultivation world, and there were many rogue cultivators among them. If Emperor Qin wanted to truly rule the cultivation world, he would need to do something. According to Qin Yuanbai's guess, Qin Shujian should want to build a sacred ground above all the sects, and then give orders to the sects as the master of the sacred ground. For this, it was still within the range that he could accept. Then, Qin Yuanbai transmitted his voice again. Do you know what the long river in the sky is? He had a guess in his heart, but he was not sure. Ling Huayu said, I heard Emperor Qin say that it is half of the long river of rules. If you get it, you can become a true immortal. Buzz, Qin Yuanbai's heart trembled. The long river of rules, it was really the long river of rules, and it was the long river of rules that could make one become an immortal. Looking at the half of rules in the sky, Qin Yuanbai's eyes showed a strong desire. Becoming an immortal. For anyone, it was an irresistible temptation. However, Qin Yuanbai also knew that it would not be an easy task for him to get that half of rules. After all, Emperor Qin had not become an immortal yet, so how could he allow others to become an immortal? There was a greater possibility. It was the other party who used this rule to become an immortal. No, it was half of the rule to become an immortal. Soon, they walked to the front of the human emperor's palace. On one side, it was a giant tree that reached the sky. Its lush branches and leaves covered the sky and the sun. Powerful spirit energy was surging within it. Celestial Eldar. The moment they saw Mu Yang, some experts guessed the other party's identity. After all, this was not a secret. As long as they had some knowledge, they could basically guess it. And under the giant tree, there was a black-robed man sitting cross-legged. That was Jiang Feng. Qin Yuanbai only glanced briefly, and then his gaze fell on the main hall in front of him. On the plaque, there were 2 words written, Qian Yuan. Qian Yuan Hall. He was thinking about the meaning of the 2 words Qian Yuan. But when his gaze stopped on it for 2 breaths, a terrifying power was emitted from it. Qin Yuanbai felt as if his body was struck by lightning. In the end, he had to look away. Phew, what a powerful intent. After a long time, he let out a sigh of relief. There was some lingering fear in his eyes. Qin Yuanbai was basically sure. The person who left these 2 words was definitely Qin Shujian. There could not be a second person. Because that powerful intent was mixed with power. It made his spiritual spirit tremble. If it was not written by the human emperor, how could it have such power, at this moment? The door of Qian Yuan Hall opened, and Su Yuanming walked out. He looked at everyone and said, I am here to welcome you on the order of Emperor Qin. Elder Su, you are too polite. Greetings, Elder Su. Many people cupped their hands and greeted him. Su Yuanming was no stranger to them. After all, he was the head of the Yuan sect's foreign affairs. Generally, he dealt with external affairs. He was also quite famous in the cultivation world. Of course. The reason why he was famous was because of the Yuan sect. But now that Su Yuanming had broken through to the god martial arts realm, there was no problem. Walking into Qian Yuan Hall, they saw 16 thick pillars supporting the entire hall. There were patterns engraved on the pillars. Every stroke of the brush seemed to be made by nature. What was really worth paying attention to was the space inside the hall. Looking from the outside, although Qian Yuan Hall was very big, it was not big enough to accommodate thousands of people. But when they really walked in, they found that there was a different world inside. Not to mention thousands of people, it was more than enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. More importantly, there were already corresponding seats in the hall. Each seat was only about 5 feet apart. In addition, there was a white jade-like seat above the main seat. Su Yuanming said in a deep voice, the seats are not fixed. Anyone can choose a seat at will. Emperor Qin is dealing with some things and will be here soon. Thank you. Someone cupped his hands and thanked him. Then he chose a seat and sat down. Seeing this, Su Yuanming did not say more. The number of cultivators who came this time was not many, but it was not few either. There were more than 2,000 people in the divine martial arts realm. Plus the cultivators from other weak sects, there were more than 6,000 people. These people quickly sat down in Qian Yuan Hall. Then, Su Yuanming asked people to move the empty seats away. Thousands of people gathered. The scene was extremely quiet. No one spoke rashly. However, there were some experts who communicated with their divine wills. Maybe it was because of the atmosphere. Or maybe it was because Qian Yuan Hall was oppressive. This caused the expressions of the others to unconsciously become solemn. After an unknown period of time, Qin Shujian walked in from the outside. Seeing him appear, everyone stood up at the same time, bowed and said, Greetings, Emperor Qin. Qin Shujian walked to the main seat expressionlessly and sat down. Then he looked at everyone and said lightly, Everyone, please sit down. Thank you, Emperor Qin. Everyone sat down. Then, their gazes fell on Qin Shujian. At this moment, the main character in Xianyuan Hall was him. As for this meeting, some people had some guesses in their hearts. Looking at everyone, Qin Shujian's expressionless face revealed a faint smile. Recognized by the fate of the human race, Ben Huang can inherit the throne of the human emperor. Today, Emperor Zhao rules the Great Zhao Imperial Court, and Ben Huang rules the cultivation world. Now, in the cultivation world, there are many sects, and hundreds of flowers compete. Ben Huang is very gratified. In the main hall, only Qin Shujian's voice echoed. After he finished speaking, Fan Xinglan cupped his hands and said with a smile, "The cultivation world can have today mostly because of Emperor Qin's good fortune. If not for Emperor Qin turning the tide many times, our sects might have been destroyed by the alien race. He really knew how to flatter," many people complained in their hearts. However, they still followed Fan Xinglan's words on the surface. Anyway, they said good things. Everyone would say that there was no loss in this. The smile on Qin Shujian's face deepened. He seemed to be quite happy about these words. However, after everyone finished speaking, his smile suddenly disappeared, and then became solemn. "However, until today, Ben Huang saw all of you. Only then did I understand that the prosperous appearance of the human cultivation world has reached the point where it is on the verge of destruction. In the Yao clan, there are hundreds of heavenly humans, dozens of mighty figures, and tens of thousands of divine martial artists. In terms of strength, the Shin clan, the Blood Eldar, the ancient Buddha clan, and other major clans completely crush the human race. As a top clan, the human race's strength has declined to this extent." The sudden change in tone. This caused many people's expressions to change. However, after hearing Qin Shujian's words, some people fell silent. That's right. Now, the human race seemed to be flourishing, but compared to the other clans, it was still lacking. Qin Shujian said, "Of the 4 major continents, the human race monopolizes the eastern continent. After thousands of years of recuperation, the human race has more than 1 trillion people. However, only you have reached the divine martial arts realm. This ratio really makes this emperor's heart ache." "You are wrong, Emperor Qin." Someone disagreed with this statement and said, "Although there are billions of people in the human race, not many of them have truly stepped into the cultivation world. Moreover, every step of the cultivation world is extremely difficult. It is not easy to have such a scene now." "Well said." Qin Shujian would like to give a thumbs up to the person who answered. At this moment, the others also nodded. Yes, there are billions of people in the human race, but not many of them have stepped into the cultivation world, and those who can really break through to the divine martial arts realm are even rarer. However, Qin Shujian nodded first, and then said in a deep voice, "Everyone, ask yourselves, from the rudimentary martial artist to the true martial artist, then from the true martial artist to the spiritual martial artist, to the divine martial artist, and then to the heavenly humans, is the real reason why there are so few strong people is because of the difficulty of the cultivation world?" A rhetorical question. This made some people have some thoughts in their minds. However, the leaders of the top clans, such as Jin Yuanbai, were expressionless. They didn't know what Qin Shujian's purpose was, and they didn't dare to interrupt, for fear that they would give the other party something to talk about. No, the real obstacle to the birth of powerful people is not the difficulty of the cultivation world. Even if 99% of the people in the human race are mediocre, the remaining 1%, or even 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000 geniuses will grow up. There will not only be less than 3,000 divine martial arts realm cultivators in front of us, and there will not only be less than 5,000 divine martial arts realm cultivators. Qin Shujian shouted in a deep voice. The real obstacle to the birth of powerful people is the cultivation methods, which are not perfect enough. Cultivation methods of the truth level and the spirit level are not bad. As long as you pay a certain price, there is still hope to get them. However, the divine level cultivation methods are only in the hands of a few people. As for the divine level cultivation methods, they are firmly controlled by the top clans. Many talented cultivators, because of the shackles of the cultivation methods, have to waste decades or even hundreds of years in the same realm. Even when their lifespan is exhausted, they may not be able to get the cultivation methods to break through. There are also some who are already old when they get the cultivation methods, and have to pass away in the end. Qin Shujian's voice was not loud, but it made the expressions of many experts of the sects change drastically. Even Qin Yuanbai and the others could not sit still at this time. Cultivation methods. It was a big taboo for any sect. When the other party mentioned the cultivation methods at this time, they had a bad feeling. However, Qin Shujian did not take their expressions seriously at all. He still said, "Ben Huang, let's change the topic. There are more than 2,000 divine martial arts realm cultivators here. May I ask how many of them lack the divine level cultivation methods? May I ask how many people have the talent and confidence to break through to the celestial being realm, but because they don't have the cultivation methods to guide them, they are stuck in their current realm?" As soon as he finished speaking, a divine martial arts realm cultivator sighed and said, "If I had the divine level cultivation methods, I would have broken through to the celestial being realm 300 years ago." Hearing someone speak, the others also looked over. Suddenly, someone's pupils shrank as he recognized the other party's identity. Dao Lord Qingwei, the top expert among the itinerant cultivators. As Dao Lord Qingwei spoke, another cultivator sighed and said, "That's right. The divine level cultivation methods are now controlled by the top sections. If not for the lack of cultivation methods, our sects would have produced celestial beings." This time, the person who spoke was not an itinerant cultivator but a sect master of a large sect. In front of the divine level cultivation methods, those large sects were no different from itinerant cultivators. Only the top sects had the divine level cultivation methods inheritance and could produce celestial beings. In the cultivation world, each large sect controls the cultivation methods, dividing the huge cultivation world into sects and itinerant cultivators. In order to obtain the corresponding cultivation methods, itinerant cultivators have to pay several times or even dozens of times the price. The true dominion sects control the true level cultivation methods, making it difficult for itinerant cultivators to break through to the true martial realm. The spirit protectorate sects control the spirit level cultivation methods, making it difficult to produce spirit martial realm cultivators. The great dominion sects control the divine level cultivation methods, making it difficult for them to produce spirit martial realm cultivators. Finally, the top sects control the divine level cultivation methods, making it so that the number of celestial beings in the huge cultivation world can be counted on two hands. The inheritance of cultivation methods is the biggest problem in the cultivation world. If there weren't these shackles, the overlords in the cultivation world today would definitely be several times stronger. Qin Shujian sat on the main seat and looked at everyone calmly and said, "What exactly do you mean, Emperor Qin? Why don't you say it?" A middle-aged man cupped his hands and said in a deep voice. Qin Shujian also looked at the other party and recognized the middle-aged man. A top sect. The sect master of the Dark Ice sect, Lu Taixin. Qin Shujian glanced at the other party and said, "Since the end of the ancient times, the various clans have been aiming to destroy the human race, causing the human race to decline step by step until today. I believe that most of the people present have participated in the battle of the East Continent. They also understand how urgent it is for the various clans to destroy the human race. After the end of the ancient times, there were many perfected immortals of the human race. Whenever the human race was on the verge of destruction, a supreme overlord would step forward bravely to save the desperate situation. At least in the battle 200,000 years ago. The last perfected immortal of the human race, Xiaxia, died. Before Senior Xiaxia died, he sacrificed himself to set up the heaven and earth restriction array, giving the human race a chance to recuperate. Regarding this history, some people understood it, while some didn't. But no one interrupted Qin Shujian. Because there were some things that they also wanted to know. Qin Shujian said, "For 200,000 years, the human race was enslaved and persecuted by the demon race in the East Continent. It wasn't until Emperor Zhao rose 7,000 years ago that he led the human race to fight against the demon race. More than 6,000 years ago, Emperor Zhao was established and drove the demon race to the endless mountain range, allowing the human race to regain control of the East Continent. More than 6,000 years should have been a chance for the human race to recuperate, but because of the differences between the sects and the deep-rooted views of inheritance, the human race was unable to advance. During the war in the East Continent, the human race suffered countless casualties, including many heavenly beings. If it weren't for the fact that the various clans were afraid of attacking the human race with all their strength, the human race would have been wiped out the moment the East Continent opened. Although the situation has calmed down a lot now, the various clans will have to fight the human race sooner or later. If the human race continues to stagnate, when the next war begins, the human race will have no way to retreat. There may still be perfected immortals in the various clans, but Ben Huang can tell you clearly that there are no more perfected immortals in the human race. Once Emperor Zhao and Ben Huang fall, the human race will be like weak lambs in front of the various clans. They can be slaughtered and devoured at will. There is absolutely no chance of survival. If we don't want the human race to be wiped out, the human race itself must become stronger. The foundation of this strength lies in the inheritance of cultivation techniques. At this point, Xianxia suddenly paused, looked at the crowd, and said loudly, "So, today, there are 3 things in Benhuang to announce. First, from today onwards, the Qianyuan sacred ground will be established. All the clans in the world will be under the control of the sacred ground and listen to the orders of the sacred ground. Second, the sacred ground must have a copy of the cultivation techniques and martial arts inheritance of all the clans in the world. Finally, the sacred ground will compile it into a book and disseminate it to the world. Third, Ben Huang will establish Qianyuan colleges everywhere. All the human race can go to these colleges to be enlightened and embark on the path of cultivation." 3 pieces of news. It set off a storm in the main hall. If the first piece of news was considered good, the other clans had already been mentally prepared. After all, after the Qin emperor became the emperor, he was supposed to control the cultivation world. It was normal for him to establish a sacred ground and give orders. But the second piece of news, and the third piece of news, that was a complete shock to them. But the difference was, the rogue cultivators and some small clans were ecstatic. The big clans and the top clans' faces were as dark as ink. What's more, they couldn't help but say, "Qin Emperor, the inheritance of the various clans belongs to the clans. Why should they be handed over to the sacred ground?" That's right. The inheritance of our clans is the blood and sweat of our ancestors. If we hand it over to the sacred ground and let others cultivate it, wouldn't it be digging up our foundation and cutting off our inheritance? Qin Emperor, please reconsider. Qin Emperor, please reconsider. These clans were about to go crazy. What a joke. The inheritance of the cultivation method was their thing. Even if it was a disciple, they wouldn't easily impart too much. This was the foundation of a clan. If it was spread out and everyone learned it, then what was the point of the clan's existence? So, in their view, such an approach was cutting off the foundation of their clans. Facing the opposition of the crowd, Qin Shujian had already expected this. Soon after, he coldly snorted and suppressed all the noise in the hall. "There is something that you may not be very clear about. Ben Huang is not discussing with you. Instead, I am announcing this decision. All the clans of the human race must hand over all the cultivation method copies and not hide anything. Anyone who discovers it will be treated as a traitor." As Qin Shujian spoke, a terrifying aura spread out from his body, suppressing everyone's mind and making them tremble. In addition, the existing resources of the various clans, and even all the resources in the future, will all be handed over to the sacred ground. In the end, the sacred ground will distribute them. Boom. Once the sentence was out, a perilous situation arose again. "Silence!" Qin Shujian shouted sternly. After suppressing all the voices, he spoke again. "The sacred ground will set up the heaven roll. The top 100 cultivators of the basic martial realm, true martial realm, spirit martial realm, divine martial realm, heavenly being, and perfected immortal realm will enter the heaven roll. In the future, the resources will be allocated by the sacred ground. 50% of the resources will be allocated by the heaven roll. The remaining 50% will belong to the other clans. In addition, each sect can send a divine martial realm cultivator as a deacon of the sacred ground. Heavenly beings can become elders of the sacred ground. In addition, any itinerant cultivator who reaches the peak of the divine martial realm can become an elder of the sacred ground and assist Ben Huang in handling the affairs of the sacred ground. Meanwhile, each sect can establish a foundation in the sacred ground. However, the number of people who can enter the sacred ground is limited. The True Dominion sect has 5 people, the Spirit Dominion sect has 10, the Great Dominion sect has 20, and the top major sects have 50. In addition, any disciple who is on the martial realm roll will have an extra place. Each person on the True Martial roll will have 3 places, the Spirit Martial roll will have 5 places, the Divine Martial roll will have 10 places, and the Heavenly Being roll will have 15 places. All the places will change every 3 years. If anyone fails to make the roll during this period, they will be expelled from the sacred ground. Qin Shujian looked at the crowd and spoke faintly. Next, he explained the rules of the heaven roll in detail. In the end, Qin Shujian added, the Qianyuan College will be open to all cultivation techniques from the elementary martial realm to the spirit martial realm for free. If a cultivator reaches the peak of the spirit martial realm and wants to obtain a divine martial realm cultivation technique, they will only need to kill a spirit martial realm alien race. If a cultivator at the peak of the divine martial realm wants to obtain a divine martial realm cultivation technique, they will only need to kill a divine martial realm alien race. After all, the sacred ground does not provide for idlers. Ben Huang can satisfy you with cultivation techniques, but you also have to contribute to the human race. The most direct way is to kill an alien race. At this moment, a sect cultivator stood up and said in a low voice, please forgive me for not agreeing. The cultivation technique inheritance is the lifeline of the sect, and the resources are the foundation of the sect. If all of this is handed over to the sacred ground, what is the point of our sects existing? If that is the case, all the sects should disband and merge into the sacred ground. Good. Qin Shujian was not angry. Instead, he smiled and nodded. In that case, all the sects in the world will be disbanded and merged into the Qianyuan sacred ground. Ben Huang will allow each sect to leave a legacy in the sacred ground. Impossible. Yes, even if you are the human emperor, you can't be so overbearing and directly cut off the legacy of our sections. Our sects have also fought for the human race. Now the Qin emperor wants to ban our sections. It is disappointing. This time, the cultivators of the other sects could not sit still and stood up to oppose. For a moment, in the Qianyuan hall, hundreds of people had stood up. Jing Bianyun on the side also wanted to make a move, but he was directly suppressed by Yin Banqing. Don't act rashly. He knew Qin Shujian's character very well. The Qin emperor in front of him had obviously been preparing for this for a long time. If opposition alone could make the other party change his mind, the possibility was not high. Perhaps there would be other changes later. Yin Banqing thought of something inside in his heart. Yin Banqing was not the only one who did not make a move. The Heavenly Array sect, the Supreme sect, the Tuahai sect, and the Nonahal sect also did not make any moves for the time being. Lu Taixian stood up, looked at Feng Xinglan and Yin Banqing, and said, Brother Feng, Brother Yin, the Heavenly Array sect and the Traceless sect are also the foundations of our ancestors. Are you going to sit by and watch the foundation of our sects be destroyed? Yin Banqing did not reply. Feng Xinglan frowned and said, the Qin emperor naturally has his own plans. We'd better wait and see. Humph. Lu Taixian snorted coldly and ignored him. It was absolutely impossible to destroy the legacy of the Dark Eye sect. Now there were hundreds of sects that objected, and more people stood up one after another. It seemed that it was because there were so many people. As for those individual cultivators, none of them spoke. They were not fools. The establishment of the Qianyuan sacred ground and the words that Qin Shujian had just said were of great benefit to the individual cultivators. The only thing that would harm them was the interests of the sections. Qin Shujian calmly looked at the people who stood up and said lightly, Are you going to force me to abdicate? His voice was flat, but it contained a terrible majesty. Some people's hearts trembled. But some people's expressions did not change. Lu Taixian cupped his hands and said, Don't get me wrong, Qin Emperor. We don't mean to force you to abdicate. It's just that the decision just now has already destroyed the foundation of our sections. Our sects definitely can't agree to this kind of thing. Moreover, in the last battle in the East Continent, our sect also had Shenwu cultivators who died in battle. Don't you care about our old friendship at all? Some people from the Dark Ice sect died in battle, and some people from other sects also died in battle. More than half of the disciples of the Yuanyuan sect died in battle. Ben Huang only wants to ask you, if your Dark Ice sect is fighting for the human clan, then you, Lu Taixian, are a human. Everyone in your Dark Ice sect is a human, you are fighting for the human clan. And you are also fighting for yourselves. Ben Huang respects the cultivators who died in battle as heroes of the human clan. But you have the views of your sects and control the cultivation methods to stop the cultivators of the human clan from moving forward. You are destroying the foundation of the human clan. A hero is a hero, but a tumor is also a tumor. Today, Ben Huang doesn't destroy the foundation of your sects, but you want to destroy the foundation of the human clan. Qin Shujian's voice was cold and angry as he scolded. In the end, he looked around at the crowd and said again. Ben Huang will give you 3 breaths to consider. If you sit down again, I can let bygones be bygones. After that, he closed his eyes. Hearing this sentence, some of the cultivators who didn't have confidence had to sit down again. However, there were even more cultivators who remained motionless. This kind of thing was destroying their foundation. It was absolutely intolerable. 3 breaths later, Qin Shujian opened his eyes again. Looking at the people who were still standing, he nodded slightly and said, "Very good, it seems that you have made a decision. Now, Ben Huang will add one more thing. Those who don't follow Ben Huang's orders will be regarded as betraying the human clan. As for the traitors..." Qin Shujian's eyes suddenly became cold, and he said word by word, "Kill. None. Amnesty." After that, the expressions of the cultivators who stood up changed drastically. But before they could speak, a terrifying power rose from Qin Shujian's body. The endless power turned into a big hand and pinched all the cultivators. Immediately, bang, all the cultivators' bodies directly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that scattered all over the sky. Then, the heaven mist swept away, and all the bloody mist dissipated. Although the bloody mist dissipated, but the smell of blood was still there. Everyone's face was pale, and they looked at Qin Shujian as if they had seen a terrible existence. Dead, they're all dead. How could this be? Some cultivators couldn't believe it, and some cultivators were wailing. Those wailing cultivators. They were all the fellow disciples of the many cultivators who were killed just now. Gulp, Yin Banqing swallowed hard. He saw with his own eyes that Lu Taixian was directly crushed to death by the other party. A dignified expert at the first level of the celestial being realm was like an ant without any resistance. He had expected that Lu Taishuan's opposition would cause bad things. But he didn't expect that Qin Shujian's methods would be so ruthless. He killed hundreds of experts without leaving a single one alive. Among them were the sect masters of the top sects, as well as the sect guarding experts of the sects of the major regions. Those who could sit here. Basically, they were the sect guarding experts of the various sections. But even so, they were still dead. Yin Banqing looked at Fan Xinglan and the others. Coincidentally, these people also looked at him. They looked at each other. They could see the lingering fear. At this moment, many people felt sorry for the death of the rabbit. He easily killed all the cultivators who opposed him. Qin Shujian's expression didn't change at all. Long before the meeting, he had such an expectation. If he wanted to integrate the Holy Land, it wasn't possible to rely on the title of the human emperor. There was no blood. There was no killing. These sects wouldn't really submit. Of course, it would be best if everything went smoothly, but there were always some people who didn't know what was good for them. After killing Lu Taixian and the others, Qin Shujian looked at the others and said slowly, "Anyone else who wants to object can also stand up now. Anyone who destroys the foundation of the human race is a traitor. Ben Huang will fulfill your wish." As soon as these words came out, the hall fell into a dead silence. There were only a few people who were really not afraid of death. Even if they weren't afraid of death, they didn't want to die so meaninglessly. After a while, no one spoke. Qin Shujian finally nodded with satisfaction. "It seems that you have no objections to Ben Huang's words." The situation was better than he expected. He thought that he would have to kill a few more people to warn the others. Even Xianxia had already made up his mind to kill all the experts of the sects and even destroy all of the sections. Compared to the base of the human race, these sects were insignificant. If all the sects were eradicated, Xianxia believed that it wouldn't be long before the Qianyuan sacred ground could cultivate a force that was no weaker than the current cultivation world. But now it seemed, based on the number of sects, the number of people who objected was relatively small. As for the rest of the sections, Xianxia didn't want to find out whether it was because he was scared of being killed, or whether it was because he sincerely agreed. All he wanted was the result. Then Xianxia looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "Since there are no more objections, I will continue with what I just said. Extraordinary times. Extraordinary means. Now that the human race was facing a life-and-death situation, there was no need for too many different voices. Establishing the Qianyuan sacred ground. Xianxujian's goal was to have the voice of Emperor Qin be the only one in the entire world of cultivation. That would be enough. Great Zhao only had one voice, and that was Emperor Zhao. The rest, those who did not comply, would all be killed. Hundreds of millions of people in the eastern continent. Even if all the sects were wiped out, it would not affect the overall situation. Anyway, there were not many diviners. If a war really broke out, these cultivators would be cannon fodder. In that case, it was better to clear out all these stumbling blocks. Even if this decision, indeed, millions of people would bleed and die, and Xianxujian would not hesitate to do so. I am the emperor of the human race, and only the emperor of the human race. Xianxujian thought of his conversation with Xia Yi in the void turbulence. He was the emperor of the human race, not someone's emperor. If sacrificing a small number of people in exchange for a better future for the human race, Xianxujian would not hesitate to do it. In the main hall, Yin Banqing and the others were sensible. Or else, if they stood up, Xianxujian would still not show mercy. From today onwards, all the sects in the world will be included in the Qianyuan sacred ground. From now on, there will be no more sects in the eastern continent. However, Ben Huang does not really want to destroy all the inheritances. But now is an extraordinary time, and we can only use extraordinary means. Xianxujian said. But as Ben Huang said, each sect can leave an inheritance in the sacred ground as a symbol of the foundation of each sect. All the cultivation methods, martial arts, and resources will be handed over to the sacred ground for unified management. In the future, the initiators of the human race in the eastern continent who do not want to stay in the academy can go to the various academies to receive a top-grade true-level foundation-laying cultivation method. At the same time, the sacred ground will set up a sky patrol to monitor the world. Anyone who kills without permission will be arrested by the sky patrol and punished according to the severity of the case. If anyone disobeys, they can be killed on the spot. In addition, the sacred ground will set up a sky patrol to supervise the sky patrol. Those who violate their duties will be severely punished. Sky patrol, sky patrol. When the others heard these words, their faces became solemn. It was predictable. After the establishment of the Qianyuan sacred ground, these two organizations were the masters of the entire cultivation world, in charge of life and death. Hearing this, Yin Banqing cupped his hands and said, "Dare I ask the Qin Emperor, who can be the supervising angel and who can be the inspecting celestial guards? As long as you are an elder of the Holy Land, you may have the opportunity to become an angel supervisor." Xianxujian said faintly, "Deacons of the Holy Land can also become commanders of the Heavenly Patrol. As for the members of the Heavenly Patrol, you can discuss among yourselves. But even if they are sky patrolling guards, they are required to patrol the world and inspect cultivators. If they don't have enough strength, they won't be able to take up that position. Therefore, all sky patrolling guards must be at least in the 7th level of the spirit realm." 7th level of the spirit realm. That would be a prominent divine stage cultivator. Many people had shocked expressions on their faces. The celestial beings were the supervising angels. Shenwu was the commander of the celestial patrol. Only those above the 7th level of the spirit realm had the qualifications to become a normal sky patrol. From this, it could be seen, Once these two organizations were established, their authority and strength would be limitless. In the Eastern Continent's ordinary realm, at least one academy needs to be established, with a true martial realm cultivator as the dean. In the True Dominion, at least 3 academies need to be established, with a spirit martial realm cultivator as the dean. In the spirit realm, at least 10 academies need to be established, with a divine martial realm cultivator as the dean. In the Great Domains, at least 30 academies need to be established, with a divine martial realm cultivator or above as the dean. Xianxia said. Hearing this, a cultivator cupped his hands and said, Qin Emperor, the Eastern Continent has 13 prefectures and a total of 74 great domains. According to this calculation, we need at least 2,000 late-stage divine martial realm experts. With the current strength of the cultivation world, I'm afraid we can't afford it. What he said was already very tactful. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but that they couldn't afford it at all. The divine martial realm cultivators present. Basically, all the experts in the cultivation world. After all, there were only 2,000 people. Most of them were at the early stage of the divine martial realm. As for late-stage divine martial realm cultivators, they were pitifully few. Xianxia said lightly, if we can't afford that many 7th-stage divine martial realm cultivators, then all the divine martial realm cultivators will be appointed as the dean of the Great Domain Academy. The deans are elected every 100 years. Ben Huang hopes that in 100 years, the deans of the Qianyuan Academy will all be late-stage divine martial realm cultivators. After he finished speaking, he took out the heaven list from his spiritual sea. The next moment, the heaven list was placed in the main hall. All the cultivators' eyes fell on the heaven list. I am Qin Emperor. From today onwards, I will unite all the sects in the world and establish the Qianyuan sacred ground. Among the human race, the sacred ground will be supreme. As soon as he finished speaking, the Eastern Continent was shaken. The light from providence of all the sects rose and then suddenly shattered. Immediately afterward, countless rays of light gathered. In the sky, the phantom of a list condensed, directly transcending the constraints of the Qianyuan realm and manifesting in the outside world. At the same time, Xianxia's voice also borrowed the power of the light from providence to spread throughout the world. How could this be? Qianyuan sacred ground, is Qin Emperor going to wipe out all the sects in one fell swoop? No. The strong cultivators who stayed behind to guard the sects were now crazy. All the light from the sects, all of it overflowed uncontrollably and gathered toward the heaven list. Even the treasures of the sects could not suppress the loss of the light from providence. Some 4th-class sects fell to 3rd-class sects, 3rd-class sects fell to 2nd-class sects, 2nd-class sects fell to 1st-class sects, and then from 1st-class sects fell to 0-class sections. In the end, the last bit of light dissipated, and the sects completely collapsed. Some of the strength that was directly increased by the light from providence because of the increase in the level of the sects collapsed directly at this moment. Some cultivators of the spiritual martial realm fell to the true martial realm. Some cultivators of the physical invulnerability realm fell to the inner invulnerability realm. Even some cultivators of the true martial realm fell to the martial realm. In the heaven meridian, the light from Yuanzong dissipated. Xinghong sighed. Some kind of power was being extracted from his body, causing his newly broken realm to tremble slightly. But the good thing was, this trembling did not last long. By the time it disappeared, although there was a fluctuation in his realm, it still remained in the divine martial realm. All the light from the sects have retreated. Qin Emperor's actions this time are too big. Xinghong still had a lingering fear. Fortunately, he was not a salted fish that only relied on the light from the sects to improve. When he saw Xianxia deprive the light from the other elders and deacons, he understood that the improvement of light from providence was not reliable. So, during that time, Xinghong had been polishing his improved realm until it was completely stabilized, and then he broke through to the divine martial realm. Therefore, this time, the changes in the sects did not directly return him to his original state. It was not just him. Even the other elders in the sects were not affected much. However, there were also some deacons whose realms had dropped to a certain extent, but not by much. At this moment, the heaven list, which had gathered countless light from providence in the sky, had become solid. The Xianxia realm. In the Xianxia Great Hall, the heaven list absorbed the light from the world, and a terrifying aura was emitted from it, as if it could suppress the world. Among all the cultivators present, except for a very small number of cultivators who were affected, the others were not affected. The light from the sect is gone, Jing Bianyun murmured. As the sect master of the Traceless sect, he could naturally sense the changes in the sect. Just now, the light from the Traceless sect that had accumulated for thousands of years was gone, even if it was a Tao artifact of the sect. It was not enough to suppress the loss of light. That feeling. It made Jing Bianyun think that he was the one who stole the light from the sect, and Qin Shujian was the master of the light from the sect. Now, his face was pale. The light from the Traceless sect was gone. It meant that the Traceless sect no longer existed. A sect without light from providence. How could it be considered a real sect? It was not recognized by the world, nor by the human race. But soon, once again, he felt a vast amount of energy converging from the unseen world. This is light from providence. Feeling the changes in his body, Jing Bianyun's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly looked up at the heaven list in the hall. Over there. He saw his name. 46th on the Divine Martial Realm list. It wasn't just Jing Bianyun. Many people in the hall felt that something had fallen on their bodies from the unseen world. At that moment, their comprehension of cultivation seemed to have been enlightened. Even the circulation of their vital essence was a little faster. Such a change. Their gazes landed on the heaven ranking at the same time. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice, the Qianyuan sacred ground has set up the heaven list, and all the cultivators in the world can be listed on it. Now the list is the list of cultivators who the heaven list thinks are strong enough to be ranked in the top 100 of the current realm. Any cultivator on the list will be protected by the light from the sacred ground, and they will be successful in their cultivation. However, the list is chosen by the heaven list, and it is not accurate. Other cultivators who are not on the list can also challenge the people on the list. If they can replace them, they can enter the heaven list. In addition, those who are not more than 25 years old can enter the martial realm list. Those who are not more than 50 years old can enter the true martial realm list. Those who are not more than 500 years old can enter the spirit martial realm list. Those who are not more than 2,000 years old can enter the divine martial realm list. There are no restrictions on celestial realm cultivators. As long as one is a celestial realm cultivator, strength is respected. Qin Shujian explained. He did not mention true immortals. There was no need for that. There were not many celestial realm cultivators now, let alone true immortals. Fang Xinglan cupped his hands and said, Sect Master, how are the talents and combat strength on the list evaluated? Based on the human clan, talents are based on race, realm, combat strength, and age. Talents are also divided into 4 levels: mediocre, superior, genius, and outstanding. Those who are mediocre have a chance to break through to the celestial realm in the future. Those who are superior have a chance to become powerful figures in the future. Those who are called geniuses have a chance to step into the nirvana realm and become a true immortal in the future. Those with outstanding talents will definitely become immortals. Boom, a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Those with mediocre talents could become celestial realm cultivators. The heaven list's requirements were too high. Soon, those cultivators who were on the list were all looking for information about themselves. They wanted to see with their own eyes what stage they were at. Mediocre, haha. My talent is mediocre. It seems that I have a chance to break through to the celestial realm. Haha, I'm also mediocre. I'm superior. In that case, I can break through to the almighty realm in the future. Looking at the talent evaluation above, some people were pleasantly surprised, while others were worried. But most of them were pleasantly surprised. Because this time, the list was no longer just disciples of Yuan sect, but all cultivators. Those who were able to be on the list were naturally experts in the same realm. This kind of cultivator, Generally speaking, their talents wouldn't be too bad. However, this time, Qin Shujian excluded the players and only included the native human clan cultivators. As for the non-human clan cultivators, they couldn't be on the list either. But even for the cultivators on the list, not everyone could get a mediocre evaluation. A true martial realm cultivator said hesitantly, "May I ask, Qin Emperor, if your talent is blank, what is the reason?" "Those who can't form a mediocre evaluation, their talent is blank," Qin Shujian said. Hearing that, the cultivator's face turned pale in an instant. Those who couldn't form a talent were blank. That meant cultivators with blank talent had no chance to break through to the celestial realm. Although he knew that there was still a big gap between him and the celestial realm, he still suffered a huge blow when he suddenly knew this. Did he have a chance to break through to the celestial realm? It was completely different from whether he was destined to break through to the celestial realm. He wasn't the only one whose face turned pale. There were also a small number of cultivators whose faces turned pale. As for Qin Yuanbai, at this moment, his face was also very dark. Because his talent evaluation was mediocre. Impossible, how could I have a mediocre evaluation? Could it be that I won't have a chance to break through to the almighty realm in the future? Qin Yuanbai couldn't believe it. Although the Nine Palace sect had never produced an almighty realm expert, he didn't think that he would be inferior to his predecessors. But now that the heaven list was established, this made the sect master of the Nine Palace sect suffer a huge blow. Qin Shujian said, "In the ancient times, the heavenly court had an immortal list of myriad clans, and all the cultivators on the list were at least the celestial realm. This heaven list was created from the fragments of the immortal list of myriad clans, and it also followed the settings of the heavenly court. However, although talent is an evaluation, it's not 100% accurate. The evaluation shown above is only the height that you can reach in the future, but it's not the height that is inevitable. Because talent isn't static. If a cultivator's current talent is blank, but he breaks through to the celestial realm one day, then his talent will naturally transform into mediocre. So, you don't have to care too much about talent," Qin Shujian reminded. When the others heard that, their expressions became a little better, but some people still felt uncomfortable. Immediately after, Qin Shujian said again, "As for combat strength, it's also a standard of the heavenly court's evaluation. The level of combat strength doesn't represent absolute, it's just an evaluation of the cultivator. But for cultivators who have other hidden means, or even with the help of divine weapons, they can still exert strength far beyond their own combat strength." Hearing that, all the cultivators in the hall shifted their gazes to the heaven roll. Whether it was on the list or not on the list, they all wanted to see what level the other people's combat strength had reached. Qi Tianxing quickly found his name and looked at his combat strength evaluation. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Combat strength, 21. Although Qi Tianxing didn't know what a combat strength of 21 meant, he instinctively felt that his combat strength should be very low. Subsequently, his gaze moved away from the divine martial list and fell on the celestial list. Not long after, Qi Tianxing found Yin Banqing's information. Combat strength, 112. Seeing this, he felt a little better in his heart. "I'm already at the peak of the divine martial realm, but my combat strength is only 21. Yin Banqing broke through to the celestial realm, but his combat strength is 112. This means that the gap between me and the celestial realm is about 5 times. Qi Tianxing thought in his heart. He estimated the gap between the two sides, and found that the gap between the peak of the divine martial realm and the celestial realm was about that much. As a result, his ability to trust the heaven roll had also increased a little. Soon, Qi Tianxing scanned through everyone's names on the heaven ranking. There weren't many people who could be on the list. There were only 6 people in the entire celestial list. Yin Banqing, Fan Xinglan, Ji Yuanliang, Xianxia, Cui Huai, Qin Yuanbai, and that Qin Shihuang. Among them, Qin Shujian was ranked first. The remaining 6 people were ranked behind. In other words, there were only 6 celestial realm cultivators left in the cultivation world. There were originally 7, but Lu Taixian had just been crushed to death, so he naturally couldn't be on the list. In such a big cultivation world, excluding Xianxia Huang, there were only 6 celestial realm cultivators. Originally, Qi Tianxing didn't think that the human clan was weak, but now it seemed that they were really pitifully weak. It was fine if they weren't on the list. If one looked at the list carefully, they would know that the human clan's experts were scarce to such an extent. While he was sighing in his heart, Qi Tianxing also looked at the combat strength of these celestial realm cultivators. Similar to Yin Banqing, most of them were around 100. Only Qin Yuanbai was at the second level of the celestial realm, and his combat strength had reached 200. As for that Xianxia Huang, it was blank. Yin Banqing raised his head, silently looking at the data on the heaven list. Excluding Qin Shujian. Among the 6 celestial realm cultivators, he was almost the weakest one, at the bottom of the celestial realm cultivators. To this, Yin Banqing didn't feel too surprised. After all, he had just broken through to the celestial realm not long ago, and it was before his lifespan was exhausted. It was already not easy to become a celestial realm cultivator. How high would his combat strength be? The threshold of the celestial realm cultivator's combat strength should be around 100. Looking at the list, Yin Banqing came to a conclusion. At this time, a middle-aged man cupped his hands and said, "I also want to see the strength of Xianxia Huang. I wonder if I can do so?" Many people were stunned when they heard this. Then they looked at Qin Shujian with shining eyes. That's right. They also wanted to see how much combat strength Qin Shujian had and how talented he was. There was no other reason. It was purely out of curiosity about this human emperor. It was just that there were only a few who dared to ask. The person who spoke now. It was one of the powerhouses on the heaven list, Ji Yuanliang. He was originally a celestial realm cultivator of the top sects in Thousand Mountains Prefecture, but now that the sect was gone, he could barely be considered an elder of the sacred ground. Hearing this, Qin Shujian didn't get angry and said with a smile, "Since you want to see, Ben Huang will fulfill your wish. I just hope that after you see it, you won't leak it out." Xianxia Huang, don't worry. Other than the people present, no one else will know about this. That's right, we won't leak it out. Those cultivators agreed immediately. Seeing this, Qin Shujian looked a little helpless. Then, with a wave of his hand, the fog on the heaven list dispersed a little, revealing his combat strength and talent evaluation. Combat strength, 36,000. Talent evaluation, excellent. The hall was dead silent. Some cultivators even rubbed their eyes, afraid that they had seen wrongly. 36,000 combat strength. Hiss, excellent talent. The sound of people sucking in cold air rose one after another. They didn't know what a combat strength of 36,000 meant. But compared with the other powerhouses on the celestial list, it was immediately clear. In the entire celestial list, excluding Qin Shujian, the one with the strongest combat strength was Qin Yuanbai, 234. One with 36,000. One with 234. Everyone was silent. This was no longer a gap, but an existence on a completely different level. They remembered that when Qin Shujian crushed Lu Taixian to death, he didn't even raise his hand. Now that they thought about it, they felt that it was natural. To put it bluntly, with the strength of this Xianxia Huang, even if all the cultivators in the cultivation world were combined, they wouldn't be enough to crush him with one hand. Among other things, the cultivators on the list, the God Martial Arts realm and the Celestial realm cultivators, were considered the strongest in the entire cultivation world. The combat strength of so many people added up was only 2,000 or 3,000. This combat strength, it wasn't even a fraction of the other parties. Not to mention the excellent talent, which meant that this Xianxia Huang was destined to become a supreme immortal if he didn't die. At this moment, everyone was sincerely convinced. Originally, they were dissatisfied with Qin Shujian's action of forcibly disbanding all the sects and returning them to the Qianyuan sacred ground. Now, this dissatisfaction dissipated. They no longer doubted it. If all the people present opposed it, would this Xianxia Huang wipe out all the cultivators in one fell swoop? They also realized. To the human race, their existence was truly dispensable. Sometimes. In terms of realm, there was no gap. But in terms of combat strength, this gap was very obvious. Suddenly, Ji Yuanliang sighed. It is the honor of the human clan to have Xianxia Huang. There was nothing more to say. He had truly understood the gap between him and Qin Shujian. If they really fought, this Xianxia Huang could crush them to death as easily as eating and drinking. But at the same time, Qin Shujian was so powerful. In the 4 major continents, there were still powerhouses like the Demon Emperor and the Divine Emperor who could be comparable to him. As a result, it also indirectly showed that it was just as easy for such a powerhouse to destroy them. In other words, if these powerhouses attacked the cultivation world in the future, if this Qin Shi Huang did not take action, the cultivation world would definitely be destroyed. No one would be spared. The cultivation world. It was really too weak. It was so weak that all the powerhouses added together were not even a fraction of Qin Shujian's combat strength. It was like this in front of Qin Shujian. If it was in the 4 major continents, it would be even more pitifully weak. Qin Shujian waved his hand again, hiding the information about himself on the heaven list. Finally, his gaze fell on 2 of them. Those 2 people. They were the sect masters of the Yinyang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect. Shi Yinyang and Lu Yan's faces were as ugly as if they had eaten shit. Their hearts were trembling. When they noticed Qin Shujian's gaze, they could only force a smile on their faces. Although they had already apologized to Yuan Zong. But judging from the current situation, Qin Shujian did not seem to intend to let them go. Thinking of this, the 2 of them felt like crying. If they had known that Qin Shujian would grow to such a level one day, they would never have been bewitched by giant spirit and attacked the Traceless sect. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The 2 of them only hoped that Qin Shujian could punish them again. As expected. While the 2 of them were trembling with fear, Qin Shujian's voice sounded, the Yinyang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect once stopped the heavenly beings of the human clan from breaking through. Although the 2 sects no longer exist, this matter cannot be forgotten. You must know that any heavenly being is the backbone of the human clan and also the foundation of the human clan. In order to punish them, you 2 need to go to the human clan's territory to guard it for 10 years. After 10 years, you can return to the eastern continent. We obey the orders of the human emperor. The 2 of them were slightly relieved and immediately cupped their hands to accept the order. It was fine to guard the human clan's territory. As long as a war did not break out, there would basically be no problem. And even if a war broke out, there were so many strong cultivators there, it might not be their turn to charge and break through the enemy lines. At most, they would not be able to return to the eastern continent for 10 years. 10 years would pass quickly. They just had to endure it. The 2 of them comforted themselves. Immediately, Qin Shujian continued, from today onwards, all devas will be appointed as elders and overseers of the Holy Land. 100 divine martial cultivators will be appointed as commanders of the heavenly guards. Each commander of the heavenly guards will have 100 heavenly guards under him, and each heavenly guard can command 100 heavenly guards. If there are not enough cultivators above the 7th level of the spirit martial realm, the heavenly guards can lower the standard to the airborne realm. However, all heavenly guards must be at the prominent divine realm. If there are not enough people, they can temporarily leave a vacancy. The 100 heavenly guards commanders were destined to be at the divine martial realm. Under each commander, there were another 100 heavenly guards. In this way, they needed 10,000 cultivators above the 7th level of the spirit martial realm. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, in such a large cultivation world, it wasn't difficult to gather 10,000 cultivators above the 7th level of the spirit martial realm. However, it was still difficult to gather 1,000,000 cultivators like that. However, the standard was lowered from the 7th level of the spirit martial realm to the 4th level of the spirit martial realm. As for those below the 4th level of the spirit martial realm, they didn't have the qualifications to become heavenly guards. From today onwards, everyone here will hand over all the sect's resources to the sacred ground. At the same time, the sacred ground will immediately go to various places to establish schools. Several elders of the sacred ground will supervise and take charge. There can be no delay. Ben Huang requests that within half a year, the Qianyuan school will blossom everywhere in the eastern continent. You can do it. We will obey the Qin Emperor's order. Qin Yuanbai and the other heavenly beings all stood up and bowed to accept the order. Qin Shujian slightly nodded, then said, all divine martial techniques will be safeguarded by the sacred ground. Other people are not allowed to privately teach them. They are also not allowed to be taught to inhumans or other races. However, those who violate this will be treated as traitors. We will obey. Everyone replied in unison. That point. They didn't have any problems. As for inhumans, the people here didn't think highly of them. As for them, although inhumans looked like humans, to a certain extent, they were still different from humans. After all, inhumans were visitors from outer space. They were fundamentally different from the humans of this world. This meeting is over. All the elders of the sacred ground can choose any side hall in the palace as their residence. In addition, Ben Huang also said that the original sects can leave a branch in the Qianyuan realm. They can leave some disciples to live in the Qianyuan realm with their original level. However, the spirit qi in the Qianyuan realm is limited. If you want to get more places, you must make a great contribution or compete for the heaven list. After that, Qin Shujian stood up and disappeared on the spot. In the Qianyuan palace, no one saw how Qin Shujian left. At this time, in the main hall, all the cultivators were silent for a while, then got up and left. They could feel it. The world was going to change. The sects would no longer exist. The sacred ground would be established. Moreover, establishing academies in various places was equivalent to preaching to the world and giving everyone the opportunity to have access to cultivation methods. Such an approach was equivalent to a great reform. A cultivator sighed and said, we have no problem establishing Qianyuan academies in various places, but will the great Zhao agree? Some people thought of the imperial court. The establishment of Qianyuan Academy would definitely have a great impact on them. If the imperial court didn't agree, then it would be troublesome. Qin Yuanbai glanced at him and said lightly, since Emperor Qin has made this decision, he must have discussed it with Emperor Zhao. Moreover, you can just carry out Emperor Qin's orders. There's no need to talk so much. Elder Qin's words are reasonable. The cultivator's face stiffened, then he smiled apologetically. He couldn't afford to offend Qin Yuanbai. He couldn't afford to offend him in the past, and he couldn't afford to offend him now. The sacred ground elder and supervisor angel. It could be said that in the Qianyuan sacred ground, such a status was only slightly lower than that of the human emperor. No one could afford to offend him. Soon, everyone walked out of the Qianyuan palace. Some people left directly. Some people looked for a place to set up a foundation in the Qianyuan realm. Qin Shujian had already said it. Each sect could leave an inheritance in the Qianyuan realm as a guide for the disciples of the sects who would come to the Qianyuan realm in the future. In that case, they naturally had to make a good selection. On the other side, a large number of experts came out of the Qianyuan realm. Everyone's expression was different compared to the depression in the Qianyuan palace. After coming out of the outside world, everyone felt their bodies loosen up. However, the so-called relaxation was only relative. Thinking of the content of the meeting and the decision made, they shook their heads and smiled bitterly. What meeting? It's clearly an announcement. A cultivator laughed at himself. The meeting sounded nice. However, it was just Qin Shujian's decision. The others had no chance to object at all. No. Seriously speaking, it was still possible to object. However, the price of objection was death. Thinking of the hundreds of experts who were casually killed by Qin Shujian, many people felt a chill in their hearts. It was too ruthless. He killed hundreds of experts without hesitation. It was so ruthless. This caused many people to feel fear. Especially after seeing Qin Shujian's combat strength, they understood that it would not take much effort for him to kill them. At this moment, in Liangshan City, the cultivators of the various sects were gathered here. Because there were requirements, not everyone could enter for the meeting. A group of people from many sects came, but there was only one person who really entered the Qianyuan realm. Why didn't I see my sect master come out? The elder of the Dark Eye sect was stunned. He looked for all the experts who appeared, but he did not find Lu Taixian. In the end, the elder came in front of Qin Yuanbai, cupped his hands and said, "May I ask Sect Master Qin, why didn't my sect master come out?" Right now, he had a bad premonition in the bottom of his heart. Qin Yuanbai glanced at him and said calmly, "Lu Taixian betrayed the human race and was killed by the Qin Emperor." What? The elder's face turned pale, and he almost couldn't stand still. It's impossible. How could my sect master betray the human race? It's impossible. Elder Su, you should understand that the Qin Emperor said that Lu Taixian betrayed the human race, so Lu Taixian betrayed the human race. Fortunately, the Qin Emperor did not vent his anger on your Dark Eye sect. Be content. Qin Yuanbai patted him on the shoulder. Then he corrected him, "By the way, don't call me Sect Master Qin in the future. Please call me Elder Qin. After all, the Nine Palace sect has been merged into the Qianyuan sacred ground. I am just an elder of the sacred ground now." Elder Su was now completely immersed in the sadness of Lu Taishuan's death. When he came to his senses, Qin Yuanbai had already left. "Our sect master is dead. What should my Dark Eye sect do?" Elder Su was in a daze. However, he soon recalled the phenomenon in the sky and the words that Qin Yuanbai had said. All of a sudden, Elder Su snapped out of his daze. "No, it seems that the Dark Eye sect is gone too." Such a blow made his throat roll, and the sweet taste of blood rushed up. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his vision turned black. He fainted on the ground. A meeting. The sect was gone. The Dark Eye sect was gone too. Such a blow was not something that anyone could bear. The Dark Eye sect was not the only one who reacted this way. The sects where the experts who were killed in the main hall belonged to were all stunned as if they had been struck by lightning when they received the news. No one expected it. How could such a thing happen during a proper meeting, even more unexpected? In less than a day, the sect was gone. And it was not just one sect that was gone. All the sects in the world were gone. In the cultivation world, only the Qianyuan sacred ground was left. A sacred ground that ruled the cultivation world. Some of the cultivators from the various sects were furious, some were terrified, and some were grief-stricken. Some even felt hatred for Qin Shujian. But even so, no one dared to jump out and say anything. All the sects in the world had already surrendered. No one dared to disobey the orders of the Qin Emperor. As long as they didn't want to die, they wouldn't do anything impulsive. More importantly, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. If they really collided with the Qin Emperor, it would be like hitting a stone with an egg. The world has changed. I'm afraid the establishment of the Qianyuan Academy this time will not go smoothly. Fang Xinglan looked at the sky and let out a long sigh. In his opinion, Qin Shujian's tough methods would definitely cause dissatisfaction and even resentment among many cultivators. It might even cause trouble for the Qianyuan sacred ground. However, in the current situation, it seemed that this was the most suitable method. Today's human race doesn't need too many voices. Perhaps only such a human emperor can lead the human race out of the current predicament. Fang Xinglan shook his head with a compassionate look. It was just that with his young face and his current posture, it was strange no matter how one looked at it. P.S. Support the original version. Jidian Chinese Networks. I am decent. The Qianyuan realm. The original Yuan sect had already found a mountain as the foundation of the sect. When Qin Shujian arrived, he happened to see Jingfeng in the martial arts hall, explaining martial arts to some disciples who had entered the main sect. Although there was a limit to the number of people who could enter the Qianyuan sacred ground. But as the Yuan sect founded by Qin Shujian himself, he could still open some back doors. Of course, this back door could not be opened too much, otherwise it would cause dissatisfaction among others. Therefore, Qin Shujian did not invite all the disciples of the Yuan sect. Instead, he only allowed the disciples who were originally in the main sect to enter. Emperor Qin Seeing Qin Shujian arrive, Jing Fang immediately stood up and greeted him. As for the other disciples, all of them bowed respectfully. Qin Shujian nodded slightly and said, "Do as you wish. Ben Huang is just here to take a look." After that, he turned around and left, taking a stroll in the mountain peak. As the first batch of cultivators to enter the Qianyuan realm, the location that Jing Fang and the others had chosen was also good. The mountain peak here was majestic, and it was not inferior to the original Mount Liang. His divine consciousness spread out. Qin Shujian took a step forward and appeared on a flat ground. Although the mountain was high, but it was not steep everywhere. Immediately after, Qin Shujian took out the heaven list and released the courtyard hidden inside. After doing this, he opened the gate of the courtyard and stepped in. Well, it's still comfortable to live in my own courtyard. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Qin Shujian smiled slightly. Compared to the Tianyuan palace, he was more used to it. This was also why. The reason why Qin Shujian didn't stay there was because he had returned here. He sat down on the stone bench. He skillfully brewed a pot of spirit tea for himself. Suddenly, the fragrance spread. There were still many spirit flowers condensed by Mu Yang last time. And each time he brewed it, it did not consume much. Qin Shujian looked at his inventory. It could probably last for a few years. He tasted the spirit tea. He was also thinking about something. He had long planned to establish a sacred ground this time. However, the idea of banning all sects was a temporary one. The Holy Land has already been established, so there's no need for the sect's legacy. On the contrary, as time passes, the sect may come into conflict with the academy established by the Holy Land. Since that's the case, it's more appropriate to cancel the sect. It's just that there's not much time left for the human race. It'll take too long to use conciliatory means to slowly whittle down the human race. It'll be more direct to use such an iron-blooded method to suppress them. Qin Shujian reviewed everything that happened during the meeting. Iron Blood's methods were indeed fast. However, the drawbacks were also very obvious. Not to mention anything else. Just the sects where the fallen powerhouses belonged to already had many people who hated him. These people. Who knew what kind of impact it would have on the Holy Land in the future, but this was inevitable, and no one could change it. Qin Shujian could not erase all these hidden dangers just because of a guess. The hardest thing to control was the human heart. The more he killed, the more he killed. There were more and more people who were dissatisfied with the Qianyuan sacred ground. Even if he was obedient on the surface, he was still a huge problem behind the scenes. So, Qin Shujian could only kill the toughest group of people and leave some of the hidden dangers behind. On the surface, he would integrate all the sects and forcefully implement these things. As for the rest, he couldn't care so much anymore. In a few hundred years, the demonic abyss will descend. Now that the cultivation method is fully implemented, this time will become even shorter. It might only be 100 years, or it might not even be 100 years. But now, we can't care about so many years. The demon abyss is a problem, and the other clans are a sharp blade hanging over my head. It won't take 100 years. Maybe in less than 10 years, a true immortal will be born. Once a true immortal is born, the current situation of the human race will be completely destroyed. When the time comes, a war will break out, and no one will be spared. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian also sighed. Although the human race was very stable now. However, it was only an illusory surface. The human race was very stable because of him and Emperor Zhao. If Emperor Zhao couldn't break through to the true immortal realm in the next few years, he would definitely die. Without Emperor Zhao, the deterrence of the human race would be reduced by at least half. And although his current strength was not weak, it was definitely not to the extent that the other clans would not dare to make a move. Even if he raised his strength to the 6th level of the celestial human realm in a few months, in terms of combat strength, he should be about the same as Emperor Zhao. But in front of a true immortal, it was still not enough. The 6th level of the celestial human realm is not enough to turn the situation around. If I want to break through to the 7th level of the celestial human realm, I will need more life source. In total, it will take at least 1.5 to 2 years. In the past, 2 years is very short. But looking at the current situation, 2 years is really hard to say what will happen in 2 years. Qin Shujian also felt a lot of pressure now. In the end, it was because the human race was too weak and had too few experts. Or else, after he broke through to the 6th level of the celestial human realm, he could join forces with Emperor Zhao and take the lead to fight the other clans. Before the other party gave birth to a true immortal, they could destroy all of them. But, such an idea was really just a thought. The human race now. They did not have the right to take the lead at all. Other than the 2 human emperors, the human race's strength could not withstand any war at all. Once Qin Shujian and Emperor Zhao were entangled by the experts, the remaining cultivators of the other clans would be enough to destroy the human race. Of course. When that time came, Qin Shujian also felt that he and Emperor Zhao did not have any scruples. The other clans would definitely not be able to withstand the anger of 2 top experts. But this way of doing things was to exchange clans. In the end, no one gained any benefits. On the contrary, because the cultivators of the other clans were all dead, they completely fell into a state of collapse. It's better not to do the exchange. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. If it really reached the extent of exchanging clans, the human race would almost be destroyed. He did not want to do so. The Demon Emperor and other experts did not want to do so either. So, after the human race had him and Emperor Zhao, although the other clans still had friction with the human race, there were no more large-scale attacks and racial wars. Everyone knew. If they could not deal with the emperor of a clan, even if they killed all the cultivators of that clan, it would be useless. Instead, it was a fearless emperor. For any clan, it was a nightmare. Qin Shujian sat quietly in the courtyard, drinking spirit tea as he pondered over some matters. Now, there are a total of 3 problems in front of the human race. One is the demon abyss, one is the other clans, and the last one is the players. The problem of the demon abyss can be put aside for later. The problem of the other clans is imminent. As for the problem of the players, it's not easy to deal with. Thinking of the players, he rubbed the bridge of his nose and felt a headache. Because Qin Shujian would never forget the reward given to him by the heavens and earth after he killed a player. In other words, to heaven and earth, the players were malignant tumors, invaders, and existences like demons. But from the current situation, the players don't seem to be a threat to the human race. Not to mention the players of the other continents, the players of the Eastern continent have been integrated here for many years, and their actions have become stable. Qin Shujian was expressionless, but he was thinking about many things in his mind. Compared to when he first came here, the players were now much more stable. At least, they would not cause trouble randomly. He also learned from the side. The cultivation level improved here was also helpful to the players in reality. It was also because of this. The players also cherished their wings and would not easily take risks. But since heaven and earth gave rewards for killing the players, then to a certain extent, the players are malignant tumors to heaven and earth. Perhaps the problem is still not something that I can understand now. When it came to the level of heaven and earth, Qin Shujian found that he was still far behind. This might be the collision of 2 worlds. But there might also be other reasons. For him, he could not come into contact with this level of things yet. However, Qin Shujian was clear about one thing. Since heaven and earth thought that the players were malignant tumors and invaders, then it meant that what the players did would definitely have an impact on heaven and earth. It was just this impact. He had not had time to discover it. Or rather, the real impact had yet to come. Qin Shujian's fingers tapped gently on the stone table, and his mind turned again. The main question is, what is the meaning of the player's existence? If it is the collision of 2 worlds, then the role of the players is the pioneer of that world, but that's not right. If that's the case, the players should have been killing everywhere. How can there be no killing in the invasion? Moreover, players from the Eastern continent have arrived, and players from the other 3 continents have also arrived. In that case, including the Eastern continent, players from 4 worlds have come here. From the situation of the players, these four worlds should not be connected. At least the players from the eastern continent have no connection with the players from the other continents. If that's the case, then what is the relationship between the four worlds of players? Qin Shujian thought of a lot of things at once. He instinctively felt that, although the players did not seem to be of much use now, there was no guarantee that they would give him a vicious stab at any time. This was also the reason why Qin Shujian would give an order that all the god-level techniques were not to be taught privately. He did not want the players to get the god-level techniques. To be precise, he did not want the players to be able to break through to the celestial level, because the players grew too quickly. And this race would not be limited by any talent. If a player could become a celestial, it meant that more players would become celestials. Compared to that, the human race really did not have any advantage. No matter what, there won't be a problem in suppressing the growth of the players. As long as the players don't wantonly become celestials, then any unexpected situation will still be under control. However, if they control the techniques for a long time, it might cause some players to be dissatisfied and cause unrest among the human race. In that case, the god-level techniques still have to be given out. At least these players have to see a way forward. But how to give it out is up to me. Qin Shujian's lips curled up into a cold smile. He was now the lord of the Holy Land, the emperor of the human race. The techniques of the world were all under control. Unless Qin Shujian allowed it, the players could only get the techniques. Otherwise, with the current situation of the players, they could not get the god-level techniques from the eastern continent. As for whether these players could get the techniques from other places, Qin Shujian was not too worried. To any race, the players were actually aliens. Not to mention anything else. Just looking at the situation of the players in the other three continents, it was obvious. At least here in the eastern continent, the players were similar to the human race, and they were not discriminated against. But in the other continents, the players were even more miserable. Techniques and martial arts, they were all monopolized by those races. If the players, as aliens, wanted to get these, they had to go through the form of missions and adventures. But the world of the players in the eastern continent doesn't seem to have any cultivators. But there should be powerhouses in the world of the players in the other three continents. The techniques of that world should also be brought into this world to cultivate. Otherwise, under such circumstances, how can the players in the other three continents grow as fast as the players in the eastern continent? Qin Shujian thought to himself. In the world of the players, although he did not come into contact with it personally, he could understand a lot of things indirectly. In the end, no one allowed the players to not reveal their information. Even if the players did not take the initiative to talk to the locals, they did not necessarily have to ask directly to get information. Sometimes, it was just hearsay. It was enough to deduce a lot of things. Then, Qin Shujian released the Godslayer from his sea of consciousness. Looking at the stone knife in front of him, he said, "Senior can sense the existence of the demon abyss. Can you also sense the world where the aliens are?" This question, Qin Shujian just thought of it. The Godslayer said, "No, I can sense the existence of the demon abyss because the demon abyss was once connected to heaven and earth, and I have also killed a lot of evil spirits, so I can sense it. For the aliens, I can't do anything." I see. Qin Shujian nodded slightly, and then said, "In the outer void, are there other worlds?" "I don't know." The Godslayer replied straightforwardly. This question was beyond the scope of the question. Although he was an ancestral armament, he had never truly entered the outer space before. Thus, he didn't know too much. But looking at the expression on Qin Shujian's face, the Godslayer thought for a moment, and said, "There shouldn't be other worlds, because I once heard the human emperor say that the outer void is very big, but there are only two worlds. One is the demon abyss, and the other is the world we are in. Apart from that, there are no other worlds. As for whether it's true or not, this is the human emperor's own speculation, and I don't know. Don't ask me this question. If you really want to be sure, you might as well go to the outer void and explore it yourself in the future." The Godslayer said the last words quickly, as if not giving Qin Shujian a chance to interrupt. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's face was slightly solemn. Originally, he thought, the outer void was vast and boundless, and there should be other worlds. But now, according to the Godslayer, it seemed that there were no other worlds. Then what about the extraterritorial demons and beasts that Senior mentioned? Don't they have their own worlds? I don't think so. Those things were born from the void, and the void is their world. The Godslayer thought for a moment, and then said. Qin Shujian sighed, well, thank you for your explanation. There was something the Godslayer didn't know, and there was no need to ask. Originally, according to Qin Shujian's idea, the world of the players might exist in the outer void, but now it seemed that it really wasn't in the outer void, or it existed in a place far away from the outer void. The outer void, heaven and earth. Forget it, let's not think about it. Qin Shujian shook his head and decided not to think about it. After leaving the courtyard, Qin Shujian went to another place and released the library and other things. At the same time, the news of the establishment of the Qianyuan sacred ground had spread throughout the East continent. The world sects no longer existed. The sacred ground was the only one. Not only that, all the cultivation methods in the world had to be handed over to the sacred ground, and finally, the sacred ground would be in charge of them. Regarding this news, some people were happy to see it happen, while others were resentful. They were happy to see it happen. Naturally, it was those rogue cultivators and some cultivators from small sections. For them, they didn't have any cultivation methods themselves, so it was fine to contribute them. Moreover, the sacred ground controlled the cultivation methods in order to preach to the world. In the future, it would be easier for them to obtain powerful cultivation methods. Why wouldn't he do such a thing? As for the dissatisfied cultivators, they were the strong cultivators from the large sections. The cultivation methods of the sects were the inheritance of their ancestors, and they were also their foundation and lifeline. Now that they had to take them all out and hand them over to the sacred ground, they might have to use them for cultivation in the future. They felt like there was a fishbone in their throat, and they felt uncomfortable all over. However, so what if they were unwilling? The emperor had personally given the order, and no one dared to disobey. Because those who disobeyed were all dead. The words of the Qianyuan sacred ground were orders that couldn't be disobeyed, unless you wanted to die. Some sects wanted to keep their cultivation methods for themselves. He only contributed a portion of his cultivation techniques and kept some precious cultivation techniques for himself. At this time, the role of the Sky Patrol came into play. They were all Sky Patrol. The commanders of the Sky Patrol who came from sects were fine. They turned a blind eye to these things. But the Sky Patrol who came from independent cultivators, that was different. If they wanted to keep their cultivation methods for themselves, they would be punished as traitors. In just a few days, the cultivation world of the Eastern continent was once again filled with blood and heads rolling. Independent cultivators hated the cultivators of the sections. Now that they had the opportunity, they wouldn't hold back at all. When the strong cultivators of the other sects saw this, they didn't dare to say anything. Because behind these Sky Patrol stood the Emperor. TSK, the Sky Patrol is really ruthless. In the past half a month, I heard that they have killed tens of thousands of cultivators. Some sects were even uprooted. They didn't show any mercy. That's right. It seems that the Qianyuan sacred ground is serious this time. I heard that many of the top sects have been killed, let alone the other sections. In the tea house, many cultivators were talking about it. During this time, everyone's topic was related to the Qianyuan sacred ground and the Sky Patrol. The former suppressed the cultivation world. The latter was a bloody executioner. A young cultivator said angrily, the Qin Emperor is so tyrannical. He doesn't care about the lives of the human race at all. How can he be the emperor? As soon as he finished speaking, the noisy scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at him strangely, as if they had seen a rare treasure. In front of a large crowd, he dared to insult the Qin Emperor. He was a genius. The young man was being stared at by everyone, and his heart was beating fast. However, he forced himself to be calm on the surface and said loudly, "Can't we discuss the Qin Emperor? A few years ago, he was just a bandit in the Liangshan village. Now that he has become the emperor, can he not treat us as humans? He is the emperor of the human race. If we don't recognize him as the emperor, then he is not the emperor. His voice was a little loud, purely to cover up his panic. The young cultivator also knew that he had said something bad just now, but he was young and impetuous. At this time, it was impossible for him to bow his head and admit his mistake. He could only continue to fight to save face. The others in the tea house heard this. They all had different expressions. At this time, a person walked downstairs. Steady footsteps sounded in the tea house. It was obviously an ordinary footstep. But to others, it sounded as if their hearts were being pressed by something. Not long after, a corner of green clothes appeared in everyone's sight. Green clothes, the Sky Patrol Divine General. For some reason, many people thought of the Sky Sentinel Divine Generals. Because green clothes were the uniform of the Sky Patrol Divine General. In the past few days, the Sky Patrol Divine General had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even the young cultivator who had been talking loudly just now seemed to be stuck and couldn't say a word. Soon, the person appeared in the sight of others. Dressed in green clothes, he was just a middle-aged man with an ordinary face. Those people were slightly relieved. However, when their eyes fell on the other party's waist, their pupils shrank again. There was a token pinned there. A token that belonged to the Xianxia sacred ground. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the second floor was frighteningly solemn. No one dared to breathe loudly. The middle-aged man in green clothes went upstairs, then slowly walked in front of the young cultivator, and then sat down in the empty seat in front of him. I heard that someone was dissatisfied with the Qin Emperor. Was it you? The young cultivator's face was pale. He was just about to open his mouth to defend himself. Bang! His head suddenly exploded, and red and white things splashed on the ground. The headless corpse sat still in his seat, as if he hadn't realized that he was dead. This scene. It made everyone's faces pale, and their legs and stomachs were trembling. Murder, for cultivators, killing people was nothing strange. It was even more impossible to step into the cultivation world without being stained with blood. However, killing people without a word, and dying in such an inexplicable way, would make people feel terrified. Killing the young cultivator in front of him. For Xianxia, it was no different from crushing a person to death. The other party was just a real martial realm cultivator. And he had reached the 9th level of the spiritual martial realm. After killing the other party, Xianxia stood up from his seat, looked at the others in the tea house, and said slowly, "Anyone who is disrespectful to the Qin Emperor is a traitor. The Sky Patrol Divine Guards will kill them without mercy. I hope you all take care of yourselves." After that, he turned and went downstairs. It was as if he came here just to kill a person. But in fact, his purpose was that simple. The young master of the Zhang family is still too young. He dares to say anything. The Zhang family is finished. Alas, the Sky Patrol Divine Guards are really ruthless. Some people shook their heads and sighed. However, more people closed their mouths and didn't dare to discuss these things anymore. Who knew if the Sky Patrol Divine Guards around would hear them? After all, the weakest among the Sky Patrol Divine Guards were at the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm and had cultivated to the spirit god realm. Even if they weren't here, they could sense the movements around them. If they talked about the Sky Patrol Divine Guards wantonly, they would just be courting death. As for the Zhang family that the cultivator mentioned, it was a cultivation family with a strong cultivator in the spiritual martial realm. However, in front of the Qianyuan sacred ground, they were just ants that could be destroyed with a wave of the hand. If the Sky Patrol Divine Guards used this as an excuse to make trouble for the Zhang family, the Zhang family would definitely be destroyed. A rogue cultivator sneered and said, "In my opinion, it's best for the Sky Patrol Divine Guards to destroy the Zhang family." Over the years, the Zhang family has relied on their strength to bully people. We rogue cultivators have also been forced into a difficult situation. Now that the Qin Emperor has established the Qianyuan sacred ground and the Sky Patrol Divine Guards are monitoring the world, it's a good opportunity to eradicate all these malignant tumors. In my opinion, The Qin Emperor is still a little merciful and didn't kill all the cultivators of those sects and families. For so many years, they have controlled the cultivation methods and resources. Have they ever thought about the difficulties of us rogue cultivators? If it wasn't for this, why would we need to fight so hard for an extremely ordinary cultivation technique? Brother Chen, be careful with your words. Why should I be careful? Do they dare to come and kill me? Now the world has changed. The sects and families no longer exist. Only the Qianyuan sacred ground is left. Do they dare to come and kill me? Brother Chen drank a glass of wine and then shouted loudly. The Qin Emperor has decreed that the cultivators in the world are not allowed to kill at will. Now in the cultivation world, only the Sky Patrol Divine Guards are qualified to kill. No one is qualified to kill. So what if I scold them today? If they have the guts, they can come and kill me. It's worth it if I can exchange my life for the fall of a sect and family. In the past, he didn't dare to be so arrogant. But now, this cultivator was not afraid at all. Killing, in terms of ruthlessness, no one in the world could compare to the Qin Emperor. In his opinion, although the Qin Emperor was ruthless, what he did was very satisfying. Although those sects and families used to be powerful, now in front of the Qianyuan sacred ground, they had to be humble. Someone reminded him, brother, don't forget that the Sky Patrol Divine Guards also have people from sects and families. Don't get into trouble. Hey! Brother Chen glanced at the other party and sneered contemptuously. However, he didn't talk much about this matter. He could freely criticize the sects and families, but he couldn't slander the Sky Patrol Divine Guards. Otherwise, no one would say anything even if he was killed. Nowadays, the Sky Patrol Divine Guards could be said to be polarized. The Sky Patrol Divine Guards, composed of rogue cultivators, were the most ruthless to these sects and families. As for the Sky Patrol Divine Guards from sects and families, they were a little different. However, as long as they didn't violate the Qin Emperor's decree and openly oppose the Qianyuan sacred ground, even the Sky Patrol Divine Guards were not qualified to kill people arbitrarily. This was because many cultivators had died during this period. It wasn't just the sects and families that were killed. There were also the Sky Patrol Divine Guards who killed people indiscriminately. It could be said that the current method of the Qianyuan sacred ground was the simplest and most violent. From beginning to end, only a few orders were carried out. Those who disobeyed the sacred ground's decree, kill; those who slandered the emperor of the sacred ground, kill; those who disobeyed the law and killed people wantonly, kill, from beginning to end. No matter who you were, if you violated the above 3 rules, you would all be killed. It could be said that because of the Qianyuan sacred ground and the Sky Patrol Divine Guards, everyone was talking about it. The tea house now was just a condensed shadow. The Sky Patrol Divine Guards purged the world. When all the voices of injustice were suppressed, Li Tianlan's voice was heard. The Qianyuan Academy also began to blossom everywhere. According to Qin Shujian's orders, there was a minimum number of academies in each area, but there was no upper limit. In other words, as long as one had the ability, they could open as many academies as they wanted. However, it was just to satisfy the most basic requirements. They had already exhausted all their manpower and material resources. If they wanted to open more academies, they could only dream about it. After all, in addition to the dean, an academy also needed a large number of teachers. 1 or 2 academies were fine. Now that all the academies in the eastern continent had opened, there were at least tens of thousands of them. So, 100 teachers in an academy were allocated. This would already require 1 million cultivators. Moreover, as an academy, teachers couldn't be appointed casually. They needed to be assessed. Only those with strength and experience were qualified to be teachers. During this month, the eastern continent was shaken. Even the imperial court suffered a lot of repercussions. After all, the cultivation world had a close relationship with the imperial court. Many sects and forces even had the imperial court behind them. But the Sky Patrol Divine Guards killed people. It didn't matter who was standing behind them. Anyway, if they disobeyed the orders, they would be killed. For a time, Many officials wanted to impeach Qin Shujian, but on second thought, they realized that there was no reason to impeach him at all. First of all, Qin Shujian was not a member of the imperial court. Second of all, he was the human emperor. His status was the same as Emperor Zhao. If they really wanted to impeach a human emperor, they might even be charged with slandering a human emperor. This was not something that could happen. Just because of this, the imperial court had already executed many officials. This time, the others finally understood as well. The reform of the Qianyuan sacred ground wasn't just Qin Shujian's idea alone. Emperor Zhao was also involved. Strictly speaking, this was the joint decision of the two human emperors for the human race. In the Qianyuan hall, Qin Shujian sat in the main seat. Below him sat several elders of the sacred ground. How are things going now? He looked at the people below. Qin Shujian said lightly. Now that the sacred ground had just been established, there were many things that he needed to deal with personally. Now was not the time to let go. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Xinglan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, Qianyuan colleges have been established in all regions of the eastern continent. The deans and teachers are all in place. However, the problem is that the colleges have not been officially opened because the cultivation methods, martial arts, and various resources are not in place." "How many colleges are there in total?" 13,576 academies, Fang Xinglan replied without hesitation. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. More than 13,500 colleges, which was similar to what he had expected. But at the same time, with so many colleges, the resources needed to be consumed could be said to be massive. After all, the colleges had just been established. All the resources naturally needed to be allocated from the sacred ground. Only when the students of the colleges grew in the future could they feed back to the colleges and finally return to the sacred ground. But before that, what the sacred ground needed to invest in was a massive amount of resources for the development of these colleges. Qin Shujian said, "More than 13,000 colleges require a lot of resources. Now, have all the resources been handed in?" "Your Majesty, all the resources of the various sects are in place and have been stored in the treasury." "What about the cultivation methods and martial arts?" "The same." Qin Yuanbai cupped his hands and said. In just a short month, everything had been put in place. Needless to say, Qin Shujian also knew that there would definitely be heads rolling in this place. But these things, he didn't care. At this time, those who dared to cause trouble for him were no different from betraying the human clan. So what if they were killed? To put it bluntly, the human clan had no shortage of people. If this batch of people was disobedient, then they would all be killed, leaving only those who recognized the Qianyuan sacred ground and him as the Qin emperor. At that time, after a few years of nurturing, they would be able to start to take shape. In a few more decades, it was almost time for them to return to normal. After all, there was not much strength to speak of in the cultivation world. There were more than 2,000 divine martial artists and 6 heavenly beings. To be honest, if this kind of strength were to spread, it would be mocked by the alien races. All the colleges are conducted according to an assessment system. The graduating students of the ordinary realm college can enter the true realm college, the graduating students of the true realm college can enter the spiritual realm college, and so on. Ben Huang believes that resources should be given priority to the ordinary realm college. Although the strength of the martial initiation realm cultivators is low, they are still one of the foundations of the human clan. All cultivators and experts start at this realm step by step. As for the resources of the colleges in other regions, they can be put aside for later, but they can't be too far behind. Qin Shujian looked at the few of them and said, "If the resources handed over by the sects are not enough, then they can be collected from the aristocratic families. After all, as part of the human clan, it is natural for them to contribute at critical moments. I think no one will refuse. Furthermore, the disciples cultivated by the colleges will fight for the human clan in the future. The investment now will also be the return in the future. To put it simply, the resources handed over now were the money to buy lives in the future. If the human clan could not cultivate enough experts, then when the alien race is attacked, the aristocratic families would only have a dead end. Qin Yuanbai nodded and said, "Rest assured, Qin Emperor. I know what to do." At this point, his eyes were a little cold. In any case, the Nine Palaces sect had handed over all the resources, and all the sects in the world were no exception. They had not done anything to the aristocratic families. But now it seemed, the Qin Emperor was about to make a move on the aristocratic families. Such an outcome, this was what Qin Yuanbai was happy to see. There was no reason for the aristocratic families to ignore the contributions of the sections. Now, just the matter of collecting resources was enough to make them suffer. As for not giving, Qin Yuanbai sneered in his heart. It was okay if they didn't give. He liked people who disobeyed orders the most. When the time came, the resources would still belong to the sacred ground. Suddenly, Qin Yuanbai liked the current him a little. In the past, he was the sect master of the Nine Palaces sect, but he still had to consider the overall situation. Even if someone disobeyed the orders of the Nine Palaces sect, he could not act recklessly. How could it be like now? Those who disobeyed, just kill them. This method was simple and crude, but it was also extremely carefree, which made Qin Yuanbai a little addicted to it. After all the elders left, Qin Shujian also walked out of the Qianyuan Hall and headed towards the treasury. Inside the many side halls, the treasury was in one of the side halls. End of chapter 629. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.